What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4 IP 116 What the world government wants, soldier. Akado sat on a chair made of special fluff, raised his legs, crossed his hands on his knees, and looked at the woman named Allesia. Yes. Allesia nodded and said, the commander of the 2nd Military Force of the Kingdom of Exeter manages the gun force. If she was not wearing this military uniform, but a dress, no one would believe that this gorgeous woman would be a soldier. After Allesia answered, she closed and locked the door, and then slowly took off the military robe on her body, revealing her graceful figure inside. She is really a soldier. Although she doesn't have any muscles in her hands and arms, she is very strong. It can be seen that she is a type with a certain degree of force. 293. Why were you sent here? Akado asked with interest. Because in the Kingdom of Exeter, there are few women more beautiful than me. Allesia said very confidently, as long as the average woman is not a PR street asterisk cute, it is impossible for an ordinary woman to be as calm and composed as Allesia when facing this kind of thing. That calmness and indifference is not just pretending. She was able to do this. Should it be said that she was driven by her duty as a soldier, or that the regiment drove her to do it because Sid held something like a handle? Ah. Akado suddenly raised a hand, facing Allesia. Without her noticing it, she only heard Akado's voice echoing in her ears, and she answered sentence by sentence. When Allesia came back to her senses, a look of shock appeared on her face. Why? Why did she answer the question he asked just now without reservation? Those secrets that should be hidden in the deepest part of my heart, I actually told this man without reservation just now. I really didn't expect to get such a huge secret by accident, and Allesia, a descendant of the royal family of Concordia. Akado said with a wicked smile. Advertisement originally, he just wanted to use charm to control this woman, and asked her which method she planned to use to kill herself. Seduce with women, and then kill yourself with poison? Or the bomb planted inside this woman? Or is it that after the S**X, he seized the opportunity in one breath and pierced his heart? What Akado originally wanted to know was this, but I didn't expect to use charm to ask, but I got an amazing secret. This woman has completely deceived the people of the Kingdom of Exeter. Her name is not Allesia at all, but Allesia. It was destroyed by the world government 20 years ago, a descendant of the royal family of Concordia. The Kingdom of Concordia, Akado has also read a little bit in the book, it is a country called Kingdom of the Sky. It's not that she is really a country in the sky like the legendary Sky Island, but that the island has countless continuous, narrow and small peaks with extremely high altitudes. The country is built between these peaks, and houses are built on each mountain. It will take a lot of time to go down the mountain and then go up the mountain. Therefore, the special iron sliding cable car is used to connect the mountains and the mountains, and the legends of various places are carried out in the air. That's why it's called Kingdom of the Sky. 20 years ago, because the king was suspected of participating in the research on human body transformation that would allow people to fly into the sky, he considered it a violation of world law, and the country was destroyed by the government. And Allesia is a descendant of the royal Allesia family. Not long after she was born 20 years ago, she was secretly transferred away by her father who was the king. Until Allesia was 10 years old, living in the Kingdom of Exeter, she knew all this from the old military doctor who took care of her, before the other party died. Advertisement Concordia, the Kingdom of the Sky, was not destroyed because of human experiments, but because there were hidden things that the world government could only dream of. Akado also knows one more thing. When he looked up the information of Roger, the One Piece, he found that Roger had also been to the Kingdom of Concordia, but that seemed to be after the country was destroyed. After Allesia knew the enmity between her parents and the country, she naturally didn't need to explain her anger towards the government, but she also knew that she was nothing compared to an ant in front of the behemoth world government. So Allesia waited for her chance to come along while enlisting in the country's military. That was my ability just now. Akado raised his head and said, put on the clothes, I care more about what the world government wants than your body now. Although Allesia's body is very attractive, plump and strong, because of her military background, every part is perfect. But if you want to find a woman, you can do it at any time. The secrets that the world government wants are not always available. Wearing only underwear, Allesia bit her own red chun with her teeth. There was no movement for a long time. At this time Akado said again, since this is the case, let me control you again. Hearing what Akado said, Allesia gave up resistance and could only quickly put on the general uniform and put on the cloak. 5.8. Okay, tell me, what does the world government want? Akado asked. Allesia looked around, Akado confirmed it, and said, the wall has no ears. 11. Allesia closed her eyes for a while, and finally said in a deep voice, to be honest, I don't know what that is. Oh, there was a hint of surprise in Akado's eyes. In the past 10 years, I have returned to the ruins of Concordia many times, and finally found what my father hid 3 years ago, but I found that it was not the ultimate weapon in my imagination, but a stone tablet, huge red steel. Allesia recalled. A huge cube-shaped crimson steel full of strange characters. 117 The female soldier seeking cooperation, red steel. After listening to Allesia's explanation, Akado couldn't think of what it was. The key is that he has been in this world for too long. Akado has almost integrated into this world, as if he was originally from this world. I don't remember that clearly. However, the fact that the world government wants that thing is enough to explain a lot of problems. Take me there, female soldier. Akado got up and said, he has no intention of staying here any longer and doesn't want to wait for a moment. You don't know the danger of this thing, do you want to fight against the government? Allesia asked in disbelief. She almost thought Akado was a fool. It is extremely difficult for the government to get that thing even if it takes the risk of destroying a country. Is Akado not afraid of being hot? Shut up and go. Akado got up and walked out, slamming the door open. As a member of the Exeter Kingdom Army, Allesia naturally knows what kind of person Akado is. He is said to be second only to Roger, Whitebeard and is like, one of the under legends, and his head is always under the radar. The government is watching. Following him by himself is undoubtedly very dangerous. Don't forget, I'm still Alia, and the reason why I'm not detected by the world government is, Andoria Allesia, is precisely because the government didn't over-investigate me. If I act together with Akado, she will definitely be investigated by the government, and if her true identity is found out by then, she will be finished. Advertisement. Although she was a little older than a baby when she was sent out from the kingdom, she was not yet fully sensible, and the possibility of being found out was very small, but Allesia still wanted to wipe out this small trace. The Kingdom of Exeter has also joined the world government. Naturally, she understands the background and horror of the government better. Hey, wait a minute, you listen to me. Allesia plucked up the courage to grab Akado's cuff, and quickly expressed her concerns. Akado didn't speak for a few seconds, and suddenly grabbed it with his right hand. At this moment, in addition to the suffocation coming from the throat, Allesia also felt a burning pain from his arm. This posture was maintained for about 5 seconds before Akado released his hands. Allesia no longer felt suffocation in her neck, but the burning sensation on her hands was still there. A strange crimson pentagram logo, with an inheritance ring on the outside, and strange runes inside. This is. Alesia's beautiful pupils widened instantly, and she looked at Akado in confusion. Akado flashed the back of his white-gloved left hand in front of Allesia, and the same logo on it as Allesia was emitting a faint red light, the vampire's curse mark. With this curse mark, no matter where you go as far as Cape Tiana, I can perceive you for an instant, until you die. Hearing this, Allesia felt a sense of humiliation of being watched, and gritted her teeth. You are too much. Weak people can't even choose how to die. Akado has no guilt at all. It should be said that he is this kind of person. Your country was destroyed by the government because it was too weak. The corner of Akado's mouth twitched. Go to Concordia. I will follow up when the time comes. Don't worry, before you find something. I will not kill you. Weak people can't even choose how to die. Advertisement. What Akado said was ugly, but Allesia recognized it very much in her heart. The man in front of her was ordering herself, but could she also use him? Allesia thought in her heart that with her current strength and power, she might not even be able to touch the world government until the day she died. But the man in front of him didn't look much older than him, but he was able to squeeze into the ranks of the world's top pirates and became a thorn in the side of the world government. If I use him, can I avenge my country and my father? In just half a minute, countless thoughts flashed through Alesia's mind. In the end, Allesia decided to take advantage of this opportunity. Rather than just spend a bout of incompetent regret, it would be better to win once. Thinking of this, Allesia quickly flashed countless ways in her mind, and said to Akado, well, I can help you get that stone tablet, but after that, if I have something to do, you have to help me once. Are you qualified to negotiate terms with me now? Akado asked Sun with a smile. Then I, Li Hao, will kill myself immediately. If I want to open the mechanism hidden in the ruins of the Kingdom of Concordia, it is enough for someone from the royal family to do it, and it is a living royal family, Allesia said confidently. Akado stared at Allesia for a while, and the other party's eyes were as firm as before, without avoiding at all. Interesting. Akado replied with 3 words, but already indicated his decision. Well, I have a plan to use both of us to cooperate with a dangerous person like you, and I also want to ensure my own safety. Allesia closed the door again, sat on the edge of the table, and asked Akado to sit across from her. It seems that you are not a simple female soldier in a vase. Akado raised the corner of his mouth and sat opposite Allesia. 118 Akado liked surname abuse. Before the sun emerged from the horizon, Sid, who was fidgeting in his bedroom, received a report that Akado had left. At the same time, Alia, the captain of the 2nd Squadron of the Royal Army, asked to meet the king. Alia is the pseudonym of Allesia. After hearing that she was going to see him, Sid immediately asked someone to pass her in. Last night, Sid did not fall asleep at all. His plan was to dedicate Alia, a soldier of the Royal Army and the most beautiful woman in the Kingdom of Exeter, to Akado, completely paralyzed Akado. In the history of the Kingdom of Exeter, this trick has been used countless times, and every time it is successful. Also, if you want to say when a man is the least vigilant, it must be when he is doing that kind of thing with a woman on the bed, let alone when the other party is a beautiful woman. However, upon hearing the news of Akado's departure, Sid concluded that Alia must have failed. So I summoned her for the first time and wanted to know the result. When Allesia walked into Sid's bedroom from the door, Sid frowned. Most of the military uniform had been torn apart. This. Allesia glanced at the wound on her body and said softly, his sexuality is somewhat unique. Sid couldn't help but think of some people with sexual and sadistic tendencies, so speaking of it, that RK is still a pervert in this respect? When Sid thought of this, he couldn't help but shuddered. He was able to attack even a beautiful woman. It was indeed a reward of 400 million devil pirates. Advertisement. At this time, Allesia said, Your Majesty, please allow me to resign as army commander. Oh, Sid frowned slightly. I just heard Allesia continue. I want to go on a trip. Although Sid is an old man, he also knows how much devotion will hurt women. It is normal for Allesia to leave herself, the army, and the country in despair. Okay, you go to the military department to report, and go to the finance department to get 100 million Baileys, so you are not a member of the army. By the way, I will give you a ship. Sid agreed to Allesia's request to resign, and at the same time gave him a lot of benefits. After all, the methods he used were disgraceful, and it was difficult to reveal them. If he wanted to kill this woman, with her skill, it would be relatively difficult to kill her. Difficult things are more likely to be escaped by her. In this case, it is better to give her a favor and let her go away. Thank you, Your Majesty. Allesia got up and left without turning her head, thinking to herself, oh, my body is only worth 100 million Baileys? Sid, although I wish I could kill you, but thank you for giving me this opportunity, otherwise you will never have a chance to take revenge on the world government in your life, but don't be too happy, that devil will not let you go so easily. Allesia put on new clothes, took a huge sum of money, and left on a passenger ship. The destination of the ship was the city closest to the ruins of the Kingdom of Concordia. Just take a boat to the ruins of the Kingdom of Concordia. Now it has become a deserted island where only animals, and only animals with strong survivability will stay there. Asking for flowers. The ones on Allesia were indeed helped by Akado, and they also had the purpose of achieving the effect, but what kind of mood did you have to beat this woman at that time? Advertisement then only Akado himself knows. After Allesia left, Sid immediately summoned Tang Te to gather the army, preparing to launch a surprise attack before the enemy country, the Stry Kingdom, knew about it. 3 hours later, when the sun just climbed the horizon, the Exeter Kingdom army swarmed up and launched a surprise attack on the Stry army under the command of the coach Dante. To Tang Te's great joy, the surprise attack was a success. They successfully reached the gate of the military fortress of the Kingdom of Stry, and were almost about to attack the country. But before they were happy, a familiar crimson shadow descended from the sky and mixed into the two armies. Tang Te was so scared that he almost fell off his horse. It was Akado. Haven't you left? Tang Te shouted almost in despair. He reluctantly gave away the body of his first subordinate, who was also his favorite object, but why is this devil still here? Yeah, I left, and then I came back. Akado glanced at Tang Te and said. You don't keep your promise, Tang Te roared angrily, not even caring about fighting. Akado stretched out his hands, showing his black and white guns, and said with a wicked smile, since when are pirates always trustworthy? 119 The Worst Pirate Sea Circle, Calendar 1495 Located on the New World Lulush's continent, the two largest countries among the 5 interlaced kingdoms, the war between Exeter Kingdom and Stry Kingdom was intervened by the great pirate Akado. 18,000 people, almost all of them were killed by Akado, and most of the remaining army was lost due to the war and the previous wars. The total number of troops from the two countries that finally returned to their own countries was less than 2,000. Such a large-scale killing by Akado made him be listed above the killing record of Kaido of the Beasts, another person under the legend, and the current ruling number of killings is close to that of another great pirate, Charlotte Linlin. Because of Akado's intervention, the military forces of both the Kingdom of Exeter and the Kingdom of 130 in Stuttgart were severely depleted, and the war had to be stopped in the end. Fortunately, Akado didn't take the opportunity to break into the country in the end, but because of this incident, the Emperor of Exeter Kingdom, Austin Sid, fell ill, and now he could hardly get out of bed. For such a horrific killing by Akado, Marine and the government naturally investigated what happened on the Lulush's continent as soon as possible. In addition to the CP organization, Naval Headquarters also sent the resourceful General, Buddha Sengoku, and sent Admiral out, which is enough to prove that Marine attaches great importance to this matter. Sengoku led Paluzolino and his own fleet to Lulush's. After learning that the Emperor of Exeter had received Akado, he decided to focus on this country. Even if he is the Emperor of a country, his status is not as good as that of an admiral, not to mention that Sengoku is very likely to be Marine's next marshal. With Garp showing no interest in status and Zephyr taking a backseat, Sengoku's succession as marshal is almost a certainty. Sid received Sengoku for the first time and was investigated. During the process, he confessed to his plan to poison Akado to death by using Allesia's female S**X. From Marine's point of view, they should be rewarded. Advertisement After 2 hours of talks, Sengoku almost understood the cause and effect of the incident. So that's how it is. Although Akado was used to make Akado leave temporarily for a while, it only relieved the sexual desire of the brat for a while. Sure enough, pirates can't be trusted, Paluzolino touched said with a chin. Shut up, Paluzolino. Sengoku raged, saluted Sid, and said, we will definitely arrest this heinous pirate, please rest well, King. QG. Plus. %, please, Sengoku Admiral. Sid begged, he absolutely hated Akado now, but he had no choice but to pin his hope on Marine. Paluzolino, that woman named Allesia, has the information been transferred yet? After leaving the palace, Sengoku asked Paluzolino who was walking beside him. Before the age of 10, she had been wandering with her grandfather. In the end, her grandfather fought a large-scale war in the Kingdom of Exeter. When the country was at a loss in combat power, he was specially recruited as a military doctor. He died shortly thereafter, and then he joined the Kingdom Army until this year, and became the captain of the Kingdom Army team. Paluzolino held a document handed over by his subordinates and read, because she is good-looking, has the title of Military Flower of Exeter, and is good at fighting skills and the use of firearms. Wong chose the candidate for the mission of assassinating Akado, using the sacrifice plan, and Akado left the next day. However, 2 hours later, she submitted an application for resignation to King Sid, who also gave her a huge sum of money, and finally departed on a passenger ship. After reading the material submitted by his subordinates, Pelusolino pouted, "Wow, so pitiful, betrayed by the country, trampled by pirates, and finally ended up in such a faraway country." A trace of pity flashed across Sengoku's face. Indeed, this woman named Allesia is very pitiful. Advertisement no matter from which aspect. Shaking his head violently, throwing these distracting thoughts out of his mind, Sengoku twirled his beard and decided. That woman named Allesia may know a lot about Akado. Find her, ask about it. We have also investigated the route of the ship she was on. Shall we look for it? Pelusolino asked after looking at Alesia's photo again. No, the other party is a woman, so it's better to let Xiaohei go. Let's go back to the headquarters immediately and report this matter. After Sengoku finished speaking, he strode to the pier, and the sailors on both sides saluted. As the chief of staff, Crane is also the commander-in-chief of the marine female soldiers. To find a job for a woman defiled by pirates, let her do it. On the way from Exeter Kingdom to Lurus's, the blood that dyed the weeds red was everywhere, making Sengoku frown. Pelusolino put his hands in his pockets. He said bluntly, "It's terrible, nearly 30,000 people died at his hands, it's better for us not to provoke that kind of monster." What nonsense! Sengoku roared angrily, and strode onto the warship. I must report to my superiors what this kid has done. His severity is not inferior to that of Roger Whitebeard. 1. The massacre of 30,000 people is an extremely rare event in the history of pirates. If Akado is not caught, Marine will lose face. 120 The Lulush's massacre. Clap, clap, clap. There was a sound of newsbirds flapping their wings in the sky, and one of the birds landed on the armrest of Akado's seat. Akado threw several Baileys into the hanging bag around the other's neck, and took out a newspaper from it. The newsbird flapped its wings again and left with the team. Akado unfolded the newspaper, and his face on the front page and the new reward order had already appeared. The main culprit in the Lulush's massacre, Dracula D. Akado, massacred 30,000 troops from the 2 countries. New bounty order. Life or death Dracula D. Akado. Bounty. 500 million in just a month or so, it has increased from 400 million to 500 million. In this era, except for Roger, Whitebeard and others who were young many years ago, no one has reached such a speed at 21, right? Has the female soldier arrived yet? Akado can accurately know the location of Allesia through the perception of the vampire mark, and he is now tracking her very well. When she stops, he can fully confirm the location of the remains of the kingdom of Concordia. Advertisement after all, Akado didn't know how to get to the Concordia ruins at all, he just knew about the existence of this place by reading books and newspapers in his spare time. At present, Allesia is still moving, that is to say, she has not yet reached her destination. In this case, I don't need to rush to chase after her, just follow her slowly. If someone from the Marine or the government knows that I and she has established a cooperative relationship, and the matter of taking the steel may be ruined. On the other side, Sengoku finished the investigation of Exeter, returned to the headquarters to report the incident, and put forward his own ideas, thinking that Allesia, that is, Allesia, might have some secrets about Akado, so he brought her here. Investigation is absolutely necessary. After the Lulush's massacre, Akado has been listed as a dangerous pirate comparable to Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin, and it is completely worthwhile to dispatch such a hand because of him. This matter was quickly approved, and Marine Vice Admiral He staff officer led the female soldiers to go. But a few days later, the route surveyed by Pelusolino sailed to the next island. The investigation found that Allesia bought a boat here and left alone, not knowing which direction to go, so the clues were cut off. Lose. After thinking for a while, Crane decided to wander around the nearby sea for a while, try his luck, and then return to the headquarters to report. 2 days later, another piece of heavy news came. The negotiations between the Roger pirates and the flying pirates broke down. The captain had already had a collision, but a third party, Whitebeard, intervened to stop the fight. The Roger pirates and the Golden Lion fleet have left the Whitebeard pirates' domain, but it's only a matter of time before they meet again. With the threat of Roger and the Golden Lion gone, Whitebeard is going to find Akado to take revenge on his son Drudge, the second captain of the bearded pirates. He also read the recent news. After the massacre in Lulush's, Akado, whose bounty rose to 500 million in one go, is not something any captain or troop under him can deal with alone, he can only come by himself. Advertisement. It's just that the Whitebeard pirate group's intelligence capabilities are top-notch among pirates, but they are far from reaching the Tongtian level of the world government. The New World environment is also extremely complicated, and it is not easy to find Akado alone. Whitebeard was not stupid enough to cast the net and throw all his people out to find someone, but concentrated his strength, more than 40 ships, and more than 30 pirate groups under his banner. All of them gathered in several nearby sea areas, and for a while became a force not inferior to the Golden Lion, the #1 pirate fleet in the sea. With such an impregnable lineup, they poured over the sea and only sent a small number of people as search troops. I have to say that Whitebeard is really smart. If he casts 200 nets, it will not be that he gets Akado's information first, but that his own people will be killed by Akado. It is the correct way to concentrate most of the power and a small number of people to search. After a week, through the vampire mark left on the back of Alesia's hand, Akado sensed that Allesia had stayed in one place for more than 3 days. There is no doubt that she has reached the land of the ruins of the kingdom of Concordia. It really made me wait a while, female soldier. Akado held up the red wine glass next to the armrest of the chair, drank it down, and controlled the boat to speed up. It's really exciting, it's so exciting, even the world government wants it, something that is enough to destroy a country. It's like destroying O'Hara's Buster Call in order to protect the government's secrets in the future. It's interesting, how can you miss such an interesting event? 121 Concordia Kingdom ruins. The Kingdom of Concordia, which was originally called Kingdom of the Sky, and has a unique scenery, is now in ruins, but it can be vaguely seen from the collapsed buildings that it used to be a big kingdom. In this country, or in the north of this ruins, there's an icy lake surrounded by mountains. Just standing next to it, you can see the layers of cold air rising from the lake. A woman in white casual clothes with slightly curly flaxen hair was sitting next to a rock by the lake. The thick coat that wrapped her body could not conceal her graceful figure. On the surface of the lake, occasionally the remains of the country float. Suddenly, in the dense fog, footsteps sounded, and Allesia turned her head to look at the mountain road behind her, and saw a red figure in the dense fog, and a bunch of golden Anko bean sunglasses in the fog. Conspicuously, a tall figure slowly walked out of the fog. It's an interesting place, Ping. Akado chuckled and said, from the wreckage I saw along the way, special iron cables, and cable cars, etc., I began to understand why this country used to be called Kingdom of the Sky 1. With a bounty of 500 million Bailey, Akado is now known as the Great Pirate along with Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin. Allesia got up and wrapped the cloak on her body. There was no special expression on her face, she looked very indifferent. There shouldn't be anyone from the Marine or the government following you here, right? The Kingdom of Concordia has disappeared from the map, and now the new version of the map and the Eternal Compass are hard to find here. It took a lot of effort for Allesia to find this place in the first place, and she still kept the old map left by her deceased old servant to help, so she finally managed to find this place. What are you talking about? If I did that, I would have been killed by Marine already, Akado laughed. Anyway, you can't kill me no matter what, doesn't it matter? Immortal Akado, I'm worried about my own safety, Allesia thought to herself. Advertisement. Akado walked to the edge of the frozen lake, admired the scenery for only 5 seconds, and said, where's the thing? It can't be at the bottom of the lake, right? You are right. Allesia walked to Akado's side and stared at the icy lake. At the bottom of the lake, there is a very hidden mechanism. Only by cooperating with the blood of the royal family and my grandfather telling me how to open the mechanism can the secret passage be opened and entered. Let's start quickly. Allesia stopped talking nonsense after hearing the words, and jumped into the frozen lake. It seemed that she was very used to this kind of thing. Ah. Akado chuckled lightly, without being pretentious, and entered the bottom of the lake with Allesia. In such an icy lake, there are not many animals that can survive, and this is a lake, not a sea, so there is no need to say more. Akado sees the cold world, and in front of him obliquely, Allesia is like those mermaids from the Fishman Island, moving quickly towards the bottom of the lake on the right front. When they reached the bottom of the lake, Akado stabilized his body just like Allesia. From the eyes of Kaido, who was here for the first time, there was nothing under the feet of the two of them except stones and sea garbage. But at this moment, Allesia reached out and bit her fingertips with her teeth, and placed it on a seemingly insignificant stone at the bottom of the lake. The moment Allesia's bloody finger touched the stone that should have been visible was suddenly dyed crimson in an instant. Then, Allesia first rotated the stone clockwise 1.5 times, then counterclockwise about 30 degrees, and then rotated half a circle clockwise again before letting go. Advertisement. Allesia got up and walked to another block that was the size of 2 adults, and pressed down on the seemingly ordinary stone surface next to it. Suddenly, there was an extra passage on the stone wall. After Allesia walked in through the secret door, she motioned to Akado to come in. When Akado walked through the gate, he found that there was a foamy texture similar to Sabaody Island at the secret door. In order to prevent the lake water from flowing into the dark passage, have such precautions been taken? But to be honest, this kind of insurance work is really good, not only setting up the secret passage of the agency in this kind of place, but also using the blood of the royal family as the double insurance of the key. The way to open this mechanism is also called by your so-called grandpa. Akado, who was walking behind Allesia, asked. Grandpa is not Alesia's real grandfather, just the old servant who brought her from Concordia to Exeter, but Allesia calls him Grandpa Jean. It was a superstition left by my father. I burned it immediately after I had fully memorized its contents. Allesia confessed. Anyway, the other party has the ability of hypnosis. It's better to be honest. The two, Li Qianhao, walked through a section of tidal stairs, passed through the second secret door, and then entered a vast space. It looks very dilapidated here, like a slum. It can be seen that no one has been here for a long time. And in the middle of the huge space, there is only one thing standing, a super large bright red stone tablet with a height of 3 meters, with black runes engraved on it that Akado can't understand at all. Akado and Allesia stepped forward, and Allesia hugged the large cube stone tablet as if embracing a relative. My father, and my country, died because of this, and died because of it. Akado put one hand on the red stone tablet, and whispered to himself. This is what the world government wants to get. What is it? 122. Is it a helper or an enemy? After Akado put his hand down from the red stone tablet, he asked Allesia, is there any other exit here? Allesia stopped embracing the steel, and shook her head slightly. I think there are, but I haven't found them yet, otherwise it would be impossible to bring such a big thing in. Indeed, with the size of this steel, it is impossible to pass through the secret door that the two of them passed through just now. No, not necessarily. A golden light reflected on Akado's sunglasses. Perhaps from the very beginning, people of your race wanted this thing to live here forever, so there is only an entrance and no exit. Alesia's face froze when she heard the words, yes, there is indeed such a possibility. If it was the first to put the steel into the bottom of the lake many years ago, and then start to build a secret passage around it, it would indeed be possible to achieve such a thing with only an entrance and no exit. In this case, how do you plan to take this thing away? Allesia frowned. Is this secret room completely destroyed? This approach is very dangerous. Once damage is caused, the secret room will completely collapse, crushing people to death at the bottom of the lake. This is also another means to protect the steel. If Akado really said that he was going to use destruction, no matter what the result was, Allesia would desperately stop it. What? It doesn't need to be so troublesome at all. The shadow under Akado's feet stretched out, and the stone tablet that was originally standing safely in the center of the room was swallowed like being submerged in water, and was swallowed into the blood pool full of red eyes. When she saw that the steel was completely swallowed up and the shadow returned to Akado's feet, Allesia was slightly startled, frowned and said softly, is that your ability? Advertisement. To be honest, Allesia wanted to run away from this place. She was afraid that Akado would shoot herself after he finished using her for his purpose. Choosing to use people who are much stronger than oneself naturally entails unimaginable risks. But to Alesia's relief, after getting the steel, Akado turned and left, walked towards the entrance just now, and said, I'm going back. This kind of place doesn't have any attractive history anymore. Since there was nothing special inside, Akado also used a relatively rough method when leaving. After destroying the secret door in one breath, it was found that the bubble shield was not smashed together with the secret door. It's a strange thing. Looking back at the unscathed bubble, Akado and Allesia re-disembarked. After re-landing, at Alesia's strong request, Akado lifted the vampire mark that had been engraved on her body before, and then Akado left without looking back. His cooperation with Allesia has ended. He didn't have any more special thoughts about this woman. Maybe one day I will betray you or something, Allesia suddenly said to Akado's back. Akado paused, didn't say anything, just stayed for 2 seconds and strode away. As for Allesia, she only saw the slight arc of the corner of Akado's mouth when he stopped just now. Giving her most important secret to the man Akado, but Allesia is definitely not in vain. She will make new choices according to the changes of the future era. Will it be Akado's help? Or his enemy? Is it to use the man Akado to achieve the purpose of finding out the enemies, or is there another way? Advertisement. Not long after, on the coast of the ruins of the Kingdom of Concordia, Akado resit, CBFD, on the throne on his ship and looked up at the sky. I got something more valuable than treasure. Next, how do I deal with the government? What about playing? 2 days later, when Akado finished drinking a glass of red wine and wanted to take out another glass, he found that there was only the last bottle left. When he opened the bottle cap, he couldn't help but shook his head and said to himself, forgot to add, where is the nearest inhabited island from here? A few nautical miles away from where Akado was, on a patrol warship of Marine, when they saw the warship Akado, the scouts summoned the supreme commander of the warship, a Marine Rear Admiral, to report. After thinking about it for a while, the Rear Admiral decided not to hit the rock with an egg and first reported Akado's location to the headquarters on the ground. On the other side, after being separated from Akado, Allesia knew that it was absolutely impossible for her to return to Exeter based on the information she got from the newspaper, and it was impossible to serve a king who sold her body to the devil, totally unworthy of his allegiance. Just as Allesia was resting in a hotel in an island town, there was a sudden knock on the door. At first Allesia thought it was just room service, but when she opened the door and saw the military uniform and cloak of the other party, she couldn't help being stunned, and 2 words came out of her mind, Marine. After noticing the other party's military uniform, Allesia began to pay attention to the other party's appearance. There were more than 5 female sailors outside the door. The leader was an old man with gray hair who was over half a century old. It appears that the military rank is Vice Admiral. You won't expose your own affairs, will you? Allesia thought worriedly. At this time, the crane who had just knocked on the door said slowly, we don't mean to disturb you. I also understand your pain during this time. He showed a smile, and then said solemnly, but because of the seriousness of the matter, I can't have a good chat with you. First, let me introduce myself as Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, so you can call me that. Crane. Master, please come in. Seeing that the other party was not in the tone of arresting a prisoner, Allesia felt relieved and beckoned Crane to enter the room. 123. This hits. You don't need to call me an adult. If you're really not used to it, just call me Vice Admiral. Crane signaled his subordinates to go out, walked into Alesia's room by himself, and sat opposite her by the window. Okay, Crane Vice Admiral. Allesia has already recognized the other party. Among the Marine Vice Admiral, she is also a famous existence. The Chief of the Marine General Staff, Suru, exists in the same class as Admiral Sengoku. Crane nodded, his eyes gradually became pitiful, and he said to Allesia, I know this may touch your inner pain, but I still hope you tell me something, Alia. What the Crane croaked was Alesia's pseudonym, which she had lived in Exeter for 10 years. Allesia had vaguely guessed what Crane was going to ask, and forced herself to calm down in her heart. Without making any other strange moves on the surface, she replied. You want to know about that Akado? Well, I also learned about you through Marine's channel. For a woman, this has to be said to be a great tragedy, but in the seriousness of the situation, Suru had to ask, please tell me everything you know. It is definitely a treat that few people in the world can enjoy for the Chief of the Marine General Staff to say, please. Allesia bit her chin, and began to say, after all, I'm just a tool used by the country to restrain Akado. If I know a lot, I won't be able to use it. Allesia told Crane the truth about her impression of Akado, more than 90%. Of course, nothing was mentioned about the steal. Finally she revealed where she had been wandering for some time after leaving Exeter. These things were lies, but Allesia had rehearsed them a long time ago, so when she said them, she behaved so skillfully and naturally that even Crane didn't notice the heresy. Advertisement, really? It is Marine's responsibility to fail to capture such a vicious pirate. Crane expressed deep sympathy for Alesia's experience. Seeing that Crane was in such a mood, Allesia also knew that she felt sympathy for herself, and suddenly a thought came out of Alesia's mind. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Allesia stood in front of Crane, and saluted Crane. Alia, please allow him to join the Marine, please approve it from Crane Vice Admiral. A trace of surprise flashed in Crane's eyes, and in less than 2 seconds, he understood why he did this, and said, are you seeking revenge from Akado? Having been deprived of the most important thing for a woman, Alesia's behavior was completely within Crane's expectations. There's a reason here. Allesia added, another important reason is that I have nowhere to go now. Hearing Alesia's last words, a gleam of light flashed in Crane's eyes, and he got up and said, think of your codename. After joining Marine, you need to use codenames for many actions. When Crane said this, it meant that she had agreed. Allesia was overjoyed. When she was asked about the codename, she subconsciously looked at herself in white plain clothes, thought for 5 seconds, and said, white? By who? Is by who okay? By who, Alia? Crane showed the marine robe on his back, walked towards the door of the room, turned his back to Allesia and said, okay, you can use this codename in the future, and follow me back to the headquarters, but with your ability, it is not enough in a short time. Probably against monsters of Akado's level, yes. Allesia nodded and hurried to catch up. On the other side, in the Naval Headquarters Marshal's office, Naval Headquarters Marshal Kong received 2 messages in the morning and afternoon respectively. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. The news in the morning came from Crane's investigation. She successfully found Alia, the former army commander of the Kingdom of Exeter, in New World, asked about Akado, and decided to bring her back to join the army. In the information that Allesia reported to Crane, there was nothing particularly important, so Kong just said that he would hand over the female recruit to Crane, so he didn't pay any more attention. The information received in the afternoon is from the protagonist, Akado. Now Akado enters Lublum Sea, which is the territory of the Sunbeard pirates. According to reliable information, the Whitebeard pirates are now spending a lot of money to find Akado. Zero after all, the one who died was the captain of the 2nd Division, a veteran crew member of the Whitebeard pirates, so such an action is not surprising. Does that mean Whitebeard is going to collide with Akado? Kong secretly thought, the outcome of this matter is still unpredictable, so he can only send more people to the Bloom Sea area for deployment to prevent it from happening. New World, Lublum Sea, the central sea area of the border sea area belonging to the Whitebeard pirates' territory. Marine did grasp that Akado began to gradually enter the sphere of influence of the Whitebeard pirates, but they still adopted the same attitude as when Akado was fighting Kaido, pretending to look at the scenery from a distance, hiding aside, and avoiding being involved. Relying on pirates to fight. Let's talk about life and death. Huh? That's... In the Lublum Sea area, there is another pirate flag with a sharp-mouthed skull logo. A one-eyed pirate held a telescope and stood on the inspection platform and found an iron ship slowly approaching in the distance. Half a minute later, when the other party was close to one point, he finally saw the identity of the other party clearly. It was the target of the old man, the guy who killed Mr. Drucci. Akado 124. Have you ever played bird hunting? Alarm! Alert! The one-eyed pirate standing on the inspection platform began to yell to the companions below, and loudly informed the crew below what he saw. One of the pirates under the Whitebeard pirates, the Black Crow pirates, the Captain Kazuza, heard from his subordinates that Akado was approaching him. Me? I'm connected to Daddy. Just kidding. The man who is tied with Kaido of the Beasts, even the top captains of the Whitebeard pirates, can't deal with it alone, let alone him, a pirate captain with a reward of less than 100 million. Soon, on the Moby D*K, the Whitebeard pirate group, which was nearly 100 nautical miles away, used a ship dedicated to the 340. Many crew members of the Whitebeard pirates were also present. When they heard that Akado was coming, they were all filled with righteous indignation and clamored to sail to the boat immediately to take the head of the B*********** D who killed Drucci. Wait, there must be a reason for that guy to come here alone. Marco, the captain of the first team who belongs to the Whitebeard pirates like Drucci, calmed down the outraged crew members, and analyzed whether he really entered our territory with a purpose, or just entered by mistake. Just make sure of it. Captain Marco, can it be said that he broke in by mistake, so we let him go? The person who spoke was a member of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard pirates. He hated Akado who killed his captain to the extreme. That's not what I mean. Drudge is my best friend, and I also want to help him avenge. Marco put his hands on his hips, turned his head to look at Whitebeard who was sitting on the main seat, and said, Father, can you let me go to investigate? With my ability, I can get there faster. The owner of Zone Phantom Beast Point Phoenix Fruit, Marco has the ability to fly and is very good at air combat. With this ability, he has killed countless pirate ships and warships. Marco, the opponent is the guy who tied with Kaido. Is it okay for you to be alone? Beasta was quite worried. Marco half closed his eyes, and raised the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, I can escape easily even in the face of Kaido. Besides, this time it's just an investigation, nothing will happen. Advertisement. Marco's self-confidence is well-founded. He has never been so arrogant that he thinks he can beat Kaido, but he has absolute confidence. As long as he wants to leave, Kaido can't stop him. What's more, don't forget that this is the sea, not the land, and the sky is your home field. Can you, Dad? Marco asked Whitebeard again. Hula la la la. Whitebeard raised his head and laughed twice, then his eyes narrowed. Then I'll leave it to you, Marco. Learn. Marco jumped up. Alas, blue flames ignited on his body in the middle of the sky, and he turned into a phoenix and flew away in half a second. Little ones. Change the direction of the Moby D*K. Let's go to support Marco and Kazuza. Whitebeard shouted an order a few seconds after Marco left. Yes. Father, originally, it took at least an hour for the ship to reach the place, but Marco arrived in less than 10 minutes, and just in case he was fighting with Akado, he was not flying at full speed. As he said, the sky is his home field, and his ability to serve as Whitebeard Pirates number 2 is indispensable. Soon, Marco and Kazuza met. On the ship of the Black Crow Pirates, Kazuza first shook hands with Marco in a friendly way and said apologetically, "Sorry, we avoided him." "No, you're right." After letting go, Marco said, "It doesn't take much time for Dad and the others to rush over. I will conduct investigations before that. If I can fight, I will delay the time. If it is not suitable for fighting, I will retreat. When the time comes, you will also careful." Advertisement, Captain Marco, be careful, everyone in the Black Crow Pirates said. Well, it's fine. Marco once again spread his wings and turned into a phoenix and flew into the sky, but what he didn't expect was that a bullet flew out suddenly and hit his wing the moment he just took off. It was so powerful that Marco couldn't help but flip back. Captain Marco. The people of the Black Crow Pirates below screamed. Fine. Marco struggled, and suddenly remembered that Akado seemed to use a gun. Could it be that? No, it's impossible. As soon as he had this idea, Marco shook his head suddenly. Just now Kazuza also said that Akado is at least 10 nautical miles away from the direction of 2 o'clock. His knowledge can perceive so far, and the bullet can still hit this far? In fact, Marco really guessed right, it can really hit so far. The white gun gassel, which has been strengthened to LV5, has completely broken through the level limit of the gun, and it is not 0.9 at all. It can be judged according to the structure of ordinary guns. Soon, countless bullets struck, and this time, Marco had taken precautions, while dodging at high altitude, while flying towards the source of the bullets. 10 nautical miles away, Akado put the white gun gassel in front of his sunglasses, and shot at a fleeing white dot in midair through the thermal sight. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he said to himself, "The ability to fly in the sky as the captain of the first team, Marco. Did you ever play bird hunting when you were a child?" Akado didn't care that Marco couldn't hear it at all, so he asked. 125 childhood shooting games as Marco avoids the bullets while rushing towards the direction of the bullets in the form of a phoenix. Akado's aiming accuracy becomes more and more accurate, and Gassel's power becomes stronger and stronger. After all, even if it can be named, the power of the bullet has been sapped a lot at such a far position, and as Marco gradually approached, when the bullet hit his body, the power became stronger and stronger. It's really him. Marco has excellent eyesight, and at a long distance, he has already seen Akado, who raised his gun and shot at him. Boom. Another bullet hit, caught off guard. It was even faster than the bullet just now. It was actually the bullet of Hei Lang. Marco was used to Gassel's attack before. Facing the sudden jackal, he was caught off guard and shot in the shoulder, the power and speed of which were not comparable to the previous bullets. Ah. Marco let out a cry of pain. He is not Logia's. Even if he has the ability to regenerate, he will still be injured if he hits 21 moves, but whether he can leave scars on his body depends on the power of the moves and his regenerative ability. Which one is stronger? Marco's body changed from a phoenix back to a human after being shot, and he fell extremely fast, and he was about to fall into the bottom of the sea. He is a capable person, and if he really fell into the sea, he would die. When he was less than 2 meters away from the sea, Marco gritted his teeth to hold back the pain. His hands turned into wings again, and after a big circle in the air, finally stabilized his body at a distance of 2 meters from the ground. Bang 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 bang. The continuous shooting was launched, and it was Gassel's shooting. Although it could not achieve the effect of the jackal, it was not inferior to Marco's regeneration ability. Akado seized the opportunity and shot countless bullets on Marco's body. Because of the critical situation just now, he only turned his hands into birds, but not his body. In this way, the regenerative ability of other parts will be much weaker. Blood. Advertisement, cough. Marco spat out a mouthful of blood, and Akado steered the boat to gradually approach him, chuckled and said, "The second leader of the Whitebeard Pirates seems to have only this level. Although Akado is used for some tricks, I didn't expect it to be so easy to succeed." He really broke into Whitebeard's territory by accident. Originally, Akado was just wandering around, following the direction of the current. It was a complete accident to enter here, but he was discovered by the Tongtian government. Hearing Akado's slightly insulting words, Marco stared hard at Akado, but Akado didn't care about Marco's threatening eyes, as if he didn't see it, and asked again, "When you were young, have you ever played bird hunting?" As he said that, Akado raised the 2 guns in his hands at the same time, but his body was still sitting on the seat, and he said with a grinning smile, I often play. Retreat. For a while, Marco made a decision in his mind. I didn't intend to fight this guy one-on-one, not to mention that this is my father's territory, and my father is coming soon, so why should I fight a battle that has absolutely no chance of winning just to show off for a while? I have to say that even though he is still very young now, in terms of composure, he is better than the future ace. At that time, Ace wanted to escape, and Blackbeard might not be able to stop him, but because of the death of his companion and being dizzy, he insisted on fighting Blackbeard to the death, which finally led to that end. Seeing Marco spread his wings and flee, Akado raised his head and opened his mouth slightly, but he didn't expect that the second position of Whitebeard didn't even have the intention of fighting. But if he can enter Whitebeard's territory, even if he is not sure of winning against Whitebeard, he can't just leave, right? At the very least, let's test Whitebeard's ability now. Thinking of this, Akado controlled the ship and followed Marco, gradually deepening into Whitebeard's territory, while shooting at the fleeing bird. Advertisement: Are you really the first captain of the Whitebeard pirates? Is turning your back on the enemy your way of fighting? Akado chatted with Marco while shooting. Marco has no time to talk to Akado quickly. If he can't beat him, he can't beat him, he won't waste his life in vain. When the old man comes out, you won't be so nervous, Marco gritted his teeth. Although he is the second-ranked member of the Whitebeard pirates, he can't even be ranked in, under the legend, 813. After hearing the perception of knowledge, Marco was surprised to find that Akado's ship was not slower than his own speed at all. He had never seen a ship that was so fast. It wasn't until this moment that Marco realized that the ship didn't seem to have sails, and it was made of iron. Can this kind of ship go? Boom! Akado shot again with the jackal, and Marco realized that the shot was aimed at his heart, and quickly twisted his body to avoid the attack, but the speed was still a beat, palm. Bomb. Ha 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 ha. Akado started to laugh wildly. This kind of shooting reminded him of when he was very young in his previous life, when he lived on the balcony of a high-rise home. He used a model gun with BB bullets to shoot at birds in the air. I didn't expect to be able to relive this feeling when I came here, and Akado couldn't help laughing out loud. Although Marco flying in the air is in the form of a phoenix, he can still see the anger in his eyes, especially when he heard Akado's laughter behind him. He was even more annoyed. This guy is just playing with himself. 126 Akado and Whitebeard open black lens bracket. Please subscribe close black lens bracket. Ha 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 ha. Akado laughed wildly and chased and shot Marco at the same time. It didn't take long for Marco to feel that he was gradually unable to do what he wanted, but he finally flew back to the center of the Whitebeard pirates' territory. Kazuza of the Black Crow pirates and the others were even more surprised when they saw this scene. Their jaws were about to drop to the ground, and Captain Marco couldn't dodge like a chick being chased by a hunter. It's not that Akado's strength really surpassed Marco to an insurmountable level, but the more important reason is that Marco has no intention of fighting. He knew that he couldn't win even if he fought, and this place itself was Whitebeard's territory, and Whitebeard also ordered himself not to fight Akado without authorization. He was only here to investigate, so Marco simply gave up the fight. However, this result is exactly as Kazuza and the others thought, completely becoming the target of Akado's gun, like a chick being chased by a hunter. If other pirates or marines see it, the Whitebeard pirates will. I lost my face. Ah, what an interesting game. Akado replaced the jackal's gun break, with an ecstatic smile on his face. He aimed at Marco's heart several times, but he could dodge it forcibly. It should be said that he is a leader of the Whitebeard pirate team, and Marco is really good at aerial combat too. If the battlefield is on land, he may not be better than the future ace, but if it is on the sea, the outcome will be clear. Who is the guy who wants to take the lives of my lovely children? Suddenly, beside a small island on the right-hand side, a huge white whale ship rushed quickly from behind the island. Akado turned his head and saw a man holding a gun standing on the bow of the big white whale ship. Naginata, white meniscus and white beard, with conspicuous blonde hair, a man of Goda's age. Around him, there are pirates who are famous in the Sea of New World. That's Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Beside him are the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement. Not only that, behind the Moby D *K, the royal ship of the Whitebeard pirates, followed more than 10 pirate ships. All of them are well-known pirate groups in New World. Of course, some of them are famous by the name of Whitebeard. Just as Akado turned his head to observe the Whitebeard pirates driving over, Marco seized the opportunity to land on the Moby D *K, and regained his human form the moment he stepped on the deck. Although most of the injuries were healed with the healing ability of the Phoenix, Marco, who had returned to his human form, still had a lot of blood holes. Sorry, Dad. Marco knelt on the ground on one knee, looking at Whitebeard's back. The medical nurse team of the Whitebeard pirates quickly walked up with the medical kit to stop Marco's bleeding. Hula lala, you've done a good job, Marco, leave it to me. Whitebeard tapped the Moby D *K's bow with the low end of his naginata and yelled at Akado ahead, "Did you kill my son? Snotty brat?" Akado controlled the ship to turn around and slowly moved in front of the Moby D *K, but he thought that due to the huge gap in size between the two ships, Akado, who was sitting on the throne, had to look up to meet Whitebeard. Isn't that too exaggerated, Whitebeard? Whitebeard raised his head slightly, and couldn't figure out what Akado meant when he said this. I'm only here alone, and you're putting on such a big show. Is it because you're afraid that I won't be defeated by one person? Or, the Whitebeard pirates can only win by numbers? Akado crossed his hands on Erlang's knees, and the corners of his eyes swept towards the pirate ships around the Moby D *K. What did you say? Advertisement, how dare you insult the Whitebeard pirates? Hearing Akado's words, many people on the Moby D *K and other pirate ships under the Whitebeard pirates were furious. Among them, some grumpy gunmen raised their guns and shot Akado on the head. Bang! 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 There are more than 10 large pirate ships, and the number of them is as high as thousands. Originally, among the pirates, there were quite a few grumpy ones, because of what Akado said just now, there were more than 30 people on the ship who shot at him in anger. In front of the bullets that fell like a rainstorm, Akado kept smiling and sat in his position, letting the bullets hit his body. In the eyes of everyone in Whitebeard, Akado was instantly smashed into a hornet's nest by countless bullets, and blood dripped along the stone chair on the deck of the iron ship, dyeing it red. Did it succeed? Vista took a step, just in time to see Akado's neck crooked, as if he had died. Suddenly, Whitebeard's eyes froze, and he found out with his knowledge that Akado, who should have died, suddenly regained his breath. Akado, who was covered in blood and still kept tilting his head, suddenly raised his right hand, raised his gun and fired, shooting out with an explosive force hundreds of times stronger than the bullets just now. Qian Zhao, shining light blue flashes. Careful! Whitebeard roared, and suddenly a pure white net-shaped ball emerged from the tip of the naginata. Whitebeard lifted the naginata and swept it away, immediately resisting the bullet that was about to hit his son with a space vibration. The violent roar of space made the sea surface start to shake, and wave after wave set off, shaking all the boats in this sea area. Oh, is that the shock fruit that is said to be the strongest in Paramecia? Akado raised his head. Let's go to the marine and shoot targets, immortal boy. Whitebeard opened his mouth, revealing the big white fang inside and laughed. Is it fun to protect the weak? Whitebeard? Akado laughed back. .127 Confrontation. The Whitebeard Pirates. Without you, I guarantee that the Whitebeard Pirates and your pirates will be completely wiped out by marine and other pirates within 3 years. Such excessive protection of your subordinates will kill your own people sooner or later, Whitebeard. Facing the bullet that bounced back, Akado did not dodge or dodge, and let the bullet counterattack back. He commented on Whitebeard's behavior of protecting his subordinates. Watching my sons die, what kind of father do I deserve? Whitebeard stared at him, whether it was Moby D*K or the other pirates, they all looked at him with extreme enthusiasm and crazy admiration. This is Whitebeard's unique charm, which is why he quickly became the strongest man in the world after Shiki and Roger withdrew from the stage of the era. However, Whitebeard's unique charm has almost become a kind of belief, which has been deified too much. This problem can be seen from the Summit War. At the beginning, the Whitebeard pirates and naval headquarters were evenly divided, but after Whitebeard was recruited, the morale dropped sharply. Get punched by naval headquarters. Needless to say, after Whitebeard's death, if Shanks hadn't stepped in to stop it, the Whitebeard pirates would have been completely wiped out in Marineford. In layman's terms, Whitebeard overprotected his so-called sons, so that these people became too dependent on him. Stop talking nonsense with him, father. A member of the second team of Whitebeard pirates came to Whitebeard, looked at Akado angrily and asked Whitebeard next to him. Let this guy sink into the sea now. We want to avenge Captain Drudge. I agree. The captain of the third team, Joes, raised his hand and ordered that the other party was just a pirate and the enemy of the Whitebeard pirates, which was enough reason to start a war. All naval guns are ready to sink this guy into the sea in one breath. In an instant, the Moby D*K and the 10 pirate ships of the Whitebeard pirates began to turn around, and the black gun ports on the outer wall of the ship began to turn. Advertisement. This is the case in battles at sea, especially in battles between ships. Destroying the ship first is always the first step in the battle. And in this era of devil fruit rampant, sink the ship first, so as to largely avoid fighting with pervert demon fruit power. A ship is roughly calculated to be 5 tin cannons, and there are more than 50 turrets in total, but it is definitely far more than that, because of the angle problem, some Akado has not seen yet. It's really big. I said it all, I'm here alone, do you need to make such a big scene? Facing dozens of turrets, Akado still sat on the chair at the bow of his small boat, with both hands hugging the top of his Erlang's legs and knees. Because of the cover of his sunglasses, people couldn't see what kind of expression he was showing in the end world. Don't say we are despicable, that's how pirates fight, at least we will give you a good time, Vista said, twisting her long curly beard. Captain Vista is right. When you killed Captain Drudge, you should have thought about what would happen to you. If you beg for mercy now, we won't let you go. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself, you can't recruit any companions. Thousands of people yelled together. Akado raised the corners of his mouth, revealing the fangs unique to vampires, and said with a chuckle, I have a lot of companions, about 20,000 people, but you can't see it. Fire. After the order was given, the people on each ship gave their own orders, and countless pitch-black shells hit like a torrential rain. Most people watched this scene excitedly, expecting that in a few seconds, the scene of Akado and his boat being thrown into the sea was born. And a small number of capable people, including Whitebeard himself and the captain, all looked serious. Asking for flowers. Regardless of whether Akado is an ability user or not, he will never be killed so easily. Will the bullets shoot those shells down? Advertisement? Or would you take the initiative to hit him with your body? Or use some strange abilities that you haven't seen before? Just when Chao Zi and others were guessing what kind of method Akado would use to deal with these shells, they suddenly saw that the iron boat under Akado turned red, covered with red eyes. In an instant, Akado's intimidating boat began to move at an extremely fast speed, and its speed on the sea was no less than that of a murloc. Zero fast. What's more, it's sensitive enough. As sensitive as a murloc, even a mermaid. Even Whitebeard's eyes widened slightly because of the speed of the ship. In a blink of an eye, Akado controlled the ship to bypass the Moby D*K, and took the lead in taking the ship next to the Moby D*K with that sharp bow in one breath. 4 times more than the boat was pierced. In a blink of an eye, I saw that there was a huge hole in the bottom of the ship, and the most important, keel, position was damaged to the limit. Well, what speed? Is that still a ship? Simply faster than a Murloc. Everyone on the Moby D*K was completely stunned at this moment, all showing expressions of horror. At this time, Beasta was the first to react, and shouted, "Do you have time to be surprised? Hurry up and save people?" At this time, other people reacted one after another. A ship had sunk. It wasn't the capable person who jumped into the water to save people, but some people threw the life buoy. And Akado was not idle. He controlled his own iron ship, and with that sharp bow, he saw 3 ships under the Whitebeard pirates piercing through in a blink of an eye. No matter how strong you are, it is made of wood, so is it still stronger than steel? Advertisement 128 Akado's Whitebeard open black lens bracket. Please subscribe close black lens bracket. In a blink of an eye, Akado has defeated the first 4 pirate ships of the Whitebeard pirates. He found that Tom had installed a lot of interesting things on his boat. Although he didn't know the kind of steel at that time, the bow seemed to be made of very strong materials, even if it was more than 10 times larger than the boat. It will be fine if your boat crashes through. Whitebeard crossed his hands, raised his eyes, and suddenly crossed his 2 hands, one on the other shoulder, as if he was grabbing something in the air. There were bursts of low growls from Whitebeard's throat, and after 2 seconds, he grabbed suddenly, as if scratching some 600 thing in the air. Everyone get down. Marco, who was covered in bandages, had already returned to the battlefield. When he saw Whitebeard's action, he hurriedly yelled, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates didn't need his reminder, and immediately hugged the next things like the side of the ship and the mast to stabilize his body. Marco's shout just now really reminded the people on the pirate ship outside the Moby D*K. Boom. Accompanied by a devastating loud noise, Akado also immediately realized that something was wrong, because the sea in front of him began to tilt, and the position of the pirate ship that was planning to attack also began to tilt and gradually moved downward. After getting up from the throne at the bow, Akado looked at the surrounding sea, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the ability of the fruit. Around Akado, the positive sea is like a cake placed on the table by Whitebeard. It has been cut into pieces and has irregular inclinations, not to mention myself. Seeing this scene, the other pirates were about to be terrified. The sloping sea surface is incised with smooth pen to pull, irregular heaves and heaves. Advertisement in this move also put a huge distance between Akado's ship and other pirate ships, making it impossible to continue attacking for a while. Can this kind of precise control be achieved before we are old? Feeling the violent shock coming from under the boat, the pirates under the command of Whitebeard pirates lay on the ground one by one and hugged everything around them tightly, and shouted in disbelief. "This is too exaggerated, right? Daddy's shock. It seems that you won't let me continue playing games." Akado sat back on his seat and turned the bow of the iron boat. Because Whitebeard used the ability of shock fruit to tilt and split the sea under the iron boat was pulled into the sky tens of meters high. Therefore, where Akado was, the position looks towards Whitebeard, from looking up to looking down. Then, let's go straight to Wanglong. The latent image controlled the ship again, and under the intense acceleration, Akado's ship was like a dragon crossing a river. Taking advantage of the difference in the height of the current, it rushed towards the Moby D*K and soared in midair. Whitebeard picked up the handle of the Naginata again, and said with a grin, "Snotty brat." The Marine fleet, which is more than 10 nautical miles away, has 10 battleships in a row, wanting to observe the battle situation between Akado and Whitebeard pirates for the first time, but in an instant, there is a huge wave ahead that threatens to take pictures of the sky. Under the astonished eyes of all the Marines, they seem to fall down like ancient giant beasts. Then, what is that thing? Big waves. Marine Vice Admiral, who was in charge of the command, quickly drew his sword and waved his sword energy to try to cut the huge wave. But their sword energy could only weaken the power of the huge wave at best, and they were still swallowed by the huge wave in the end. In just one move, 6 of the 10 warships have been completely sunk. After quite a while, the surviving soldier asked fearfully, "What happened just now, Vice Admiral?" Advertisement Yao, a man in a suit with a mustache, looked in the direction of the huge waves just now, gritted his teeth and said, "Have you finally started?" Whitebeard sees him like this. The Whitebeard pirates have suffered a lot, so they can save him, so outraged. After talking a few words to himself, the man with the mustache had not yet been photographed into the sea and said, "Bring me the phone bug and tell Marshal Kong." Yes. On the dockside of Naval Headquarters Marlene Fando, the crane leading the female soldiers was walking down from the warship, when he suddenly heard the siren sound from the center of the headquarters building to the whole town. He frowned and said, "What's going on?" Hearing Crane's question, a sailor in charge of information transmission immediately raised his hand and saluted. "Report to the Chief of Staff, there is trouble in the Lublum waters of New World today." A hint of wisdom flashed in the crane's eyes. Who is the opponent? "Yes, it's Akado, one of, under the legend," Hai Bing said with his brows furrowed. Obviously, because of this incident, they were very worried about 4.7. Allesia, who was walking behind the crane right, "No, I call her, by who?" Now, when she heard the name, Akado, the focus of her eyes shrank, and she didn't know what was going on in her heart. Bastards who can't be quiet for a moment. Bluebird took Baihu to the recruit department to report that the others went to the training ground to gather for training, and I went to report to Kong Yuanchi. Crane quickly ordered while leading the people to the headquarters building. Bluebird is also the codename of a female sea soldier who is Crane's capable subordinate. Yes, all the female soldiers responded and acted according to his instructions. 129 The battle that shakes the world. When the iron ship flew into the air, Akado released his latent image, put the ship away, and soared into the sky like a huge bloodbat. Such a large ship disappeared out of thin air in such a form, which made Whitebeard stunned, but what was faster was to condense the power of shock fruit on the tip of the naginata, and the white net-shaped shock film covered the tip of the knife. Fiercely Akado pokes away. Do you want to fight with knives? Interesting. One piece of Akado's right hand. In a short time, the irregular plasma condensed into a long strip in his hand, and quickly turned into a giant sword. The moment the weapons of the two sides collided, the power of shock fruit exploded, and the violent aftermath came from between the two blades, shaking the sea surface at the bottom of the ship into waves one after another. Putting a hand on top of his head to withstand the aftermath, Marco stood up with difficulty, ran to the helm to steer, and transferred the Moby D*K to the small island not far away. No matter what, Dad is 21 and is a capable person, so it is not good to fight on the sea. Ordinary enemies can be eliminated with a single swing of the naginata, but this time the level is different, so it is necessary to do so. While the two were fighting with each other, the Moby D*K began to move its bow, heading towards the small island beside it. The giant sword began to crack due to the powerful force on the opposite side. Akado suddenly pulled out a hand while fighting the knife, loaded the gun with his teeth with a click, aimed at Whitebeard's eyebrows and shot away. Whitebeard also freed the other hand that was not holding the knife at the moment Akado pulled the trigger. A pure white ball of light condensed on the fist, and punched. For a moment, Akado seemed to see that the scene in front of him was shattered like glass, and in the next second, his whole body had been smashed into the small island on the other side. After smashing several hills and peaks on the island, he stopped and was set on the top of the fifth mountain. The shock gradually subsided, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates, who were lying on the ground, also got up one after another. At this time, Whitebeard jumped onto the beach of the island, and many people cheered when they saw the scene where Akado was sent flying by Whitebeard just now. Advertisement, what are you happy about? While everyone was cheering, Marco, who was almost half a mummy wrapped in bandages, walked to the center of the crowd and said, "That guy is not dead yet." "No way, Captain Marco. How many people can survive after being hit by Daddy?" The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't believe it. At this time, Josie and Vista also walked to the side of the ship and said, "Did you jump on it without seeing Dad? This is the proof." If the undead Akado is so easy to die, can he still be compared with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin? Coincidentally, at the moment when the two captains spoke, a huge black dog suddenly rushed out from behind a rocky mountain on the beach opposite Whitebeard and bit Whitebeard. Boom! Whitebeard moved his hand horizontally and blocked the upper and lower teeth of the black dog Baskerville with a naginata, keeping his mouth open, but unable to close it. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the black dog's mouth, holding a black pistol in the palm. The members of the Whitebeard pirates obviously did not expect such a trick, and immediately countless people shouted, "Be careful, Dad." General, Whitebeard. After the right hand, Akado's face also protruded from Baskerville's mouth, pulling the trigger of the black dog jackal. The mouth under Whitebeard's beard moved, and an astonishing aura erupted from his body, piercing the sky, forcing Baskerville to retreat for a while, and also causing Akado to make a mistake, and the bullet passed Whitebeard's shoulder. Conqueror's Hockey. Whitebeard inserted the naginata into the red rocky ground beside him, and pressed the air in front of him with both hands, making a movement as if he was chewing something. "I'm Whitebeard. Advertisement, Whitebeard. I will admit that you are the strongest enemy I have encountered so far." There was no trace of fear in Whitebeard's eyes, and if anything, there was only a little confusion and impatience at best. Disgusting. Akado merged his hands into two knives, raised his thumbs to form a rectangular box, facing Whitebeard. The standard is released, and the ability restrictions are lifted. Suddenly, everyone saw a dark red shadow gradually rise above the pile of rubble, and gradually condensed into a human shape. They all knew that it was Akado himself. Can't help but get goosebumps. Hey, what's going on? This thing. Although he also fought against Roger, it was only a small game. Roger didn't use his full strength at all, and Whitebeard was the first enemy that made Akado experience the top of the world. Blood continued to flow out of the rubble, and there seemed to be something strange inside, which made Marco and the others look serious. Akado's body was buried in the rubble, and at the same time, countless rubbles fell from the sky like a torrential rain. The Whitebeard pirates and those on several other ships cheered again. What? No matter how many times it is so spectacular, the ability to shock fruit destroys the world. In the sky and the world, Hockey, who was the only one, released, and the huge destructive force completely shattered everything in front of Whitebeard. In the eyes of everyone, the space where Akado and the black dog with eyes full of eyes began to shatter like glass. It wasn't until there was a sound of shock that Akado, the black dog, and more than half of the area of the island were broken into pieces like building blocks. The moment Akado finished speaking, Whitebeard suddenly saw the space around him darken suddenly, and there were countless huge red eyes around him, staring at him. Suddenly, countless crimson eyeballs like the one on the weird black dog just now covered the pool of blood, and at the same time covered most of the beach, which looked very frightening. 123. ZZZ. Akado in the shadow state uses his deep voice identity. 130. You let me down so much. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Countless hands and pens wearing white gloves like Akado stretched out from the surrounding space, grabbing Whitebeard's feet one after another. Seeing this, Whitebeard swiped the big naginata in his hand and cut off all the arms, but more arms protruded from the space, endless, and it couldn't be solved simply by cutting. Little ones, stand back. After seeing such an astonishing number, Whitebeard's eyes became a little more serious, he crossed his hands, and a weak sound began to come out of his throat, which then became deeper and deeper. Marco and the others were shocked when they saw this, and quickly shouted to the others. Quickly retreat, Dad is going to get serious. When the 7 pirate ships retreated wildly, Akado slowly walked towards Whitebeard. At this time, he lost his red coat and top hat, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and the clothes on his body seemed to be carried by iron nails. It looks like an old mop, but it has a certain power. In front of Akado's chest, there is a huge eye glowing. What's the matter? You haven't made a move for a long time, are you still taking care of those weak people? Akado opened his mouth, revealing the fangs inside. Even though those arms were all around Whitebeard's neck, and the hand knife pierced his skin, but Whitebeard still didn't make a move, and there was only one reason left. Because the pirates haven't been able to retreat in time. The sky and the earth are shaking. Whitebeard thumped his hands suddenly to the sides. Goo! All of a sudden, the shattered cracks in the air climbed several hundred meters into the sky, and 2 seconds later the whole island began to vibrate, and the sea, which had just returned to calm, began to roar again. Although all the ships of the Whitebeard pirates have evacuated from the island, the raging waves still make them a mess on the ship. At the same time, the space created by Akado also collapsed in an instant, countless eyes were shattered into pieces, and they closed their eyes. Whitebeard slammed his right fist with a ball of pure white light, a testament to Shockfruit's abilities. Countless black dogs emerged from the shadows under their feet, like an army composed of dogs. Advertisement: a black dog bit Whitebeard's punching arm first, but Whitebeard ripped it off his arm with the other hand more violently, and along the upper and lower corners of his mouth, slammed it from the corner of his mouth. It was torn in 2 in one go. After the black dog died and the blood spattered, Akado raised his hands, and then swung down suddenly. Countless black dogs rushed forward desperately. Akado's apostle, the black dog Baskerville, can be summoned without limit as long as the life inventory is still there. Woo-ah! Boom! With a roar from Whitebeard, he punched countless black dogs, tearing apart the space, smashing all the dogs like spider veins, causing them to fall to the ground. Under the sense of knowledge, Whitebeard glanced towards his feet. Inside the shadow, a black shadow quickly condensed into the shape of Akado's head, and a large black pistol protruded from it. Dive into the shadows. With all sorts of strange abilities, even Whitebeard, who is over half a century old and has sailed in this sea for countless years, has never seen Akado's abilities. But ability is just a secondary thing. No matter what tricks you come up with, I will follow them. Bang! 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 The jackal fired several shots, hitting Whitebeard almost at 0 distance. A worm. A trick? Whitebeard roared with disdain at the same time, the conquerors bursting out from his body, and the vibration forced the bullet, which was less than 5 meters away, to freeze in midair for half a second. Holding the knife in both hands, Whitebeard slashed fiercely from top to bottom, knocking all 3 bullets into the air, and continued to attack Akado with the power to break through thousands of troops. When there was the sound of Jinming fighting, and Whitebeard looked over again, and Akado had an extra giant sword in his hand to block his naginata. Although the 3 bullets were knocked into the air, the power of the bullets was far beyond Whitebeard's imagination. Advertisement: for a moment, blood splattered in front of Whitebeard's right chest, but Akado didn't feel happy at all. Instead he said inwardly, "So tough." P.S. Let me explain, this book is currently updated 5 times a day. Unless the inspiration is really unstoppable, it is possible to change. Of course, there is also Whitebeard's reason for his son's presence, but Akado just wants to mock him. Akado threw the giant sword aside, and took out the 2 spears again. Overriding hockey. What a nuisance. Whitebeard raised his head slightly, disappointed. It was really the first time someone used this word to describe himself. Whitebeard wiped the wound on Shang's front, and didn't care about anything. The bottom of the naginata hit the ground, sending out a shockwave, which shattered the few remaining stones on the coast. It seems that I underestimated you a little, runny nose Rain. Up to now, you have killed me less than 5 times. This speed is even worse than Kaido. Is it because you like to show mercy when you fight? Or, you have already started now, are you old? Akado said mercilessly. The 2 sides fell into a stalemate for a while, and suddenly, Akado smiled and took the initiative to release the force, allowing Whitebeard's knife to penetrate his body, and the entire body was split in 2 in an instant. Crash, and, for the sake of seeing how hard I work, can I subscribe more? Even though he didn't want to admit it, that little b*** D really made his arms go numb. But 2 seconds later, countless black particles reconnected Akado's body that had been split in half, and Akado pulled out the giant sword on the ground again, and swung it towards Whitebeard's chest. Honestly, you've let me down a bit, Whitebeard. No good, Akado said abruptly. Indeed, in the 2 battles before and after, that lunatic Kaido killed faster. Whitebeard's attack was with hockey, and even Logia, after being hacked like this, would surely die. He used all his strength for that sword just now, but it only cut into the flesh, not to mention the internal organs. He didn't even hurt the bones. 131. Which game is this playing? Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Boom. Seeing the wave after wave coming from the opposite side, the Whitebeard pirates who had already exited the Lublum waters could still see waves of tsunamis coming from them. In desperation, they had no choice but to retreat again and again. The battle is still going on, and their position is already more than 20 nautical miles away from the small island where Akado and Whitebeard fought. But even so, the tsunami generated by shock fruit still shows no signs of subsiding, which proves one thing: the battle is not over yet, and Whitebeard is still fighting. It's going to be all right, Dad. Vista walked over to the side of the boat. He was an absolute Whitebeard loyalist, but even so, he couldn't help but feel worried in his heart. He didn't have this kind of worry when Kaido fought Whitebeard. If Akado and Kaido are at the same level as the world thinks, then Vista and the others wouldn't be so worried. But for some reason, the unprecedented sense of crisis they felt from Akado made them feel worried. This battle is very dangerous. On a small island in the Lublum Sea area, in contrast to Whitebeard's earth-shattering attack on the opposite side, Akado, whether it is bullets, swords, or abilities such as Baskerville or the Hidden Shadow Blood Pool, compares with his momentum. Not enough. To describe it, if Whitebeard's one move can solve the problem of thousands of people, Akado means that one person takes turns to fight. But in this one-on-one duel situation, whether you can kill 1,000 or 10,000 people with one move, the result is still the same. Poof! Whitebeard held the back of his left hand in the air, and the shattered air crack spread to Akado's face. Under the severe pain, blood burst out from the top of Akado's head, but in the next second, his signature crazy smile appeared, and Whitebeard looked up and saw a pitch black the pistol was aimed at his forehead. The kind of tinling guy who hit this kid just now, he is still fine, and he gradually understands why he has such a title. Advertisement boom. The muzzle smoked, and the bullet was fired from the muzzle. Whitebeard twisted his other hand and hit it with a backhand, sending the bullet back to Akado's forehead the same way. In less than 5 seconds, Akado was headshot twice in a row. But to this, as if nothing had happened, he raised his other hand, and Gasser fired, hitting Whitebeard's bare, exposed abdomen. Even with knowledgeable resistance, blood still flowed like a river under the bullets of the rainstorm attack. Whitebeard clutched his abdomen. Although it was only a skin trauma, the pain was still there. Damn boy. Under such circumstances, Whitebeard still laughed, otherwise he would not be worthy of the same title and treatment as Roger. After seeing a strange ability, even if it was him, a hole was opened in the center of his brain, he would definitely die, but this kid, his brain was shattered by his own ability before, and then he was shot in the head by his own bullet. Under such circumstances, they are still alive and well. If they were replaced by other pirates, most of them must have lost their fighting spirit. But there it is. No matter how many times you revive, I'll blow you up a few times. Soon, the small island made a sad, CBBH sound in regular script again, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be pulled down. Akado felt that his body was gradually becoming numb, getting more and more used to Whitebeard's attack. At the beginning, after being killed, he had to buffer a little bit, but now he doesn't feel that way at all. Advertisement: after losing a life, immediately replace another one and continue attacking. More than 20,000 lives were lost in the battle on the Lulushia's continent. Akado is not afraid of anyone in this world. The battle has just begun. 2 days later, the empty hand-to-hand cross was placed on the table. On the opposite side of the desk, an officer was standing in front of him and reported. The report: according to intelligence, the battle between Akado and Whitebeard is still going on, and more Whitebeard pirates, the people from the group, have gathered in the Lublum Sea area, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates must have contacted them. In this way, isn't Akado as a lone ranger at a disadvantage? Standing on the other side of the office, wearing a dark blue suit and hat, a Marine Vice Admiral said. He was in a Chujay situation on all sides, not only fighting Whitebeard, but Whitebeard's men surrounded him. Not necessarily. It hasn't been long since the battle between Red and Golden Lion. Didn't Red run away in the battle with Golden Lion's fleet? And Golden Lion's fleet is still stronger than Whitebeard. Someone immediately disagreed. You can't say that. Akado can't be compared with Red. The person who spoke just now retorted again. The other person didn't express any opinion on this, and looked at Kong Kong and asked, Your Excellency, Marshal, we Marine can't sit idly by on this matter. Boom! Before Sora could answer, there was another knock on the door, and Sora responded with a signal for the other party to come in. The person who entered the door was a Marine Major, and from his clothing, it seemed that he was a member of the Information Transmission Department. Your Excellency, Marshal, there is the latest information about the Roger Pirates. People from the government have asked to put everything aside for the time being and search for the Roger Pirates with all their strength. What? Everyone in the room was shocked. Even Kong, who was the Marshal, did not expect such an order. What kind of game is the government playing? 132 The Roger Pirates fleeing in the air. Open black lens bracket. Subscription close black lens bracket. What exactly is going on? Sora clasped his hands and asked dignifiedly. The major who was in charge of delivering the message turned his body aside, and at the same time, several people in white suits and iron masks walked in outside the gate. When the Marines in the office saw this person, their expressions changed slightly. CPO. What the hell happened? It actually alarmed them all, and from what you said just now, it was just a job of spreading rumors. What kind of information can make them pay attention to this point? Marshal Sora, as I said just now, will focus all of Marine's actions in New World on the Roger Pirates, and leave everything else aside for the time being, which naturally includes the battle between Akado and 123. Whitebeard. A man of normal height, wearing an iron mask that covers the upper half of his face, said lightly. Explain in one breath, CPO. Although the opponent is an agency directly under the government, as the highest representative of naval headquarters, he cannot lose the power of Marine. The CPO staff didn't know whether it was because they really didn't want to provoke Kong or because the time was too urgent, and they were too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and quickly explained. Roger landed on a ruined island called Concordia before. Concordia. Marine, who was a little younger at the scene, all showed puzzled expressions, but a veteran like Sora understood the meaning of the CPO in an instant, because he also signed the document that destroyed Concordia. A country that was brutally destroyed because of suspicion that there was information about the establishment of the world government. After the country was destroyed, it became a deserted island, and now it has been completely wiped off the map. In addition, in order not to make people feel guilty, the government did not allow Marines to guard it. So as long as Marine is not old in age and qualifications, he doesn't know what Concordia is at all. The person from the CPO continued to explain, we re-investigated the roots of the Roger pirates in the past few decades, and found that the places suspected of having historical relics have been traveled by the Roger pirates in the past few decades. One more time, and Concordia, the last one. Advertisement. The others felt confused and didn't know what the B*** D of the government was talking about. Only Sora could understand it, and his face showed unprecedented seriousness. Do you want to say that the Roger pirates have? It's entirely possible. The CPO nodded, and half turned around. The next thing is the content that must not be leaked. Please come to Mariejois and the adults of 5 elders to talk. After speaking, he turned and left the marshal's office. The eyes of all the Marines in the room were focused on Kong. He hugged his hands and closed his eyes without saying a word. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and said, notify the New World G1 and G5 branches that all Marines nautical fleet, all dispatch, and the target is on the Roger pirates. Yes. Everyone in the room stood at attention and saluted. They are Marines who have been promoted to this position through the strictest selection process, and they know what to ask and when to shut up. The CPO says it's top secret. If you dare to ask, it's not cheap, but courting death. However, just 4 days ago, the Roger pirates had just landed in Concordia. The one who brought them here was a member of the Roger pirates, a man named Generos Mokun. 3 years ago, he was a new swordsman who joined the Roger pirates, and was offered a reward of 6,600 squares. In fact, his real name is Andoria Mokun. The real identity of Mokun, like Allesia, is one of the royal families of the Kingdom of Concordia that escaped the catastrophe 20 years ago. The real identity is Alesia's uncle, but Allesia herself doesn't know his real identity, and Mokun didn't expect that his little niece was still alive, let alone that she would become a Marine. Perhaps, this pair of uncles and nephews will never recognize each other in this lifetime. The topic turned back to the Roger pirates. 3 years ago, Roger met a wanderer. As a pirate hunter, he was recruited by Roger's pirate group and joined them. Advertisement. He can't do this kind of thing anymore. Also, I want to subscribe. Don't stop. Mobican was overjoyed and told Roger the location of the last red historical stele, hoping to crack the government's secrets and achieve the goal of revenge for the country. However, when they arrived there 4 days ago, Mokuin rushed there with the Roger pirates, preparing to get the stele out on 2.8. Moreover, I already know the location and usage method of Pluton, one of the 3 major weapons. Don't expect too much from me, the 5th watch is already deadly. After 2.5 years, he was moved by Roger's unique charisma and told him his true identity. The stone tablet inside is also gone, but unfortunately, he knew in his heart that this was impossible. Roger's body was reaching its limit. It turned out that the entrance was damaged and the wound was very new. In the secret room where the historical stele was supposed to be stored, Mokun anxiously asked Roger and Rayleigh next to him. P.S. I saw a lot of reminder tickets today, although it is not a reward, but I am also very happy. Try to do it 6 times. However, Mokun chose to assist Roger and gave him the stone historical stele in the Concordia ruins. He said that he waited for someone to come a step late, and the stele was discovered not long ago, and it has been transferred. However, the whole world is still kept in the dark. And Roger also told Mokun that he had already deciphered the 3rd of the 4 red historical text steles without the government's knowledge, just short of the last one of the Kingdom of Concordia. Now how to do. 133 big news that shocked the world. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. How can Roger, an old man, understand such profound questions? Usually Rayleigh is responsible for such matters. Sure enough, after twirling his short golden beard a few times, Rayleigh's eyes burst into a wise light. Didn't Mokun also say that the destroyed entrance is still very new, which proves that the thing was recently taken away? In this case, let's inquire about the people who have landed near this island. Apart from archaeologists, I think the only people who are interested in this kind of thing and know its existence are the world government. Mokun nodded. Rayleigh is still reliable. If it is the world government, it will cause a lot of trouble wherever it goes. Spying information near Concordia should be able to get a lot of useful information. Under Rayleigh's method, the Roger pirate group inquired about whether any ship had landed in Concordia in the islands around the sea area where the remains of the Kingdom of Concordia were located. Because the current Kingdom of Concordia is in ruins, if there is no special event, no one will be thrown at all. On the 4th day, Shanks, Buggy and Jabba killed a group of gangster pirates. They heard from their mouths that they saw a very fast-pointed ship around the waters of Concordia some time ago. Iron ships, because they have no sails, left a deep impression on them. After Shanks and others got this information, they subconsciously connected this incident with Akado, the protagonist of the Lulushia massacre not long ago. When reporting the information to Roger and the others, Roger, Rayleigh and others had the same thought. If it was Akado, I would have heard about it. He is currently fighting Whitebeard in the Lublum waters. In the tavern in the small island town, Rayleigh asked Roger, swaying his wineglass, how is it? Is there any need to say that? Roger slapped his knees, unfolded his robe, made a gust of wind, and walked out of the tavern door with a smile on his back to his subordinates. Little ones, let's sail, by the way, Whitebeard. If we go in this way, the Golden Lion and the government won't sit idly by, will they? Said the navigator West Carl. Why? Scared? Jabba asked with a smile. Advertisement. Joke. On the other side of the Terracotta Continent, the Holy Land of Mariejois. Naval Headquarters top leader, Marshal Kong just finished his interview with 5 elders and is returning to headquarters from Mariejois. When he just returned to the headquarters, Kong's face was somber, and he issued a secret order. He knew in his heart what kind of disturbance it would bring to this world. Where is Garp now? On the way back to the office, Sora asked the adjutant beside him. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp has returned to East Blue. It is said that he is visiting relatives. An officer next to him replied immediately. The guy who ignores military discipline, call that guy back immediately. How about New World slowing down? According to your wishes, Marshal, all patrol fleets have been recalled and marched towards the location of the Roger pirates. While the two were talking and walking towards the office, suddenly, another sailor ran quickly from the opposite side. After saluting the air, he lowered his head and told the first-hand information about the Roger pirates that he had just obtained. Informed the minister. Roger pirates went to Lublum Sea. The deputy who talked with Sora just now was shocked, and then put a hand on his chin with cold sweat, guessing. Could it be that he wants to take advantage of the Whitebeard pirates' battle with Akado and give Whitebeard a heavy blow? Roger and Whitebeard are also deadly enemies. They have learned in Marine's military books that they watched the fire from the other side and then took advantage of the chaos to make up for it. Roger pirates ran to the place where Akado and Whitebeard pirates fought at this time. It is really easy to think so. But as soon as the adjutant said this, he was vetoed by Kong at the side. Don't underestimate that man. It is impossible for him to do such a thing. Then Marshal, our next plan is. The adjutant cautiously asked for instructions. Advertisement 2. Legendary, ranks, plus a pirate who is now called, under the legend. Such a lineup, it seems that New World's combat power alone is not enough. Even if the headquarters personally adds reinforcements, it will definitely be a super tough battle. So Kong closed his eyes and thought for a long time, then opened his eyes and smiled lightly. What is the most basic way we deal with pirates, have you forgotten? The two Marines were stunned for a moment, then just listened to Kong and continued. Let New World's fleet stand still temporarily, and find a way to disclose Roger's news to the Golden Lion. Keep them dog eat dog. Yes. Goldo Roger violated the government constitution, penetrated the history, and controlled the location of the ancient weapon. Marine will arrest it with all his strength. See Circle Calendar October 22, 1495, is also the 6th day of the battle between Akado and Whitebeard on the small island in the Lublum Sea. Such a good headline news shocked the whole world. The 3 ancient weapons, such things that live in legends, actually exist. Moreover, they are still held by Roger. While everyone was shocked, they did not forget to look carefully at the distribution department at the bottom of the newspaper. As a result, the last line of issued by the World Government Certification, written above, completely convinced people that this matter was true. The great pirate Goldo Roger owns the ancient weapon. In this case, who else in this sea can be his enemy? While the pirates were trembling with fear, the world's evaluation of Roger gradually increased, even temporarily overshadowing Whitebeard and Shiki. What is a fleet? Ancient weapon is the most feared existence, right? 134 Third-party intervention open black lens bracket. Please subscribe close black lens bracket. Lublum Sea, a small island in the sea area of the Whitebeard pirates. Kaka. Looking at the past from a distance, we can see that the air on the surface of the island strangely exudes spider-like cracks, which continue to spread, and then spread again, until finally, the whole island is distorted, and finally, with a loud thunder, the small island unexpectedly it was divided into several halves in one breath, as if a natural disaster had come. Who? After performing a trick that completely split the island, Whitebeard put one hand in front of his chest. Although it is not as serious as the later generations, but he is now over 50 years old anyway, and it is doomed that it will be impossible to make progress in the future, and he can only stand still or even regress. Whitebeard's blonde hair was stained with blood, Akado's and his own. The white robe worn on the back has become tattered, and new wounds can be seen on the body from time to time. How long has it been since the last time you suffered so many injuries? Fight with me, so you don't even have a chance to breathe. A ghostly shadow rose behind Whitebeard, a pitch-black large-caliber pistol pressed against Whitebeard's knee, and with a roar of bang, it pierced Whitebeard's knee. No way, if you don't jump up, Akado's height can barely reach the position of Whitebeard's waist. Whitebeard let out a muffled groan in his throat and was about to fall to the ground, but he clenched the naginata in his hand even faster, supporting that huge body. Lousy is Whitebeard, advertisement with a wave of Whitebeard's naginata, with a powerful shockwave that could shatter the air. He slashed over and shattered the space in front of Akado like glass. In Whitebeard's eyes, Akado seemed to be a photo embedded in glass. Under this blow, the body was completely shattered. However, there was no trace of pain on Akado's face. The crazy smile on his face just stopped for a moment, and then quickly recovered. Resurrected again. Whitebeard thought to himself, this move should have shattered the kid's heart, but he was still able to live like a tiger. Even Whitebeard can't remember the two fighting CB like this for several days and nights, and Akado's resurrection has been shown too many times in front of him, so that Whitebeard is no longer surprised, and only thinks about how to defeat the other party. Suddenly, Whitebeard increased the power output in his hand, opened his fist, and turned into a palm to grab Akado's body. With the huge difference in size between the two, Whitebeard grabbed Akado like a grown man lifting a baby. Whitebeard tossed Akado up heavily, then fell hard to the ground. Shock Fruit's ability was activated. It seemed that he wanted Akado to sink completely into the bottom of the sea. Boom! The land under their feet is less than 1/5 of the size of the island at the beginning, and the rest of the land is destroyed by Whitebeard's ability like a collapsed iceberg fragment along the ocean current. Move! Whitebeard's move was successful. He pressed Akado's head heavily on the ground, and a shockwave unique to Shock Fruit erupted from his palm, creating a deep ditch on the ground. And bury Akado in it. A few seconds later, the energy erupting from the island caused another tsunami, and most of Akado's body was completely smashed into the ditch. From Whitebeard's angle, he could barely see that Akado's body was just stuck between the two islands. So, does it hurt a little bit? Immortal boy, Whitebeard raised his head and growled, turned around and prepared to leave. Although he could make another move to Akado, the island was on the verge of collapse. The ground will collapse completely. As an ability user, of course he can't do this. Whitebeard can't afford to die with the other party. Advertisement however, the core of this island has also been destroyed too much, falling to the bottom of the sea. It must be only a matter of time. However, within a few seconds, Akado's aura changed under the sense of knowledge and knowledge. Whitebeard turned his head to look down at the bottom of the ditch, and then looked at Akado, but saw that the color of Akado's body changed slowly, transformed into a young soldier in armor. Suddenly, a hand tapped Whitebeard's shoulder, as Whitebeard turned sharply and slashed with the naginata. Sparks fly, and a great sword, held by Akado, blocks his naginata. At this time, his bangs covered the hair on the right side, and the exposed eyes and the corners of the mouth were turned up, showing an expression of ecstasy and regret. It's a good trick, but it's a pity, Whitebeard. However, after the failure, Whitebeard didn't show any regrets on his face, and he still smiled rebelliously. Shen is a brat. When both sides took a step back at the same time, a thunderstorm flashed from the dark clouds, and a sudden torrential rain came, as if announcing the continuation of the battle. But at this moment, the two of them turned their heads to look at the side sea at the same time, and saw countless pirate ships slowly approaching in the distance. Whitebeard recognized it in an instant. It was his own Moby D*K, and there were many ships of the pirates under the Whitebeard pirates. But what really caught Whitebeard's attention was a ship with a statue of a goddess on the bow to the left of the Moby D*K, and the man standing on the bow. His lifelong enemy, Galdo Roger. Several miles away from the coast, Roger, who was standing on the Jackson, leapt, and after a flash, he appeared between Akado and Whitebeard. Hi, Roger. Whitebeard's mouth moved under his beard. I haven't seen you for a few years, but I suddenly came here today. What do you want to do? I'm here to stop your fight. Roger stood between the two of them and said every word. 135 Golden Lion Ambush Open Black Lens Bracket 6 For more updates please subscribe Close Black Lens Bracket. Both of you, please be sure to give me face. When Roger stood between the two of them and said this sentence, for some reason Akado felt a very serious sense of déjà vu. After the scene was silent for a while, when they saw Whitebeard was covered in injuries, the Whitebeard pirates who originally wanted to avenge Drudge also shut up. Although Drucci is the captain, in the past battles, the Whitebeard pirates have lost so many people. Whitebeard Edward Newgate is the soul of the pirates. In order to avenge a captain, it is obviously impossible to lose the captain who is the soul. Marco didn't care about revenge now, and said to the medical class and the nurses, "Hey, you guys, hurry up and pick up Dad." The Moby D*K quickly lowered the ship's ladder, and many ship doctors rushed to Whitebeard's side, ready to examine his body. But when a nurse just put the oversized wound patch specially made for Whitebeard's huge body on Whitebeard's wound to temporarily stop the bleeding, unexpectedly Whitebeard waved his hand, tore off the patch, and shouted, "What is this little injury? Do you want to use this kind of thing to win the sympathy of the enemy? Captain, your wound is very deep, don't move around." A nurse stood beside Whitebeard, looking at the shocking wound and said, "*hole. The Whitebeard naginata hit the ground heavily, making a loud noise. "I am Whitebeard." Seeing this, Akado sneered, turned around and walked towards the beach, leaving a sentence saying, "It's better to listen to the doctor's advice more. If you want to save face like this, you will die early." D kid. Whitebeard glared at Akado's back, chose not to continue chasing, turned around and walked towards the Moby D*K, raised his hand and shouted, "Little ones, returning." Oh. The tens of thousands of crew members of the Whitebeard pirates waved and shouted in unison. For them, as long as Whitebeard returns safely, it is enough. Ability Development Degree Complete Vampire Body, 34%. Advertisement Bat Shadow Complete Body 41%. Weapon Gassel LV 5 31%. Weapon Jackal LV 2 44%. Blacklight Virus LV 3 to 86%. Latent Image LV 3 to 87%. Black Dog Baskerville LV 2 to 9%. Akado observes the development value of his own abilities through the immortality system. Roger suddenly appeared in front of him and said to him, "Akado, how about a drink and a chat?" Akado glanced sideways at Roger and almost guessed what Roger was going to do. After putting on the sunglasses, the lenses of Akado's glasses reflected red light. "I just finished drinking." "Very good." Roger yelled towards Rayleigh and the others, "Little ones, have a party." "Oh, have a party. Have a party." On the Moby D*K, after a while of persuasion from everyone, Whitebeard finally received treatment and had an infusion needle inserted into his body. Everyone tacitly did not mention anything about the fight with Akado. Marco presents Whitebeard with today's headlines. After putting down the wine barrel with a handle, which is a wine barrel to ordinary people but only a wine glass to himself, Whitebeard squinted his eyes and looked at the headlines of the newspaper in Marco's hand. After a long time, he squinted and said, "Ancient weapon? Roger that guy." On the other side, half a day later, on the opposite way to the Whitebeard pirate's voyage, Akado also got a copy of today's newspaper from Roger. After reading it, Akado put the newspaper aside and asked calmly, "So, what do you want to talk about?" Roger was sitting opposite Akado, and the pirates next to him were huddled together. Many of them were jumping and screaming. Rayleigh and Mokun sat aside, listening to the conversation between the two. Advertisement. After hearing what Akado said, Roger touched the back of his head. "Aren't you curious, kid? I'm still waiting for you to ask first." "How could it be possible? That's steel, right?" "That's right," Akado said bluntly. "It's not something worth hiding anyway. We found 3 of them 3 years ago, and the 4th one was found out from Mogakuin, but I didn't expect you to take it away one step ahead of time." Asking for flowers. Hearing Akado's words, everyone in the Roger Pirates suddenly looked serious, and the joyful atmosphere of the banquet celebration was instantly overshadowed by the dignified atmosphere of war. The sea area where Akado and Roger Pirates are currently located is the sea area of the Lublum Sea Territory, which is called Aidwall Sea Area, Maru. Rayleigh said to Akado, "You also went to the Kingdom of Concordia before? You took that thing, right?" Rayleigh stared and said, "Of course I would like to ask you to show us the steel. We want to go to the end of the Grand Line. This is the dream of everyone in the Roger Pirates." Roger drank himself a whole bottle of rum. Who else can do such a thing but Shiki? "But not my dream." "Forget it, Roger, you are not good at negotiating, let me do it." West Carl looked around with the binoculars. "The number is 10, no, 20, no, 3, 30, 40. More than 40 pirate ships suddenly descended onto the sea around us." Buggy, who had just put down a chicken leg, shouted in disbelief. "How could there be so many boats appearing near us without a sound? The captain and the others haven't had time to check." After Akado poured all the bottle of rum into his mouth, he looked at the Roger Pirates and said, "If you really want this thing so much, why not try to use the pirate method to grab it?" Does this still need to be said? "So what?" Before Roger could give an answer, the navigator Carl's voice suddenly came from the inspection platform on the mast. "Captain Roger, there are large-scale fleets approaching us all around." But Akado told the truth so simply that Rayleigh and the others didn't react for a while. After a long time, Rayleigh coughed dryly. The slate records the secrets about the establishment of the world government and the location of the end of the Grand Line. According to R, there are 4 pieces of investigations conducted by the Roger Pirates over the years. 136. When did I join you guys? Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Golden Lion Shiki possesses the ability of lion fruit and enjoys the title of world's #1 swordsman. His biggest headache for Marine is the ability to move his ships freely through the sky. And it's not just him alone, or his warship, but the existence that can float a company, more than 50 warships, and more than 10,000 warships in the air, making Marine feel extremely troublesome. It can be said that the Golden Lion was the guy who gave Marine the most headaches before he found out that Roger was studying historical texts. He's more powerful than Roger's easygoing, more ambitious than Whitebeard's wandering, more united than Redbeard's aloof. Originally, Golden Lion has always regarded Roger as his worst enemy. After the last negotiation collapsed in 970, he has been looking for an opportunity to win over Roger, but was rejected. Originally, he was going to look for an opportunity to send him on his way, but through today's newspaper and Marine's deliberate disclosure, Golden Lion already knew that Roger had information about the ancient weapon and where he was in this place. Unable to wait, he immediately used his ability to arrive here. I don't know if it was the Golden Lion's ability that affected the weather, or because the sky was terrified by this meeting of the century. The sky, which was originally a clear sky, was instantly filled with dark clouds, thunder roared, and rainstorms fell suddenly. Before Akado had time to disembark from the Jackson of the Roger Pirates, more than 50 ships from the Golden Lion fleet had already surrounded Roger in the sea area of Aidwall. "Really, don't involve me in your disputes." With an unbearable tone, Akado stood on the side of the boat, looking like he was about to jump off the boat. Seeing that Akado seemed to be leaving, Buggy didn't know where the courage came from, and shouted at his back, "Hey, are you going to run when you see danger?" Akado turned his head halfway, the corners of his mouth raised, and the exposed fangs startled Buggy. "When did I become with you?" Advertisement. After speaking, Akado spread his hands and jumped down with his whole body. Buggy and other trainee pirates quickly put their hands on the side of the boat and looked down. I don't know why, Akado's ship has parked beside the Jackson. When I waited for someone to look over, Akado was already sitting on the throne of the bow very securely. Head in the opposite direction from the Jackson. On the main ship of the Golden Lion fleet, there is a rhubarb golden lion head on the bow of the warship. The beard, sideburns, and hair are completely golden. A man in a samurai kimono stands on it, majestic. Beside him, a member of the Golden Lion pirates holding the binoculars ran over and said, "Boss, there is a ship with a strange shape that has left the range of the Roger Pirates and is approaching the periphery. Do you want to sink it?" The Golden Lion, who was smoking a cigar, frowned. "Will it be Roger? Who among them escaped? The men I know are not like that." No, it's Akado from Under the Legend," reports from subordinates holding binoculars. "Oh, the kid who just fought against Whitebeard and survived the battle, so happens to be with Roger," Golden Lion suddenly realized. "Then boss, we should." Facing the sudden appearance of Akado, and such a high-level enemy, the subordinates couldn't make up their minds for a while, so they could only leave it to the captain to judge. Pretend you didn't see it, it's just a kid called, under the legend, I'm not interested right now, this time my target is only Roger, Golden Lion said heroically. The meaning is simple, regardless of Akado. Yes. Captain Roger. Seeing the fleets of fleets around him, Buggy held his head in his hands, tears and snot flying, and said, life is the most important thing. Let's go to the Golden Lion for now. Advertisement originally, there was Akado, and he thought that the chances of winning would be one more point, but this guy left without considering the feelings of the banquet. It was thought that Golden Lion might attack Akado, but Akado was forced to fight, which is also a good thing. But seeing that Golden Lion didn't care about Akado's departure, Buggy completely collapsed. You've become so hacked that you can't even kill yourself. What's there to be afraid of? Shanks on the side teased Buggy boldly. There are many weaknesses, idiot. Buggy bared his teeth and shouted. Believe in the Golden Jackson built by Tom. Rayleigh folded his hands, looked at Roger's back, and sighed. Roger's time is running out. At this time, Roger was standing on the bow of the Jackson, and Shiki on the opposite Golden Lion opened his hands, holding a cigar and shouting. How many times do I need to say that? Roger, all you need is the ancient weapon you have mastered. The whereabouts, as well as my strength, plus the perfect plan I have constructed for many years, I will be able to rule the world in no time. As he said that, Shiki clenched his fist and said excitedly, be my right arm, Roger. I'm not interested in ruling, Shiki, if you don't do what you want, what are you doing as a 0.1 pirate? Roger's vaguely estrous face was full of rejection, and he shouted, no matter how much pressure you put on me, I will reject your proposal, Golden Lion. Then you mean, let me kill you here right now, right? Golden Lion already knew that it was impossible to continue the conversation, and issued the final customs clearance document. It means to defeat you all, Roger responded with a knife. All of a sudden, the sound of bombardment and the fighting of the crowd rang out. A few miles away, Akado folded his hands on his knees, staring at the sea in the distance, and said with a chuckle, okay, let me watch this good show. 137 Unprecedented Battle Open Black Lens Bracket Subscribe Close Black Lens Bracket Crack Boom Boom. A thunderbolt struck the dark clouds in the sky, indicating the start of the war between the two most powerful pirate forces, the Golden Lion Fleet and the Roger Pirates. Countless shells rushed towards the Jackson from the black guns of the Golden Lion Fleet. But Rayleigh, Jabba, West Carl and others resisted one after another. Although Shanks and other trainee pirates are not strong enough, they have a newborn calf who is not afraid of the impact of tigers, facing countless flying shells. Choose to stand in front of Rayleigh and others, but tell them to attack the Shiki pirates actively. Akado sat on the bow of the boat, watching the terrifying battle in the storm, letting the rain mixed with hail hit him, with the same crazy smile on his face, and continued to watch the whole battle. The battle lasted for half an hour, and the gap gradually showed. Even though the Roger pirates were a cloud of masters and belonged to the elite pirates, they still couldn't stop the joint attack of the opponent's 50 warships. In midair, the weapons of Roger and Golden Lion collided together, creating waves after waves of rain in the sky. Have you seen 21? Roger, the outcome has been decided. I won? Golden Lion signaled Roger to look down. At this time, the situation of the battle has become one-sided, and the Golden Lion fleet is about to win a big victory. My answer remains the same, Golden Lion, or just kill me here, Roger said without hesitation. Okay, I will fulfill you. Boom. Akado was shaken by the violent shock for a moment, and when he fixed his body, he found that the boat he was sitting on was already tens of meters high, as if he was standing on 10 seats and looking down at everyone. This is a strong sense of sight compared to the previous battle with Whitebeard. When Akado looked to the side, he found that there was indeed a huge wave. Compared with the tsunami caused by Whitebeard with the shock fruit before, it was not inferior at all. Overshadowed trend. Boom, boom, boom. Advertisement: the tsunami under the Akado boat was just the first wave, and it was still small. Soon, one after another, there were even tsunamis as high as more than 100 meters, like a hunter aiming at the prey, one after another towards the central location. Both Golden Lion and Roger were photographed. Whoa 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 whoa. What is that? Buggy, who barely blocked the opponent's bombardment with his chop fruit ability, saw the tsunami from the surrounding prehistoric monsters, as if it was the end of the world. Even when more than 50 warships from the Golden Lion appeared at the same time, he wasn't frightened like this either. At this moment, Rayleigh drew his sword and stood at the bow of the ship. The head of the mermaid at the front of the Jackson had been smashed to pieces. Seeing the tsunami that was about to engulf the sky, Rayleigh smiled for some reason. Executive Captain Rayleigh, what are you laughing at? We are doomed, if we don't deal with that huge wave. Seeing Rayleigh's smile, a crew member couldn't help shouting. Isn't it nice? Rayleigh stared squarely at the giant wave that engulfed the sky, and said with a chuckle, I'm not blind yet, knowing that if I continue to fight, I will definitely be defeated by the Golden Lion. This huge wave may bring a turning point to this war. As Rayleigh said, this unprecedented wave will push the Roger pirates to the brink, but so will Golden Lion's fleet of more than 50 warships, who are also in the same position. Seeing that the huge wave was about to swallow everything, more and more people under Golden Lion shouted to Golden Lion. Boss Shiki. Hurry up and use your ability to escape. Boss Golden Lion, hurry up, the waves are coming. Shiki stood on one of his boats, looked at the huge waves that were about to hit, gritted his teeth and said, damn, if I could fly, I would have flown. Everything came too suddenly, too fast. Under the orders of the world government, Marine took the lead in targeting the Roger pirates. If we now describe the 8-volume sea area as a flower, the Roger pirates and the Golden Lion fleet are completely in the flower core surrounded by the surrounding as petals, and the petals of the huge waves are gradually closing, even if the Golden Lion controls his own fleet flew up, and he couldn't escape the swallowing of Chen Lang. A few hours later, Naval Headquarters Marlene Vando received the news that during the Battle of Aidwall, the Roger pirates and the Golden Lion fleet were engulfed by huge waves rarely seen in a century, and the people on both sides were completely dispersed. 727 and was involved in the sea. Advertisement in this ship, yes, save those with abilities first. That's not what it means, Sengoku growled, but the only answer was Garp's heartless laugh. After boarding the boat, Sakazuki and Kuzan followed behind him. Ah, it's okay, the credit is all yours. Garp waved his hand. Researching government history is a felony, let alone Roger who has mastered ancient weapon. Get rid of him first, after all, the opponent is Roger. Mr. Garp won't sit idly by. The flying squirrel said with a smile. This is a big move that Marine hasn't done in several years, and it's exciting to think about it. Oh, did Sengoku Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp go out at the same time? Hua Xiaoshan asked with a cigar in his mouth. Akado and his ship were at the top of the flower petals at this time, looking down at the pirate ships that were as small as ants below, and said with a grinning grin. Forget it, if you die like this, you can only consider yourself unlucky. In an instant, the petals closed and swallowed everything in the middle. At present, the calculation of the damage of both sides cannot be done, but what is certain is that this war can no longer continue. Never let go. Roger yelled at the moment the waves fell, and Shanks, worthy of being Buggy's good friend, grabbed him by the back of the neck the moment the waves fell, no matter how the other party struggled. Marlene Fando went to the pier of New World. Sengoku was sitting on the side of a warship, behind him was Bluzolino, and shouted to Garp who was about to board the pier below. Garp, Shiki's business is for us to take over, you go back. That's too late. 138 very looking forward to open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Sengoku Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp, Suru Chief of Staff, plus the future Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji, as well as the Vice Admiral of the other part of the headquarters, it can be said that this is the most luxurious lineup of Marine at present. Now they have only one task to do, to capture the members of the Roger pirates who were defeated by the Golden Lion in the Battle of Aidwall. Although only in terms of military strength, the Golden Lion is the existence that should be solved in a limited way, but the blame lies in the Roger pirates researching historical texts. If they found the things in the ruins of the Concordia kingdom before, maybe Roger the secrets of historical copywriting have been cracked. This made people in the world government, including the 5 elders, anxious to stop the Roger pirates. It just so happened that they suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Aidwall Sea area, and this is a good opportunity to beat the dog in the water. After just getting the battle over, Marine dispatched the strongest lineup in the first place. Of course, it wasn't just the Marines from the headquarters that were sent out. It still took a long time for Garp and the others to rush over from the headquarters in the first half of the Grand Line. Before that, New World's Marine branches G1 and G5 sent their fleets first. When the current base chief of the G1 branch, Kalia Shibel, led 2 970 warships to the waters of 8 volume, the first thing he saw was the wreckage of countless warships, as well as corpses lying on the wreckage from time to time. Shibel frowned, and suddenly saw the few remaining battleships in the distance running away in the opposite direction. It seemed that they were the warships of the Golden Lion pirates. According to intelligence, the Golden Lion dispatched more than 50 warships in this war, and now there are only 5 degrees left. Just as Hill was about to give the order to launch an attack, suddenly the 5 warships gradually began to float up into the sky. Ability of Golden Lion Fruit, Medium, Vice Admiral. Suddenly, a sailor ran to Zybel and saluted. At 3 o'clock, there is also a pirate ship. Shibel stared. Is it the Roger pirates? What's the situation? Advertisement. No, yes, it's Akado's ship, the undead Akado's ship, the sailor replied. He's actually here. Shibel's face changed slightly. This mission is to capture the Roger pirates. The government has issued a death order, and everything else can be ignored. In short, it is to capture the Roger pirates with all their strength. Is it just because the other party has ancient weapon? But even so, there is no need to issue such an order, right? Vice Admiral, Roger's pirates have not been found. Do you want to search immediately? Immediately, other sailors asked Hill for instructions. Certainly. Shibel waved his arm. Immediately search the entire sea area, and everyone in Roger's pirate group must be caught. Go over there. Just the second after Zybel gave the search order, a voice suddenly entered the ears of the Marines. Subconsciously looking in the direction where the words came from, everyone was shocked. The iron ship, which was still a few nautical miles away, suddenly appeared next to the warship. Akado, who was offering a bounty of 500 million, was sitting on the chair at the bow, his head slightly raised, and he glanced at Shibel from the corner of his eye under the sunglasses, pointing his head to the left side of the front. Aren't you looking for the Roger pirates? Over there, go. Your Excellency Vice Admiral. All of a sudden, the sailors on the ship couldn't help but looked at Shibel, waiting for his instructions, and they didn't know what to do now. As a Marine, if you see a pirate, you should arrest them immediately. As a veteran with more seniority than Sengoku and Garp, CBCB, naturally understands this better. If it weren't for the government's death order, he would have ordered people to attack Akado. Walking to the side of the ship, Zybel squinted his eyes and looked at the iron ship a few meters lower than the warship. What are you planning? Advertisement Akado's sitting posture remained unchanged, and he looked away. If you don't leave, you won't be able to catch either Golden Lion or Roger. After saying this, Akado stopped explaining and controlled the iron boat to leave. Sheeble Vice Admiral, do you want to arrest them? A gunner asked Sheeble for instructions. Do you think our current forces can catch Kaido? Habal asked back. The meaning is very simple. With the current combat power, Kaido can't catch it, let alone Akado. Sheeble is not the type of Sakazuki who would chase after and kill him when he sees a pirate, and now uses the orders from the headquarters as the first action force. Turn the bow of the ship and head towards 10 o'clock. Zybel gave instructions. Do you really want to listen to that pirate? The direction Sheeble pointed was exactly what Akado pointed just now. Although there were still many soldiers on board who were dissatisfied, they obediently obeyed. As the existence of the same seniority as Marshal Kong in the current marine, Zybel, not to mention strength, even in terms of seniority, Sengoku and Garp will give 2 points of face. How dare they disobey? Akado, sailing to another sea area, poured the wine he got from Roger's pirates into the wine glass, and at the same time recalled the conversation he had with Roger 2 hours ago. That was when Roger first escaped from the waves. Interesting, I can give you something. Sitting on the seat of his own boat, Akado said to Roger, who was more than 3 meters away. Why did you suddenly decide to give it to me? Because Roger had just escaped from the huge wave. Roger was covered in water, and he was very puzzled by Akado's sudden decision. I have witnessed your luck with my own eyes, and it is no good to put this stone here, so I will give it to you, but I will return it when the time comes. The storm gradually calmed down, but the breeze blew by, and people still couldn't help but get goosebumps. I'm looking forward to it, very much, Tianfan's expectation. Akado showed a happy smile on his face. I look forward to the arrival of the new era. Hurry up and come. 139 I only live for pleasure. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. See circle calendar 1495. The Battle of Aidwall ended with Roger fleeing and Golden Lion was seriously injured. Afterwards, Marine dispatched the highest combat force, including Sengoku, Garp, and many pillars of Marine in the future, but was eventually escaped by Roger pirates. After the investigation by the CP organization, Roger has fully grasped the secrets of the establishment of the world government. For this reason, 5 elders and high-level government officials are worried, and they put more troops on the Roger pirate group, while ignoring the other New World pirates. Hunt down. All of a sudden, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin in Under the Legend took advantage of this time to rise at an unimaginable speed. On the other hand, Akado, the last person in Under the Legend, intervenes in wars between countries from time to time, killing countless people, and is known as the extremely rare murderer in the history of the pirate, 007. As for Akado's view, a person who dares to take up arms to kill people is equivalent to having the consciousness of being killed, no matter whether the person who kills him is a person from an enemy country or a third-party intervener. Months passed quickly. See circle calendar 1496. The Kingdom of Ormless in the New World. In this hot desert country, the harsh environment has created the tenacity of the people living here. Because of the scarcity of resources, everyone has taken up arms, and the wars continue all year round. After Akado intervened in this war, the war in this country ended, but at the same time the country was on the verge of destruction. On this day, the Roger pirates landed in this country and at the same time found Akado, who had just ended the war here. In a gloomy old house, as the door was opened, Akado, who was sitting inside with his legs crossed, raised his eyes to glance at the door, and a deep voice came out from the throat. Now you are being chased around by the Marine and the government. What are you looking for me for? It was Roger Rayleigh and his party who appeared at the door. After hearing Akado's words, Roger turned sideways and put something wrapped in linen at the door. Judging from the size and the shape drawn by the linen-wrapped hook, Akado had already guessed what it was. I have completely deciphered the content above, and the next step is the 10 islands named Raftel at the end of the Grand Line, Roger said proudly. Really? Come on. Akado didn't know whether it was sincere or perfunctory. Roger turned around to look around the dead country, and then turned to look at Akado. How many countries are you destroying because of your involvement in the war? Advertisement during this period, because of Akado's intervention, the war was forcibly suspended. Although there were war emperors who had to give up the war because of this, there were more countries that had to fight for the sake of the country. Because of Akado's intervention, the country is facing the disaster of subjugation. Committing such a felony should have been caught and run away by Marine long ago, but because of the government's strict order, Marine's target was entirely on the Roger pirates. Eventually Kaido, Charlotte Linlin's territory expanded rapidly, and even Akado was having a good time. When you pick up a weapon, you must have the awareness to be killed. It's strange that I do this. Akado replied calmly, and then said, you can go. For Akado's obvious expulsion order, Roger did not show any anger or other emotions, but said, are you interested in visiting the island of Yen together? Hum. Akado's body twitched while laughing. I am different from you. The secrets of world government, ancient weapon, or grand line, these are all meaningless to me. Saying that, Akado rested his head on the back of the chair. Everything I have done so far is just for pleasure, no matter what it is. I am not interested in what you want to do. What I am interested in is what will the world look like after you start a new era. Captain. Garp's ship has landed on the coast. Let's go quickly. A crew member of the Roger pirates outside the door shouted anxiously. Oh, it seems that we have been chatting for a long time. Roger turned around and left quickly with Rayleigh and the others, leaving only the stone tablet that Akado brought from the ruins of the Kingdom of Concordia. From what Roger said just now, it sounds like he has cracked some secrets. HMPH, Boring. Akado released his latent image, took back the steel, closed his eyes and meditated, and said to himself, "Finally, the era of great pirates is coming." See Circle Calendar 1497 advertisement phosphorus monosulfide. Who cast more than 40 reminder votes in one go? I don't know if I'm not inspired and tired today. The Roger pirates arrived in Lavard and got the legendary treasure, One Piece, which was called One Piece by the world. Latent image LV 431%. It's a pity that I can't use Dead River to fight you one last time before you die, One Piece. Weapon. Jackal LV 318%, Black Light Virus LV 422%. On the other side, in the New World continent, Akado ignored the shocking event and was buried by countless masters in New World. He was called the absolutely unkillable Monster E. On a certain battlefield in the New World, Akado sitting on a mountain of corpses is like a king returning from hell, and what is blown away by the strong wind is today's newspaper. Bat Shadow full body 77%. During the disappearance of Roger's pirate group, facing Marine's pursuit, he singled out 10 Marine warships and sunk them all, and the bounty was close to that of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The Roger pirates disappeared mysteriously for several months. When they reappeared, they arrived at the starting point of the Grand Line without anyone noticing. The world was shocked. Ability development degree in just 3 years, he has fought Kaido, Whitebeard and other monster-level pirates continuously and has never lost. At the same time, this also means that the Roger pirates have completed the feat of driving the Grand Line that no one has done since the Age of the Sea. Weapon Gassel LV 6-4%, Black Dog Baskerville LV 329%. A few months later, the Roger pirates disbanded secretly, and all members disappeared mysteriously. No one knows where they went in 3.0. Complete Vampire Body. 66% 143 Monsters Open Black Lens Bracket Subscription Close Black Lens Bracket. See Circle Calendar late 1498. In less than half a month, 2 major events that shocked the world happened in the world. One is the capture of One Piece King Goldo Roger, and the second is the capture of Golden Lion Shiki. No one knows exactly how One Piece was captured, but it was reported in detail that Golden Lion was captured by Sengoku and Garp because he broke into Marlene Vander alone. Originally, in this era, Marine had a slight advantage over pirates, and 2 pirates at the top of the era were caught in one breath. There is no doubt that this greatly frustrated the spirit of pirates and made Marine very excited. It was also announced that Roger's execution would take place a week later in the town of Rog, East Blue, where he was born. Based on this time, it is impossible for Garp and Sengoku, who are in the headquarters, to personally supervise the execution. Because the new world has already started to vibrate, and the 2 of them need to guard Ma Linfan for more than 21 years. The reason is that the trio of, under the legend, currently in New World, Akado the Immortal, Kaido of the Beasts, and Big, on the 3 of Mom Charlotte and Linlin. On the afternoon of the day when Golden Lion was arrested, in naval headquarters, Sengoku, who was admiral, received a message from the secret intelligence agency of the world government. The female pirate of, under the legend, Charlotte Linlin sent an invitation letter to invite 2 other people, namely Akado and Kaido, to attend the tea party she held. It's no secret that Big Mom has a habit of throwing tea parties, but the crux of the matter is that she's meeting 2 other big pirates this time, and it just so happens to be Roger. After Golden Lion was arrested one after another, it was such a sensitive period. Now, it's hard to predict what Big Mom is doing. Advertisement. Originally, the 3 of them were destined to become the pillar-level pirates of the next era. It is definitely not a good thing to gather together when the era of One Piece is coming to an end. Garp. There you go. In the naval headquarters round-table meeting room, Sora waved his hand. Garp led the army to go to those 3 freaks. Sengoku suppressed Marlene Fando in the headquarters, and I personally went to Roger's execution, lest Rayleigh or Jabba try to rob the execution ground. Action. Sengoku folded his hands and said in a deep voice, "A man like Roger turned himself in. I guarantee that he has absolutely no intention of running away, but it's right to prevent Shishi from doing so." Crane glanced at Garp, who was sleeping soundly next to him, and crossed his hands on his chin. Even if they're slightly inferior to Roger and Whitebeard, those 3 guys are not easy to attack, even if Garp goes into battle in person. Of course I know they're not so easy to deal with. Garp's role this time is just an insurance policy. Kong said in a deep voice, "The most important thing at the moment is Roger, to guarantee the smooth progress of the execution and to send him on the road, as long as the 3 freaks in, under the legend, don't cause trouble for me. After Roger and Shiki are settled, lots of time to cook them." The Marshal is right. As soon as the empty words fell, a rear admiral sitting in another seat couldn't wait to say, "Mr. Zephyr is constantly sending new talents to our Marine, and after only 1 week, Roger will die, and Golden Lion will also be sent to the Marine Corps. Going to prison will definitely hit the spirit of the pirates, and finally our Marine era will come." Everyone nodded tacitly in their hearts. That's right, once Roger died, Golden Lion was imprisoned. Red, who was at the same level as the 2, was just a lone ranger, and New World was only a Whitebeard, which was a little trickier. Although the 3 freaks of, under the legend, are a powerful new force among the pirates, how can they be compared with the steady stream of newborn Marines cultivated by Zephyr? Sakazuki, Kuzan, Paluzolino, Momosagi, Flying Squirrel. Countless new Marines, will they lose to those 3 freaks? Advertisement. Thinking of this, even Sora felt a burst of excitement in his heart. Secretly clenched his fists and said hollowly, "Roger, your death will bring the era of pirates to an end, and the next will be the era of Marines. Wake up, you bastards of the sea." Yes, it is precisely because Roger's execution is so important that he, the marshal, went there in person to ensure nothing goes wrong. In an island city in New World Dao, Akado is sitting on a sofa in a nightclub, surrounded by beauties of all colors. Hey, that's Akado, one of Undertale. The other PR Street * youths in the nightclub had good eyesight, and soon someone recognized Akado. Hey, isn't that the great pirate who offered a bounty to Super 6? It's far more than that. I heard that he has repeatedly intervened in wars. Now there are national leaders offering a reward of 1 billion on his head in the underground black market. 250. When One Piece is about to be executed, why is he here? Idiot, once One Piece dies, and Shiki is also arrested, the status of the three of them, under the legend, will rise in an instant, so what's so strange about being happy now? During the discussion among the people in the nightclub, there were at least 5 tall and good-looking women beside Akado who hurriedly toasted him in turn. In addition to Akado's appearance and his generous sales, the owner had reminded them of Akado's identity relationship. Master Akado, please enjoy. In fact, a pale blonde woman with long hair parted in the middle was about to open a glass of new wine, when suddenly Akado hugged her and bit her neck. Gradually pale, when Akado let go and returned his body to the sofa, he collapsed to the ground. Akado spit out a little blood from his mouth, and with his evil face, he looked like a vampire written in an ancient book, and said to himself with an impatient expression, "In this era, it is more difficult to find a virgin. Gold is troublesome." 141 Invitation from Big Mom. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. For vampires, or for Akado, the blood of virgins is barely a snack for him. Although it can turn virgins into vampires, it can also kill them at the same time. Although it is not known if she is still alive, just as someone in the store wanted to carry the blonde girl away, the door of the nightclub was opened, and a person over 2.5 meters tall walked in. Such a huge figure, coupled with his body that looks like a circus clown, instantly attracted the ideas of many people in the store. Behind him, there are still many people who seem to be subordinates. When someone saw this wizard-like figure with a top hat and a sharp nose, who seemed to come out of a fairy tale, they subconsciously whispered, "Charlotte. Perot. That's not Charlotte. Perot." Beside him, a man with a fake face turned his head to look at his horrified face. "Charlotte? Isn't that?" "Ah." The man who started talking nodded in astonishment, put his head on the bar, and said in a low voice, "Same as that Akado, also known as, under the legend, the eldest son of Charlotte Linlin, offering a reward of 246,000 a million pirates. What is this for? Isn't it a declaration of war? Damn, you have to find a way to escape quickly." Dressed like a wizard in a fairy tale, Ross Perot, who wore a long robe with candy as buttons, walked to the opposite side of Akado's seat, glanced at the blonde-haired bartender lying aside, and stared at the unhappy Akado for nearly 2 seconds. He put down the giant lollipop with the height of an adult in his hand, and said with a strange smile, "Tim hee, mister. Akado, are you in a bad mood? It's true that the level of women in this small town is too low, and I'm afraid they don't suit your taste." Akado poked out his head, wiped away the last bit of blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head slightly. "Oh, if you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I can kill you now, clown." Ross Perot's smile suddenly froze, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from his temples, and he placed a letter with a cake pattern on the wine table in front of Akado. Advertisement. This is an invitation letter specially prepared by our mom to invite Mrs. Akado. The tea party will start a week later. We will definitely prepare the best and pure female receptionists during the period. As he said that, Ross Perot took off the colorful top hat filled with lollipops, drew it across a crescent moon in the air, and finally put it on his chest, showing his disgusting big shy head when he smiled. "Please be sure appreciation, Akado-sama." Pei Ross Perot then turned around and walked out of the nightclub, shouting to the crew members of the other Big Mom pirates outside the door, "What are you waiting for? The mission is completed. Retreat. Retreat." 3 monsters under the legend. One of the Big Moms sent an invitation letter to the others. Akado. Those in the nightclub who witnessed this scene felt that they had discovered the big news, and at the same time, like Marine, kept wondering what the Big Mom was up to. Akado took apart the one on the table and took a look. A week later, in Cheese City, a meeting of 3 monsters will be held, hoping to have a wonderful tea party. Invite the 3 monsters, that is to say, did the old woman call all of them? Humph. Hee. Ha 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 ha. Akado then crushed the letter into powder, first chuckled lightly, then gradually raised his head and laughed wildly, scaring the legs of the other people in the nightclub. After gulping down the last bottle of red wine on the table, Akado threw it on the ground, and after a shattering sound, Akado walked to the bar and said to the nervous bartender who was almost speechless, "The rest of the wine, take them all." Yes. The bartender replied nervously, and hurriedly asked his colleagues to put the wine bottle by bottle into the box. One Piece is going to die. What will this world be like? Seeing Akado's smiling face, all the third-rate pirates present thought with lingering fear. Advertisement on another island in New World, which is a base of the Kaido Pirates Territory Island. After Kaido drank a whole barrel of wine, he said in a trembling voice, "Damn, the information I asked you to inquire about hasn't arrived yet?" "It's here, boss." A subordinate of the Kaido pirates wearing an iron mask walked up to Kaido, bowed his head respectfully and explained, "According to our reliable investigation, Akado is indeed heading towards Cheese City. The undead B************ D is going too, so that's interesting." Kaido put down the wine barrel and smashed it on the wine table, smashing the table instantly. "Let's go. For the sake of something interesting, I'll go and have a look." Kaido propped up his tall body and began to walk halfway towards the pier of the island. A group of subordinates of the Kaido pirates followed behind him, discussing in a low voice. Don't you care how old you are? One Piece's execution? The boss is not interested in people who are going to die. When he knew that Roger was arrested, he scolded him for a long time, saying that such a guy would be caught by the incompetent Marine. You, Hao Jiao, guys, stop talking nonsense and call all the elite crew. The other party is Big Mom and Akado. Although Kaido is used to acting alone, it is only when he has nothing to do and has nowhere to go. When he acts purposefully, he will still lead his subordinates. After all, it's going to the Big Mom's banquet, let alone. P.S. Let me tell you, because Filu newly stipulates that the advertisement post exceeds the limit, so I don't reply frequently to book reviews, so I can add a skirt and put it on the top. I'm getting out of the recommendation, so I need everyone to subscribe and support, please. Finally, the picture of 3 monsters in the previous chapter belongs to my buddy P. I plan to ask him to draw the next one. If you have any good suggestions, you can give me a picture. The previous picture of Akado sucking Hancock's blood has been banned. You can find it and look in the skirt. 142 Misunderstood by God. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe close black lens bracket. Dracula D. Akado Kaido of the Beasts. Charlotte Linlin. These 3 people are known as the 3 who will definitely succeed the Great Pirate after the death of One Piece, and they are collectively referred to as the 3 monsters. Unlike Kaido and Big Mom, who have huge subordinates, Akado, as a lone ranger, can enjoy the same level of status as the 2. The biggest reason is that he has twice tied with the big pirate who stood at the top of the era and survived. Even Kaido, after fighting once, stopped because Whitebeard couldn't kill him after he drove him into the bottom of the sea, and Kaido lost, faithful but couldn't be killed. If the 3 fight alone, the winner is most likely to be Akado. Everyone in the world has this idea, but at the same time, there is also this idea. When the 3 monsters fight each other, the first one to lose will be Akado. Even so, the Lone Ranger, who is known as the Lonely Red, whose strength is on par with Whitebeard, Roger, and Golden Lion, is far behind the 3 of them in terms of bounty, because he does not have 650 powerful subordinates and extensive influence. When the death sentence of One Piece was announced, 2 things were about to happen. The first thing was naturally the death of One Piece Goldo Roger. The second thing is the tea party where the 3 monsters will gather in the Big Mom's territory, Cheese City. 200 nautical miles to the north of the island where Cheese City is located, on 15 large marine warships, one of the ships had a bone-biting dog's head on its head. A marine seaman first class experienced Garp wearing a dog's head hood, Vice Admiral Garp, according to the news sent back by the investigation team ahead. The one who entered Cheese Island first was Kaido, one of the main monsters. Leading his subordinates, it is estimated, 200 people. Such a small person, it's really the Kaido boys style. Garp sat on the recliner, yawned and said, Kaido doesn't like to lead his men, it's not for fighting, and it's completely expected to bring such a few people. Garp absently munched on the senbei while thinking about what Roger had said to him in prison, see bad. At this time, there is only 1 day left before the execution of One Piece in East Blue Rock Town. Advertisement. Of course Garp knew why Sora didn't allow him to go, but forget it, he didn't have much desire to go anyway. Roger's son. While Garp was thinking, he took a new senbei and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, Kuzan reminded him, Mr. Garp, you ate the plastic bag. Through the projection of the videophone bug, Garp is watching the broadcast about the town of East Blue Rog. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning, and there are still hours before the execution of One Piece in Rog Town in the afternoon. Report. The Marine who just reported to Garp yesterday that Kaido arrived in Cheese City quickly ran to Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. Akado, one of the 3 monsters, has also arrived. Garp just said, and then there was nothing more to say. Vice Admiral Garp. The soldier reminded anxiously. After Garp took a sip of water, he patted the young sailor on the shoulder. What's the rush? The task is to prevent them from making trouble or saying something. Just let them go if they talk about family matters. Chant. No, it's impossible for these 3 monsters to gather together to chat with each other, right? All the sailors on board complained frantically in their hearts. One Piece was suspended for 1 day after being executed, and was gathered by 3 big pirates from the 3 monsters. This does not seem like a coincidence. Even the world government is very concerned about what they want to do. Cheese Island, like cheese, the overall yellowish island seems to be an island built in October. Akado didn't care at all whether the island was formed naturally or processed by Big Mom. Advertisement. His focus is on the huge pirate ships around, and the one closest to the pier has the Kaido of the Beasts logo on it. Welcome, Master Akado. Akado had just set foot on the island, and countless beautiful women in swimsuits, maid outfits, and nurse uniforms stood on both sides of the city gate, bowing respectfully. Many people were slightly relieved when they saw Akado's appearance. What is this? Akado thought to himself. This is, in Cheese City, a man covered in candies, who was still adding a huge wave of lollipops, led many men with the logo of the Big Mom Pirates embroidered on their bodies, and walked in front of Akado. The man with the oversized lollipops in the lead is none other than the eldest son of Charlotte Linlin, who sent the invitation to Akado a week ago, Charlotte Pay Ross Perot. Perot Ross walked in front of Akado, took out the lollipops from his mouth, and waved to at least 50 women wearing seductive uniforms and good looks on both sides of the cheese stall. To us, are you satisfied with Mom's hospitality, Master Akado? Heyo, this is, Akado drew a long tone. Within 1 week, we will collect beauties from various sources from all over the world, including the desert country of South Blue, the dancers of North Blue, and the geisha of East Blue, all of which will definitely satisfy you. Ross Perot said with a strange smile. This represents the warm hospitality of our Big Mom pirates, plus they are all virgins. I don't think even Akado will have any dissatisfaction. Although Akado's heart is not without fluctuations, he really wants to laugh. The scene of dissatisfaction after sucking blood was seen by this ugly man, and he might have misunderstood him as a lustful pervert. But for this point, Akado didn't bother to explain at all. If he was based on other people's opinions, he wouldn't be Akado. But the power of Big Mom is really not covered, at least from the aspect of trafficking. 143 3 monsters gather open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket, please. Ross Perot stretched one hand into the city, signaling Akado to enter Cheese City with him. Suddenly, a huge building made of cheese in front of it was instantly destroyed by a huge force, and the shattered pieces of cheese slid across Akado's face. The body will appear in front of the two. Those virgins who stood on both sides of the cheese blanket to welcome Akado's arrival, many of them were blown away by the huge storm, but no one paid attention to them. Kaido of the Beasts. Master Kaido, it's time for the tea party today, please calm down a little bit. Although Ross Perot is full of contempt for Kaido, the 013 guy who only knows how to destroy, but the other party definitely has the same level of strength as his own mom, so even the current Big Mom's second master, Pei Ross Perot, is also relatively polite. More importantly, the B******** D in front of him is not the type who can listen to people. Seeing Kaido's huge body and mighty might, many Big Mom crew members took 2 steps back in fright. It's just right that you're here, Lousy is here to clean you up. Ross Perot's words were not heard at all. Although he hasn't developed the habit of committing suicide in the future, Kaido's moody and violent personality seems to be innate. The corner of Akado's mouth raised. A mad dog, you don't deserve to be my opponent at all. I haven't seen you for a few years, you've become more talkative. Kaido was not angry, but spoke with action, pulling out a mace from behind, with high fighting spirit. This time I came to meet Charlotte Linlin as just one of the reasons. More importantly, I want to practice with Akado. Heard that he was also tied with Whitebeard, so it is possible that he is already above himself? Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't sit still with me. Advertisement, Boss Kaido. This is another territory of the 3 monsters, please don't mess around. Many members of the Kaido pirates also ran out from the wreckage of the destroyed building just now, and quickly tried to dissuade Kaido. Akado walked past Ross Perot's shoulder, took off his sunglasses, and took out the 2 guns in the red coat, with an ecstatic smile on his face, raised his head and pointed the gun at Kaido. Yes. That's it, a mad dog is going to look like a mad dog, come on, mad dog. Oh. Kaido yelled loudly, waving the mace in his hand and was about to smash it down heavily. Crackling. The thunder flashed, and in an instant, the cheese field between Akado and Kaido was scorched black, and Kaido's actions were also temporarily stopped. That is a thunder with an expression, frowning, with a flash of resentment on his face. Akado put his hands down, looked up at the thunder, and said with a smile, I saw something interesting. Mom. Mom. At this time, the crew members of the Big Mom pirates dressed in strange costumes all over Cheese City uttered the same word one after another, and Akado, Kaido and other non-Big Mom pirates turned their heads to look. A tall woman with heavy makeup and extremely gorgeous curly hair is leading a group of people who are dressed like snacks, and people dared to come here. 3 monsters. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Ha 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 ha. You are here, undead, beasts, sorry for being late. Advertisement. He was obviously smiling, but with the witch's face that seemed to come out of a fairy tale that scares children, it made people feel chills one after another. When Charlotte Linlin arrived, the frowning lightning bolt automatically returned to the sky of Cheese City. It seems that this thing is the ability of Big Mom. Although Kaido is described by Akado as a mad dog, he is not completely brainless. In addition, he has not developed the habit of dying all the time, facing the other 3 monsters. Let's just listen to what Charlotte Linlin wants to do when he calls himself here. What are you calling Lousy to do, Big Mom? Although he took back the mace, Kaido was still so mean-spirited that he didn't clean up. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, beasts, everyone enjoy the desserts here, and then talk while watching. Charlotte Linlin opened her mouth to laugh twice, then looked at Akado and said, you think it's more important to enjoy yourself if you don't die? The woman I provided. When Charlotte Linlin said this, she looked around, and suddenly found that the virgins she had blown away had been blown away to nowhere, and it seemed that they were all blown away by the air pressure that Kaido erupted just now. Forget it. There are many more in the city, come together. Charlotte Linlin turned to lead the way as she said. Charlotte Linlin also misunderstood this point, and Akado was too lazy to explain. Like Kaido, Charlotte Linlin suddenly called the 2 to hold a tea party, and specially chose the same day as 1.2 and One Piece's execution. Akado is also very interested in what kind of mind she has. The back garden of Cheese City Castle, in the Cheese Garden. In front of a huge round dining table, compared with the huge Kaido and Charlotte, Akado's height of more than 2 meters is completely ordinary. The various desserts sitting on the table sang one by one, just like living animals, and said to Akado with his feet on the table, hurry up, eat us quickly. Come and enjoy a wonderful lunch. Hurry up. 144 Don't be in a hurry to make a conclusion. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. There is only half an hour left before One Piece's execution ceremony. Akado still maintained the posture of crossing his feet on the white cloth table and crossing his hands in front of his chest. He opened his eyes and said, "Tell me quickly, what is the purpose of this gathering?" Charlotte put a cup of black tea into her mouth, and the black teacup made an excited sound, and then Charlotte winked at Perrault, who was next to her, and soon, one of Perrault's men put a video phone bug on the three monsters corner of the dining table. After pressing the volute on the phone worm's back, the video phone worm casts a huge image projection in the direction of the eyes of Akado. In the video, countless people gather on both sides of the road, each of them seems to want to see through their necks, and the dang, 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 ringing from the video phone bug from time to time is the unique sound of Marine. Kaido also turned his head to the image side, and saw that in the middle of the road, led by a group of Marines, the legendary pirate king Gordo Roger. His hands were bound by chains, and the chains were strained his limbs. He is stooped, but for some reason, under the bangs that almost cover his eyes, there is an unstoppable hockey leak hidden. One Piece. These three words came out of Kaido's throat, and suddenly he slammed the table heavily, smashing the dancing bread on the table, and said angrily, "He died before fighting lousy. Damn it. Boss Kaido, please calm down." The people from the Kaido pirates hurriedly stopped them, but Du still kept cursing. "What do you mean, Big Mom?" Akado squinted at Charlotte Linlin. Well, backquote. Charlotte Linlin laughed twice. "Now Roger is about to die, Golden Lion is arrested, that lone guy, Reed, will be caught by Marine sooner or later, and the only one who can still see is Whitebeard." "Oh." Akado dragged his voice, vaguely guessing what Charlotte Linlin wanted to say. Charlotte Linlin stared at the video and said, "How is it, now the whole sea area, the guy Whitebeard is the most troublesome. I happen to have a fancy for a mainland island near his sea area. I like it very much, but there is a distance of his territory is nearly." Advertisement, hum. Akado's shoulders twitched twice, and he said with a grin, "Just find the gunman and let Kaido, the mad dog, come here. I don't want to accompany him." "Immortal boy, you want to die, don't you?" Kaido stared. "Don't worry, how about listening to me?" Charlotte Linlin didn't get angry because of Akado's words. The other party is a pirate of the same level as her, and if she can convince her with a single sentence, she will suspect that the other party is a fake. A new era is about to start. Instead of thinking about how to grab Whitebeard's territory, how about finding a way to deal with the pirates who are about to flood into the new world and challenge you? Akado said, "This is in the video." Roger was finally sent to the huge steel execution platform in the center of the square. Ha ha ha. "What are you talking about, Immortal?" Charlotte Linlin patted the table twice, and her face gradually turned cold. "Now on this sea, there is only one Whitebeard that can be seen. Redbeard, who is determined to go his own way, and enters his old age, will be thrown into prison by Marines sooner or later. Whitebeard over 100 years old, it will be a matter of time before one's strength degenerates." Like a witch, Charlotte Linlin raised her hands high and said, "Roger's death will hit the spirit of pirates all over the world. They must be shouting the words brought by the era of Marine. In such a situation, the three of us must join hands to form a real kingdom of pirates, so as to avoid the situation of being completely wiped out." I have to say that Charlotte Linlin's words are very reasonable. Even Akado can feel that although it is very weak at present, Whitebeard's strength is indeed gradually retreating. After all, he is an old man in his 50s. Needless to say, Reed doesn't have almost unlimited life like Akado, so he will be caught sooner or later. If this is the case, sooner or later the pirate forces will be crushed to death by the Marine side, and the three monsters, who are known as the pillars of the next generation of pirates, will join forces and become a shimmy that surpasses the Whitebeard pirates in one breath. Advertisement, Roger. UB ************** D. Charlotte Linlin's lipstick-smeared mouth parted, and even Kaido's eyes flickered with suspicion. "Wow." Kong shouted the order. Execution. However, Charlotte Linlin didn't know that in 10 minutes, the world would change drastically. One Piece. Kong standing under the execution platform, Garp in front of the videophone bug on the warship, and Sengoku in naval headquarters all let out a roar. If this is the case, it is necessary to change the plan. Akado raised his head towards the video, motioning Charlotte Linlin to look over again. Roger doesn't die so easily. Suddenly, one of the countless people watching below, Zhao Des, plucked up his courage and shouted, "One Piece. Where's your treasure? The legendary great treasure?" Roger exploded with the last strength of his remnant body, so that everyone in front of the TV, whether it was the show or the TV, could hear the words clearly. Two sharp spears instantly pierced Roger's heart. Could it be that the Roger pirates are planning to rob the court? Charlotte Linlin guessed. Roger, who was sitting on the execution platform, covered his eyes with bangs, and smiled abruptly. "My treasure. If you want it, I will give it all to you. Go find it, I put everything there." Although this is almost impossible, it is also true. As I said, don't jump to conclusions. At this time, in the live video, after a Marine judge finished reading a series of Roger's crimes, two executioners stood on both sides of Roger with spears. 145 The era of great pirates is coming until his death. Roger still kept a big smile on his face. He has no regrets in his life. Except wife and children. "Oh, whoa, I'm going to sea, go now." Looking for the treasure of the legendary One Piece. All of a sudden, more than 100,000 people in the entire square erupted, and in front of the live TV broadcasts around the world, the number of cheering people did not know how many thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions. What about people? All of a sudden, the wind and cloud fused, and the torrential rain slanted down. Could it be in response to Roger's words? In the back garden of New World, Big Mom Pirate Site and Cheese City, Akado's shoulders twitched slightly, and when Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were silent, he began to laugh. He. Ha 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 ha. Akado's loud smile in the back garden of Cheese City, Shanks squatting on the ground with a straw hat on his head and tears in his eyes, and Buggy not far away, crying bitterly with his hands on both sides of his cheeks. And in all directions of the execution platform, wearing sunglasses and a cloak made of countless pink feathers, a young man with blonde hair and a hedgehog head is showing an evil smile. On the other side, a man with purple hair combed back, whose cigar has been extinguished in the heavy rain. Standing on a high platform, there is a knife-wielding painting with sharp eyes like a flying eagle. And at a place very close to the execution platform, there is a man with a bloated figure, his eyes full of longing and fanaticism, grinning and grinning strangely. Located at the end of the first half of the Grand Line, at the entrance of New World, in a tavern in the Sabaody archipelago, the deputy of One Piece who has tears in his eyes but a smile on his mouth. Under the execution platform, in naval headquarters, outside Cheese Island, and even in the holy land of Mariejois, the Marine and the top government officials who knew the world was about to change, lamented endlessly. Advertisement as well as. In the back garden of New World Cheese City, Akado, who has not stopped laughing, and two other silent, 3 Monster Factory. After a long time, Akado's laughter gradually subsided, and he said in a hoarse voice, "See? How much trouble will those new pirates who don't know what to do or evil bring to Marine? What will the world be like?" Charlotte Linlin was also frightened by what Roger said before he died, and said after a long time, "What a surprise. That guy Roger actually completely changed the pattern of the world in the end. Soon groups of pirates will enter this new world to challenge me, right? They're all people who like to play pirate games." After Kaido finished speaking, he got up and walked out, and immediately the crew of the Big Mom Pirates asked him, "Master Kaido, where are you going?" "Lousy is going to the front of the Grand Line, and educate those little bastards who play pirates." Kaido walked out without looking back, the other Kaido pirates' boat circles hurried to catch up. He. The new era has just arrived, and that mad dog can't wait to get up. Akado lowered his head and smiled. Charlotte Linlin glanced at the Rogtown Square in the completely chaotic image, and said, "Did you expect that?" "It doesn't matter at all." Akado also got up and walked towards the exit. "Soon there will be countless ignorant pirates pouring into New World. We must educate them well and understand the cruelty here. CBDA. After Kaido and Akado left one after another, Ross walked up to Charlotte Linlin, raised his head and asked, "What should Mom do now?" Charlotte Linlin said with a belly laugh, Well, don't worry, it's Marine who is having a headache now. This matter cannot be rushed for a while. Now we will take advantage of the turmoil created by Roger, and take the opportunity to expand the territory. Well. What about Akado and Kaido? Perot asked again. Now is not the time to play against them, but I am the only one who can reach the top in the future. Yes. The frenzy of the new era has arrived, and countless pirates have begun to pour into the Grand Line. The last words of the Pirate King, Goldo Roger, before his death, made the hearts of many people with demons lurking in their hearts rush to the sea. Advertisement. Even ordinary people are the same. In just a few hours, how many more pirates were born in the world? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Even millions? Nobody knows. The Whitebeard pirates, currently at the top of the pirates, have yet to make any moves. Whitebeard did not start making waves as soon as Roger died, but it is a fact that no one can stop him in a short time. On the other side, Akado, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin of the three monsters gradually began to take action. Kaido went to the first half of the Grand Line. On a whim, he decided to give a lesson to those rookies who tried to challenge their status. Being a lone ranger is undoubtedly the head of being stared at. As long as he stays in one place, there must be countless fighters coming. It is precisely because of this that an idea was born in the hearts of many pirates around the world. Target those big pirates first. As long as they take off their heads, you can become famous overnight. Who is the best fit? Whitebeard is definitely the strongest person in the world after Roger's death. Of course he is impossible. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have many subordinates. It is not easy to get close to them. The most suitable ones are of course Reed and Akado of the Lone Ranger. Although Akado has a tie record with Whitebeard, I think it's luck. Reed even has a record against Marine Marshal Kong. I think Akado is more suitable. That's right. If you want to become famous in one fell swoop, Akado is the most suitable stepping stone. But no matter what, the power of the three monsters expanded rapidly, and gradually began to be squeezed to the apex of the era. 146 Akado, the target of public criticism. Open black lens bracket. Subscription. Close black lens bracket. Most pirates are stupid and want to reach the sky in one step. Not only the pirates, most of them want to reach the sky in one step, but the pirates show this mentality very clearly. Fight to fame is what almost all pirates are eagerly hoping for. Killing a big person is undoubtedly the best way to become famous in one battle. Whitebeard, Red, Garp, Kong, these legendary characters, they naturally dare not move. So put the target on the few people called, under the legend. Kaido of the Beasts from the Kaido Pirates, Charlotte Linlin from the Big Mom Pirates, and Akado from the Lone Ranger. Comparing these three people, everyone knows that Akado who acts alone is the easiest to deal with, at least in their eyes. As a result, there are many pirates who are brainless and want to become famous or the pirate hunter, rushing towards Akado one after another. Although most of them are trash, there are also some people who are not afraid of tigers and have some strength. It's no wonder that some future supernovas dared to attack the four emperors foolishly. In the end, except for Luffy who had the halo of the protagonist, all of them were either disabled or subdued and joined the opponent's command. The exit of New World, the Fishman Island, is also the sea area where New World enters. An iron ship is slowly floating in the sea. Akado, sitting on the bow of the ship, closed his eyes and meditated. Suddenly, only hearing the sliding sound of countless ships around, made Akado reluctantly open his eyes to look around. However, just after Akado opened his eyes, he found that he had drifted near the Red Earth continent, which is the exit of New World. Suddenly, the surrounding currents began to rise, and one after another coated pirate ships rushed out of the sea from the Fishman Island, officially arriving in New World. What? Even if that guy Kaido came to the Grand Line, is there still so much trash entering the New World? Akado said to himself. It has been 3 months since the death of One Piece King Goldo Roger, and countless pirates have begun to flood into the Grand Line. Advertisement, and now, 3 months later, many pirates have poured into New World. Luffy's era is no longer the peak period of the Great Pirate Era. During that period, with the suppression of Shichibukai, the number of pirates who dared to enter the Grand Line decreased a lot. The era of great pirates was really at its peak in the years after Roger's death, which is where Akado is now. Even with Kaido now in the first half, there are still so many pirates pouring into New World. Presumably the Fishman Island is facing serious devastation right now? When Akado was thinking about these problems, the pirate ships that entered New World from the Fishman Island discovered Akado, the conspicuous iron ship, one after another. Captain, that's Akado, one of the 3 monsters. On a pirate ship, a navigator is holding a telescope. For the face of Akado seen through the telescope, he has a reward order for Akado in his hand and reports to the captain. Good luck. Once in New World you caught a big fish. The captain clapped his hands vigorously and shouted excitedly, boys, prepare the artillery, take off Akado's head, and our black sword pirates can become famous all over the world. Yes. Captain Pondo. Noticing the movements of the black sword pirates, other pirates also discovered Akado one after another. After quickly surrounding him, they shouted to the captain of the pirate group called Pengdu. Hey Pondo. Akado is my prey. You do not want. But before he finished speaking, he was startled, and a bullet had already exploded his head, leaving only a body, which fell down within 2 seconds and fell into the sea. Captain Buckset. The pirate of this ship panicked when he saw the captain who fell into the sea. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped onto their ship's side from below, and the members of the Black Sword Pirates were also surprised to find that Akado and the pointed iron ship, which should have been surrounded by ships, had disappeared in the shadow earlier. When it reappeared, it actually appeared on another ship. Advertisement: the pirates on that ship saw the red figure standing on the side of the ship holding 2 guns, and Akado who was smiling ferociously and showing the 2 rows of fangs. They were scared back a few steps, and some even fell directly on the ground. Land. Asking for flowers. 0. Welcome, New World. For a moment, there was the sound of bullets pouring out of the ship, the screams of the pirates, the sound of pain, and begging for mercy. Akado raised his hands high, and countless white-gloved shadow hands protruded from the shadow, grabbing the bodies of dozens of pirates on board to pieces. Blood stained the entire pirate ship red. Akado grabbed the neck of a pirate with a white sweat bandage on his head, twisted it hard, and tore off the whole head, but surprisingly, there was no blood on Akado himself. 0. Just holding on to the pursuit of treasures, without strength, without strategy, and without even judging the difference in strength. Akado threw the human head into the sea and gave it to the nearby sea kings to eat, and suddenly turned into a bat and landed on the deck of the Black Sword Pirates. His pupils narrowed under the sunglasses. Do you waste like you deserve to be called pirates? Shameless? Frightened by Akado's aura, Pangduo retreated, and immediately took over and ordered to his subordinates. Shoot, shoot, kill him, kill him. Staring at the countless bullets and allowing his body to be riddled with holes, Akado stared at his rotten body and walked to Pangduo reluctantly, but he was cornered and there was no way to retreat. Akado raised his white gun gassel, blue and white flashes flashed on the muzzle of the gun, and countless bullets hit his body, so that Pangduo had no time to let out a scream of pain, and the new pain from the next shot stopped his screaming. It was not until half a minute later that Pangduo was completely dead. Seeing Akado turn around, the other crew members of the Black Sword Pirates wanted to escape, but found that this was the sea, and there was nowhere to escape. They could only watch Akado take the lives of their companions one after another. This is the power of the New World. Before dying, a rookie pirate spoke with difficulty and uttered such a sentence. 147 Marines Operation Second Island open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Shish. After Akado wiped out the several pirate groups that had just entered New World, he added the blood on the back of his hand, and now he has more than 30,000 lives in his body, which is enough to face any opponent, defeated. Continuous battles can replenish life, but fighting these wastes will not improve the ability a little bit, and the heart will not be satisfied at all. Recently, the Great Pirate Era has opened, and all aspects have become busy. Seikanai. It is a very good island in all aspects, and its economic level is at the upper middle level in New World. Because it is close to the marine branch, it is considered to be a pirate site. The island has a huge, 790, volcano, which almost covers the entire island. Most of it is covered. At this time, Akado was sitting in a cafe in the city of Second Island, holding a newspaper in his hand, collecting important information in the past few days. First, Garp led the team to conduct a thorough investigation of Roger's visits 1 year after disbanding the pirates. It is said that during Roger's travel alone, he showed the same emotions as his father, which had to be asked by the government. Doubt, One Piece. Could it be that he has offspring? So with the determination to kill innocent people by mistake, Marine began to conduct a large number of searches. Even if the newspapers did not publish it, Akado knew how many civilians, pregnant women, and even newborn babies would be killed. Roger, this B***************** D, is really a devil. But he is also a devil, so he has no right to say anything. I'd love to see you. Akado said to himself, when Roger disbanded the Roger Pirates and traveled alone, the whole world should already know that he is the One Piece. Under such circumstances, what kind of woman is this woman who dares to combine with this devil like a man? Akado really wants to see it. But suffering from no information in hand, and this matter is definitely a top secret that only Garp knows, Akado has no choice but to give up the idea of seeing Roger's wife. Advertisement. It's something else that's got Akado doubling down lately. A piece of news published 2 days ago. Marine's Scientific Research Department has developed a thing called Sea Stone, which is called a treasure that condenses the power of the sea, and has the effect of blocking the ability of the capable person. At present, Sea Stone handcuffs are being mass-produced into Sea Stone handcuffs, so as to detain the groups of ability users in the large submarine prison. And the one who is honored to wear the Sea Stone chain is the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki. I have to say, Akado thinks that Marine does things a little stupidly sometimes. Golden Lion is such a big hidden danger. If you catch it and chop it up quickly, you dare to keep it, and you will definitely get more money than you need in the end. But now that Sea Stone handcuffs have been produced, it is only a matter of time before Sea Stone bullets are available, but Vegapunk is an extremely unpredictable person. I don't know when he will change his mind, so I have to find a way to remind him. After all, it has been such a long time. Just when Akado had this thought, he suddenly heard a conversation between a couple at the next table. Vegapunk is here. As the woman in the cafe said just now, the Marines are indeed gathered by the big volcano next to the town, but now that the Marines have pulled up the blockade, there are still many onlookers who join in the fun and stop here. Just listen to the couple continue to talk about the topic of Marine. I didn't want to be disturbed during this period, so I changed my appearance a little bit. Could it be that Marine has discovered his flaws? Advertisement. A 5.1 Cardo had previously sneaked into the Scientific Research Department of Naval Headquarters disguised as CP0, and knew that almost all the people there were wearing white coats, and according to the memory he has obtained, among the Marine and the government, there are people in white coats. Only people from the Scientific Research Department. What's going on? Is it a pirate? Hey, did you know? Marine landed on this island this morning. After finishing speaking, the woman said again, however, the frequency of our volcanic eruptions is indeed much stronger than that of ordinary volcanoes. There may be a real problem. Wouldn't it be a good thing to study and find a solution? If this is the case, then there is a value to witness, and more importantly, thick. I hope so. The man comforted himself. That's Vegapunk's unit. Hearing this, Akado shifted his pupils slightly towards them. He is now using another man's body. It's not that he's afraid of Marine. It's mainly because he has been wandering on the sea for a while, and finally met a nice city. I still want to take a good vacation and rest for a while. The woman smiled lightly and said, this Seiken Island is very close to the Marine branch, so I believe nothing will happen. Steady volcanoes. What's so good about volcanoes? The man asked, puzzled. At this time, they only heard the sound of a chair being pushed next to them, and subconsciously looked to the right, only to see a few banknotes left on the table, and the person had disappeared. I don't know, but my friend said that when they passed by there, they found that besides Marine, there were many people in white coats dressed like doctors, and they were making some kind of equipment on the volcano outside the city. It's just researching something, the woman said with a look of recollection. The man sighed. Compared to volcanoes, pirates are the real source of trouble. Since Goldo, Roger said, the pirates in New World have also begun to grow rapidly, which is really worrying. No, they seem to have come to study the big volcano outside the city. 148 Re-entry Marlene Fandor open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Not here. At the entrance of the volcano on Second Island, Akado hid among countless onlookers, watching the Marine guarding in the distance, and a certain number of scientists from the Marine Science Research Department. Looking at the past from here, there is no Vegapunk figure, which makes Akado feel a little disappointed. To be honest, it is not too difficult to mix into Naval Headquarters, but it is not an easy thing to mix into the Scientific Research Department. Last time, I barely got close to Vegapunk with the help of the CPO status. Now the difficulty is much more difficult. But what exactly are Naval Headquarters scientists studying at this volcano? It's not a bad thing to get more information. With such a desire, Akado decided to stay in this town for the time being, waiting for an opportunity. After nightfall, scientists were still fiddling with various special instruments to study the geomorphic features of the volcano, instead of extracting any substances from the volcanic rocks for observation. It was already past 3:30 in the morning, and even the professionally trained Marine couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. A sailor in charge of patrol just yawned, and an officer whose rank was obviously one level higher than his on the shoulder slapped him hard on the back of the head. Why are you dozing off, you? This is an order from the headquarters. If something goes wrong, it's up to you to deal with your superiors. What? How important is it that not even an officer of the rear admiral level was sent over to guard? The Marine soldier who was beaten up objected. Advertisement. The highest commander of this operation was only the colonel, and the defendant was a member of the Conservation Science Research Department to study the landforms. Although he didn't say what he was studying specifically, from the perspective of the attack lineup, it really didn't look like an important task. You know what a fart, Seaman First Class knocked him on the head again, and said angrily, if you send a rear admiral, or even a vice admiral marine, do you know how eye-catching it is? Stupid. It is because this operation must be concealed, so we cannot send an overly conspicuous lineup. I see. Just as Seaman First Class finished speaking, a voice suddenly came into the ears of the two of them. They looked around subconsciously, and after finding that there was no one around, they vaguely sensed the location where the voice came from just now, and there was a hint of disbelief in their eyes. His expression turned to the ground. I saw that under the light of the moonlight, the shadow on the ground suddenly became a three-dimensional outline of a person, and a bright red eye appeared on the head. Before the two could cry out, suddenly Akado stretched out his hands and grabbed their necks. The blood splashed from Akado's body immediately wrapped the two of them, and then covered Akado's body, and finally turned into the one just now. The appearance of Seaman First Class. In the night, no one noticed that such a thing happened here. Akado, who turned into a Seaman First Class with the ability of the Black Light Virus, went to one of the scientists who was squatting on the ground, and asked the scientist who was studying the volcanic ash here, Sir, let me ask you, didn't Dr. Vegapunk come with you? The scientist who was studying the volcanic ash looked up at Akado in surprise, and sneered, aren't you crazy? As the ace scientist of the Science Research Department, how could Vegapunk appear in a new world full of pirates? So, he is still in the headquarters. That's right, we will collect the samples, make a report, and send you Marine back to the Research Institute of the headquarters. Really? Thanks. Akado walked away immediately, and the scientist started to do things again. It took a while to realize why the soldier felt something was wrong. Just when he wanted to look up at the other party, he found that the man had already left. Advertisement. After shaking his head, he started working again. After 2 consecutive weeks, the research work on the volcano on Second Island has finally made some progress. Scientists sent to investigate here also reported the research results and collected volcano samples, dispatched 2 scientists, and sent some sailors back to the headquarters. Send these findings back to Vegapunk, who is now the ace of the Ministry of Scientific Research. He is protected by the world government, and he will never show himself in front of the public. Vegapunk basically relies on this method to conduct research. First, let his subordinates do preliminary research, and then he will analyze the samples and the research results of his subordinates, and finally judge him. Is there any value in coming in person? When Akado, in the appearance of that Seaman First Class, was one of the hundreds of soldiers protecting the 2 scientists back to the headquarters, and boarded the ship returning to naval headquarters, the colonel counted the number of people, frowned and said, strange, why there are fewer personnel? The missing person mentioned by the colonel is undoubtedly the dozing soldier who was killed by Akado just like this Seaman First Class. Okay Zhao. Akado chuckled lightly and said, the entertainment industry on this island is doing well. Could it be that you are going to have fun? The colonel frowned slightly when he heard the words, and then waved to one of his assistants. Go and investigate, sending the research results back to the headquarters is the top priority now. There is no time to waste time because of a small soldier. Yes. The deputy responded and stepped off the warship. More than half of the sailors stayed on Second Island because the research investigation was far from over. The colonel shouted to the helmsman, let's go, return to the headquarters immediately. Yes. Looking at the sea in the distance, Akado Yao thought to himself. The new era has arrived. What new methods will Marine come up with? It's not bad to take this opportunity to have a look, isn't it? Marine has it. 149 Talk to Smart People. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Naval Headquarters by Marlene Vando. The Minister's Office of the Scientific Research Department is also Dr. Vegapunk's exclusive office. In less than 5 years after joining Naval Headquarters, he has gone from being a newcomer to the position of head of the headquarters. It has to be said that in the future, Bartholomew Kuma touts Vegapunk as a man with a mind ahead of the world for 500 years. A few meters away, 2 scientists in white coats will send a lockbox to Vegapunk, which contains the volcanic rock samples brought back from Second Island, the experimental results report and other things. Vegapunk, also wearing a white coat and white gloves, dismissed the research reports of the scientists below, took out the collected volcanic rock samples, looked at them again and again, and said after a long time, I see, it seems that the volcano there are very interesting things buried below, but to fully understand, I need further research. Vegapunk put down the volcanic rock, and said to the 2 scientists who rushed back from Second Island, I want to conduct research in the headquarters. After thoroughly figuring out the value of this thing, before deciding whether to be there in person, the 2 of you first 710 go back to Second Island and continue to conduct local research and investigation. Okay, you can go. At the Vegapunk's order, one of the bespectacled scientists immediately turned around, while the other stood still. Another scientist glanced at him suspiciously, but quickly opened the door and left. Anyway, he didn't want to disobey the new minister's order. As for what the other person wanted to do, he didn't want to care about it either. Vegapunk glanced at the scientist who stayed in his office with some doubts. What's the matter? I said you can leave. Studying volcanic rocks so leisurely, how far have I asked you to do things? Vegapunk. The remaining scientist spoke slowly and the voice reported just now obviously found a change. Vegapunk's eyes narrowed, but he didn't show any panic, and said in a deep voice, who are you? Advertisement. Irregular plasma surged from the scientist's body, wrapped his body within 3 seconds, then quickly faded. CBAI. Finally, Akado showed a smiling face. Will using this face wake up your memory a bit? The original scientist has been swallowed by Akado. If you want to avoid Vegapunk inspection, a mere Seaman First Class can't do anything. Scientist who will report to Vegapunk is swallowed by the most efficient method. Immortal Akado. Even though I am in this impenetrable naval headquarters scientific research department, your vigorous deeds on the sea in the past few years have only recently spread to my ears. Seeing Akado's real body, Jianjapunk's frightened face just flashed by. Oh, you don't seem very surprised. Akado raised his head and dragged his voice. I haven't fully analyzed your ability until now. I thought you were a modified human who ate devil fruit, but after receiving many reports about the battle between Marine and you, I don't think so. Vegapunk, he narrowed his eyes and said. Aren't you afraid of me? Or is your mind able to save your life? Akado was curious about Vegapunk's confident attitude. There is no monitoring phone bug here, and the guards are outside the door. Akado can completely kill the weak Vegapunk within 2 seconds of the guards rushing in. If you want to kill me, you can do it long ago. You don't kill me because you need me to help you achieve a certain purpose. Vegapunk put his hands in the pockets of his white coat. You came to me, after all, because of the sea stone bullet that I said 3 years ago. Vegapunk said with an expression of, you don't understand my difficulties. You scientists, don't you like to say, there's pressure to be motivated? After finishing speaking, Akado smiled again. If you don't fulfill your promise within 5 years, what will happen to you? Advertisement: the bullet you gave is a double explosive bullet, which is more difficult to develop than ordinary bullets. Okay, then 5 years. Tisk, impatient guy. Recently, processing sea stone into handcuffs has already taken a lot of effort, not to mention processing it into bullets. The time required is unimaginable. You are in a hurry, and I am also in a hurry. Don't forget, I love you. I also really want to study the genetic factors. Do you think I don't want to finish it quickly? Vegapunk gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and meditated for a while, opened his mouth slowly, and said with fingers. 3 years. 4 years. No, at least 5 years. Akado thought about it. Even Zephyr, the only person who used sea stone bullets, started using sea stone bullets 20 years later. 5 years is really not long, not to mention that he has an infinite life. Don't threaten me. Bullets can't be recycled. You need me to provide unlimited bullets for you, so you need to save my life, right? Vegapunk said calmly and sharply. After finishing speaking, Vegapunk added another sentence at the end. Don't get me wrong. This is the most urgent time. You must know that it took nearly 3 years to develop a sea stone handcuff. Akado changed back to the appearance of a scientist, and said with a sneer, although talking to smart people is fluent, sometimes it is easy to feel unhappy. Vegapunk first put up the first finger, and then the second. Don't forget, this is my office. For my own personal safety, you are absolutely in my home field. I am a half-former criminal. Don't do anything about it. As long as you know. You mean your technology is more confident than mine? Akado remained calm, with a smile on his lips. It's not worth discussing at all. Akado grinned and showed his fangs like a wild beast. Given a specific time, my patience is also very limited. 150 full of the smell of garbage. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. By the way, I heard that Garp was involved in the capture of Roger's orphan. Where is he now? Akado thought of a question. He was originally interested in Rouge, a woman who dared to combine with the devil, but because he had no information and didn't know which sea area the other party was in, he temporarily gave up. But Roger absolutely told Garp that as long as he knew Garp's destination, he would be able to find Rouge. Do you want to challenge Garp? Vegapunk looked at Akado curiously, waved his hand and said, but unfortunately, my place is completely closed, and I don't know anything about Marine's actions, even Garp's. Really? What a pity. It seems that I still can't see that woman, and I originally planned to go and have a look. 2 hours later, Akado left Vegapunk's research institute in the appearance of a scientist, came to the pier of Naval Headquarters Square, mixed with one of the warships and decided to leave. For him, this kind of thing is already very familiar. Huh? This ship doesn't seem to be bound for New World? When Chuanong used the Door of Justice, Akado suddenly discovered such a problem. It was not the same way as he came from Seiken Island in New World before. He did not go through the marine dedicated to the top of the Red Earth continent, and then went to New Worlds that route. Instead, sail through the gates of justice. In this way, this ship is not going to the New World, but to the first half of the Grand Line. Advertisement, forget it. There is nothing to do now anyway. Let's go with this ship. Akado has turned into an ordinary soldier. He found a man in a marine robe standing on the bow, and the marine medal on his shoulders represented the rank of Vice Admiral. He felt a little curious in his heart, and looked at the other man next to him. A sailor asked, where's the destination? Although it is possible that the black light virus can devour a person's body and memory, the memory is Akado's own choice whether to accept it. When Marlene Vander was in Akado, all Akado thought about was leaving Naval Headquarters, and did not accept the soldier's memory. When another sailor next to him heard this, he immediately looked like a ghost, and said, aren't you awake, kid? We are about to face a big battle, and the destination is Isana Island, the hometown of pirates. The town of pirates? Akado's pupils moved slightly. According to the latest information, it is now occupied by the Titan pirates. A long time ago, there was a gathering place for a lot of evil bastards, but it was killed by Zephyr Chief Instructor many years ago. Recently, because of the interest of the Great Pirate Era, it's booming again, so that's why Vice Admiral is going to take it all over there before they get big enough. Probably because the soldier was bored, he told Akado a lot of information in a daily tone. Titan pirates? That's the name of the legendary Titan, isn't it? Akado smiled lightly. The captain seems to be a Titan. The soldier yawned, and said again, but we have Mr. Vice Admiral here, there will be absolutely no problem. I learned a lot of things from this person. The destination is an island called Ishana. The task is to destroy the pirate gathering place, and the vice admiral who leads them is called Sid. Most of the required information has been obtained, and Akado is thinking about one thing. He is a little interested in this land of pirates that was wiped out by Zephyr in the past, and intends to visit it. Haven't been here for a few years? The first half of the Grand Line? However, including Sid, the more than 500 marine soldiers on board did not notice that within the range of the sea entering Ashana Island, there were countless bats flying towards the island. That's Ashana. Advertisement on the edge of the island, countless bats fell from the sky and gradually gathered together. With his eyes opened, Akado returned to his original appearance. It smells like rubbish. These people are only worthy of being eaten by dogs. Akado laughed twice, but because the surrounding voices were too noisy, his words and laughter were completely ignored before anyone could hear them. Swallowed up. After talking to himself, Akado walked towards the town in the center of the island. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Sid said, "If we attack in one go, we will definitely startle the enemy and give the pirates a chance to escape, so we are planning to sneak in now, and there are all pirates inside, so I will send a corps of the soldiers disguised themselves as pirates and sneaked in. The rest of the people and I waited for the signal and prepared to attack in one fell swoop. Well, the soldiers who are willing to carry out the sneaking plan should stand up first." Hometown of pirates. After a few minutes of consideration, Akado decided not to do anything for the time being, and took this warship to Ashana. After all, sailing is not his strong point. Although it is only the first half of the Grand Line, Marine is definitely better at sailing than himself. But this did not attract attention, because there were many flying bats in the sky. It's just that I should destroy this warship now, or take this boat to Ashana, temporarily. A person walking on the side of the road was suddenly shot dead by another person who broke out from the corner, and then snatched the wallet from the body's arms, but before he could open the wallet and count the amount in it, suddenly there was a man with a height the strong man who was far ahead of him smashed it into the ground with a punch, and snatched the wallet away. There was one scene that made Akado laugh out loud. A few days later, from the side of the warship's ship, the setting sun gradually sank into the horizon, making the whole sky darken, and about a few nautical miles away, an island came into everyone's eyes, with very little vegetation, and it looked bare. As soon as you step into the town, you can hear all kinds of sounds and see all kinds of bad scenes. This title is really interesting. However, the onlookers just laughed viciously at such a scene, as if they were watching some street performance. 5 IP 151 Don't you know the three monsters? Open black lens bracket crazy subscription close black lens bracket. Akado sat in a tavern restaurant in Ashana, surrounded by noisy pirates, bounty hunters, and gangsters and other outlaws. On a large sofa at the end of Akado's right-hand side, a strong man with green hair and big back is hugging a fair-skinned and beautiful woman with wine-red hair, explaining what it means to be raised by a pig. But what Akado didn't expect was that when he entered the tavern with his real face, no one recognized him, which was completely opposite to New World's treatment that attracted amazed eyes wherever he went. Could it be that the idiots here are like Luffy, they don't collect information, and they don't even know the big names among marines and pirates? In fact, it's not entirely true, it's just a coincidence. Akado happened to encounter this kind of situation on May 17th. In addition, the recent headlines were completely taken over by the big mom pirates, and Akado was temporarily covered by Charlotte Linlin. Past fame. Moreover, the era of great pirates has just started, and many of them are fledgling rookie pirates. In Whitebeard's words, they're runny-nosed little ghosts, and most of them have insufficient information. For the first time, how much is the reward? Just when Akado was thinking about whether to have fun with the woman with the green hair on the right-hand side, suddenly a skinny one with only skin and bones left, with a tattoo on his chest that used a gun and a knife as two skullbones, the man with the pirate's pattern sat across from Akado. What's the matter? Akado looked at each other with a joke in his eyes. No, I just want to gamble with you. The man with a blue turban tied on his forehead, raised his hair up like a steeple, said with a sinister smile. Hey, that guy Waka, does he look like someone who just came to this town? Ha ha ha. What new trick do you want to play this time? As soon as the pointed-headed man sat in front of Akado, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the tavern, and they all looked at Akado with ill intentions. Sarcasm, laughter, sympathy, pity. Advertisement, what's the bet? Akado was bored, and wanted to see what the skinny monkey wanted to do. Of course it's gambling. Waka, don't do things like gambling with my life. I'm afraid of dying. Waka laughed. Oh, how do you want to bet? Akado gave up the idea of snatching the green-haired woman for fun, and focused on this skinny monkey named Waka. So you agree? How much cash can you come up with? Waka smiled with a successful plot. Akado randomly took out his coat and took out a stack of banknotes, about 1 centimeter thick, about tens of thousands of pele. Oh, not bad. Waka counted the banknotes thrown by Akado, and said, it's exactly 100,000 banknotes, so I will offer 200,000 banknotes here. Waka took out a stack of banknotes twice as thick as Akado's from inside his vest. Can you explain the rules? Akado asked. Certainly. Waka stacked the two stacks of banknotes together, and it instantly became a stack with a thickness of about 3 centimeters. Then he took out a dagger from his trouser pocket and explained with a smile. We put the folded bailey on the back of our hand, then use this knife to stab the money on it until the last one is finished. In the end, the money stabbed by either party belongs to you. You pay 100,000, and I pay 200,000. How about it? It's a good deal, bar. It sounds like Akado is indeed taking advantage of it, but judging from the half-smile expressions of other people in the tavern, This Waka has already deceived many people. Same this time. Let's go. Akado said succinctly. Okay, hurry up Yao. Waka handed the banknote and the dagger to Akado, and said with a smile. You are a guest, let me invite you first. Akado smiled slightly. He could have stabbed his hand hard and took all the money away, but he wanted to lose on purpose to see what tricks this skinny monkey was up to. Advertisement. When they saw Akado stab the thick stack of banknotes on the back of his hand with a dagger without hesitation, many people in the tavern were startled, and secretly sighed that this kid was a bit courageous. Seeing Akado pick up the dagger and insert it into a stack of banknotes, Waka nodded. 40,000 belly? That's a lot. After taking the dagger and the remaining banknotes, Waka smiled sinisterly, and suddenly pierced through all the remaining banknotes with the dagger, but the back of his own hand did not shed 10 spots of blood. The last one is a counterfeit bill. Akado saw what kind of trick the other party was playing at a glance. The last banknote was not a real banknote, but a counterfeit banknote made of a soft but very hard material, so Waka tried to penetrate all the banknotes, but the last one was not pierced. Oh, I almost stabbed my hand in one shot. It's so dangerous, Waka Monster shouted. As he spoke, he put the more than 200,000 yuan in front of him, and handed the last one and the dagger to Akado, but at a speed that ordinary people couldn't see clearly. He exchanged the specially made counterfeit banknote for real in an instant, together with the dagger was handed back to Akado, laughing. The last one, come, at least it can make your loss a little smaller. Everyone in the tavern sighed. There was a fool who was tricked by Waka. If he refused, he would definitely lose face, but if he accepted, his hand would undoubtedly be stabbed. But unexpectedly, Akado smiled at this time and said, 2.8, I lost. But before anyone else could respond, Akado raised his hand and stretched out his left index finger, and said to Waka, but you have to give me all the money, right? After the audience was in an uproar, there were bursts of ridicule towards Akado. Boy, you don't have to daydream if you lose, right? If Waka is such an idiot, he still has so many people? Go to sleep, Ishana is not suitable for you. However, after everyone laughed at Akado, Waka nodded like a demon, and then pushed all the more than 200,000 baileys in front of his table to Akado. 152 special for Akado. Mad Dog Kaido open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. What have you done? Waka has recovered his sanity from Akado's charm ability. Just now he was controlled by Akado, and then a large sum of money was pushed in front of Akado. He himself didn't know what happened. Obviously he retained his sanity, but why did such a thing happen? If I had to explain. Thinking of this, Waka thumped the table heavily with his tiny arm that was inserted into the bamboo pole, and let out a collapse sound. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you use Devil Fruit's ability? Although there are many rookie pirates here, if you are in the Grand Line, if you don't know what Devil Fruit is, you are not a rookie, but a mediocre one. Upon hearing what Waka said, the other people in the tavern suddenly realized. No wonder W21 card had such a weird behavior just now. It turned out to be the ability of Devil Fruit, so it makes sense. Do you know, I am. Before Waka finished speaking, something suddenly knocked his teeth open. Before Waka could scream, bang, Waka's head was shot in the head by a white gun. Brains, blood, and eyeballs splashed out together, causing some timid women to scream. Waka was killed. The Titan pirates will not sit idly by. What should I do? Escape. A few seconds after Akado headshot Waka, the audience was in chaos. Titan pirates, currently the most powerful on this island, is also the pirate group with the highest base bounty. The captain, Euleros Atlas, is a pirate of the Titan family. He has a bounty of 66 million and has a record of sinking several warships. Advertisement. Although Waka is not a member of his pirate group, this tavern is his territory, and Waka has to hand over part of the money he gets every time to Atlas, so once Waka dies, everyone who lives here fear of Atlas' vengeance. Boom. 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 Just when a group of pirates were panicked and at a loss, suddenly bursts of loud noises and slightly rhythmic sounds from the ground made everyone stunned. It feels like the footsteps of the Titan family. Could it be that the Titan pirates who went out have returned? Someone looked at Akado with a look of hopeful eyes. Facing the 50-meter-tall Titans, he was dead. There were also people who ran out of the tavern quickly, looked outside, and stood there in a daze. Not the Titans, let alone Atlas. But even if he wasn't a Titan, his height of more than 10 meters was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even if Whitebeard's figure stood in front of him, it was too inferior. 3 monsters. Kaido of the Beasts. Like Akado, not many people recognized Kaido's identity, but were shocked by his huge body. At this time, Kaido, who had already entered the town, sniffed, smelled the smell of alcohol, and walked towards the tavern. When someone was too shocked and stood still and blocked his way, Kaido did not hesitate. His slap sent the opponent flying. For Kaido, who is more than 10 meters tall, the 2-story, 6-meter-high tavern in front of him is no different from a large toy. Although many people say that eating Bawang's meal and drinking Bawang's wine is something that third-rate pirates do, even Akado agrees with this point, but Kaido is a strange thing. After smelling the wine, he directly punched the roof and the second floor of the tavern to pieces. In the eyes of Akado on the first floor, he saw that one hand smashed the ceiling of the tavern to pieces, and then took it from the bar. Take countless booze. I can meet you here, you mad dog, Akado said lightly. Kaido opened the big wine barrel that 2 adults could barely hold, and was about to put it into his own mouth. However, just as the cloudy white wine inside was dripping a little, a bullet suddenly shot through the wine barrel, smashing it to pieces. Advertisement Kaido was careless for a moment, and the wine inside was spilled on his face because the barrel exploded. Seeing this scene, other onlookers around were so frightened that their hearts almost stopped beating. Although he didn't recognize Kaido's identity at this time, the breath on his body can already vaguely reveal something. Kaido does not have strategic combat skills such as breath perception. He is just a lunatic who can't listen to people and only knows how to hate. After being splashed with wine, he roared angrily in the direction of the bullet. Damn it, who is it? With just one roar, the bursting storm knocked half of the planks of the tavern away, and some people were even pushed back by the storm Kaido was angry with. What kind of monster is this big guy? A pirate looked at Kaido and asked in disbelief. You say, he or Atlas, who is stronger? Someone became interested in the level of strength between Kaido, a big man, and the giant 303 human race. Atlas. He is more than 40 meters tall, this is less than half of his height. I also think Atlas has a better chance of winning. Someone immediately nodded in agreement. I don't know what expression Kaido will have if he hears this. Should it be said that the first half of the Grand Line deserves to be called Paradise in the future? Many pirates here are really silly, cute. Originally, Kaido couldn't see Akado sitting in the corner of the first floor because of the occlusion of the wooden boards on the ceiling, but because he blew most of the boards off the ceiling with his roar, he can already see Akado now. The moment Kaido saw the other party, his expression froze and he did not continue to sabotage. You mad dog really only knows madness wherever you go. Can you be a little quieter? Mad dog. Facing Kaido, Akado, who didn't know how much bigger he was, he still spoke very calmly. Mad dog has basically become Akado's exclusive adjective for Kaido. Kaido of the beasts. Here in Akado, Kaido has completely turned into a mad dog. 153 Kaido, you have been recruited. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. For those who insult him, Kaido has always been disdainful to retaliate. He will directly send the opponent to heaven with his own pair of fists, but Akado is different. At least Kaido knows that he cannot deal with him now. After picking up another wine barrel beside the dilapidated wine table, Kaido paid attention to Akado, seeing that he had no tendency to shoot, and finally sent the wine into his throat. Akado also took a look at Kaido at this time. His whole body was soaked, he seemed to be swimming over. The hand holding the barrel still had a touch of bloodline, but in the first half of the Grand Line, the pirates really couldn't. The existence of making Kaido bleed can only be done by certain people of the same monster level in naval headquarters. But the wound did emerge from that tiny crack. Akado can tell, and Kaido still swam over. The blood has not been removed by the water, and the wound has not fully healed, so the battle just happened. Kaido. Akado guessed. When you came, did the 790 sink a warship? He remembered the warship he was on when he came here, led by Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Sid. If it is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, dealing with Kaido, who has not yet reached the peak state in the future, may indeed cause him a little injury. Kaido noticed Akado's eyes, looked at the wound on the back of his hand that looked like it had been cut by a fruit knife, and hummed. That marine is a bit famous, but he was still thrown into the sea by me. Although the wound on the back of Kaido's hand is like being scratched by a fruit knife, leaving wounds on Kaido's body is definitely not something that a fruit knife can cut out. At the very least, you have to have a level of swordsman or above to do it. Among vice admirals, it should also be an outstanding level. Unfortunately, that Sid, vice admiral, was slaughtered by Kaido. Sure enough, it's a mad dog who bites whoever it sees. While Akado was talking to himself, suddenly there was the sound of footsteps that vibrated more than when Kaido walked over just now, and every time a foot landed, the table and chair next to Akado shook violently. After that, it fell completely aside. Kaido, who kept pouring himself alcohol, also looked in the direction of the vibration. At this time, the surrounding pirates began to discuss. Advertisement, Atlas. Yes, Atlas is back. He saw how angry he was when his sight was smashed. Do you want to run away first? I wanted to stay and see what happens. Akado, who walked out of the dilapidated tavern, looked to the right, and when he heard the name, Atlas, he immediately remembered the information he got on the warship Eurolo's Atlas. The captain of the Titan pirates, the Titan family. Looking far away, under the moonlight, there was indeed a man with a height of more than 40 meters, more than twice that of Kaido, and a man with an inch helmet walking towards this side. At his feet, there are all kinds of subordinates. The common feature is that they are all very tall, and the shortest one is more than 3 meters tall. Atlas also has a habit of recruiting tall subordinates, but the Titans are originally a minority, and most of the Titans with high-end combat effectiveness are recruited by Marine. So he began to recruit some non-Titan subordinates who were taller than ordinary people. Who is it? Who is causing trouble on the old, CBEH, turf? Atlas roared, but he didn't have the momentum of Kaido at all, but his terrifying height caused a certain deterrent to people. Captain Atlas, yes, it is he. Hearing a swarm of small flies flying around his ears, Kaido punched him hard, it's so noisy. At this time, Atlas looked at Akado, who interrupted, and said dissatisfiedly, what are you talking about, you little dwarf? Hey, the one next to you, do you want to join my subordinates? This way I will not blame you for your behavior. Advertisement this size, even if placed in his own pirate group, is second only to his own existence. While the rookies like Atlas are still alive and kicking, the people under the Titan pirates have already started to clamor. Do you know what an honor it is to be recruited by the captain? Suddenly, Kaido heard Akado's wild laughter coming from his right side, turned his head to look. Akado raised his head and laughed wildly. After noticing the look in Kaido's eyes, the red pupil shifted a little to the left, and said with a strange smile, did you hear that? Kaido, You are honored to be recruited. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and join. Kaido didn't realize it for a while. He was recruited. Kaido's face is distorted. He is direct in the battle, but his brain is not completely an idiot. How can he not tell that the B********* the Akado is mocking himself? P.S. I hate Mondays. Please subscribe. Hey, our captain is asking you something. He. Ha 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 ha. The sudden burst of power formed a coercion in the air. Before the fist reached, it had smashed the bodies of some youngsters. As if to repay, Akado, Kaido's thick tone was slightly mocking. I called you a dwarf. For a moment, the atmosphere of the two of the three monsters immediately became dignified. If the pirates from New World saw it, they would definitely pee their pants in fright, because this represented the start of a big battle. Atlas is a pirate with a bounty of over 60 million. Looking at the ruined hotel next to it, Atlas stretched out a hand to Kaido and said, Hey, boy, you seem to be quite strong. How are you? Come to be my subordinate? Like this I won't pursue the matter of you smashing my tavern? A dog leg of the Titan pirates pointed at Kaido, and when Atlas saw Kaido's huge body, a strange light flashed in his eyes. 154 You are looking for fun. Open black lens bracket. This is a manuscript. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. One blow from Kaido was enough to break through mountains and rivers. With one move, everything in Fang Yuan collapsed. Countless onlookers were smashed into the ruins of the building, and they walked out of the ruins holding their wounds with a little bit of patience. Looking at Kaido in disbelief, that big guy has such abilities? After being silent for a while, Atlas laughed loudly. That's right, I like this kind of subordinate. How about it? Don't think about it. If you come, I can let you sit in the position of deputy captain. Seeing that Atlas was still saying such things, Akado on the other side directly labeled the other party, idiot, in his heart. As for Kaido, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party, and his body, which was much smaller than Atlas, jumped to the position where Atlas's face was facing the 427, and stretched his right hand forward, pressing down on the Titan's skycap. Before Atlas could react, he slammed the huge body to the ground with his face facing the ground. There was silence for a while, and after a long time, they all uttered, alas, in exclamation. This is the end. The town of Ashana is the strongest. The leader of the Titan pirates, who offered a bounty of 66 million Baileys, was defeated like this. At this time, standing by a brothel, a sly-eyed pirate held a thick stack of reward orders in his hand, and began to flip through them according to Kaido's face. He didn't find Kaido's face in the first pile, and he didn't find Kaido's face until he turned to the last few pages, and those few reward orders for people who were absolutely impossible to meet in the first half of the Grand Line. And when he looked at the reward amount below, he suddenly felt that he was about to suffocate. 100,000, thousands, billion. No, on top of this, Kaido. He suddenly remembered, Kaido, could it be that Kaido of the Beasts? Advertisement, one of the three monsters of New World. Whispered to pass on Kaido's name and the amount of the reward. Where have these rookie pirates seen such a character? Immediately scared the hell out of them. Especially those pirates from the Titan pirates who dared to yell at Kaido just now were so frightened that they wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. Damn, why do the three monsters from New World appear in this kind of place? Bulu, Bulu, Bullabulu Bulu. Just when everyone was shocked by Kaido's identity and the amount of reward offered, a call from a phone bug suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Looking in the direction of the sound of the phone bug, Akado was holding a light yellow phone bug and dialing 10 times while walking to the side of Atlas, who was half dead by Kaido's 10 hits. With a crack, the phone bug with its eyes closed suddenly opened its eyes, which meant that the call had been connected. Moses, this is the Persika Marine branch. What's the matter? Hearing the voice from the phone bug, everyone's expressions tightened. What the hell is that guy in red doing? He actually called Marine. There is also such a thing as calling the police. In this world, it is a concept similar to 110. After calling the Marine public phone, it will be automatically transferred to the nearest Marine branch. Akado glanced at Kaido, who was also looking towards him, and said with a sly smile, in Ashana Town, I found that Kaido of the Beasts, a pirate from New World, is fighting with local pirates. When they heard Akado's words to Marine, everyone in Ashana Town was startled, and Kaido, who already had a little understanding of Akado's character, just blinked his eyes and didn't express anything. The operator on the opposite side of the Marine obviously didn't have the idiots of these rookie pirates. He immediately understood the meaning of Kaido of the Beasts, and asked quickly, is it in Ashana Town? The reason why Ashana has become a paradise for pirates in a short period of time is not only because of the deterrence of Atlas and others from the Titan pirates, but also because it is far away from naval headquarters, and the age of great pirates has begun. The number of Marines is difficult to be sufficient, and various reasons make it too late for Marines to take care of this road. Don't you think it's fun? Akado responded lightly. Advertisement, no matter how far you are, naval headquarters will definitely send high-level Marines to destroy this place. Ah, that's right. Do you know the rules in this town of Ashana? No matter what happens here, it's private. You actually called Marine over here. Are you still a pirate? Rather than taking action himself, he wanted to see what kind of expression the garbage here would show when facing the siege of naval headquarters. Really Kaido of the Beasts? Amidst a burst of abuse from the crowd, the little pirate who was the first to recognize Kaido's identity just now screamed again, then, that man in red is Akado. Like Kaido of the Beasts, he is one of the three monsters, undead Akado. Unlike other rookie pirates who only know how to curse, Kaido just folded his arms and looked at Akado when facing Akado selling his information on 5.9. Is this also a way for you to have fun? P.S. Because I went to make an appointment with Pow at night. Oh no, I have a date, so I have posted and saved the manuscript. For the sake of my hard work, don't stop subscribing. Finally, a vice admiral from the headquarters was sent to destroy this place in one go, but was disturbed by Kaido who came out halfway. Akado continued with a playful expression. When Kaido came, the warship that sank the naval headquarters Vice Admiral Sid is still here. Hey. UB ************. D. What do you want? After finishing speaking, Akado didn't wait for the response from Marine on the opposite side, hung up the phone bug and went to the ground next to it. Originally, in this kind of rural area, the recent Marine branch is not strong and the distance is far away. They didn't make any big troubles, and they didn't bother to take care of them. But Kaido's nature is completely different here. Seeing that Akado actually lured Marine over, many people shouted and cursed, damn it, we can't offend Kaido, can't we still offend you? Do you want to lure someone from Marine? 155 What rules are there for rubbish? Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. After the little pirate yelled these words, the audience suddenly fell into deathly silence. Akado's reward order was also passed on in the hands of many people. Million. 10 million. Billion. The pirates, some pirate hunters, and a few gangsters who were still cursing just now shut up with cold sweat on their faces. Although the names of Kaido and Akado are not very familiar, the name of the singular, three monsters, has long been synonymous with a new era. It's like the future Luffy, they know Shichibukai, but they don't know who is in Shichibukai. Many punks wanted to swear, but they didn't dare to swear in front of Akado and Kaido. Damn, what's going on? In a small rural place, two big pirates with bounties exceeding Lu Yi appeared at the same time. Did you guys collude in advance? Don't you want to be so boring? Who was playing what rule just now? Akado asked suddenly, but no one answered. It should be said that no one dared to answer in a game. Rules of pirates. This sentence Akado has heard many people say this since sailing to the present. Roger said that the rule of pirates is to live only for freedom and have nothing to do with domination. The rule of the pirates on Sabaody Island is not to make trouble there, so as not to invite people from naval headquarters to encircle and suppress them. This is 3 points similar to this town of Ishana. And Whitebeard once said that the unbreakable rule among pirates is benevolence and righteousness, and you must never kill your companions. For these so-called rules, whether it is Roger or Whitebeard, Akado has always scoffed. They are all pirates, and they build everything on the basis of destroying others and destroying peace. What kind of freedom are you talking about? What kindness and justice are you talking about? And what rules are you talking about? Advertisement pirates just break the rules, don't deify the garbage industry of pirates. Pirates are garbage that don't follow the rules and build everything they want to do on the basis of destroying ordinary people. So even Roger, the One Piece, Akado said to him that, pirates are freedom, apart from ridicule, there is only disgust. Pirates are equated with garbage, don't deify him. Of course, Akado considers himself no better than trash. However, it is not the turn of others to speak for themselves. What are you going to do now? Kaido spoke suddenly. At this time he was sitting next to the rotten and out-of-shape tavern, feeding the barrels of wine into his mouth one by one. Want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Huh, you mad dog. Do you know what sitting on a mountain and watching a tigers fight is? Akado glanced at Kaido, and he received a heavy punch from Kaido. Akado swung violently with one hand. A huge sword appeared in Akado's palm at some point, and collided with Kaido's fist. At this time, Kaido was still sitting in a sitting position, unable to unleash all his strength, but even so, the explosive power produced by this punch was beyond ordinary people's imagination. Boom! Another new storm swept across the area, and everyone raised their hands to resist, but they were still blown away by the storm. Collapse. Many people crashed into the wooden walls of the houses behind them, and managed to get out. When they saw the two people who had retracted their weapons, and then looked at the ruined street, they tremblingly said, "Yes, it's just a fight, This is the power of the three monsters, the new world." Did I just scold such a monster? Advertisement. Everyone was so frightened that their livers and gallbladders were torn apart, and they fully saw the power of standing on the top of the pirates. The waste pirates with so much moisture are completely useless except to bully civilians. Akado glanced at the pirates hiding in Ishana among the ruins and sneered, "It is necessary to make the Grand Line a pirate's nightmare." This time, Kaido reached a consensus with Akado, which was extremely rare. After withdrawing his fist, he said to himself, "It's all a bunch of idiots playing pirate games." Akado turned around and left the town of Ishana, while Kaido was sitting there drinking, not paying attention to the call Akado made. Who would he be afraid of? A few hours after Akado left, dozens of crew members from the Kaido pirates came to Kaido and said, "Boss Kaido, please return to New World immediately, now the big Mom pirates are aggressively harvesting territory in New World. We Kaido the pirates can't let them take advantage of us while we're away." During the period when Akado and Kaido were not in New World, the big Mom pirate group led by Charlotte Linlin aggressively harvested territory in New World. In this situation, Kaido has not said anything yet, and the people under him can't sit still. One Piece is dead, and a new era has been brought. How can Big Mom take away all the benefits by himself at such an excellent opportunity? Kaido landed a heavy punch, completely destroying the tavern on the right, stood up and said, "Damn, you can't waste any more time here. Under the excited eyes of his subordinates, Kaido shouted, "Go back." When the people in Ishana town saw that Kaido was about to leave, they couldn't help feeling ecstatic, and finally wanted to send the two devils away. However, when Kaido was about to walk out of the town, he seemed to suddenly remember something, turned his head to look at Ishana town, and said, "Wait, before you leave, burn this damn place down. Seeing these, it's a ghostly place to play house. I'm going to get angry." In an instant, the residents of Ishana town felt like they fell from heaven to hell. Akado sits on the throne of the bow of the iron ship built by Tom, and the direction of sailing is Sabadi Island. He also didn't want to stay in paradise any longer. It is necessary to let those rookie pirates who don't know the so-called experience the real cruelty. It seems that they can't be a bystander for the time being, and they are among the Uzumaki who are about to officially fight. 156 The Lonely Red, Patrick Redfield open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Pirates head to the real entrance to the New World, the Fishmen Island. To shuttle between the first half of the Grand Line and New World, you must either enter the government's permission and take the World Government Special Channel, or you can only pass through the seabed, pass through the Fishmen Island through the hole at the lower end of the Terracotta Continent, and then lead to two places. At this time, in a Murloc restaurant, three pirates were talking loudly about something. Because of their rude behavior and loud voice, they attracted the attention of many original residents of the Fishmen Island. When the era of great pirates hadn't started a year ago, there might not be a few pirates in a week, but since Roger's words on the execution platform, the pirates who entered the Fishmen Island have become as successful as taking hormones, doubled. Even if the Fishmen Island Palace continues to increase its manpower and barely maintains stability, it is only barely, and there may be a tendency to collapse at any time. That's why, at Sabodi's land, a random Murloc actually auctioned off a high price of 50 million Baileys. These things can be seen everywhere here. I didn't expect it. A pirate with dark circles at the corners of his eyes and wearing a pirate hat similar to Roger's did not hide his voice, and laughed. What he said naturally aroused serious dissatisfaction from other people in the restaurant. No matter Murlocs or mermaids or men and women, they all turned their heads and looked at them fiercely. Huh, the black-eyed pirate noticed the gazes of other people, and he dragged his voice strangely. The two pirates who were traveling with him also drew their swords, with unfriendly expressions on their faces. The residents were in a mood of forbearance, so they could only turn their heads back quickly. Everyone had an aggrieved expression of anger and fear. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that the residents were too scared to speak, the black-eyed pirate also inherited the pirate's arrogant nature, and laughed with his other two companions. So it turns out that the advent of the era of great pirates has led to the rapid growth of pirates, and the lack of manpower in the marine, so that Marshal Kong has to go out in person. Suddenly, a voice came out, and it fell into the ears of everyone in the restaurant. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. It was a seat on the left side, and a man wearing small round sunglasses was putting one hand on the seat. Behind the chair, the other hand was holding a newspaper in one hand, and while speaking, he turned his head to look at the troublesome trio. So, it is precisely because of Marine's incompetence that many dog food has come from in the first half of the Grand Line. The running brought New World. Although it is strange to use the word, dog food, to describe a person, any fool can tell that this is not a good word, let alone a pirate. What the hell are you talking about? Advertisement. You don't want to live anymore, do you? The three of them didn't become wary just because they saw that Akado was a human being. They were in a state of feeling overwhelmed by the residents just now, and their hormones were surging. In excitement. Whoa! The shadow under Akado's chair suddenly rose irregularly like a flame, and a giant dog with black eyes, red eyes, and short thighs emerged from the shadow. Only fit for dogs, Akado grinned ferociously, and at the same time Baskerville let out a roar in response, with saliva still oozing between the upper and lower teeth, and instantly swallowed the three pirates, together with the chair behind them. No, there was one thing left. The left foot of one of them was not swallowed, it was still on the floor of the restaurant. Ah! Seeing this scene, a young female fish couldn't get up for the third time. See, pirates are fighting, run away, murder. Whoa, 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 whoa. In an instant, the restaurant was in chaos, with those running away, fainting, and vomiting. Originally, this place was located in the bustling area of the Fishmen Island, and in such a messy scene, naturally attracted many people to watch. When they heard that the pirates were fighting inside, no one dared to go in. They just surrounded the restaurant one by one and notified the Kingdom Army about it. Huh? The pirates are fighting? Advertisement. A tall, narrow-eyed old man in red clothes who was 3 points similar to Akado passed by here. Hearing the movement here, he paused for a while when he was planning to leave. The old man is about 50 or 60 years old, his hair is almost completely white, he wears red clothes and red trousers and a big red cape. There is a big blue rose pinned in front of his left chest, and he holds a dark blue slender umbrella in his hand, or the aura of the whole person. They all look very much like the legendary vampires. Compared with Akado, he is more like an old vampire with a calm and extremely gloomy feeling. Lonely Red, Patrick Redfield, before the era of great pirates, standing at the top of the pirates, the legendary pirates who are as famous as Whitebeard, Roger, Garp and others. Without any fruit ability, like Garp, relying on the umbrella sword in his hand and the ghostly fighting form with Haki, standing at the pinnacle of the era. But because he is used to acting alone, the waves he caused are not as good as Whitebeard, Shiki and Roger. Their reputation and reward amount are slightly inferior. It also narrowly lost to China Base many years ago. However, in terms of ability to fight alone, it is by no means inferior to them. It seems to be a little white. Looking at the hair hanging down to the neck, although Zhao's is not completely white, it is already approaching completely white. That's right, he doesn't think about how old he is now. After all, they are just a group of third-class pirates who only rely on their young bodies to make trouble. Reed thought to himself, turning around and preparing to leave. He has very similar ideas to Kaido and Akado, and he also looks down on those pirates who just run away when they see Marine, and the only thing they can do is bully civilians. No, in Reed's eyes, he can't even be called a pirate, but a rascal. Lonely Red. I didn't expect to meet you here. Reed hadn't walked 5 meters away when suddenly someone called his name behind him, making him stop again. 157 Dialogue with red open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Reed turned his head to look, and after staring for 3 seconds, he unfolded his robe. It must be said that there are too many similarities between these two people except their appearance. Apart from the fact that they are all dressed in red and look like vampires, they have done a lot of things, and even their styles can vaguely see similar shadows. First of all, the first point is that both of them are lone rangers, one of them is a pirate group, without any companions, and the second is to rely on their own personal strength to sit on the position of the great pirate. Because of these numerous similarities, Akado is often compared to Red when he was young. It's just that Red has climbed to the position of legend, but Akado is still below the legend. Dracula D. Akado. Some time ago, the name frequently appeared on the front page of the news. Are you going to return to the first half from New World, or decide to return to New World? Reed supported his hands. The long umbrella in the bat's hand said calmly. However, when he saw the young face of aka 590, there was a flash of jealousy and loss in his eyes that he didn't even notice. If it's okay, would you like to have a drink? Akado lowered his head, his bangs covered a small part of his face, and asked with a smile, I just fed the dog, which made me feel bad. Oh, I don't mind if you treat me. After all, Reed was just passing by and didn't see the scene in the restaurant, so naturally he didn't know what Akado meant by, hey the dog. Ah, come on. Akado, who has thermal vision, can find people in a city in an instant, and it is not a problem to find a place, not to mention that he has already been to the Fishmen Island once. In the Dragon Palace of the Fishmen Island, King Neptune immediately sent people to investigate the cause of the incident after receiving the news. Advertisement. The right minister of the Seahorse Mermaid with a knife on the right side of his waist held 2 reward orders in his hand, looked up at Neptune and Princess Odahime sitting on his left side, and said, Your Majesty, Princess, the identities of those 2 people have been found out, are all pirates, and they are pirates with a bounty of more than 600 million and 1 billion. Although the news about the Fishmen Island is not very accurate, as long as you are famous, you are not afraid of your ally. What's more, because of the opening of the era of great pirates, the Fishmen Island has already started to get in touch with the information of pirates, so that it is easy to understand. Did the incident about the restaurant hurt innocent people? Neptune didn't expect it to be a pirate with such an exaggerated reward, and asked after a drop of cold sweat left on the side of his face. The minister on the right said, This is not true, it's just that the scene is too bloody, I'm afraid it will create a bad image. Although it is very useless, please suppress this matter and compensate the restaurant, Neptune decided. Please don't say that, Your Majesty, you are also working hard for the Fishmen Island, Minister Zuo persuaded. Oh, if this continues. Neptune frowned. The era of great pirates has only started for a year, and the Fishmen Island has become like this. If it is a few more years, I don't know what it will be like. Suddenly, Neptune suddenly remembered something, and reminded. The tavern these 2 pirates go to, immediately isolate the crowd, and if possible, call other people in the tavern away. Yes, I understand. On the other side, in a tavern in the bustling area of the Fishmen Island. Really? Sure enough, the era opened by Roger has inspired countless new generations of pirates? Reed swayed the whiskey in his glass, and said thoughtfully, It was a long time ago that I lost to Shiki a few years ago. After that, I was seriously injured and retreated. After a long period of recuperation, I didn't expect to see it has become like this. The new generation of pirates? They're just a bunch of rubbish. Akado sneered, just go to the front of the Grand Line and you'll know what those fledgling pirates are. Advertisement. During the short conversation just now, Akado also knew why Red appeared on the Fishmen Island. He was seriously injured in the battle with Shiki 4 years ago and escaped. Not long after he recovered from his injuries, Roger became the One Piece. Reed has always regretted that he hadn't fought against Roger for a long time before he became One Piece. But now that Roger died, he would not have this opportunity, so he thought at least to go to the town of Rog in East Blue to see what kind of place Roger died. The scope of damage of these words is very wide. According to what you said, you and I who are also pirates are also rubbish. Reed asked with ulterior motives, wondering if he wanted to use these words to hit Akado in the face. It's true to say that, yes, do you think pirates should be saints? Akado's pupils shifted, and a fierce light flashed. Ah, Reed chuckled and drank the whiskey in the glass, which was regarded as acquiescence. Speaking of which, how did you get into this 10,000-meter seabed when you were alone and non-capable? Akado asked something that he was quite interested in. He didn't think Reed had the same methods as himself. Hey, what's there to be curious about? Kill a few people and threaten them to bring me over by boat. I plan to kill a pirate group on this island later, and take their boat to East Blue, Raida dismissively said. In this regard, he can only mourn in silence for the pirate group that is about to be selected by him. Before he really reached New World, he was targeted by this old monster one step ahead of time. 158 Red who was afraid of getting old open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. I've met with Big Mom and Mad Dog before, Akado said. Mad Dog? Reed was puzzled, and then said clearly, oh, Kaido? Although I haven't played against him formally, I know a little bit about his character. Your title, Mad Dog, is inexplicably appropriate. After a pause, Reed said again, the meeting between the three of you on Cheese Island was widely circulated in the New World Pirate Circle. It's not a strange thing. Big Mom says you'll get caught. Why, Akado said suddenly, observing Red's expression with a sly smile, and sure enough, seeing that Red's face had turned ugly, he added a sentence with a dark belly. I also have the same idea, 27. Red, a murderous look flashed across his body. He looked sideways and said, why do you say that? He is nearly 6 years old and has been a pirate for more than 40 years. He has always been alone. No Marine has caught him for so long. Why do these juniors dare to say that they will be caught? You're not stupid, how can you not figure it out? Akado raised his head and looked at the crystal ceiling of the Mermaid Tavern. Your age, your strength, the former advances, the latter retreats, plus you have been alone all the time, have no subordinates, no influence, being caught by Marine has become a fact. Akado's simple sentence completely hit Red's sore spot, and it belonged to the kind of blood. He's a few years older than Whitebeard, Garp, and Roger. But it was precisely because of his age that he declined one step faster than the others. It is said that people will be afraid of loneliness when they are old, and they will have fear. Reed has a similar mentality now. Advertisement, he is not afraid of being insulted. Some people say that he has lost to the Golden Lion. What he fears most is the word, Ling. There was a crack in the wine glass he was holding, and Reed's tone was a bit murderous. It's just a young man called, Three Monsters, don't be too arrogant. Youth, is also a word you don't want to mention now, right? Akado always looks like he is in his 20s. After hearing Reed's words, he put down the wine glass in his hand and said with a light smile, that's fine, it's better to try it out now than to be caught by Marine in the future. Lonely Red, S strength. In addition to Lonely Red, Reed also has titles such as Red Earl. The word, Count, refers to vampires in many classical books, and coupled with the many similarities between the two, Akado's idea of fighting Red has already occurred more than once or twice. Oh, do you want to fight here directly? Reed was also provoked by Akado and asked back. Akado vetoed. No, aren't you going to the front section? It's just right. Go out from here, isn't it? It will take a few days to find an island to fight in New World. Red's eyes narrowed. Are you talking about Sabadi Island? If you go to New World from the Fishman Island, it will take at least a few days to land on the first island of New World. However, it only takes a few hours to return to Sabadi Island from here. But that is not a simple place. It is the domain of the Celestial Dragons, the island closest to naval headquarters. It seems that I agree. If you refuse, it proves that you are really old, no matter from which aspect. When Reed heard the word, old man, his brows frowned, and the man was blown out of the boat before he could pull the trigger. A few seconds later, it seemed that because the divination consumed too much power, the girl began to shed cold sweat continuously, until she cancelled the mind output to the crystal ball. The picture on the crystal ball disappeared, and the group gradually improved. Advertisement, old man, you don't want to live anymore. A pirate angrily pulled out a machine gun and shot Red. Red stared at Akado for a long time, and suddenly smiled. Before I arrived at the Fishman Island, Newgate once commented that you were a lunatic who was even crazier than Kaido, and it seems to be true. Akado walked up to the remaining pirate, and put the white spear gasel against his forehead. Excuse me, take me. No, can I go to Sabadi Island with him? Ah, don't you think it's interesting? However, after the two left, in the Mermaid Cafe in the bustling area of the Fishman Island, a little girl who was only a few years old and had 4.0 slanted bangs with a shark tail was sitting in the backstage room. In front of her, a transparent crystal ball was placed on the cushion, and under the control of the girl, the originally transparent crystal ball began to display images. When the word, old, was mentioned again, Red's fighting spirit became even stronger, but he didn't waste any more words, and decided to wait a while and directly talk about fighting. In the next second, a group of bats descended from the sky, gathered on the deck of the ship to look like Akado, and intentionally glanced at the direction where the pirate was shot. The attack is really ruthless. You still want to go to Sabadi Island on this ship, don't you? P.S. Let me explain again. Red's vampire fruit was found and eaten by Luffy during the 2 years after he escaped from the submarine prison. Before they could react, the Crimson Flash had already cleared more than half of the members of the Kimari pirates, and the rest quickly turned their heads to look, only to see an old man over 50 years old standing at the bow with his eyes slightly closed. He said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Take me to Sabadi Island." Akado laughed. While fighting, you must always be ready to meet Marine, isn't it fun? Young people who are not sensible, it is necessary to teach them a lesson. Reed looked up at a 45-degree angle to the sea above the Fishman Island. In the picture of the crystal ball, the shark-tailed girl saw in the red light, constant explosions and gunshots. Countless big red trees fell one after another, and an island turned into a sea of flames. Just as they were excitedly taking off the anchor and preparing to officially set off, suddenly, a red flash appeared from afar. About half an hour later, at the exit of the Fishman Island, Kimari pirates, who were preparing to go to New World from the Fishman Island, were just about to set sail. 159 Immortal Red vs Lonely Red. Open black lens bracket subscription. Close black lens bracket. Area 6 of Sabadi Island is an illegal area where fights often occur. When the ship of the Kimari pirates was docked on the shore of the ship, two red figures came down the ladder one after another, and Akado, who came down behind, took a picture of one of the crew members. Shoulder, okay, Thanks for your hard work, you can go to New World and continue sailing. The crew members who were patted on the shoulder wanted to cry, but damn it, everyone including the captain was almost wiped out by you two bastards. What are you talking about sailing? Oh, it's been more than 10 years since I came here last time, time flies so fast. Reed held his long bat umbrella and looked at the surrounding alpine mangroves. Reed let out a sigh, and at the same time saw a gang fighting a few hundred meters away. It may be a battle between pirates, or it may be a headache between pirates and pirate hunters. In my opinion, it's just more and more trash. Akado came over to answer the question, and looked at the largest alkaman mangrove tree in this area, which was marked with a big 6. Oh, Area 6. What a nice place. The Marine Garrison Department of Sabaody Island and the government's access zone are located above number 60, while number 0 to 10 are located on the north of it. It can be said that this is a place closer to the Marine Garrison. If there is turmoil here, it will not take an hour to send troops from Area 60, and it will not take 3 hours to dispatch troops from the headquarters. Reed has not been to Sabaody Island for more than 10 years, so he is not as familiar with Akado's memory of the terrain here, but when he sees Akado's smile, he feels very keenly that nothing good will happen. The lonely pirate group not only achieved the same status as Sora and Whitebeard, but also survived until now. Of course, Reed's mind is not covered up. With just a flash of inspiration, he guessed a possibility, and the focus of his eyes turned to Akado shifting over there. This is an area very close to the distribution of Marines, isn't it? Ah, it's more interesting this way, isn't it? Seeing that it was pointed out, Akado didn't intend to hide it at all, and directly expressed his thoughts. Originally, this is the place where pirate garbage often gathers. It can be said that it will definitely affect those half-baked guys in battle, and we must always be ready to meet those from the Marine branch. And the pursuit of naval headquarters, the chaos is interesting, isn't it? Area 6 was originally a gathering place for criminals, and it is also the closest place to the entrance and exit of Marine to Sabaody Island. Advertisement: what will become of the chaos caused here? Reed glanced at the other party deeply, secretly thinking that he really deserves to be a crazy new star who even gave up 3 points to Newgate. When he was young, this kind of crazy pirate was extremely rare. Don't tell me you're scared, Red. Noticing Red's gaze, Akado glanced back. I still won't hit such a boring aggressive method, since you also think it's so interesting. Reed hadn't finished speaking, when he suddenly swung the umbrella sword in his hand. Akado blocked it with the knife in his hand. During the collision, a strong turbulence broke out between the umbrella and the hand, blowing the turf under their feet almost flying stand up. And hundreds of meters away, the pirate group and the pirate hunters who were fighting were thrown into a mess by the sudden explosion, and what's more, they directly hit the Arkaman mangrove tree on the other side, above. What's the matter? What's the matter? What happened? Twice people involuntarily stopped the fighting in their hands, and hurriedly looked around. Turning his head to the left, he saw 2 G-colored figures shuttling through the number 6 area like lightning. Akado and Reed ran across the lawn. Reed held the umbrella in his right hand, saw the timing, and the bat umbrella in his hand erupted with blood-red sword energy. So, not only the clothes, but even the moves are red, so it's called Lonely Red, Akado said when he saw the moves that he had never seen before. Lei Feng seized the opportunity, stopped abruptly, and stabbed Akado's heart with a sword in his hand. Akado resisted with a black gunjackal with one hand. After the two sides were in a stalemate for a few seconds, Reed's sword attack trajectory deviated, and the red sword chi passed Akado's side and hit an alkaman mangrove tree behind him. Asking for flowers. 0 boom. Advertisement: the sword energy passed through several mangroves in a row, and finally stopped at an unknown distance out of sight of the two of them. Ah! When the two sides who fought just now saw the huge destructive power of the red light, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets in fright. The upper end of the severed red tree began to split and fall. A pirate hunter screamed. The red tree is about to fall, run away. Everyone dispersed, but the huge sound of the mangrove collapsing did not affect them at all. The sword energy faded away, Akado's gun and Reed's umbrella collided together, the weapons of both sides trembled slightly, and they refused to give in to each other for a moment. Oh, is the sword not old, Reed? Akado approached Reed's face with a sinister smile. If this level can surprise you, you can admit defeat, young boy, Reed replied calmly. Ha! Suddenly, there was a heavy breathing sound above Akado's head. Reed looked up, and a giant black-haired dog opened its bloody mouth and bit him. HMPH, it has a very interesting ability. With a cold snort, Red's power erupted, shaking Akado away for a moment. A red flash. A vertical line flashed across, passing between the eyebrows of the black dog Baskerville. 2 seconds later, blood flowed from the middle line, vertical lines splashed out, and the black dog was split into 2 halves. Bang! 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 A blue and white flash appeared on the muzzle of the white gun Gassel, and countless bullets were fired continuously. Reed controlled his thin and tall but incredibly flexible body and swung his umbrella sword, blocking all the bullets. No, it should be said to fly back. Far away in Area 7, a pirate who was discussing human trafficking business with his accomplice was suddenly shot in the head, and the accomplice standing opposite him was splashed with blood before he realized what happened, and 160 Pluton spread open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket boom. A huge casino was destroyed. Here's the number 9 area of Sabaody Island. Specifically, it was not destroyed, it was only affected and entered. The gamblers who had been clamoring in the casino in the early morning and fell into the trap of getting rich overnight are falling into hell. Now many people were directly sent to hell. At the last moment before they died, They only felt that they vaguely saw a red light flashing in front of them, and then, they didn't know anything. The chief culprit who destroyed the casino, the lonely red Patrick Redfield, was standing on the roof of another casino, with his umbrella sword at his feet, looking at the one that he had just destroyed into ruins in the distance casino, said indifferently, "Don't pretend to be dead inside, Akado. I know, 267, that you don't die so easily." Suddenly, a red and black shadow quietly climbed from the ground to the feet of Reed on the roof, gradually rose up and condensed into a human shape, and took out the black gun jackal to press the trigger. Wow! Suddenly, Reed swung his umbrella sword abruptly and chopped off one of Akado's hands. But after losing one hand, Akado's expression remained unchanged. The other hand stretched out and took out a giant sword. At the same time, his whole body emerged from the shadow of the ground, and his right hand swung the sword heavily towards Red's neck, cut off. Small tricks. Reed lifted the umbrella sword in his hand a little, and pressed the lower end of the hilt against Akado's blade. At the same time, the umbrella sword has changed from blue-purple to black. Armed color coverage. How do you think I stood in the same position as Newgate and the others without the fruit ability? Reed said in a mocking tone, and suddenly his expression became grim at the next moment. It's very simple, because the strength and hockey are not inferior to them. The old body knocked Akado's arm away, and at the same time turned the tip of the umbrella around and pierced Akado's body. Ah, advertisement. The corner of Reed's mouth curled up, but then his expression suddenly changed. Even though his body was completely pierced, Akado still kept smiling, clenched his fists with both hands, and then made a 8 gesture with his index finger and thumb and stuck them together, forming a gesture like focusing on a photo. Spell release. A hoarse voice came from Akado's throat, and in less than a second, the black dog Baskerville revived and swallowed Akado into his stomach. Seeing this, Reed took a few steps back, jumped off the top of the casino, and carefully observed the surrounding situation with observation hockey. Suddenly, Reed opened his eyes and released his iconic red sword energy to the rear. There. A shadow hand that just protruded from the ground was instantly blasted into powder, making Red frowned. A substitute? Stand in. It's not. A huge pool of blood suddenly spread out on the ground, completely covering the lawn. Akado's body gradually rose from it, accompanied by countless figures wearing white gloves. Then, what is that? A gambler who escaped from the ruins looked at the scene in the distance in disbelief. Countless hands were wearing white gloves, but the exposed arms were indeed dark red and made up of unknown objects. They were completely beyond description in words. Except for weirdness and fear, they didn't know what to say. Is it a fight? A fruit-capable person, right? B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** If you call the army horses from the headquarters, no one will be able to leave. A pirate who was about to go to New World immediately after a round of gambling was angry. He punched the wall next to him. What an exaggeration. Red looked at Akado, and these strange objects around him, constantly feeling the horror coming from them. Scary. Advertisement. Akado raised his hands high and shouted, and countless shadow hands grabbed Red at an extremely fast speed. These are not ordinary hands, each one has the enormous power to smash rocks and tear steel apart. Even the titans can dismember you in an instant. Facing the overwhelming shadows rushing towards him like a tsunami, Reed thrust his umbrella sword into his sister-in-law's soil. The sword burst out and opened the umbrella. In an instant, the umbrella was like a bomb that exploded suddenly, and the red aftermath continued to spread around. The impact of one black and one red, the entire number 9 area, no, it should be said that almost half of Sabaody Island is constantly shaking, and there is no frequency of stopping. The loud blasting sound is louder than once. The tree was almost completely destroyed between the collisions of this move. Countless gamblers in the casino in Area 9 were sent to the west before it was too late, and they hurriedly looked for hiding places before they had time. Their faces turned pale. Damn it. Why did you stay to watch the excitement out of curiosity? Wouldn't it be better if you can't escape as soon as possible? The fading away of the aftermath did not signal the end of the battle. The two of them ran again at a very fast speed. They ran on a mangrove tree trunk that had been broken but was still more than 10 meters high. The bullet gained the upper hand and penetrated the sword energy. Although the scattered sword energy still had a certain power and flew towards Akado at 5.9, but Akado didn't care about the damage at all, and let the sword energy cut his shoulders on both sides with blood, and hit Reed's body with a single shot. Left shoulder. What are these two guys doing? I can finally gamble here. In the ruins of the casino in Area 9, the only man who did not run or hide came out from behind the ruins, looked at the two red dots that were constantly fighting 2 miles away, and said in a complaining tone. Pluton. Rayleigh, tread. Suddenly, Rayleigh heard the fast-paced footsteps coming from behind, touched the back of his head, and while quickly fleeing in another direction, whispered in a voice that he could only hear. Oh, Marine is here. I just get out quickly. 161 The confrontation between the old and the new era. Open black lens bracket subscription. Close black lens bracket. Boom. Area 13. The huge tree with a height of more than 50 meters was finally unable to support the huge trunk due to the raging flames produced by Akado's shot, and slowly fell in the direction of Red. The entire number 13 area has been dyed into a sea of flames because of the battle between these two people. Countless people screamed, wailed, and fled in pain. Like Rayleigh, Reed's moves pursue practicality, and he didn't make any name for it. He just used his umbrella sword to swing countless sword oars, and cut the mangrove tree trunk, which is even more exaggerated than the titans, into tofu cubes. Finally, when the mangrove block fell, it didn't even splash a little dust on itself. Holding a gun in each hand, Akado jumped from the top of the tree, the robe behind his back fluttered wildly with the wind, and fired countless bullets at the same time. At this time, the umbrella sword in Reed's hand disappeared. It should be said that it was because it danced so fast that it was no longer visible to the naked eye. The bullets fired by Akado even reached other areas by him. From the beginning of the battle to the present, it is unknown how many people have been hit by peanuts without knowing it. While Reed was blocking the bullet, Akado was already close to him and shot at almost zero distance. Seeing this, red light erupted from the other hand that was not holding the sword, and knocked away Akado's hand that was about to shoot, so as to avoid being shot again. For a while, close combat started again. Although the area where the two fought was a concentration of lawbreakers, many civilians were involved in it in a playful mood. But the two have no interest in this, and Mr. Yan only has the idea of killing each other. The soap bubbles and the alkaman mangrove, which were originally the most distinctive features of Sabaody Island, were all turned into ashes as long as the two passed through the battle, and there was not a single intact mangrove. Those Marines stationed on Sabaody Island who were watching the battle with binoculars swallowed their saliva one by one, but even without binoculars, seeing the monstrous flames of war in the distance, they still felt. Advertisement: is this the battle of the world's top pirates? Seeing that a building collapsed due to the battle between the two, a soldier was so frightened that he couldn't help but knelt on the ground. Holding the binoculars, a Marine captain who could barely see the two fighting in the sea of flames, put down the binoculars in his hand, and said seriously, "This is no longer a battle we can intervene in. When will the support from the headquarters be available? Come." After confirming the identities of Akado and Reed in the battle, the Marine branch stationed on Sabaody Island has sent a support request to the people in the headquarters. Yes, according to the time analysis, it should be less than an hour. A sailor saluted Kaido. During this hour, it is not known how many people will lose their lives. After pondering for 5 seconds, Marine Captain resolutely said, "Leave a small team here to observe and report at any time, and the rest of the people will follow me to other areas to catch the pirates who want to escape." Because of the fluctuations caused by the battle between Akado and Red, the entire Sabaody Island fell into chaos. The pirates also knew that the Marine support from the headquarters would arrive soon, so everyone was fleeing at full speed. If such words were said in other circumstances, some of the subordinates might suspect that the captain was afraid, but the opposite was the battle between Akado and Red, and no one objected. It should be said that before fighting at such a level, it is normal to feel scared. It's a blessing that you're still alive. Okay, withdraw. In the end, the Marine of the Sabaody Island branch left only one scouting team in Area 13 to monitor the battle, and all the others left to capture other pirates on the island, which was considered as the best use of everything. Boom. Akado and Reed face off unreservedly, collection of unarmed color and armed color. Advertisement as a result, Reed fell back 50 meters, and Akado was thrown into a building in flames, crashing through several buildings in a row before falling down. It's so strange. I read in the newspaper that you forced back Sakazuki, who has lava fruit abilities, but you haven't used the armed color until now. You don't know how to use it, right? Although Reed was not as serious as Akado, his feet sank into the ground, and 2 long pits appeared. I'm not a Lobia-capable person, but I was able to force Lobia back. What special method did you use? A shadow slowly rises from the ruins of the building hit by Akado, and restores Akado's original shape at an extremely fast speed. I don't have to tell you, do I? Akado really didn't have the habit of explaining his ability to others. At most 447 showed off the 2 guns he was proud of. HMPH, well, forget it, when people get old, they seem to talk more. Although Reed said it easily, he was also shocked by Akado's strength in his heart. Because of his age, and his style of acting in the early years, his strength is currently slightly inferior to Golden Lion and Whitebeard by 2 points. More importantly, he was seriously injured after the battle with Golden Lion 4 years ago, and he is only recovering from a serious illness now. However, Reed is still confident that he has the world's top strength. But this kid in front of me. Reed's mouth was tight, and he thought to himself, besides the fact that his immortality is really tricky, he should not underestimate his own strength, especially the kind of attack that is desperate to sacrifice his life again and again, and he feels pressure just by fighting him stalemate. It seems to be overwhelming, however, I'm still very early to win. Reed swung the bat umbrella sword in his hand heavily, and suddenly, blood-red flame-like sword energy erupted from it. The 2 corners of Akado's mouth were split open, and he raised the giant sword, and the 2 flashes interlaced again in the sea of flames. 162 paralysis. Not enough people. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. Unless there is Paluzolino's ability to fly quickly in the air and possess extremely fast speed, no matter how fast a warship is, it will take 2 to 3 hours to travel from naval headquarters to Sabaody Island. But strictly speaking, Paluzolino doesn't count as flying, but can use some objects in the air to help him achieve the purpose of flying, such as birds and beasts, or sea monsters and rocks on the sea. At this time, there are a total of 15 warships going from the headquarters to Sabaody Island for support, almost half of the current combat power of naval headquarters. Standing at the bow, like Garp Sengoku, with a black suit inside and a marine robe and cloak outside, Naval Headquarters Marshal, Kong-Point Kong. Since it is a battle between the world's top pirate-level Lonely Red and the undead Akado, it is not incomprehensible for Sora to go out in person. However, only Marine's internal and high-level members understand one of the embarrassing situations, that is, Marine has no other experts to suppress these 2 freaks. The Marine hero Garp went to all the places Roger visited during the gap period after disbanding the pirates to hunt down the orphan of One Piece. Sengoku led the Marine Rising Stars to stop the rampant big pirates in New World, while other Marine elites also went to the Grand Line to catch pirates. Although it is necessary to deal with these two people above the Admiral level, there are not many people of this level in the entire naval headquarters. However, Marine is currently in an empty period with few people, which is a big problem that cannot be ignored. Marine is short of people? This has to be said to be a joke. But in fact, this is the case. Originally, according to the rules and regulations of the headquarters, there should be 3 admirals, but now there is only 1 Sengoku. That B************ D Garp has repeatedly refused to be promoted, and before the era of great pirates begins, he can still handle it. But in less than a year and a half after entering the era of great pirates, the speed of pirates has grown even more exaggerated than taking drugs. There are few people in Marine, at least for more than 100 years, and I have never felt that there are so few people using Marine. Sora could do nothing but kneel on the ground and beg Zephyr to come out of the mountain again. Advertisement, but Zephyr is as dead-headed as Garp in this regard. No matter what Ren Kong or Sengoku said, he was unwilling to return to the first front line, so he stayed on the second line to lead the students and perform tasks that were not too difficult. The number of Marines must be expanded, and the control over the sea must be strengthened. Kong stood at the bow of the ship, thinking to himself, not only to increase the available number of Marines, but also to find ways to strengthen the vitality of the world to catch pirates. A blatantly troublesome B*********** D on Sabaody Island. Your Excellency Marshal, it is expected to arrive at Sabaody Archipelago within 10 minutes. A major walked to the side of Kong, saluted and asked for instructions. Kong Ning nodded emphatically, everyone is ready for battle. Yes. Looking at the island wrapped in bubbles, he said silently, Akado, and Red. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, right? If we talk about Marine and pirates standing at the top of the era, Garp fights the most against Roger, Sengoku is Whitebeard, and Zephyr is Golden Lion. Then Sora is without a doubt Red. In their youth, when Sora was still Admiral, the two had the experience of fighting against each other several times, and Reed even beat himself. Sora is slightly older than Garp Sengoku. Coincidentally, the same is true for Reed. He is also slightly older than Roger and Whitebeard. Maybe there is also an age factor in it, which has caused many collisions between the two sides. Since he became the Marshal, Sora seldom goes out in person, and the relationship with Red has come to an end for now. This time, it was a reunion after more than 10 years. Speaking of which, this Akado is also non-stop, after Kaido and Whitebeard. Is it Red again this time? Recalling the Akado who committed all kinds of earth-shattering events within a few years of going to sea, Sora gritted his teeth again. Finally, Kong and the other 14 warships landed in Area 22 of Sabaody Island. Your Excellency the Marshal, Advertisement Kong had just disembarked and Marine, the branch stationed on Sabaody Island, quickly saluted him. Kong quickly walked towards the interior of the island, and at the same time asked a colonel stationed in the Marine on Sabaody Island, where are they? Upon hearing that, the colonel quickly replied, yes, according to the information, the origin is Area 9, and after several hours of fighting, it has been transferred to Area 15. D thing. Regardless of his own status, Kong exploded with foul language, block all the ports, so that the Tianlong people can never get close. The 1st, 2nd, and 5th teams will come with me. The others will assist the Sabaody Island branch to kill all the other pirates on the island. Get me impertinent. To come too much is just to increase sacrifices in vain. Now in terms of mobilizing troops, it can be described as saving. Yes. Thousands of sailors on the field responded in unison. Area 15 of Sabaody Island is mainly engaged in S**x transactions, that is, prostitution. How new oh how. Interestingly, not only women, men, even intersex people, take your pick. For many people, this place is indeed a paradise. But here, like most of the areas where the two of them fought, had been destroyed badly. Although I don't know how many people scold Akado and Reed in their hearts, all they can do in reality is to run away and stay away from these two monsters. Scary. Akado and Reed shouted at the same time, and the two red shadows sent out strong airwaves, tearing everything around them into pieces. Close combat. There is no extra distance between the two, the collision of tricks blocks the sight of both sides, and the only thing that can be seen is the other party. 163 Do you want to play a game? Open black lens bracket crazy subscription close black lens bracket. When Kong led his 3 squadrons of sailors to Area 15, he saw the ruins of collapsed buildings, distorted and broken mangroves, and the broken limbs of pirates or operators that could not be found from the side of the road. It's like hell. There is no intact piece of soil in the entire area. This is the battle of the highest level pirates. A sailor from the rifle team next to Kong murmured subconsciously, and the other sailors beside him were also too surprised to speak. Boom. Suddenly, behind the broken Archiman mangrove tree not far away, the blood burst. It was just a fleeting scene, but it brought back infinite memories. That's right, absolutely right, that was Red's trick. Even after so many years, I still remember it. All of you, surround this area. If you find something wrong, retreat immediately. This is not a battle you can participate in. Kong quickly rushed behind the broken mangrove tree, leaving only afterimages and words. Bang. Bang. Akado's bullet and Red's red crescent sword energy collided together, and the aftermath of the impact made Red have to back down, but Akado ignored it at all, and rushed towards the extremely destructive aftermath ahead. However, just when Akado wanted to pursue Reed, suddenly Akado changed the attack direction. There was a muffled sound, and the bullet collided with a wave of air, and for a moment they were evenly matched, and the force offset. Akado and Reed fell from the sky at the same time due to the action of the two sides, and they also looked in the direction of the airwave. I saw a very burly man with a mohawk hairstyle standing about 100 meters away, with his right hand stretched forward, and his index and middle fingers extended. Is it finger pistol from one of Marine 6 styles? Seeing the opponent's actions, Akado thought to himself. And when Reed turned his head to look, his face froze, because of the battle. His face with a bit of Shuchen showed surprise after a few seconds, and then smiled again. Heyo. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. Empty. Advertisement. Long time no see, Red. Sora withdrew his hand, wrapped his arms around and said, after Roger's death, do you want to continue sailing with him as your goal? Or do you plan to retire like the remnants of Roger's pirate group? After finishing speaking, Sora smiled contemptuously, but it doesn't matter, I will send you to Imperton, together with Shiki. Sora didn't have the confidence to face Akado and Reed, two top pirates at the same time, but he didn't worry too much. Because it is impossible for pirates to join forces, regardless of other pirates, Reed is absolutely impossible. I have known him for more than 40 years, and this guy has never teamed up with anyone else. Oh, is this Naval Headquarters Admiral, Kong? Akado finally said at this moment, although I saw it once in the live broadcast of One Piece's death penalty, it's the first time I saw it in reality. Sora shifted his gaze slightly and turned to Akado. There is also a guy who is a headache for the government. It doesn't matter, I will send the two of you, the old and the young, to the big prison under the sea together. As he said that, Kong added a sentence at the end, it doesn't matter if you want to join forces. Click, click. Kong pulled the wrench bone and made two crisp sounds. Sending the two of you to prison is just a way to dampen the spirit of those pirates who are growing rapidly because of Roger. Kong's words are a bit aggressive and divisive, saying that the person who knows you best is not your family, friends, or lover, but your enemy. Because only your enemies will think about you day and night. Those who know Reed are undoubtedly empty. Red, who was originally lonely, is unlikely to cooperate with Akado, and he is even less likely to be said so by himself. Sure enough, after hearing this, Reed snorted softly. HMPH, are you old? Kong, I will let you both sink into the sea. Asking for flowers. Now, there is only one Akado left, but since Reed has said so, it is impossible for him to cooperate even if he wants to. Advertisement. The fact that he dared to release these words just now meant that he absolutely wanted to do something wrong, and it was impossible for him to escape like this. Sora's first reaction was to think that Akado was going to run away, and although Red and Akado only spent more than half a day together, they already had a preliminary understanding of Akado's character. Sora subconsciously thought of it. Red quickly catches up to see what Akado is up to. Reed raised his head slightly, with an unresponsive look on his face, and Sora had a similar expression. But what surprised him was that Akado was thinking about it at this time, and he closed his eyes and didn't know what he was thinking about. The Marine team, which was originally ordered by Kong to guard the border of Area 15, did not play a fart role. I could barely see the afterimage of the main road flashing before my eyes. Want to escape? But just in case, I still took a look at Akado. P.S. Pujita Do is begging for subscription, flowers, 10 points for evaluation votes, don't vote for waste, thank you Soil. And Kong was a little slower by 2 seconds, but also caught up at an extremely fast speed, and suddenly, it became a chasing battle between the three top powerhouses. 5 seconds later, Akado suddenly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. A sly smile that made the two of them feel malicious. You two, do you want to play a game? Want to escape? Impossible, what kind of idea is this kid planning? Akado noticed the two people who were chasing up, the corners of his mouth raised a little, and he said to himself, interesting things are about to begin. And in the next second, Akado disappeared suddenly. To be precise, he fled to the south at an extremely fast speed. Not bad, it feels like I can play a game with two people standing at the top of pirates and marines. 164 are you rubbish? Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket area 66 of the Sabahadi Islands. This number sounds quite auspicious, and the implication contained in it is also extraordinary, very simple, because this is an island that can only be used exclusively by Tianlong people, and it directly shuttles between the government and Sabahadi Island. Neither the Marine nor the government are allowed to use this passage, only the Tianlong people and those approved by the Tianlong people are allowed to use this passage. Generally speaking, there are Marines accompanying and protecting this passage, but in fact, no one has the guts to hijack the Celestial Dragons, let alone under the noses of naval headquarters and the government. But today, a very interesting thing happened. A few hours ago, Akado and Red, who entered the battle on Sabahadi Island, broke into the area of Passage 66 dedicated to the Draconians and started the battle here. Area 66 is the territory of the Tianlong people. It is no secret at all on Sabahadi Island. It is a forbidden area that pirates and pirate hunters never dare to enter. The world's top-level pirates. This is not something that hasn't happened in a few years, but something that has never happened. 21. When he saw the flag of the world government fluttering in the wind on the flagpole next to a magnificent hotel in the distance, Akado raised his mouth, accelerated suddenly, and arrived at the flagpole. There are also many government employees wearing dark blue or black suits. When they saw Akado appearing, they panicked for 2 seconds and quickly pulled out the guns in their suits, shooting continuously. UB****************. D. This is the territory of the Tianlong people. If something happens, all of them will lose their lives. Let the bullets beat his body to pieces. Akado uprooted the nearly 10-meter-high flagpole and turned it like a weapon. After flying all the government employees, he threw it at Reed like a javelin. Snort. Reed snorted coldly, raised his right hand flat, and made a stabbing motion, letting the tip of the umbrella touch the top of the flagpole, and then bounced it back in one breath. In an instant, the flagpole passed Akado's side face, directly piercing a hole in the magnificent hotel behind. Wow. Advertisement standing on the rumored government personnel and some naval guards, when they saw an extremely obvious hole in the hotel emitting golden light, they were so frightened that their eyeballs fell to the ground, and one of the government personnel was about to collapse. Cover your temples. That's the hotel used by the Tianlong people. What good things have you all done? Everyone screamed for a while, wanting to collapse. That's Tianlong people's stuff. It's Tianlong people's stuff. Hearing the screams of those government and marine personnel, Reed curled up an imperceptible contemptuous smile, and then looked at Akado. Is this what you call a game? Akado glanced at the buildings around him, all of which were built with the highest quality materials. He really deserves to be the world's top nobleman. Don't you find it interesting to destroy something like this? Akado itself has no interest in these things in front of him. The key point is that the owner of all these things behind the scenes is a celestial dragon. Wouldn't it be interesting? I smashed the Tianlong people's place by myself. What kind of reaction will those guys have? No, not myself. Just when Akado was thinking of this, a burly figure suddenly descended from the sky and smashed heavily on the floor between Akado and Red, crushing the floor made of jade, which is enough to show his strength. The Marines showed excited expressions and cheered loudly. That is their marshal, Kong. He was a little slower, unlike Akado and Reed, who ignored the rushing of others and tried to avoid the crowd and buildings, so he came at this time. Kong turned his head and looked solemnly at the hole poked out by the flagpole in the center of the hotel, then turned his head back and looked at Akado. Is this a game? There's no need to be serious, is there? Akado spread his hands slightly, and said with a smile. How about fighting here? If you are a Marine, no matter where you are, you should also deal with the criminals, right? Advertisement regarding Sora's choice. Akado also has expectations. Will he choose to fight to the death with himself and Red here despite the fact that this is the territory of the Celestial Dragons? Or is it to avoid the pressure of the Tianlong people in the world government, and give up here? If Sora chose the latter, Akado would also classify him as trash. Okay, let me see if you were trash, Marshal Marine. After Akado finished asking, he stopped his movements and waited for Sora's answer. Curiosity and anticipation also flashed in Reed's eyes, and he also became interested in Kong, the old opponent's choice. Did you choose to carry out Marine's philosophy, or did you end up under pressure from the government and the 640 members of Tianlong? But unfortunately, Sora shook his hands away, and a wave of air burst out, knocking Akado and Reed back 3 steps, and then the muscles under the suit burst out with blue veins, and he said angrily, "Don't underestimate the old man." Saying that, the arms of the empty hands were dyed black, and the armed color was covered. Seeing that there is a tendency to explode in the sky, the government personnel shouted in fright. Marshal Kong, this is the place for the Tianlong people. We can't bear the blame. People in the government know better than anyone how small the Chu Tien dragon people are, and they also know very well what a devastating blow it will bring to this place once Kong fights. The order they received was to protect the safety of this place. Now that the Hotel of the Celestial Dragons has been poked out, let's say you, Kong, don't destroy this place. Of course, people in the government don't want to let empty hands go. This old man is Marshal of Naval Headquarters. In Sora's furious roar, the power that erupted was no less than that of Whitebeard, and the long hair and cloak of Akado and Reed fluttered wildly in the eruption. Ah, Akado smiled, and Red hummed, but there was still a slight smile on his lips. 165 Itinerary change. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. See circle calendar. Early years 1500. Akado Reed, empty. The three fought fiercely at the Sabaody Archipelago, the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line, until they completely destroyed the areas 60 to 70 of Sabaody Island, which is the Marine and Government garrison base, and destroyed most of the southern part of the island. After 22 hours, the government the intervention and reluctantly stopped. At the same time, because of this battle, countless pirates were affected, more than 400 pirates were arrested, and countless residents of the island, pirate hunters and other irrelevant people died tragically in this war. Because it was the reason for the three-party melee, even if the battle was forced to end in the end, they did not love to fight, but left directly. Reed and Akado withdrew from Sabaody Island for the time being and returned to the first half of the Grand Line. Under the death order of the world's top power, 5 elders, Kong gave up their pursuit of the two. In this battle, Akado lost nearly 300 lives, while Reed and Kong were getting older, and the fierce fighting left hidden dangers for their respective bodies. As for Area 66, not to mention the Tianlong people's territory, it has been destroyed and can't see what it used to be. There are reasons for Akado and Red in it, but Sora himself can't escape responsibility. Located hundreds of nautical miles away from Sabaody Island, on a special boat for Akado, Akado wearing sunglasses is sitting on the bow throne, with his left hand holding the deputy of the chair, and his right hand supporting his side face. Asked Red on the side, "Are you going to Rog Town?" "Ah. Look what Roger saw before he died." After Red finished speaking, he suddenly found a pirate ship about 2 miles away from the right front. His eyes narrowed, he jumped up, stepped on the seawater and rushed over without saying a word. HMPH, this guy. Akado didn't take a second look at Red's back either. After the battle with Red and Kong, he didn't return to New World as originally planned, but chose to return to the first half of the Grand Line. The reason is that Akado wants to use those pirates who rushed to the Grand Line because of Roger's treasure to practice their moves. Ability Development Degree Complete Vampire Body, 74%. Bat Shadow Complete Body 82%. Advertisement Weapon Gassel LV 622%. Weapon Jackal LV 330%. Black Light Virus LV 431%. Latent Image LV 449%. Black Dog Baskerville LV 336%. Red has mentioned many times in the battle with himself that although Akado's self-sacrificing attack is ferocious and terrifying, there is still too much room for waste in the lack of armed color. Among the opponents devoured by Akado, there have long been people who know how to practice armed color. Of course, he himself can practice freely. But Akado has not practiced so far, and there is only one reason, which is very simple. Trouble. That's right, it is for this reason that the training process of armed color is boring and extremely boring. Akado loves fighting, but doesn't like training. So far, his strength and level improvement have all been carried out by fighting. As for armed color training, it must be boring training, which is something that Akado cannot accept. But after the battle with Red, he changed his mind slightly. On second thought, using those rookie pirates as training tools should be able to achieve the purpose of training. With the mentality of trying, Akado temporarily gave up the idea of going to New World to make a scene with Kaido, Big Mom and others, and let's take a leisurely time in the first half. After sailing for several hours, Akado saw another pirate ship, and couldn't help laughing. It is indeed the peak period of the pirate era, except for the one that Reed discovered just now. It hasn't been a while now, and I found a new one. Advertisement: the world's top power holder, 5 elders, is located in the office. New World. A few days later, on the Terracotta Continent, the holy land of Mariejois. Thundercloud Zeus floated beside Charlotte Linlin, always with a bitter expression on his face. With white curly hair, one of the 5 elders sat on the sofa and said in a deep voice, "Mom, don't you care about Red?" Standing in front of the 5 people, Kong hugged his arms and showed no tendency to back down. From the time he shouted, "I am the Marshal of Naval Headquarters, in Area 66, he has already realized meow." Kong tilted his head and said disdainfully, "I think your world government is too kind to them. Your behavior has made the Draco people's recent reaction very loud, Kong." Akado controlled the ship to speed up and ran into the pirate ship in one breath. When the pirates on the ship were overwhelmed by the shock, they jumped onto the deck of the ship. They did not use guns and shadow hands as before. Instead of solving the battle in one go, he took out his seldom-used big sword and said, "Okay, let me practice my tricks, trash." Well, ha 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 ha, has that fellow Rayleigh finally come out? If he retires like Rayleigh, he can spend his old age in peace, right? Charlotte Linlin jumped and laughed. It's just an old man whose strength is gradually retreating, and he is always alone, not threatening. That kid Akado is also able to attract my attention because he is young. Saying that, Charlotte Linlin put a 2-meter-long egg roll into her mouth, her pupils narrowed and she said, "In the end, one person can't do it, it's just one person." A new island has just been captured, in the branch base of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 3 monsters. While Charlotte Linlin was laughing, the liquid in her mouth, which was more corrosive than sulfuric acid, dripped continuously on the carpet on the ground, dissolving it. Akado and Reed are the top pirates in the world. What's wrong with me? It's just that some toys have been destroyed, and those puppets are making a lot of noise. Then let's try. 166 Solve Red or Akado first open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Watch your tone. Kong, your marine is just a signboard for the government. 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead and a white mustache around his mouth, complained. Kong just hummed, and said no more. Standing on the left-hand side of the sofa, a 5 elders with a long white beard in the shape of an inverted mountain is flipping through a historical and cultural research booklet. The author of this book is Dr. Kuroha, a university scholar in Ohara, the island of culture. His views on history and culture are second to none even in the world. But among the recently launched books, the long-haired 5 elders found some details in it. It's not that there is any problem, it's just that there is something wrong with it. As for the matter of Tianlong people, this matter is not big, but it is definitely not small. Tianlongren's place was completely smashed, and the government and Tianlongren couldn't keep their face. The rewards of Akado and Reed are going to increase. Akado, Red. Among the 5 elders, the only 130-inch 5 elders with blonde hair and beard called out the names of Akado and Reed in a row, and said in a deep voice, "These 2 people must be crusaded as soon as possible to restore the government's majesty. For your random participation in the battle, don't pursue it for now, Kong, but these 2 must be arrested." Hey, when the pirates are raging, the Tianlong people are still enjoying most of the world's money. Do you think, Marine, can continue to maintain the peace of the sea for the government? Sora sneered. 5 elders with a scimitar mustache just wanted to speak out against Sora's behavior, but was stopped by another 5 elders wearing a kimono and holding a dagger on the way. Kimono wearing 5 elders asked Sora, "What do you think?" Because of Roger's video, the number of Marines is now in short supply. The first is to recruit troops on a large scale, increasing the amount of Marines' military use by 5 times. Advertisement: it is impossible to be empty at all, and the number of military postures that are required to be promoted is 5 times. Is this a joke? Kong, you actually said 5 times in one breath. The number of pirates, according to my rough calculation, has increased by 10 times compared to before Roger became One Piece, right? Sora said without giving in. 5 elders in kimono signaled the other 4 not to stop them for now, and signaled to Kong, continue. In order to increase the awareness of catching pirates all over the world, it is time for us to reduce the level of rewards offered by pirates. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Akado, the 3 of them can already be raised to more than 1 billion. Originally, we only offered a reward of about 100 million for Vice Admiral level pirates, but now we have almost raised it to 150 million, more than 10 million. Of course, the degree of threat to the government must also be considered, and appropriate changes should be made. After Ting Kong finished speaking, the 5 of them looked at each other and nodded, agreeing to the request. At the next meeting of the Government Alliance countries, I will be present in person to convey this matter, Sora finally added. Well, now let's go back to the question discussed at the beginning. 5 elders with curly white hair crossed his hands and said in a deep voice, anyway, if this kind of thing happens under the nose of naval headquarters, if Akado and Red are not dealt with, it has not been 2 years since the opening of the Great Pirate Era. I'm going to lose face. These 2 are lone rangers, not to mention Whitebeard. I'm afraid it's not as troublesome as Kaido, CBFH, and Charlotte. Blonde 5 elders interfaced. 5 elders pondered for a moment, then asked, Red or Akado, which one to move first? On the other hand, the amount of bounty will be reduced. After a long period of research, Sora still hasn't found a good way to deal with Reed. Advertisement, then comes the question of priority. 17. Leaving aside the pirates below, any pirate above the Marine Vice Admiral level can easily exceed 100 million. Of course, we are talking about the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, not the branch Vice Admiral. On the other side, Akado stayed in the Paradise in the first half, taking those who coveted the treasures left by One Piece, and the pirates of One Piece practiced their moves. Suddenly, a bloody storm broke out in the sea. Anyone who saw Akado's pirates would not be able to survive. Down. P.S. Recently, the inspiration is better. Please submit more things. Try to add more. Thank you. Also stimulated. Of course, there are also pirates who are trying their best to increase their reward amount. Kaido re-enters New World and starts a turf war with Big Mom. Reason. Long white hair 5 elders asked 2 words succinctly. After Kong finished speaking, 5 elders asked him to go back first. After a week of discussions, he agreed to all Kong's demands and issued an order that Red must be arrested as soon as possible. After a pause, Sora continued. After the battle on Sabaody Island, I also found that Red's combat effectiveness showed signs of a slight decline, even if it was still very shallow, with his character. He came from the same era as Roger. In the hearts of most pirates, Akado's status is slightly lower than that of Red. Now, only him and Whitebeard are left in Roger's era. Such a policy naturally led to the birth of more pirate hunters, and when they saw the above amount, they began to drool. He should be actively looking for ways to make up for his weaknesses. Now is a good time to arrest him, and he can't do it until he finds a way to strengthen him. Although it was decided to choose Red to tag between Red and Akado, the place was not easy to deal with. But it is impossible for Marine to put all the attention on Reed. Zephyr, as the chief instructor, will train more intensively after Marine recruits a large number of recruits. Kong closed his eyes and thought for several minutes in silence, then slowly opened his eyes and said, Let's go, Red. 167 It's a pity that you are not a virgin. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. The front section of the Grand Line, which is called Paradise by Akado and Kaido, is on one of the 7 tracks. The captain, Hino Valias, with a bounty of 34 million Baileys, led the Ice Crystal Pirates because they lived in an extremely cold area, so they sailed to give their own pirates this name, as Captain Valias is just a 21-year-old brat wearing a turban, but because he has a 3-point similarity to Luffy's carefree personality, he has also summoned many companions along the way. But unfortunately, today, their journey is over. At this time, on the ship of the Ice Crystal Pirates, Sazkaz Roy, who is a navigator, looked at the other side of the Captain Valias, who had already had his head cut off, and other companions who had been decapitated. His legs trembled with fright. Akado standing opposite him was holding a large sword in his hand. The blade was dyed pure black. Obviously, it was armament hockey. Why kill us all? We have no grievances, don't we? Kaz Roy with the afro yelled in despair. They are not idiot pirates either. They recognized Akado's identity, but they never expected that just by chance, Akado boarded the ship suddenly and killed them all. Recalling that Captain Valias cared about himself and others like a brother, he wished he could rush to avenge the other party now. However, the gap in strength is so desperate. Why? The pupils of Akado's eyes shrank, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Originally, it was just a big sword with a blade covered in armed colors, but it turned completely black in an instant. With a heavy slash, it cut Kaz Roy and the ship of the Ice Crystal Pirates into 2 halves. As a pirate and killed by pirates, I don't understand at all. Calling you trash is insulting trash. The moment the ship was split and sank, Akado summoned his own ship and sailed off into the distance. Akado faded the armed color, and threw the sword casually into the sea beside him. In 4 months, he had initially mastered the armed color. Although he didn't like close combat at all, close combat was still inevitable. Advertisement Akado feels that he can kill pirates faster than Marine, but even so, it is still at the peak of the era of great pirates, and the number of pirates remains high. I don't know when the government will launch the 7 Warlords of the Sea system woolen cloth. Akado sat on the seat and closed his eyes for a while, then suddenly opened his eyes, sensed with the thermal sight, and found the breath of a person more than 10 nautical miles away. Is it still a pirate ship? Or is it a Marine? With this in mind, Akado controlled the ship and began to move in that direction. The thermal sight can only perceive where there are people, but it can't be like clairvoyance, which can see who it is. The ship that Akado was aiming at was neither a marine nor a pirate. From the outside, it seemed to be a merchant ship. In fact, merchant ships are not so easy to rob. Generally speaking, merchant ships will hire people like pirate hunters to prevent pirates. But after all, it is still the era of rampant pirates, and merchant ships that dare to openly sail on the Grand Line are really rare. On the merchant ship, a white long-haired woman standing on the inspection platform at the top of the mast used a telescope to spot the sharp changes in the sponge waves, and shouted to the people below. "Everyone, at 3 o'clock, there is a ship approaching us." The people below are not like businessmen who smell like copper, but they are holding books and wearing glasses, but they look like scholars. When he heard the woman above shouting, he was startled, and another man wearing glasses shouted, "Hurry up, everyone, steer the boat in the opposite direction." Although the woman on the inspection platform didn't say that it was a pirate ship, but besides the pirate ship, who would specifically approach their inconspicuous dhow? Marine? Is Marine going to approach you? This kind of rotten ship, and there is no pirate flag, and there is no need for investigation. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. This group of people has also been sailing on the Grand Line for a while, relying on their excellent navigation and evasion skills to survive until now without any force. So fast. The white-haired woman on the patrol platform looked into the distance again with the binoculars, and found that there was a ship that was estimated to be at least 10 nautical miles away, and now she could directly see the shadow of the ship. Iron ship. The white-haired woman just let out a cry of surprise, because it was the first time she saw this kind of boat that could swim so fast without sails. Immediately when she saw the person sitting on a fixed chair on the bow, she was even more surprised and speechless. After a while, she hurriedly got down from the inspection platform nearly 10 meters high. It's that man. Although we haven't seen each other for so many years, but because the photos of his name frequently appear on the headlines of the newspapers, the woman has never forgotten him, and she can't forget him even if she wants to. When she came down from the inspection platform, Akado had already appeared on the deck, looked around at the crowd with surprise and a little fear, and said to herself after a few seconds, "Ordinary people? You, don't do it." The woman with long white hair and coffee complexion ran up to Akado, raised her hands, and said anxiously to block the others, "Don't do it. This is my companion." Ah, for this woman who suddenly stood up, Akado had a flash of surprise in his eyes, while Albia swallowed nervously, and at the same time nervous and terrified, couldn't help but think, "I've grown up a lot." At the beginning, Akado was only about the same height as her, but now he couldn't reach him with his hands. And Akado looked at the other party quietly for a long time, and said, "Ting, a courageous woman, it's a pity that you are not a virgin." 168 after read, it's his turn. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. It's not like Albia didn't think about the possibility of her meeting Akado again. For her, the two are on two different parallel lines, and it is impossible to have contact again. Because Akado's deeds frequently appeared in newspapers, Albia couldn't forget it even if he wanted to. If he meets this pirate who saved his life by chance again, what will he do? Kill himself? Ignore himself? But Albia never imagined that Akado's first words were, "Unfortunately, you are not a virgin," and he froze in place for a moment, not knowing how to react. That's Akado, right? A woman with shoulder-length black hair and glasses as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle looked at Akado and said in disbelief, "You even dominated the front page of the news 2 days ago. A pirate with a bounty of more than 700 million. 700 million? Stop kidding. Why did you encounter such a 21 monster?" Although there is also a saying in the sea that, "A bounty is not equal to personal strength," the number, 700 million, is indeed too scary. Akado walked slowly in front of Albia, and in the slightly terrified gaze of the other party, he grabbed the other man's jaw very roughly with his index finger and thumb. Originally, it should be a very romantic action between a man and a woman, but when Akado does it, there is always a feeling that he wants to be human. Also, the comments on Akado in the news are, among the pirates with the most murders in pirate history. Immediately, some crew members wanted to take out the gun hidden in the corner of the bottom of the ship. Although Albia's face was restrained by Akado and he couldn't move, his pupils still shifted towards the opponent. Seeing that the crew members were shooting, they quickly stopped them and said, "Quickly stop, everyone." Advertisement. Hearing what Albia said, the expression of a man who was about to raise his gun to shoot froze, but put the gun down after a few seconds. And Akado didn't seem to notice that someone wanted to shoot him. The corners of his mouth raised a little, and he let go of Albia. Forget it, and he didn't go hungry. Even though he could tell if the opponent was a virgin with his eyes before he practiced it, but Albia was relatively obvious, and Akado could still guess it. Not only is it not a virgin, but it is very likely to have children. It's not that he looks down on non-virgin women, it's a matter of vampire's choice and taste. When seeing Akado turn and leave, many people, including Albia, felt as if they were lifted from hell and back to heaven. The feeling of remaining life after death, as well as the feeling of alleviating the pressure in one breath, made many people unable to bear it directly on the deck. A few days later, the holy land of Mariejois. The old man with long white hair and inverted beard is still flipping through a cultural history book written by Dr. Kurova from West Blue O'Hara, reading it carefully. The other 4 or 5 elders had serious eyes, listening to them standing in front of the 5A CP, who was reporting an important confidential information. A sharp and fierce light flashed in the eyes of 5 elders with long white hair. Because of his large-scale hunting and killing of pirates, we thought he was useful, so we didn't move him for the time being. The situation is different now. After finishing read, it's his turn next, right? curly-haired 5 elders, said the unanimous voice of the 5 present. Don't worry, Reed has not been arrested yet. Akado will give him a little more time to relax. Yes. Advertisement. 5 elders in the kimono rubbed his temples, but it does not rule out the possibility that he discarded the slate after deciphering the contents of the slate. He received information before that Roger met Akado before heading to the final island. During the trip alone, I met Whitebeard again. OPG 530. The CP organization agent in a dark blue suit said, yes, as I said just now, the original merchant ship caught our attention because it was in contact with Akado but survived, but after further investigation, we found that there was a slight reference to the history of world government in the conversation, so we suspect that it is not a merchant ship, but a historical research scholar. The other 4 people glanced at 5 elders with long white hair. 5 elders thought about it for a while, and said, is that remote island in West Blue? There are indeed rumors that they are a place of knowledge rich in scholars. The blonde 5 elders thought for a while and said, secret observation, once confirmed, let the Marines stationed in that area destroy them. No, even if there is only one point that can prove that they are the basis for studying the history of the government, it should also be divided in the first time and then quickly. Curly-haired 5 elders said, the last person who collected all the slates that recorded the history of the government was Roger the Pirate King. According to reliable sources, he probably distributed those slates to other members of Roger's pirate team to find a place to hide them. Gone. Kindness? Send someone to spy on Akado? Like those archaeologists? The members of the CP organization responded with a roar, and left the office under the signal of 5 elders. At this time, 5 elders with long white hair closed the book in his hand and said, I suspect that those people are from Ohara. When Red is dealt with, it will be his turn next. 5 elders repeated this sentence again and again. Neither Akado nor Albia and the others would have expected that Albia and the others' identities as historians would be exposed because of the meeting between the 2 parties. Since this is the case, it is all the more necessary to get rid of him. This time Akado met with those who may be historians. Can he rule out the possibility that he got the secret on the slate? The blonde 5 elders said in a heavy tone with a hint of worry. 169 is Akado in red. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket after 2 months. Sitting on the bow, ready to go to Akado in the New World to check the news in today's newspaper. Intent to revive ancient weapons and destroy the birthplace of world demons, the destruction of Ohara. Close black lens bracket. Son of the devil, Nico Robin, only 7 years old, sank 6 warships, and offered a bounty of 79 million Baileys. Close black lens bracket. Oh, so there is still this matter. Akado looked at today's headlines and said to himself, there was not much fluctuation in his heart, or it should be said that this was not something he was interested in at all. Originally, Akado was sitting on one of the 4 red stone slabs, but Akado had no interest in the above content. It can only be said that because it is something that the government wants to get, so he keeps it and maybe it will bring him unexpected fun in the future, that's all. Ohara Resurrection Ancient Weapon. This kind of thing seems like a piece of creepy news to ordinary people, but for big pirates like Akado and Charlotte Linlin who have dealt with the government a lot, they all vaguely know that it is probably the government. Whatever new tricks you come up with, just ignore it. However, less than a month has passed since Ohara's news. Another big news shocked both the 3 monsters and Whitebeard. The big pirate who is as famous as Roger and Whitebeard, open black lens bracket Golden Lion Shiki close black lens bracket, has escaped from prison. 927. According to the legend of Pelton, the great submarine prison was broken. On the front page of the news on this day, Akado saw not only Shiki's reward order, but also a close-up of Shiki's 2 broken feet that were still bound by seastone chains in the large submarine prison. Oh, it's out, Golden Lion. When Akado saw these 2 close-ups, he suddenly thought of Shiki's ending, as if he was killed by the protagonist's halo. Thinking of this, Akado couldn't help but smiled strangely. Hey, isn't it you who just escaped from prison and turned the world upside down, lost to such a brat in the end? At least something new to play, isn't it? Akado smiled slyly. Advertisement. 1 of 7 tracks leading to Sabaody Island from the first half of the Grand Line. CBCF. Red, who had already watched the last scene before Roger's death in Rog Town, planned to embark on the voyage again with the goal of One Piece at the end. On a snatched pirate ship, Reed sat on a chair, crossed his legs and looked at today's newspaper, and said to himself, I thought I had no chance to fight you, Shiki, cut it off. With your feet, how much strength do you have now? Suddenly, Red's eyes narrowed, and he said to the pirates rowing behind him with a little displeasure, why are you slowing down? Hurry up. Yes, I'm very sorry. The dozen or so pirates behind felt apologetic. Of course they are not Red's subordinates, but the original owners of the ship he snatched, and are now forced to be slaves. Sabaody Archipelago, in a tavern that can be seen everywhere. The man with glasses reflected the light, looked at the contents of the newspaper and said, you are out, Shiki, but now, what do you want to do when you come out? Rayleigh. At the door, a young child's voice sounded very awkward. Asterisk. At this time, New World, an isolated island very close to the Marine G1 branch. Shiki, who was dressed in a prison uniform, endured severe pain and tied 2 sabers to his broken foot. Although tears splashed out of his eyes due to the pain, a smile could not help but appear on the corners of his mouth. After tying the 2 swords to his legs, Shiki opened his hands to the setting sun on the sea and horizon and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, world. My Golden Lion is back. After laughing for a few minutes, Golden Lion regained his composure, pulled down a newsbird with his own ability, read the content on it first, and then said to himself, meet with Indigo and the others first, and after that, I thought, just say hello to that annoying guy with the beard. Advertisement, Suddenly, Shiki found a message on the news some time ago. After pouring more than half of the dozen liters of wine into his mouth in one breath, Whitebeard placed the bottle heavily on his hand, and said disdainfully, if you come to me to gossip, I can sink you into the sea right now, Golden Lion. After hearing Whitebeard's words, Golden Lion not only didn't get angry, but laughed and said, gee ha ha ha. You are still that annoying guy, then I can rest assured. Kneeling on the ground, the flustered Whitebeard crew twitched for a while, and shouted, yes, it's Akado and Red. Marshal Kong, Akado, and Reed launched a melee, and the battle ended after destroying half of the Sabaody archipelago and most of the Tianlong people's territory. There are not many rookie pirates trying to take Whitebeard's head in one step, but during this period, they are not uncommon. Josie secretly thought that the current rookie is really ignorant. The kid back then has become more powerful. Whitebeard frowned, and an ominous premonition instinctively flashed in his mind. What the hell are you planning? A month later. After finishing speaking, a hint of slyness flashed across Golden Lion's face. I plan to temporarily disappear for a while, and then let my gentle age forgive me what a real pirate is. After twisting the newspaper into a ball, Golden Lion remained on the shore casually, using its ability to gradually float into the sky, and the excitement continued. It seems that it was the right time to come out. Akado and Reed rushed to New World from Paradise, one after another, and the era of feudal lords seems to be about to officially begin. Golden Lion subconsciously bit the cigar in his mouth, and Diamond Josie, who was standing behind Golden Lion on the right, asked angrily, which one is that reckless rookie pirate? Shiki saw Reed's face in the newspaper and said to himself, and then a close-up of Akado came into view, and instantly, he thought of the kid who was watching the battle in the sea area of Aidwall. Roger is dead, now seems to be your time, Whitebeard. Golden Lion said, holding the same large bottle of South Blue specialty wine as Whitebeard in his hand. At this moment, a crew member of the Whitebeard pirates scrambled to Whitebeard and Golden Lion, and under the surprised eyes of the crew, he said in a panic. Old Daddy. Yes, there are other seas. Bandits have broken into our territory. And in the waters of Whitebeard's territory, on the Moby D*K. Red, have you recovered yet? 170 The dream will not end. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. Holy Land Mariejois. The report can be completely confirmed that in the New World Whitebeard pirate group's territory Lublum Sea area, the big pirate Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Lonely Red Patrick Redfield, and Immortal Dracula D Akado gathers together. In the round table conference room, most of the senior Marines gathered together. After hearing the report of a Marine Rear Admiral standing next to Marshal Kong, they all gritted their teeth. A veteran who was about the same age as Garp Sengoku couldn't bear it anymore and slapped the table with both hands, stood up and said, Your Excellency, Marshal, these four are the top pirates in Roger's era, and Akado is also the most powerful pirate in the new era. They suddenly gathered together, something big must happen. It's up to you to say. Another slightly older Vice Admiral next to him said, The key question is what kind of coping strategy our Marines should make now. Need to talk? Hurry up and dispatch all the nearby patrol fleets to monitor and prevent them from causing trouble. Someone else immediately expressed their opinion. Garp wasn't there, he's still on vacation, but he's about to be called back anytime now. Sora and Sengoku looked at each other with seriousness and helplessness in each other's eyes. It's so noisy. Suddenly, a slightly angry voice made everyone who was arguing to shut up at the same time. Looking at the place where the voice came from, it turned out to be Crane, the chief of the general staff. I said, you people, how about touching your flesh? Crane's tone was indescribably indifferent. Although there were no people present who were older than her, but at the meeting, he was the person with the highest and most powerful position to speak, and sometimes even surpassed the marshal. Master He, what do you think? A rear admiral calmed down his emotions and asked he respectfully. Of these four pirates, 2 were lone rangers, and most of the remaining Golden Lion fleet was destroyed. Whitebeard, Red, Shiki, these 3 have deep grievances. Do you think it is possible for them to form an alliance? Crane said coldly. Nahe, what do you think their purpose is? Kong said solemnly. Reed was seriously injured by Shiki in a fight 5 years ago, and it took him so many years to come back. He found Shiki, which is completely within the reasonable range. He slowly explained. Golden Lion is just reminiscing with Whitebeard after all, and there is only one Akado that matters. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, he tapped the table with his skinny fingers covered with a layer of skin. What does this little guy want to do? I haven't figured it out yet. Is he going to challenge the 3 monsters of the old era in one go? Sengoku hugged his hands when he heard the words, it's Akado again. There is no need to send troops to encircle and suppress. The possibility of them fighting is far greater than the possibility of cooperation, or it should be said that the possibility of their cooperation is infinitely close to 0. He turned his head to look at the sky, his eyes full of wisdom. Just it is necessary to strengthen the guard in the nearby sea area. Kong Minbluin nodded, stood up and said, everyone is on alert. Crane really deserves to be the chief of staff, and the strategy is not covered. Akado and Red will come together, and it is purely by coincidence that they collide in the waters of the New World. Red, however, has the idea of fighting Shiki. After all, in the battle 5 years ago, Shiki beat him to such an extent that he had to retire temporarily and heal for several years. And Akado is indeed looking for Shiki, but not to make friends with him. Akado met Red on the way, and after seeing his purpose, he temporarily invited him to go with him, because it would be more interesting if Red participated in what he planned. When Akado and Red stood on the bow of the ship and looked up at Whitebeard and Golden Lion standing on the Moby D*K, it seemed that there were only these 4 people left in the world. The crew of the thieves is just a foil. Although he had learned about it in the newspaper, when he saw the rudder on Shiki's head and the 2 prosthetic limbs as his new feet, although he didn't say anything, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up a little. Asking for flowers. It's been decades, isn't it? Red, what do you mean by bringing a kid to me? Whitebeard slammed his naginata hard on the whale's bow, causing a shockwave. Suddenly, Akado and Red on the ship disappeared in an instant, and when they reappeared, they were already flying in front of Whitebeard and Golden Lion on the bow of the Moby D*K. Akado vs Whitebeard, Red vs Golden Lion, please subscribe. Advertisement, that's it. This is what he's always wanted. At this moment, the sky and the earth merged, and the aftermath of the 2 light spots collided by the 2 groups of 4 continued to spread around. Even the captain of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but retreat, because of the strong light, they couldn't open their eyes. Even when Whitebeard's second-in-command Marco couldn't help closing his eyes, he still kept one hand in front of his face, and his eyes above his elbow were wide open. Quartet strike. P.S. It is recommended to give it casually, saying that I am a bit overwhelmed. I always try my best to speed up the plot, and there is no need to directly take or even delete many of them. Marshal D. Teach. At the moment when the 4 sides faced each other, the sky seemed to be frightened, and the cloud turned from clear to dark in an instant, and the muffled thunder rumbled in the clouds. The only one other than Whitebeard in the Whitebeard pirates. No, apart from the 4 people who are fighting each other, there are still people who have their eyes open. Whitebeard's left hand, which was not holding a knife, exploded with a silvery white spherical airwave, and Golden Lion raised 1 foot high, sweeping away with a whip kick. Seeing this scene, the heart beat again. Because the advertisement post exceeds the limit and cannot be replied, so here is a nonsense. Ask for big flowers. Even though he remains anonymous now, he has never attracted attention in the highly skilled Whitebeard pirates, but no one knows that he has always hidden a heart that wants to reach the top. This is the dream of man, and the dream will never end. Akado pulled out his 2 black and white guns, and Red pulled out his umbrella sword. 171 4 Great Pirates gather open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. After a long time, the aftermath subsided slightly, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates opened their eyes and looked around, seeing that the Moby D*K was still intact. One of them said in a daze. No, are you all right? No, Vista pointed at the surrounding sea, and the others looked at the surrounding sea one after another, subconsciously widening their mouths, unable to close them for a long time. I saw 4 unfathomable cracks on the sea. No, it was like a canyon on the sea, with no end in sight and no bottom. Countless sea kings and fish floated on the sea surface, some were stunned, and some died directly. Just now, it was the way of greeting among pirates. Akado, one of the 4, was the first to speak. Can 770 sit down and have a good talk? Whitebeard's expression froze. He swung the naginata in his hand, and the blade rushed towards Akado's face. Akado looked at the blade rushing towards him with a smile, and in an instant, the flames appeared. Whitebeard also frowned, and it was Redbeard who stood in front of him. Red, what do you mean? Helping this brat? Whitebeard said displeased. That, unlike Golden Lion, Whitebeard and Reed still had a long-standing friendship, and the 2 were not called by titles, but by names. This kid took me here, I owe him a little favor. Red grinned. No one was hurt anyway, so why not just listen to what he has to say, Newgate? As he said that, Reed rolled his eyes again. It just so happens that the Golden Lion is also there. Oh, Lonely Red actually helps people. How long has it been since I saw her? Golden Lion, who originally planned to have a drink with Whitebeard before leaving, is now interested. It just so happens that he has not formally met with Akado, a junior, so he took advantage of this opportunity to take a good look at this kid before going away for a while. The 3 great pirates of the Roger era, Whitebeard, Reed, and Golden Lion. Advertisement in Akado, the representative pirate of the new era, although he has never called himself a pirate. Whitebeard sat on the throne in the middle of the deck. Shiki sat on the steps on the other side. Redbeard crossed his hands, put on the bat umbrella sword that he used as a weapon and a walking stick, and stood straight in place. Boy, I won't pursue the fact that you attacked me as soon as you came up, but if you go on someone else's boat without authorization, you must at least have good wine. Whitebeard raised his brows, exuding a calm and prestige. It's a pity that it didn't work for the other 3 people present. The shadows under Akado's feet spread, and a red chair made of expensive materials gradually emerged to sit on. At the same time, countless wine bottles, wine barrels, etc. emerged. It seems that it's all wine. Golden Lion controlled it with his own ability, allowing one of the bottles to float into his hand. This kind of wine that looks like a woman. Are you here to entertain me? Whitebeard was obviously dissatisfied, picked up a barrel, and drained it 2 or 3 times. He likes strong wine, and this kind of wine with a light sweet taste does not meet his taste at all. Nonsense, red wine is good. Reed is the most artistic. He took out a tall wine glass from nowhere, poured one of the bottles into it, and tasted it carefully. Oh, this is. Red took a sip before noticing the logo on the bottle, squinting at Akado. It's not easy to get this kind of wine. The corners of Akado's mouth raised, revealing his sharp teeth, his legs straight crossed, his head was raised to face Whitebeard, and he squinted to the other side. Let's stop the topic of wine. The topic should be brought to the right point. Then, what is punctuality? Putting the bottle down, Golden Lion relights a new cigar. The times are too gentle now, Akado said. He originally wanted to use the word boring, but considering many factors, he changed it slightly. Advertisement. Golden Lion calmed down. Seeing this, Whitebeard and Redbeard shifted their eyes lightly. Redbeard said bluntly, take action against the weakest sea. Hey, isn't it boring? Of course the other three big pirates couldn't be that exaggerated, but they were more or less surprised. Golden Lion didn't even notice the ashes falling on his trouser legs, but laughed at the first moment. You want to imitate that guy from World? At this time, Golden Lion had already taken the cigar out of his mouth, and Whitebeard subconsciously looked at Golden Lion. What Akado said was exactly the same as what Golden Lion said just now. If he didn't know Shiki's character, he would have almost suspected that the two were in collusion. Many crew members of the Whitebeard pirates who listened were so scared that they were about to have a heart attack. But before he could speak, Akado said, don't worry, I didn't put undercover in your pirate group, I'm not interested. Attack the world government. Golden Lion's face was slightly distorted, and an idea flashed subconsciously. Golden Lion, you're not thinking about carrying out a revenge plan against East Blue, are you? Akado asked with a hint of mockery in his tone. The Golden Lion who took off the cigar exhaled smoke, showing a very interested expression. Then, what are you going to do? Many years ago, he had the ambition to subvert the world government, but because Marine and pirates teamed up, 4.3 was betrayed by the crew, and was first imprisoned in impertinent LV6. Burndi World, Paramecia is second to none Momo fruit ability user. There are too many waste war pirates going to sea for One Piece's treasure, it is necessary to show them what terror is, Akado said. Huh. Whitebeard snorted, and didn't say much, but this hum made his point clear. Golden Lion stopped smoking his cigar without even realizing it, and Redbeard tapped twice with the finger holding the umbrella sword. But Whitebeard didn't respond, just blinked his eyes, there was nothing superfluous action. Akado said indifferently, his words were not shocking, and he continued to die. 172 I lost my ambition. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. As if he couldn't bear the contempt of the two old rivals, Golden Lion threw his fist on the step next to his A****. There's nothing wrong with me doing this. Dying in the weakest sea is the last insult to that B********** D. Roger. I have to use it as a starting point to show the world how strong I am. Golden Lion said angrily. After destroying the weakest sea, show it to the government and force them to surrender. Seeing that Akado had guessed a lot, Golden Lion didn't bother to talk nonsense. Anyway, none of the people present were informers, and it didn't matter if they revealed it. However, after Shiki finished speaking angrily, Akado sneered, Reed looked bored, and Whitebeard ignored it, and directly poured new wine into his stomach. Being defeated by luck, have you lost your mind, Golden Lion? In Reed's eyes, if Akado's attack on world government is 21 crazy, then Shiki's destruction of East Blue can't find other adjectives besides idiot. As a man who once defeated himself and forced himself to be seriously injured, he proposed such a stupid strategy. No matter how arrogant he was, Reed couldn't bear it anymore and said, destroy East Blue. How about forcing the government, although I don't know your details? Plan. For that purpose alone, I can feel that Roger's death is driving you crazy. HMPH, you said you disappeared temporarily. I thought you were planning something. I didn't expect it to be such a boring thing. Whitebeard looked up at the sky. It has to be said that Gold D. Roger's influence is simply terrifying, especially for his old enemies. A character like Golden Lion Shiki, who came up with such an idiotic idea because of his death, is basically because of him. Roger turned himself in. Suddenly, Akado dropped a bombshell. As soon as these words came out, the wine bottle in Whitebeard's hand was crushed. Redbeard frowned instantly, and Shiki even bit his forehead. Well, advertisement. The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates screamed, and Teach was in a cold sweat. One Piece was made by Huang? Although Whitebeard knew some internal reasons unknown to the world some time before Roger's death, he really didn't know that Roger turned himself in. Tell me the cause and effect, boy, Shiki said urgently. Whitebeard and Red didn't speak, but there was longing in their eyes. HMPH, it's not in my character to say such nonsense, I just want to know if you want to participate in this game. Akado didn't give face at all, and directly brought the topic back to the original point. Lousy is asking you to talk. When Shiki took out a musket from the long sleeves of his kimono and was about to face Akado, suddenly a bullet flew past the blonde hair by his ear, piercing the wall of the Moby D***K. Looking over again, I saw the white gun gasser in Akado's hand pointing straight at Shiki, emitting white smoke. Who are you using the gun in front of? Also, with such a messy heart, I can kill you at any time. Akado Gassel put it away, Shiki said after a moment of silence. Get on my boat, I will consider your plan. Hey, Golden Lion, you. Both Whitebeard and Reed looked surprised, not to mention the crew of the Whitebeard pirates behind. Although I don't like traveling with you, but for the sake of planning for the time being, I can consider it. Akado raised his head and smiled, then looked at the other two. How about it? Attack the world government plan. Whitebeard is the one who knows Roger the best among the three. Although the news that Roger surrendered just now shocked him a little, but thinking about Roger's various performances during that time, it can completely explain why he did that. Advertisement. Whitebeard is such a person who can take it up and put it down, and when he heard Akado say this, he refused without hesitation. I will not let my sons become your game and entertainment tools. I don't like being in groups. Reed did the same without hesitation. In the end, only one Shiki was pulled. No, forget it. Originally Akado was only holding the attitude of giving it a try, and it was impossible for this big game to actually go ahead. Satisfied with the situation, Whitebeard. Akado got up and retracted the red chair behind him into the latent figure, and glanced at Reed again, and the other one is the fear of aging, completely reduced to a person of the old age? If Whitebeard and Shiki are only half old-timers right now, Reed is totally old-timey. Whitebeard doesn't want his son and the crew involved, while Red is afraid of aging, in other words, 610, is afraid of death. In this way, he no longer deserves the same level of treatment as Roger. As for Roger's matter, speak carefully, don't die. Shiki also got up, obsessed with Roger's surrender, and said to Akado, "My ship is parked in the southwest, come here quickly, 11. After speaking, Shiki rushed towards the direction he said, flying above the sky. At first, he just wanted to catch up with Whitebeard and had no intention of going to war, so he parked the ship outside the waters of Whitebeard's territory. Akado walked up the steps on the side of the ship, and just before disembarking, the place where he was standing, on the left-hand side was the future, Blackbeard. Teach, because it hadn't changed at all after 20 years, so Akado recognized him at a glance. In the end, I lost my ambition. Akado didn't know whether he was talking to himself, or he was saying this to whom. With Whitebeard and Red, of course they heard it, but they didn't pay much attention to it, but Teach, who was on the left of Akado, was shocked, looking at Whitebeard. Unknowingly, there was a trace of awe in the past. She lost 10 traces of her contempt now. 173 Attack on the World Government Plan. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. Marshall, just got the news that the 4 big pirates have separated. They found Red, who was leaving in a small boat outside the Lublum Sea, which is the territory of Whitebeard. Golden Lion most likely used him to the ability to keep warships flying in the sky so he can't see them. In the Marshal's office at Naval Headquarters, Marlene Vando, an intelligence officer, debriefs to the air. Kong frowned. Have you forgotten someone? The most unpredictable of the 4 is also the youngest, Akado. The intelligence soldier bowed his head and said in shame, "Sorry." Long after Shiki and Red left, the Marine of the branch said that he had been watching the sea area for more than 10 hours, but Akado still hasn't come out. Sora closed his eyes and pondered for a while, and speculated. That guy killed the second team captain of the former Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard couldn't possibly agree to keep him, and I know Red's character. Impossible, so to speak. Thinking of this, Sora's closed eyes suddenly opened. Did he leave on the Golden Lion's ship? If this is the case with 713, we must take precautions, Marshal. A civil servant standing next to the office hurriedly said. However, because of the ability of Lionfruit, the flying pirates cannot be tracked at all, another person said distress-edly. After thinking about it for a while, he motioned to other people in the office to calm down, and said, "Indeed, with the current marine ability, it is impossible to chase that guy Shiki. In this case, we just strengthen our armed guard." After a pause, Khan said again, "I already have a detailed plan for Reed, and I will inform the high-level people who are still in the headquarters to gather, to discuss the countermeasures for arresting Reed. Yes. Fly in the sky on the pirate ship, Golden Lion." Shiki is sitting on a throne in the center of the inner boat like a palace, but because he has just been released from prison, not to mention the newly recruited subordinates, even the surviving subordinates have not had time to call back, so it looks super big below. The living room is very empty. Advertisement at this time, Akado was sitting on the tatami under Shiki's right hand, and in front of him was a Japanese-style short table, which was filled with various delicacies. What? Not to your liking? I have collected delicacies from all over the world here. Shiki bit off the meat of a rare sea king's virgin's blood. Do you have it? Akado said half-jokingly. With the meat in his mouth, Shiki's expression froze. He swallowed the meat without even biting it, and after conveying the ingredients Akado wanted to his subordinates with a sound transmission shell, he controlled the boat and landed at the nearest place, over town. In less than 10 minutes, Akado could hear the screams of countless people from outside, and after another 5 minutes, the voices turned into roars and cries for help. About 5 minutes later, a maid showed fear in her eyes, holding a tray with both hands, with only a tall wine glass on it, which was filled with blood, and brought it to Akado. Shiki laughed and said, "Ask my subordinates to catch the smallest one, which must be a virgin. Enjoy, if you still want it, don't be shy." Shiki is now looking at Akado as a joke. When Akado made this request, he thought that Akado was just playing with himself, and the other party must never have imagined that he could really get everywhere in such a short period of time. Female blood, right? But what surprised Shiki next was that Akado took the goblet from the maid's tray with a calm, "See bad" face, and motioned for the other party to step back. Children are drinking blood. Vampires. Shiki subconsciously thought to himself. Oh, that's a very interesting proposition indeed. I also stayed on this ship for several days. As for the reason why Roger surrendered, Akado added a little bit, which made Shiki almost understand the reason why Roger surrendered. As for the change in his mentality, Akado didn't want to care. Akado put down his wine glass after taking a sip, and glanced at Shiki. Have you considered it? Do you want to attack the world government? Advertisement. Well, it's indeed a virgin, but this kind of brats tastes tasteless to drink. But the kid in front of him, could it be that he wasn't kidding himself just now? Your ability? Shiki asked curiously. After finishing speaking, Shiki added another sentence at the end. Don't think that lousy is afraid of death. That guy Red has lost his fighting spirit, and I haven't yet. Although he is a Golden Lion, he still can't eat raw meat and drink animal blood like a lion. Why do you want to use this plan to attack the world government now? After Golden Lion lit a new cigar, He inhaled and exhaled the smoke, but you should be very clear about the background of the world government, not just you and I teaming up, even with that guy Whitebeard, it must be equally difficult to shake them. Akado showed an expectant smile on his face. Let's go to Miracle Island. Akado finally drank the blood and said, of course, it is impossible to rely solely on those beasts, and it can be done with my ability. He clearly remembered the deep contempt on Akado's face when he said that he wanted to use the alien animals on the Miracle Island to put them on the land of East Blue and completely destroy East Blue during the conversation yesterday. I just want to test this thing and let you see it by the way. Akado smiled lightly, ignored Shiki's last sentence, and said directly, about what you said yesterday, the original plan to use those monsters to attack East Blue can be copied and used to attack the government. Shiki wondered, didn't you always look down on my plan? 174 above the Miracle Open Black Lens Bracket Subscription Close Black Lens Bracket Grand Line Secret Realm. A large island towering into the sky, Miracle Island, also known as Mervell. Above the cliff, Akado's coat and Shiki's blonde hair that almost reached the ground were blown by the majesty. When Shiki walks, because his feet have been replaced by swords, every step makes a bump sound. Here's the guys that were supposed to go to East Blue. Hello, Indigo. Shiki walked to Akado's right-hand side and cast a look at Indigo, his confidant on the right. Seeing this, Indigo quickly spread his hands and explained, the animals and plants here have the habit of mutual growth and harmony. If they are completely and perfectly placed in East Blue according to Shiki's boss's plan, the number will be 1, 4, 3. Combat capability, taking into account various factors, will take about 20 years. Akado looked down at the monsters raging in the forest. There were lizards that were about to be upgraded to become dragons, turtles that ran faster than black panthers, and there were all kinds of monsters. It doesn't need to be so troublesome, come down, and I'll give you a demonstration. Akado grinned, revealing the upper and lower rows of fangs, and he happened to have not done experiments on the black light virus for a long time. Shiki used his ability to make his body float down. The height of jumping here is at least 500 meters. Shiki, who was floating in midair, said to Akado quite kindly, can I help you? Akado instantly dispersed into countless bats and flew towards the forest clearing below. Shiki nibbled on the cigar, cut, and flew in the same direction. Dr. Indigo, who stayed on the spot, had his eyes wide open, like a clown in a daze. After standing there for a long time, he stepped on his shoes that made a strange sound of puff, and found a way to follow quickly. What do you want to do? Shiki stood on an open space like Akado, turned around and asked. Advertisement. Akado didn't say much. Suddenly the forest in front of him was opened. A huge strange animal with a body of kangaroo and the head of a Madara horse sprang out from the forest. Behind it, there was a huge unicorn, with horns as sharp as blades. The two monsters fought right in front of Akado and Shiki. Boom. Although the two monsters fought fiercely, in the end the Madara horse with the body of a kangaroo was more flexible. After throwing the unicorn to the ground with an uppercut, he threw a flying kick in the air and left a hole in the giant unicorn's stomach, the next deep pit. Immediately, it sniffed lightly with its nose, turned its head to the left, and found Akado and Shiki standing several hundred meters away. It's like giving the two of them a flying kick against the unicorn fairy just now. Cut. Get lousy out. Wait, let it live. Shiki just wanted to send this beast to the west with a sword, but Akado stopped him suddenly on the way, making Shiki reduce the burst of sword compression to ultimate at the end. Just use the sword pressure to send Madara horse flying. What are you up to? Shiki turned his head to ask a question, but was surprised to find that Akado had already walked to the side of the giant unicorn, and the animal was only half alive. Puff, puff, puff. Hearing the strange voice behind him, Shiki turned his head and cursed. Brother Indy. If you don't change the damn voice, Lousy will kill you. Dr. Indy grinned at White Fang, waiting to look at Shiki stupidly, without showing a trace of fear, and then looked at Akado together with Shiki. I saw Akado standing next to the giant unicorn with his right hand forming a knife. In that hand, the irregular plasma wrapped the whole knife. In the next second, Akado stabbed that hand into the unicorn inside the body. About 5 seconds later, layers of blood shot out from the body of the unicorn fairy who couldn't stand up. The originally pitch black body suddenly turned blood red, half the size. Advertisement. Knock vomit. Turning over, the supergiant black light unicorn stood up, and the kangaroo Madara, who was blown away by Shiki, also climbed up from the hill not far away at this time. The two looked at each other again. The supergiant black light unicorn seemed to be suffering from mad cow disease, and suddenly overtook Madara's horse, and when Madara saw it, it was the same as before, first using its own jumping ability to jump into the air, and then threw a flying kick. But when its foot hit the unicorn's back, the kick that should have made a big hole in it, on the blood-red carapace, it was as if it had kicked a steel plate. Knock vomit. The unicorn roared and jumped up. The giant horn on the tip of its nose seemed to stab paper with a knife, completely piercing Madara's kangaroo body, and hung on the horn. Facing the opponent who defeated him just now, and being slapped by Akado, this time it was an instant kill. Shiki took a deep breath, smoked most of the cigar at once, exhaled heavily, and said, Brother Indy, what is that? Dr. Indigo crossed his hands and placed them in front of his abdomen. He kept turning his thumbs and bared his teeth and said, from the current situation, it looks like a stimulant or something. Shiki used his ability to quickly fly to Akado, glanced at the upgraded unicorn, and said with satisfaction, 1.3. Indeed, with such an evolution, coupled with the number of animals here, it will definitely make the world government look good. He could see that, Just taking that unicorn as an example, the front and rear combat power has increased by at least 5 times, and it is likely to be more than that. With such power, it can be said that it is mass-producing monsters with a reward level of over 50 million. This does qualify as an attack on the government. Don't be too happy. Akado poured cold water on Shiki, raised his eyes and motioned, "Look." Shiki and Dr. Indigo looked at the unicorn again, only to see that the fierce monster gradually fell down after killing several monsters in a row, dying. 175 rolling down from the stage. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. Seeing the giant unicorn gradually falling to the ground, Shiki frowned and asked, "What happened? It fell down in less than 10 minutes? 10 minutes is already an unexpected result. Although the animals on Miracle Island are above middle-level combat animals even compared with New World Sea Kings, Akado's black light virus capabilities are constantly increasing. While increasing the power, the damage to the infected is also soaring. The unicorn has already performed very well. Don't say 10 minutes, even if there is only a moment of negligence in the battle, you will die." Akado disdainfully said, "Instead of taking these wastes to Mariejois and being killed by the Marine and the government, it is better to let them play a role for a few minutes." Shiki turned pale when he heard the words, and then waved his hand in agreement. "That's right. If these guys only have this level, they will be killed soon, and they won't even be able to last a minute." After finishing speaking, Shiki turned to Dr. Indigo and said, "How long will it take to breed these guys in batches and create new plants?" Dr. Indy rubbed his palms together, and analyzed. "This is 21, if you calculate with 10,000 pieces, even if you change the plan, you need 7, 8. No, 10 years. The 10-year marine recruiting work has also been completed. Do we want to wait for the enemy to grow stronger before launching an attack?" Akado glared at him, causing Dr. Indigo to fall to the ground. "Funny. Marines' withdrawal speed is much faster than the reproduction and production increase of these animals. Is it really going to wait 10 years? Hey, then why are you looking for them? 10,000 heads are many but not durable. After all, life is extremely limited." Shiki folded his hands. "How about in 5 years? The time needs to be further analyzed. If it is only 5,000, it will be enough within 3 years, but..." Dr. Indigo interjected on the way, and at the same time glanced at the corpse of the giant unicorn. "I'll study that thing and see if I can find a way to keep them alive." Advertisement 3 years is within Akado's acceptance range. He turned his head and looked at this monster-ridden continent. "Okay, within 3 years, attack Mariejois." Gia ha 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 ha. Shiki put his hands on his hips, looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Okay. Attacking the government, this is something that even Roger has never done. Watch it in the underworld, Roger. Shiki is not stupid, on the contrary, like Whitebeard, he is one of the people who know Roger best. After so many days, he can be considered to understand the reason why Roger turned himself in. He is also old, but his strength has not regressed too much now, but he is definitely regressing faster than Whitebeard. His feet have been replaced by swords, and the head, the most important part of the human body, has also been severely damaged. After 10 years of fighting, how far will his strength decline? Don't know, but it's definitely faster than Whitebeard and Red, who have gradually started to regress now. Now, I, Golden Lion, must do something big. Roger, so what if you are the One Piece? Have you attacked the world government? Regardless of Shiki's obsession with Roger, Akado said indifferently. If you are caught, I will not save you. Lousy never needed anyone to save him, immortal boy, Shihan said in a huff. Even if the plan is confirmed, Shiki still has his own work to accomplish, which is his own personal strength. Just having a rudder in his head is enough to impress his combat effectiveness, and now he has to get used to fighting with his feet instead of hands without holding a sword. Although it is not necessary to start from scratch, the difficulty is no less than that of starting from scratch. The process is definitely difficult, but how fast the rebirth can be depends on Shiki himself. Shiki is also a master of armed color, but because the 2 swords are now mounted on his feet, he can't use armed color for a while. He needs training. Akado likes to fight. For 2 consecutive months, the two spent every day in a deadly battle. Each time they held the mood of killing each other, but in the end they stopped before the final blow. Advertisement. Akado also injects black light virus into animals on Miracle Island from time to time for Dr. Indigo's research. But even Vegapunk can't fully master the elementary black light virus, let alone the current intermediate level. Dr. Indigo can prolong the survival time of infected people, he is already considered remarkable. On the other hand, Golden Lion also began to reassemble its own fleet. Originally, he wanted to call back all the remaining members of the Golden Lion fleet, but he thought that the idiot world died under the murder of the crew. In addition to attacking the world government, this kind of courage is not something ordinary people can have, so he only recalled less than 1/3 of his elite confidants. Another week later, the Golden Lion sitting at 590 on the throne in the main hall of the Golden Lion, and Akado in the side hall received a heavy news at the same time. The lonely Red, who had been with the 2 on Whitebeard's Moby D*K a few months earlier, was arrested. According to the news in the newspaper, Reed was captured by Marshall Naval Headquarters in a strategic battle. The process of the war is basically briefly mentioned, giving a close-up of Red being captured. In the photo, Marshal Kong, the Marine Marshal, walks beside Red every step of the way, in case Red wants to escape. And Red's hands and feet are tied with seastone chains. Even if he is not a capable person, a pirate of his level should receive this kind of treatment. The neatly combed hair of this lonely Red before was very disheveled due to the battle, and his eyes revealed unwillingness, so he could not see the lonely state. HMPH. Reed is such a waste. Shiki took the cigar from his mouth and smacked the newspaper Reed's face fiercely with the cigarette butt to express his insult to him. And Akado calmly put the newspaper on the other side of the table, the product of the old age who is afraid of aging and loses the will to fight. Just roll off the stage quickly. 176 I look down on you instead open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket at night, the golden lion is at the palace. Shudder. A maid knelt beside Shiki and mixed famous wine into his wine glass. After Shiki drank the wine in the glass, he waved his hand to signal the others to back down. Akado sat directly on the tatami, straightened his right foot, bowed his left foot, put his left hand on the knee of his left foot, and laughed. I thought you were going to get angry and run into Marlene Vanduo again. Of course Shiki knew that Akado was mocking him for going to the headquarters 3 years ago to make a fuss and finally got himself arrested. Gia ha ha ha. Shiki laughed twice, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. That fellow Reed has no such value at all, he is no longer worthy of standing on the top. Incompetent guy, a pirate who has no fighting spirit is no longer a pirate, whether it's Reed or Whitebeard. Akado drank all the wine in the bronze wine glass, and it's not bad to drink wine that is not red wine occasionally. You don't think highly of that guy Whitebeard, could it be, because you haven't won against him twice? Akado mocked himself just now, so now Shiki taunted back. Humph, aside from his personal strength, first of all the Whitebeard pirates are too centered on Whitebeard, once they lose Whitebeard, they will be finished. What Akado despises is not Whitebeard, but the Whitebeard pirates. This sounds a bit convoluted, and ordinary pirates can't understand it at all, but as long as a pirate like Shiki thinks about it for a while, he can fully understand what Akado means. The unity of the Whitebeard pirates is indeed unprecedented. I think it is not as good as it is, and only Roger's pirates can compare. As for unity, Shiki admits that he is not as good as Whitebeard and Roger. HMPH, but the second officers of the two ships, Rayleigh and Marco, are not at the same level. If Rayleigh comes out, he can definitely be among the legends. When he was young, it was hard to imagine that such a person would be willing to bow down to others, even if that person is One Piece. And Marco is not noticeable at all. Advertisement. It is true that without Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirates will collapse, but as long as Whitebeard is still there, the Whitebeard pirates will be invincible. Shiki gave a relatively fair evaluation. But he was recruiting sons, not crew, all younger than that Whitebeard guy, Shiki recalled. Indeed, many members of the Roger pirates are of the same age as Roger, or even older than Roger. But besides Whitebeard, the biggest member of the Whitebeard pirates is also 10 years behind Whitebeard. So Shiki said he was taking son instead of crew. This is also the reason for the slight loss to the Roger pirates and the Golden Lion fleet. Akado got up and went to the door. Shiki saw this and asked, "What are you going to do?" "The fight with you is over, I'm leaving." Akado was originally a lone ranger, and it was quite unexpected to stay on his own ship for several months. Shiki lowered his head a little, and said coldly, "I'm going to go to Paradise first, so that those fledgling Star fans can learn about the horror of big pirates, and it will be an appetizer for me to practice my moves." Paradise refers to the first half of the Grand Line. After Akado put forward this statement during a chat and Shiki heard it, Shiki also started to use it. Akado paused, but did not turn his head, but turned his back to Shiki and said, "If you say you will retire for a few years, I will look down on you instead." "The last name is he," Shiki said with a strange smile. Akado walked up to the lion's head at the top of the bow of the Golden Lion, which is now 2,000 meters above the sea. Suddenly, Akado took a step forward and disappeared directly into the sky. "Wow. I jumped from a height of 2,000 meters. Dr. Indigo put a fist into his mouth, and through the camera monitor in the research room, saw the scene where Akado jumped off the bow. "It's so noisy, speed up the research immediately." Advertisement suddenly, Shiki's roar came from the radio, which scared the scientists in the research room out of their wits. In the nutrition tanks in the room, there were all the torsos and bodies of animals infected with black light virus. "This thing, can it be done like this?" Dr. Indigo scratched his head and looked at the specimen, thinking constantly, and Shiki gave an order to the helmsman. "Go to Paradise." "Oh no, for the first half of the Grand Line, I will let those groupies first understand what a real big pirate is." On the other side, after Akado jumped off the Golden Lion, he turned into thousands of bats nearly 500 meters from the ground and landed on a hot isolated island. It should be getting colder at night, but it's terribly hot here, but for a place like New World, it's not surprising that Sha-Tien is snowing, let alone the temperature. Just when Akado had just landed on this island, a few people holding oil lamps and weapons suddenly came out from the forest of dead trees on the other side. In such a deep night, it was difficult to see clearly even with oil lamps Akado's appearance, but you can still see that Akado's clothes are different from theirs here, so you can be sure that he is not from his side. "Hey, Invasion 2. The leader of the man held an oil lamp in his left hand and a long musket in his right. "This is the island occupied by our Hao Jiao Chemovis pirates. Other pirates want to come here." Boom. Before he could finish his words, a blaze suddenly appeared in the dark night, and the other 4 patrolling people had already taken 2 steps back in the night in fright, seeing a pair of round red eyes staring at this side, strange, while horror song. "Has New World started vying for territory so soon? But this is not a place for you third-rate pirates." Akado fired several shots, sending several people to the west in an instant. But because Akado's pistol was originally super powerful, and there was no such thing as a silencer, it quickly alarmed the other pirates on the island, and it took less than 5 minutes before and after. Surround Akado layer upon layer. "Is it over?" Akado reached into his arms with his left hand, took out the black gunjackal, and laughed wildly. Then let's start. 177 supernovas dispatched open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket, hoo. A young woman with a bloody mohawk and a ponytail opens a newspaper on New Day in the small village of Kokoyasi in East Blue. New World, the great pirate Akado offered a reward of over 1 billion, destroying the blasting pirate group. All 168 crew members on the ship were killed by the undead Akado. Close black lens bracket. In the picture column, there is a brand new reward order, which is Akado's reward order officially exceeding 1 billion, and in the last time column, today's date is written, see circle calendar July 11, 1502. The Grand Line is still so restless. The woman's name is Belle Mel, who just retired from the Marine this year and returned to live in a small village. Whoa. At this moment, there was a cry of a child from the other side. Belle Mel quickly put the newspaper aside and rushed over. Oh, Nami, why are you crying again? In the place where the newspapers are kept at Belmel, several newspapers from the past few days have been pressed underneath. 103. A reward of more than 1.5 billion is offered. The great pirate Golden Lion Shiki, who has not yet grown old, slaughtered more than 40 rookie pirates in 1 month. Close black lens bracket. The Kaido pirates took a piece of flesh from the Whitebeard pirates for the first time and captured the island. Close black lens bracket. Marine, the supernovas on both sides of the pirate show strong talent, the pirate Hawkeye, the crocodile, the tyrant, Marine's new Vice Admiral Momosagi, and the T-Dolphin. Close black lens bracket. The first half of the Grand Line, Paradise. Located on Guy Island, one of the 7 waterways, in an ordinary-looking tavern, there are 2 supernova pirates who most often pass you gathered here. The 2 sat opposite each other, and their sitting postures were very strange. One squatted on a chair with both feet like a monkey, but there was another kind of indescribable hockey, and he wore goggles on top of the sunglasses. Supernova, Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote Doflamingo. The person on the opposite side had his feet crossed on the table, wearing extremely fancy clothes, a shirt covered with roses and a cloak, and beside him was a huge black sword, CBEF. Advertisement Supernova, Hawkeye Dracula Mahawk. Doflamingo glanced at the black knife on Mahawk's right hand with a playful smile, and said with a smile, the supreme sword. How can you get such a thing, Hawkeye? Mahawk crossed his hands, and now he has not put on his hat, grows a beard, and his young face still looks sharply at Doflamingo. Do you want to try his power, Doflamingo? Baboons. Don't need to be so murderous, can we have a good chat? Doflamingo smiled and reworked, bowed and kept smiling. However, you should have someone who is more suitable for practicing this knife, right? Mahawk was silent for a while, and Doflamingo smiled again. Isn't it very suitable? He is now in the first half of the Grand Line, and the title of World's #1 Swordsman. You are also very excited, aren't you? Mahawk stood up abruptly, tucked behind his clothes, boring. Needless to say, the opponent Mahawk most wants to challenge is undoubtedly the world's #1 swordsman, Shiki the Golden Lion. And Doflamingo guessed right, Mahawk is going to challenge Shiki. A few minutes after Mahawk left, a burly man walked into the tavern and asked Doflamingo beside him, Dover, is it time for us to go to the New World too? Diamanda, a member of the Don Quixote pirates, was one of the first to follow Doflamingo. Doflamingo patted his forehead with one hand and said with a sinister smile, no hurry, Diamanda. Doflamingo picked up today's newspaper, and when he saw the smiling devil on the reward order, he said with a grin, it's not a wise move to enter the New World ruled by the 3 monsters and Whitebeard so quickly, and now we have to get through the underground world first. Through the entrance, first in open black lens bracket Paradise close black lens bracket, and then enter New World Babu. Babu. At the end, Doflamingo couldn't help but raised his head and laughed loudly. Those stupid pirates who don't care about life and death and enter New World without any preparation are destined to live soon. Baboon. On the other side, Sabaody Archipelago. That's the remnant left over from the battle between Undead Akado and Algo Red 2 years ago. It's really scary. Lockdar Pirates, a crew member said, pointing to a deep pit not far away. Advertisement, shut up. Suddenly, a gloomy voice came, and the crew members who were talking were startled. Looking back, they saw a man wearing dark black claws and purple hair back said in a deep voice. I'm doing this for you. Prepare for the next battle. Boss Crocodile, do you really want to challenge him? Whitebeard is not easy to mess with. The crew tried to dissuade him one after another, but K. Lockadar remained silent, apparently not listening to his subordinates' words. Supernova, Sand Alligator G. Lockdoll. Beyond the Grand Line, on a secret island in West Blue. Captain, what are you doing? Cordo, a crew member of the Red Hair Pirates, said dissatisfiedly. The pirates of our age have all gone to the New World. We haven't set off yet, and we haven't even entered the Grand Line. What a shame. The captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Shanks, has a bounty of less than 50 million and has not been included in the Supernova. Now he is practicing in his hometown of West Blue. Faced with the dissatisfaction of the crew member Coldo, Shanks just smiled and began to practice with his sword. Don't worry, Cordo. At this time, Beckman, a Red Hair Pirate's cadre with a piece of dogtail in his mouth, came over and said, the captain has his own ideas. What do you think? Cordo was still very unhappy. When he saw Doflamingo, Hawkeye, Tyrant and other newcomers in the Grand Line, he couldn't help itching. And Shanks actually said that now is not the time to go to the Grand Line, he should practice first. He abandoned his wife and children to join him. How did Cordo accept this? 178 Supernova Bartholomew Kuma open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket Beckman just finished his practice, went to sit next to Cordo, took off the dogtail grass in his mouth, turned the root side down, and used it as a pen to draw on the beach. Cordo and several other Red Hair Pirates crew members gathered around and squatted around to watch Beckman's actions. I saw that Beckman drew a circle on the beach, and then divided the top and bottom into two semicircles with a horizontal line from the middle. Here is the first half of the Grand Line, which is the paradise that those big pirates say. Here, the legendary big pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, swims around and often destroys the pirates in the paradise. Beckman pointed to the upper half of the circle with the bristlegrass. This is New World, currently controlled by the four forces of Big Mom, 100 Beasts, Whitebeard, 997, and Immortals. After finishing speaking, Beckman lit a cigarette. However, when it comes to the four major forces, Immortal is very special. He doesn't occupy a territory, but he is indeed the most bloodthirsty pirate standing at the top of the world right now. Best hope you don't run into the distance. But because of him, there are still some Marines cheering loudly. A blonde man from Red Hair Pirates chuckled and said, "It is said that he helped Marine and solved a lot of pirates. Marine is also good at using the characteristics of immortality, so you will basically avoid him." After taking a deep breath, Beckman said, "In short, do you understand? What we need now is to temper enough levels. Although the sea is huge and encountering golden lions is rare, it is by no means impossible. When we encounter the golden lion and enter the new world, you should also understand what will be waiting for us there, so don't waste the captain's heart." "I agree." The blonde man clapped his hands and said, "Haha, instead of entering the new world and being abused by the four major forces, it's better to sharpen your knife first." Cordo and the others shut up and said apologetically, "Sorry, everyone, Captain." "Well, just take it easy." Shanks stopped swinging his sword and said with a smile, "Let's have a party." "Oh, advertisement." The Red Hair Pirates raised their hands and cheered. A week later, it was in the city of the Queen of Spring, a trading city comparable to the capital of water. God. In the palace of the Golden Lion docked above the coast of the island, several crew members of the Golden Lion fleet ran into the palace in a frenzy. Shiki, who was sitting on the throne, frowned. "What are you doing? Why are you flustered?" Golden Lion Shiki, the world's #1 swordsman. Before the subordinate could answer, a tall figure walked in at the entrance of the main hall, with a black knife taller than himself behind his back, which caught the eyes of the subordinates of the fleet on both sides of the palace. "Boss, that's Mahawk." A man with a tattoo of the Golden Lion fleet on his forehead frowned when he saw the person coming. "Oh, there's been some rumors about the sword-wielding kid in the paradise recently." Shiki half opened his eyes, as if he was still awake. "I went on a sea trip with the goal of the world's #1 swordsman," Hawkeye said, took off the black knife behind his back, and displayed it in front of Shiki. Suddenly, for an instant, a phantom flashed in front of Hawkeye's eyes, and his sharp intuition as a swordsman made him raise his hand to block the black knife in front of him. "Oh. A bit capable, it doesn't seem like a groupie pirate." Shiki was in a high split posture, and the blade of the right prosthetic leg hit the black knife, and the two sides burst into fierce sparks at the same time, forcing Hawkeye to retreat steadily. "But, it's still a little tender," Shiki roared. Hawkeye was instantly pushed out of the Golden Lion, followed the gate he walked in, and was knocked to the pier of the Queen of Spring, into a wall. "Aren't you going to kill him, boss?" asked another female cadre in her 30s. Shiki put his hands on his hips and slowly walked back to the throne. "It's rare to see good eyes, it's a pity to kill them." Supernova Hawkeye Mahawk challenges the legendary Golden Lion Shiki, loses. A month later. Advertisement Supernova, with a reward of 103 million, Bartholomew Kuma, a pirate known as Tyrant. Thief ha ha ha. Supernova, locked doll, is that all there is? As he spoke, the red pupil of 5.6 in Akado's eyes moved slightly to the right, Supernova Bartholomew Kuma. K-Lock doll raised his head reluctantly, looking at the unattainable mountain in front of him with red eyes, Whitebeard. New World, Whitebeard Territory Island. Looking at your eyes, it seems that you have no interest in being my son. Akado sat on a huge reef on the coast, looked at the newspaper delivered by the newsbird just now and said to himself, "Oh, have the two future Shichibukai lost in a row? It seems that Hawkeye is too young. It can also prove that the Golden Lion still retains its strength. After all, it is young and energetic." Whitebeard stood beside a stone city. Both sides were full of people from the Whitebeard pirates, and in front of Whitebeard, there was a young man kneeling on the ground, panting continuously. Whitebeard looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. "Gee la 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 la, it's too early to kill you now. Let's go. If you want to take my head, come here anytime." Akado did not turn around, but continued to speak with his back to Bartholomew Kuma. "According to this routine, should I also accept the challenge of a supernova?" As soon as Akado finished speaking, a person slowly walked out of the tropical forest behind him. He had a long chin and wavy hair. He was about 25 to 30 years old. His exaggerated body made him more than 7 meters tall, but the corresponding person was the feet are very small. Supernova Locked Doll challenges the legend Whitebeard, loses. Compared with him after becoming Shichibukai in the future, in addition to his age and appearance, the current him wears a pair of eyes less, but the gloomy breath has been revealed. Teach laughed, with a gloomy look in his eyes. "The sword is not old, Ling. New World, an isolated island. *hole, 179 Why let me go? Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket." At this time, Shang did not hold a Bible at any time, but but he was 70% similar to the dress he wore when he became Shichibukai in the future. When he walked to the beach on the right-hand side of Akado, he did not attack immediately, but faced the sea and headed straight. The direction slightly to the right of the front shifted to the past. You destroyed my hometown. Oh. Akado's pupils moved slightly, and he was not surprised, because the villages and even countries that were directly or indirectly destroyed by him could use countless new songs. After a few seconds of silence, Shang raised his head again and said, "No, you can't say that. You intervened in the war on the way and killed all the soldiers of our country in the enemy country. The war had to end for a while, but on the way, a large number of pirates invaded the village on the border of our country, which is my hometown." Shang said blankly, "So it was destroyed. If at that time, the national army hadn't suffered losses to that extent, it was unlikely, because the king is a warlike man and he couldn't care less about small border villages. Just now I said that Akado destroyed the bears in his hometown, but he denied it later. It is better to say clearly that the reason for Akado indirectly led to the demise of his hometown, but it may not be the case, because the king does not love the people, so even in the case of sufficient military strength, it is unlikely to send troops to support during the war. Since the bear went to sea, he has directed this anger on the pirates, and his cruel methods are not inferior to Akado and Golden Lion, so he won the title of Tyrant. Seeing Akado after many setbacks, but Shang can't judge whether the other party is his enemy, so he has such entangled emotions. There is so much nonsense. You are a pirate, a little is enough, Nai said. Whether it's Bartholomew Kuma or someone else, wanting revenge on him or something, he doesn't care, but he's here with a man. Shang suddenly pulled his head back, and pulled the glove of the other hand with each other, making it tighter. Perhaps, the battle can find a result. Should we still fight one of the supernovas according to the routine? Akado sat on the reef without moving, and the bear, who was not far away from him, bowed his body and patted Akado with his humming palm, pressure cannon. Advertisement. The bear paw-shaped air cannon passed through Akado's abdomen in an instant, smashing the rocks behind him and the forest within 100 meters. Akado put one hand on his abdomen, and his indifferent expression made Shang Da's mouth slightly open, revealing some white teeth. No, are you all right? No one has ever eaten a shot like this head-on without incident. Akado put his hand down from his abdomen, and said flatly, "A waste fruit can be developed into a treasure, and it can be regarded as a strong player among capable people, but this kind of attack can't even take my life away." Shang's one move is powerful, but it really can't take away Akado's life with one move. Instead, the vampire's physique completely repaired the damage caused by the pressure cannon in a few seconds after that. The Immortal Akado. Shang Mo read the title of Akado once, and suddenly his feet squatted down like a horse stance, and his two hands began to push forward continuously, and countless bear paw air cannons burst out at once, push the pressure cannon hard. Akado suddenly disappeared in place, and the bear looked up at the sky at the moment Akado disappeared, and at the same time raised his hands to shift the direction of attack. Immediately, the continuous pressure cannon hit Akado in the air, and a powerful force knocked him out, and hit the tree trunk in the distance, breaking several big trees in a row before stopping. Immortal Akado. It can't be so small. Shang walked slowly towards the place where Akado fell, and saw Akado's head down, and he couldn't see the condition on his face clearly. When the bear walked in front of Akado, the fleshy ball on the palm started to make a slight sound again, and suddenly slapped it away. However, just before the bear's palm hit its body and sent it flying, Akado's body was suddenly wrapped in a scarlet blood shadow, and what appeared again was indeed a man wearing a battlesuit similar to that of the ancient Roman Colosseum. An ordinary man. Not him. Shang was startled, but he couldn't take back the attacking action in his hand, so he slapped the stand-in body away with a heavy blow. Call out. Advertisement. A blue and white flash flashed across the bear's right waist. The flesh unfolded, causing it to spurt blood instantly. The light and shadow stopped, and Akado turned his back to the bear, holding a huge sword with some of his blood on it. Akado glanced at the blood on the blade. "Oh, I forgot that you still have human blood in your arms at this time." "Well," Shang murmured and knelt down on one foot. Akado kept his sword aside, turned around and said, "One moment of mistake is enough to decide the winner. It seems that you are not even qualified to take my 10 lives." Akado did not choose to make up the knife, but leaned on the spot and put on the sunglasses again. Saw, "Do you want to continue? Bartholomew Kuma?" Shang didn't say a word, covered the wound, and after the bleeding wound healed a bit, he stood up with difficulty and said, "I can't win." His face was expressionless, and it was difficult to see what was going on in his heart. Akado walked towards the beach, and when he passed by Shang, the corner of his mouth, Qian Zhao, raised, "Exit New World, newcomer, this is not something you can enter now." Just as Akado summoned the boat and was about to leave, he asked, slowly. Shang turned around and stared at the other person's back. "Why do people who are merciless in the face of pirates let me live?" Akado's way of dealing with pirates can be said to be known all over the world. The pirates that fell into his hands, except for the top few, either died tragically or sank into the sea. At the moment of defeat just now, Shang already had the consciousness of death, but he did not expect that Akado would let him go. "Yeah. Why?" Akado asked back with a smile, making Shang Po frown, not knowing how to answer. Supernova Bartholomew Kuma challenged Akado, one of the 3 monsters, and failed. The 180 plan is ready to start. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. The 3 supernovas challenged the legendary pirates, all of which ended in failure, because only the crew of the Whitebeard pirates were present when K-Lock Dar challenged Whitebeard, so this matter was not known to the world until K-Lock Dar escaped from New World for a long time. As for the battle between Akado and Shang, it happened on an isolated island, so the world and even Marine knew nothing about it. The only thing that caught the attention of Marine and the whole world in the first place was the fact that the new star swordsman Mahawk challenged the world's #1 swordsman, Golden Lion Shiki. The location takes place in the bustling sea city of Spring Queen. After one failure, Hawkeye Mahawk is not satisfied. He challenges Shiki several times in a row. Located on Cocoon Island, an island very close to Sabaody Island. The Golden Lion fleet paused here, and a loyal pirate of Shiki quickly entered through the main entrance and walked up to Shiki. "Boss, that kid is here again." "Huh? Wild boar." Shiki uttered words that didn't match the question in an incongruous way, and the subordinates below complained loudly. "It's Hawkeye no matter what you think." Another figure walked in outside the gate. It was the supernova swordsman Hawkeye Mahawk who had challenged Shiki 527 times but failed. At this time, his floral shirt had some small holes in various places, and at the same time, there were still large and small bruises on his face, all of which were from the previous battle with Shiki. Shiki smashed the cigar, eyes puffed up, and said in a bored tone, "You kid is sure, isn't Lousy afraid to kill you? Except for you, I can't find a swordsman stronger than me." Hawkeye took it for granted, if you don't constantly challenge the strong, then what's the point of being a swordsman? "Did the person who taught you swordsman tell you that being a swordsman means dying at any time?" Shiki took out the cigar with his right hand and exhaled a puff of smoke. "When I decided to take your place, I already put life and death aside." Advertisement Hawkeye pulled out the black knife from behind, held the knife with both hands, and held it flat on his right shoulder. Puff, 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 puff. However, under such a serious scene, a burst of funny footsteps came to everyone's ears, causing Shiki's brows to twitch continuously, and Hawkeye also subconsciously stopped his attacking movements, and no one noticed that his folded horns dripped down, a drop of cold sweat. Dr. Indigo walked into the main hall from the side hall, doing all kinds of weird body language like a clown dancing, and when everyone present frowned in confusion, he said, "The research is almost completed." The eyes of all the people present shouted, "You can talk." Gia. Ha 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 ha. After being surprised, Shiki couldn't help twitching his upper shoulders, then laughed wildly, put the cigar back into his mouth, looked at Hawkeye and said, "Hawkeye kid, Lousy has important things to do now, I don't have time to spend with you." Suddenly, Shiki rushed in front of Hawkeye, and the two sides fought like afterimages, but after 10 strokes, Hawkeye was picked out, and Shiki found the opportunity to slash out of the main hall with a sword of armed color. Lion Majesty Curly Wave. After forcing Hawkeye out of the main hall, Shiki released a terrifying scroll-shaped sword energy, knocking Hawkeye down from the Golden Lion to the island of Cocoon. Hawkeye struggled to get up, only to see Shiki standing on the bow of the boat with his arms around him, shouting down like a rainbow, "I'm going to New World now." "Well, if CBBF really wants to fight, then put your own let's come back to strength training and training, brat." Gia ha 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 ha. Laughing loudly, the Golden Lion, together with several other large ships, flew up into the sky with the power of Shiki. Above the clouds, there is a miracle island hidden inside. After a long time, Hawkeye caressed his black knife. "Am I still too immature?" There were rumors that she entered the Grand Line before, and it seems that she got mixed into a certain pirate group. Agree. Advertisement 5 elders with long white hair asked suddenly, "What's the news about the remaining party in Ohara, Nico Robin?" As soon as the curly-haired 5 elders said this, the other 4 people agreed one after another. Report. A few hours ago, it was possible to clearly observe strong energy fluctuations on the Red Earth continent with the monitor. According to the previous monitoring of Shiki, the Golden Lion fleet is likely to use the ability of Lion Fruit to pass through the Red Earth continent. Heading to New World, according to previous intelligence, the Golden Lion fleet also appeared on Cocoon Island. After the CP members nodded and bowed, they left quickly. "I have no opinion either." Agree. The curly-haired 5 elders moved his mouth, and then said, "In this way, the 5 major forces will divide the New World at once. Let Marine retreat for now, and wait for them to kill each other. Then hurry up, send troops to wipe out that pirate group, and no one will be left alive." In the office of 5 elders, the world's highest authority, a senior member of CP, reports to 5 elders. P.S. I have an appointment again tonight, so these chapters are on file again. Agree. Sanctuary Mariejois. HMPH, have you finally entered the New World? Shiki. Pirates are all arrogant, and no one will accept the existence of others. It is better to wait for them to kill each other than to dispatch a large number of Marines to arrest them. Holding a knife, 5 elders helped his reading classes, tell this matter to Kong, try to evacuate the Marines in New World, and adopt a policy of ignoring the fights between pirates. Yes. 6 IP 181 The best bait open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket see circle calendar February 1503. The Golden Lion fleet and Akado are 2.5 years old and meet again in New World. Because of being out of Marine's control, coupled with Shiki's ability, even Marine didn't grasp the information of the two meeting in the first place. In the main hall of the Golden Lion, Shiki is sitting on the throne as he was 3 years ago, and his cadre-level subordinates are sitting on both sides of the red carpet below. The new pirate who followed, with the fame of. And Akado used his latent image to lift out a chair, and was sitting opposite Shiki. Have you read the information Indigo gave you just now? Next, you only need to use your ability to inject new power into the bodies of those animals, and then we can completely complete our plan. Shiki looked at Akado said. It's a grand banquet, isn't it? Akado lowered his head and smiled. Shiki raised a flat wine glass the size of a washbasin, filled it with white wine, and shouted to the people below. If you don't succeed, you will be benevolent. Those present include my old cadres and new followers. What I have to do is something that has never happened since the world government was established for hundreds of years, so I only recalled the most elite subordinates. Shiki gathered the wine glasses over his head, and nearly 30 cadres of the Golden Lion fleet on both sides of the red carpet also raised their wine glasses high. Shiki grinned and said, "To establish the legend of my Golden Lion, now I announce that the Golden Lion Pirates Regiment, officially reborn." After everyone drank all the wine in their cups, Twilight, Akado, Shiki, and Dr. Indigo came to the miracle island that was moved to the sky because of Shiki's ability. Like the scene 3 years ago, Akado injected the black light virus into an animal, this time not a unicorn, but an eared cockroach. After about 10 seconds of struggling, the originally emerald green mantis burst into a blood-red airwave, and the red stripes gradually completely transformed its body like a spell. While its body size increased substantially, its character strength also became more violent. Before the praying mantis fell into a completely berserk state, suddenly Dr. Indigo stepped out, and the 5 fingers of his right hand produced a purple air cannon the size of a ping-pong ball as if by magic, and threw it at the giant berserk mantis, shouting, "Chemical magic potassium burst." After the 5 purple bubbles hit the praying mantis at an extremely fast speed, Akado found that the rare beast that had been infected by the black light virus gradually calmed down a lot. Zan's character rushed forward and wrestled with the opponent. Advertisement Dr. Indigo spread his hands like a comedian in a stage play, grinned and said to Akado, "A kind of inhibitory drug developed according to your virus can slightly suppress their berserk genes and prolong their lifespan a little bit. The longest survival time in the current experiment is 27 minutes and 33 seconds, and the shortest is 20 seconds. Hey, even these beasts have their strengths and weaknesses, and I wouldn't be surprised if they died in a second." Akado looked at the praying mantis that had been torn into pieces by the Vice Admiral Monster Bird. When he looked towards himself and the others, Shiki made a bold move, chopping it in half with his right foot. "Tell me about the specific plan, clown," Akado said. "To infect all the 5,462 rare beasts on the island and then release them to Mariejois requires a little trickery." Dr. Indigo danced and said, "First use most of the people to attract the firepower of the world government, and then use the power of Shiki Boss. During this period, let the Miracle Island float above the clouds at a distance from Mariejois, and give a signal at the right time. After the infection of these animals is completed, put them into Mariejois, which can be regarded as the complete completion of the plan. Dr. Indigo's limit is just to extend the limit of these animals' tolerance to the black light virus for a few more minutes. After all, it is impossible to send the animals to Mariejois after the infection is completed in advance. It can only attract people to the government and Marine's attention, and then complete the transformation of these monsters during this period." Asking for flowers. After Shiki finished smoking the cigar, he spat it aside. "So, does that mean I'll be the bait?" Listening to Shiki's tone, there is not much anger. He even agrees to attack the government. It's strange that he still cares about such things. "Well, for the time being, there is really no one more suitable than Boss Shiki." Dr. Indigo rubbed his palms and said. "Wait." Akado suddenly smiled mysteriously. "I have a candidate to try." "Who is it?" Shiki turned around and asked. "Advertisement." Akado raised and closed his mouth, causing Shiki to frown and Indigo to be surprised. After a long time, Shiki put his arms around the application and said to himself, "Is he?" "0. You seem to have fought him many times," Shiki said. "What is the success rate?" "I don't know, it's a mad dog, and it can't be deduced by common sense." Akado still smiled. "It's worth a try." "That's right, there's no need to be in a hurry." Shiki caught Indigo and flew back to the Golden Lion, and Akado also turned into a bat and flew onto the bow. "Your room is still the side hall. After you use it, I have kept it empty." After leaving a last sentence for Akado, Shiki left the main hall and came to the driving center room, sat on the main seat, and said to the helmsman and weather observers below, "Change the course and go to Vanilla Island." The helmsman and the weatherman below looked at Shiki in disbelief, but they were greeted with a fierce look from Shiki. "What are you looking at? Hurry up." "Yes, sorry, Boss Shiki." Under Shiki's oppression, everyone had to change course. Vanilla Island, an extremely cold island with snowfall all year round in New World, is also the main base island of the Kaido pirates. Standing in the side hall, Akado looked at the island of miracles spreading through the window, with anticipation in his eyes. "It's only interesting if it's a little messy, isn't it?" 182 The old lunatic and the mad dog opened black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Vanilla Island is an island that is like winter all year round and has constant snowfall. It was originally a country. But after being occupied by the Kaido pirates 2 years ago, it became the main base of the Kaido pirates. Originally, the combat power of this country was not too strong, so Kaido easily wiped out all the redundant people on this island and monopolized this place. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, through the special phone bug monitoring on the ground, one can clearly see an island covered by heavy snow below. Akado stood at the door, facing the heavy snow that came in, while Golden Lion sat on the main seat at the top of the rear cab, saying, "Very well, let's land like this, let's go to Vanilla." Speaking of which, I have never fought against that boy Kaido before the June 20th pass. Shiki seemed to be full of fighting spirit. Since he finalized the plan to attack Mariejois 3 years ago, he has been obliterating those groupie pirates in the paradise in the first half of the Grand Line as a sacrifice to restore his strength. Counting, there are too many offals that have been played, and Kaido, Golden Lion, who is as famous as Akado, is also very interested, and I can't wait to have a game with him. Akado looked at the snowflakes flying all over the sky, turned his back to Shiki and opened his mouth slightly, revealing the upper and lower rows of fangs. That guy is indeed a mad dog who talks with his fists instead of his sheath, but don't push him too hard, he has a lot of burdens on his shoulders. The key to the plan. Gee haha, if he died so easily, he would be too sorry for his reputation. Golden Lion laughed loudly. It was still noon at this time. The guard in charge of guarding Vanilla Island suddenly darkened the sky, and subconsciously looked up at Elder Zui, who was surprised and speechless. In the sky, more than 5 large warships are slowly landing directly above Vanilla Island, the leader of which is a ship with an island at the bottom and a ship at the top, with a huge yellow golden lion head. The Golden Lion, like Whitebeard's Moby D*K, is an extremely famous pirate ship, not to mention the extremely conspicuous new logo of the Golden Lion Pirates on it. The crew members of the Kaido Pirates opened their mouths one by one, and a few crisp sounds of bang bang came from the deck, and Shiki had slowly drifted from the bow to the city wall of the island city. Ah, gold, gold, Golden Lion, advertisement, yeah, help. Although the Golden Lion has been active in the paradise for the past 3 years, he has long been a legendary pirate. No matter how arrogant the Kaido Pirates are, seeing a legendary figure like the Golden Lion still can't help screaming in fright. It's so noisy, you little brats. Shiki's sword power erupted, cracking the stone bricks on the city wall, standing proudly in midair. Tell that kid Kaido to come out, Lousy is looking for him. Golden Lion Shiki, before Roger became the One Piece, was a monster with a higher bounty than Roger, largely because of his ability. A fleet of tens of thousands of people can come and go without a trace, hiding in the sky, and no one can detect his whereabouts. However, as the main base island of the Kaido Pirates, Vanilla Island is naturally monitored in many places. Place spies in the opponent's pirate group, or form a reconnaissance team not far away. No matter what method is used, the way Shiki descended was too conspicuous, and the government immediately discovered it and reported it. Guy, Boss Kaido is not on the island right now. A member of the Kaido Pirates plucked up his courage and shouted to Shiki. Shiki hummed a long sound, landed a certain distance suddenly, and put his hand on the city wall. Countless bats descended from the sky and combined back into Akado's original appearance on a huge pine tree. Understood, the reconnaissance fleet will conduct further monitoring of this battle. No rush for 3.3, don't forget the order issued by the government not long ago. Advertisement quickly took out the tissue next to him and wiped his mouth, and glanced at Garp who ran to his office to steal senbei. Sengoku said seriously. Are you sure? Garp. That's my senbei. Get out, Sengoku yelled. Shiki raised his finger. Suddenly, the hundreds of meters long city wall burst up, and many crew members of the Kaido Pirates standing on the city wall were all thrown off. Suddenly, the city wall rolled into countless lion heads like living animals, each of them roared and rushed towards the city with ferocious eyes, while the earth-shattering sound was accompanied by Shiki's wild laughter. Jia ha ha ha. If you don't want to be killed, tell that kid Kaido quickly. Let him come back and have a fight with Lousy. Garp came over with a senbei in his mouth. Whitebeard is the only one who has calmed down a lot of pirates of the older generation and is so excited. The phone bug on the desk said with a serious face, Sengoku Admiral, may I ask you now? Sengoku was sitting in the office. When he heard the news from the phone bug, all the tea in his mouth spit out. Shiki going to war with Kaido? Click. With a sound, the phone bug closed his eyes and hung up. It's really a sword that never grows old, that guy Shiki. Boom. Originally, the Kaido Pirates were in the development stage, far from reaching maturity. Under Shiki's powerful attack, all members of the Golden Lion Pirates showed a one-sided trend before they even had time to attack. Looking at the roaring snow lion heads and stone lion heads in the distance, Akado stood on the top of a large pine tree that was more than 10 meters high, and said with his head up, Old Madman versus Mad Dog, this battle is interesting. Sengoku wiped his mouth clean. It's just right, let them two big pirates fight, we just need to wait quietly for the result of the battle, and then make a judgment. Yes, from the outside sea, the huge lion head and golden sword energy that appeared on Vanilla Island are unique moves that only Golden Lion Shiki can use. 183 Akado, Kaido, Shiki open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket 2 days later, the new world Kaido Pirates base at Isle Vanilla. No, it should be said to be the base of the original Kaido Pirates now. Now it is a ruin, and the flag of the Golden Lion Pirates has been planted here. Akado sat on the ruins, reading today's newspaper. The main base of the Kaido Pirates, Vanilla, was attacked by Golden Lion Shiki. The war was completely over within 3 hours. Because the Captain Kaido was not present, Golden Lion Shiki won an overwhelming victory. 1. If Kaido sees this news, he will definitely fly over, right? Akado turned to the next page of the newspaper. At this moment, on the wall platform next to the city wall on the other side, several ropes went around the ledge and extended downwards, tying a dozen pirates, hanging them 10 miles from the ground. Mido high in the air. These people are all cadre-level figures stationed in Vanilla by the Kaido Pirates. Now being abused by members of the Golden Lion Pirates. Hey ha 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 ha. The Kaido Pirates cadres are nothing more than that. Some members of the Golden Lion Pirates used pistols to play shooting games against those people hanging in midair, either intentionally missed them, or tried to avoid key positions, and some used weapons such as bows and javelins. Stop, 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 you bastards, Boss Kaido won't let you go. There is a kind of direct killing of me. The dozen or so people who were hanged kept cursing and screaming from time to time, but no one begged for mercy. The cadres of the Kaido pirates had a bit of ability and backbone. Is it really okay to do this? There was a poof sound in my ear. Dr. Indigo walked to Shiki, who was sitting on another pile of ruins, squinted at the crew of the Kaido pirates who was hung and abused in the distance. This way, come on, didn't you completely guess off Kaido? Hey, that guy wasn't able to listen to the conversation in the first place, so it's more straightforward to use this method. After finishing speaking, Shiki shouted to Akado, who was tens of meters away on the right. Would you like to try to get your virus onto a human being? The strength of these experimental materials should be too. Advertisement. Wow. Before Shiki finished speaking, Akado suddenly closed the unfinished newspaper and said plainly, here we come, the southeast coast of the island. Shiki was stunned for a moment, because the rudder was inserted into his head, and the most important part of the body was damaged, so that his sense of knowledge plummeted. After hearing Akado's words, Shiki gradually floated up into the sky and gradually moved towards the southeast, and soon found that a giant shadow was indeed moving fast over the sea, faster than a shark whale. If it's not an animal, then it's definitely my goal this time, Kaido of the beasts. Gia ha ha ha, give that kid a gift first, take it. Shiki's ability was launched brazenly, Lion Majesty bottom volume. Boom. The ruins and rotten bricks under everyone's feet suddenly rose, even the city wall was no exception. The Kaido pirates' cadres who were tied to the city wall were naturally not spared. They were involved in it and became part of the giant lion head floating in the air. Boss is showing off, go back to the boat, go back to the boat. Next time you do it, can't you tell me in advance? Stop the G nonsense. Hurry up and get on the boat, get on the boat. Those members of the Golden Lion pirates on the ground were shocked, one by two hurriedly evacuated to the Golden Lion fleet. Akado's hair and Hefung clothes were blown by the storm caused by Shiki's ability, but Akado's expression did not change a bit, but continued to perceive with his thermal vision, and after a few seconds, Ying said, swimming here alone? You are too impatient a bit, mad dog? Kaido's huge body had just landed on the shore, the ground shook, and the huge lion head, which was dozens of times his size, instantly swallowed his body. The contents are completely smashed. The cadres of the Kaido pirates inside are absolutely devoid of flesh and blood. 10 seconds later, Shiki slowly floated to the front of the twist tower, exhaling smoke lightly. What's wrong? It's impossible to die like this. Advertisement. Shiki's move is definitely enough to instantly kill everyone below Vice Admiral's level. Unless he deliberately shows mercy, no one will be able to survive. Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. As for the subordinates, being beaten can only show their incompetence, and death on the battlefield is more than justified. Just such a simple 5 words, roaring out, without any extra nonsense, Kaido's punch that broke the mountain and opened the way has already come. Is Shiki trying to seriously injure Kaido? As I said, the injury should not be too serious. Akado took out the 2 guns from his arms so that he could shoot at any time. Kaido uttered a foul language, leapt forward, ignoring the attack of sword energy, and rushed forward with his fist. Akado had already appeared about 2 kilometers away from the 2 of them. When he heard Kaido's roar, he let out a cry of impatience. It is Kaido's regret not to be able to fight Roger once, but how can he miss this opportunity when he meets Golden Lion, who is as famous as One Piece? It's so noisy, hurry up. Suddenly, a gigantic hand protruded from the soil, followed by 2 long horns like ox horns. Kaido, who had already struggled half of his body, yelled, it's such a G pain. There are countless streaks of golden sword energy, and each sword is powerful enough to split the sea and cut through the sky, let alone dozens of streaks rushing forward in one breath. Shiki laughed wildly, kicked out countless kicks in an instant, and burst out Wu, Jiao Lihao, Golden Light Sword Chi. It hurts. D thing. Even if the pinnacle holding the sword in both hands is no longer in the peak period, Shiki, who is just over 50, is definitely not the coward who lost to the Straw Hats in 20 years. At least he still has 70% of the strength he had when he fought Roger in the Aidwall Sea area. It can only be said to be luck not good, both the head and the legs have been hit with deadly moves. It is precisely because of this that Akado chose him. Kaido spreads his hands, Golden Lion, just right. Stop talking nonsense and questioning, you're just right for lousy. 184 I'm going to throw you to Marlene Vander open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Is this kid a monster? Standing on the Golden Lion fleet ship and looking down, everyone in the Golden Lion pirates was shocked. 2 hours have passed, and the Kaido of the beasts has no tendency to fall. If he had the same fighting style as Reed or Sora, knowing when to retreat and when to hide, I and others would not be so surprised. But that lunatic is completely reckless, not dodging or moving, no matter what trick Shiki is facing, he just hits straight up. Except for the undead Akado, they have never seen anyone who dared to fight Shiki with this fighting technique, and there was no sign of retreating for 2 hours. Come on, Golden Lion. Kaido already had a lot of wounds all over his body, but he kept shouting excitedly, and the storm that was set off kicked up dust on the already fragmented island. Snort. Shiki snorted heavily, and the swords on both feet came out. Akado's eyes dimmed when he saw this. Shiki, the old lunatic, did he get excited? I told Kaido not to hurt too much. The golden sword energy swooping down from the sky almost covers Kaido's entire field of vision. There is no way to retreat, no way to avoid it. But it doesn't matter, Kaido doesn't know how to write the word, hide, anyway. Yeah. When he opened his arms up high, he clenched his fists against the diving sword Chi, and planned to hit directly with those two steel fists. Just when the two sides were about to collide, Akado appeared between the two, and then Kaido's fist pressure condensed a giant sword with a black light virus, and covered it with the armed color in an instant, followed by Kaido with a fierce sword, fists together upwards. Three powerful forces collided together in midair, so powerful that Ultimate's energy suddenly erupted. Advertisement: the strong wind rage, and about 5 seconds later, a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose in the center of Vanilla Island, and even one of the ships of the Golden Lion fleet, which was floating 100 meters above, was overturned by the impact body. Aha! Shiki snorted and stabilized his body in midair. Haki stretched out to sweep away the dust, and said to Akado angrily, "Hey, why stop it? Don't forget the purpose. Do you want to beat him half to death?" Akado said indifferently. Shiki's expression froze, and after 2 seconds he rubbed his head in a daze. "Oh, not bad, I got excited right away." And behind Akado, Kaido, whose body volume is more than 10 times that of Akado, clenched his fists tightly. "Didn't you come to fight, Immortal?" He and Akado are also considered old friends, but both sides also want to kill each other. "It is true that there is going to be a war, but not between you and me." Akado turned around and walked past Kaido's shoulder. At this time, the Golden Lion had started and gradually landed under the control of Shiki's ability. Akado and Kaido turned their backs. "Get on the boat, or do you want me to knock you out before getting on the boat? If the war you're talking about bores me, I'll sink you into the ocean the next second." After deliberating for a few seconds, Kaido still decided to listen to what Akado called war. It just so happened that he was bored with the recent battle against Xiao Xiao pirates. In the main hall of the Golden Lion, everyone else retreats. "I want to talk to the younger generation." Shiki waved his hand and let all his subordinates leave. For a while, he was the only one left in the huge main hall, aka and 3 more people. "Jihahaha. I didn't expect you to sit here and listen to Lousy carefully. Lousy thought he had to knock you out and take you away." Shiki laughed while looking at Kaido, who was sitting on the left. "It's so noisy, Kaido, listen carefully to what you have to say." Even in front of Kaido, Akado still called him a mad dog, mercilessly. He didn't know whether it was because he was used to being called that, or because Kaido's temper had changed. The first time he heard this name, Kaido didn't get angry. "Advertisement, what are you trying to do with Lousy?" Shiki said with a cigar in his mouth. "I'll do it all over again. My plan with Akado is to let you." Even though the battle with Shiki tended to lose for a while, there was still no trace of fear. This mad dog can't understand human words, so let's get right to the point. But after more than 2 hours of fighting with Kaido, Shiki found that this guy had no brains at all, so he planned to speak out the plan to try, but before he could speak formally, he was interrupted by Akado. "If you can do it, try again," Kaido said after pouring himself a bucket full of wine, put it down heavily, and smashed the glass into pieces. "I'm going to throw you into Naval Headquarters, Marineford." Akado hit the nail on the head, and directly stated the ultimate goal: how? Agree or disagree. Shiki originally planned to tell Kaido the complete plan to attack the world government, and then see if he would agree to be the bait. Akado, who was wearing sunglasses, said impatiently, he didn't think Kaido would agree to this strategy of using him at first, but after thinking about it for a while, the mad dog's brain circuit couldn't understand, and he thought it was worth trying. Of course, the second is impossible no matter how you think about it. Forget it, Golden Lion. Originally Akado and Shiki's plan was to throw Kaido directly to Mariejois. But considering that Marine's reinforcements are more troublesome, and at that time, this lunatic is more likely to fight indiscriminately, after repeated decisions, he thinks that throwing him to Marine Vander is the best way to attract a large number of Marines' firepower, is it? At first, he felt that as long as he was a normal-minded person, he would not agree to be the bait, or that was the bait. Although Kaido's mind is not very bright, he has fought Akado many times and got to know him a little bit. He doesn't like Akado who beat around the bush to do such things, and he definitely wants to do something. 185 Declaring War Headquarters open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Of course, Kaido cannot tolerate Akado and Golden Lion's behavior of using him in this way. Unfortunately, he has already boarded the ship. Facing Akado and Shiki, 2 pirates whose strength is not inferior to his, he can only obediently admit defeat. Generally speaking, Kaido cannot be bound by any means, so during the few days to Marlene Vander, Akado personally guarded Kaido on one of the Islands of Miracles. If you want to be able to fly, it is really convenient enough. Normally, no matter how fast the boat is, it would take at least 2 weeks to go from Vanilla Island to Marinevendo, but under Shiki's control, it only took less than 5 weeks. Days are enough to arrive. Shiki used his ability to divide one of the Miracle Islands as a place to detain Kaido, and aka 907, spent 5 more days on it. You should be happy, you are going to create something that no one has done, single-handedly defeating the entire naval headquarters. Akado sat in front of Kaido who was trapped on a mountain peak by seastone chains, and said with a light smile. As long as Kaido shows the slightest sign of trying to break free from the chain, Akado will reward him with a bullet. Lousy doesn't have to listen to your words, Kaido roared as he struggled with his chains. Seeing that the mountain in the back seemed to be collapsing, Akado immediately took out his black gun and shot Kaido in the side cheek. Boom. There was a bloodstain under Kaido's right eye. Akado leaned the jackal against his temple and said calmly, "Calm down. I don't want to chat with you, mad dog, either. After the plan is over, you can take revenge on me as you like." A few seconds after finishing speaking, Akado suddenly smiled strangely. Well, but the prerequisite is that you can survive the battle with the headquarters. Undead. You be asterisk 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 D. Kaido cursed again, but Akado closed his eyes and fell asleep. 4 days later, Shiki landed on the island, first glanced at Kaido who had been scolding him for too long, and then said to Akado, I plan to bring a group of reporters here and tell the world about my plan to attack the government. How? Do you have to show your eyes like this? Advertisement? Under Akado's courtesy, he flashed Shiki with the reflection of the sunglasses, but obviously the sneak attack could attack Mariejois in one go. Regardless of the Marine or the government, the number of capable people is not comparable to that of the Golden Lion fleet. Even if you think about it with your toes, you know that the best strategy is to attack first and catch the Marine and the government by surprise. Gee ha ha ha, lousy is the Golden Lion. Let the whole world see clearly, lousy will do something that even Roger has never done, Shiki shouted, spreading his arms. As you like. Akado looked back. Originally he planned to overthrow the government or something. With the government's 800-year history, how could it be overthrown so easily? Shiki's approach might make things more interesting. See Circle Calendar 1503, April 1st. Akado doesn't know if there is an April Fool's Day in this world, but he just feels that it happens to be at this time to attack the government plan, and there is an indescribable sense of weirdness. Sabadi Archipelago. The gigantic Golden Lion descends on the large island closest to the naval headquarters and world government. In the area ruled by the unknown number 13, many pirates with the logo of the Golden Lion Pirates tattooed on various parts of their body laughed strangely and grabbed countless reporters and sent them to the Golden Lion. A subordinate turned on the videophone bug, and in an instant, camera lights radiated from the phone bug's eyes, shining directly on Shiki. At the same time, the public large screens in various areas of Sabadi Island, which were originally closed, revealed a burly man sitting on a high chair after a flash of light. He is over half a century old, but still rebellious, with blonde hair, feet replaced by swords, and a pair of eyes puffed up on his cigar-drinking mouth, but they are sharp. This place was originally a gathering place for pirates and pirate hunters. The moment they saw the person on the screen, countless people screamed. Golden Lion. Advertisement. That's Golden Lion Shiki. What's going on? Has the public videophone bug been stolen? What is he going to do? Announcing something. Could it be that he is also on Sabadi Island? Damn it, run away. Marine troops search the entire island for the Golden Lion. Report to the headquarters immediately. At this time, Shiki lowered his head, and after exhaling a thick mouthful of smoke, the corners of his mouth raised to reveal his teeth. Hey! Low-level start chasing pirates all over the world who are after Roger's treasure. The time is said to be 1 month from now, and I will attack Naval Headquarters Marlene Vander, a group of wastes from the gentle era who don't know what a real pirate is. Let's keep the horror of a real pirate in mind. Ha ha ha. Gee ha 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 ha. After laughing wildly, the videophone bug was turned off. On the Golden Lion, with a wave of Shiki's hand, those journalists who were tied up were kicked off the ship by Shiki's crew. Blue, blue, blue. At this moment, the phone bug next to Shiki rang, and in an instant, the phone bug turned into a shape with round red glasses, and Akado's impatient tone came from inside. Is the boring press conference over? 1,000 meters above Sabadi Island, there is a small phone bug 0.3 next to the armrest of the chair where Akado is sitting. On the opposite side, Kaido is still tied to the cliff like a sealed beast. I can't wait, but I still have to beat Marine in its heyday, and it would be hard to watch if I won without Garp Sengoku. Shiki couldn't stop laughing. My original target was the government, not the Marine. You seem to be getting it mixed up now. Akado said coldly, and then said again. Well, forget it, it's not important. Let's take Kaido now, and throw him to Marlene Vander, to give 10 surprises first. Is it okay to throw it directly from a height of several thousand meters? Shiki said casually. Hey. What do you think? 186 despicable enough, but I like it. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Ability development degree complete. Vampire body, 89%. Bat shadow full body, 77%. Weapon Gassel LV 656% weapon, Jackal LV 349%. Black Light Virus LV 436%. Latent Shadow LV 4 to 63%. Black Dog Baskerville LV 411%. Half a month has passed since Shiki announced the attack on Marine, and the whole world was in a panic. Needless to say, Marine immediately deployed the Marine elites stationed around the world to return to the headquarters to resist. Just the recent incident, the names of the Marine elites seen in the news, Paluzolino, Sakazuki, Kuzan, Momosagi, T-Dolphin, Night Owl. What made Akado pay attention a little bit is that there is no Garp in the service path. There is only one reason why this kind of combat power is not sent back to the headquarters. Garp wants to stay in New World to prevent the Three Monsters 21 from going berserk and Whitebeard who may take advantage of the chaos. Although I don't know whether Marine has discovered the fact that he is missing, but Whitebeard will never make a move. Just like what he said when he left the Moby D*K, Whitebeard has no ambitions. Do you want to catch up with Roger while you still have some strength at the end? If you die in this battle, the old era will come to an end. Akado said to himself. According to the information obtained from the newspapers, the number of Marines is more than 5 times higher than that of the Golden Lion fleet, and even if those monsters are counted, the number is more than 3 times. No matter from which aspect, the Golden Lion pirates are at a disadvantage, and Shiki absolutely knows that he is very likely to die in this war. Advertisement, but he'd rather die than linger like Raider, recluse like Rayleigh, or become a living legend, like Whitebeard. His goal is only Roger, to do things that even Roger has never done. For this goal, even if you risk your name, what's the point? This place is an island very close to the naval headquarters. In the sky 5 kilometers above the capital of water, in the clouds, several islands split from the island of miracles float around the battleship. It is less than half a month before the battle begins. Are you ready to start moving? Akado rarely made more than a dozen phone calls. Gee ha ha ha. Can't wait. Don't worry, I'll send you to the sky above Mariejois first, and then make plans. Shiki's wild, even crazy laughter came from the other end of the phone. I'll throw Kaido away on the night of the 30th. Go to the headquarters. Oh, isn't it number one? Akado had vaguely guessed what kind of plan Shiki was planning. Gee ha ha ha, Lousy said that I will go next month, but didn't say when that boy Kaido will go, so it's not my breach of contract. Shiki laughed loudly. It's despicable. But being able to deceive the opponent is also a kind of strategy. Akado smiled and turned off the phone bug. He knew that the old ghost Shiki was going to play tricks. However, war is originally accompanied by deception and betrayal, not to mention, if Marine really trusts the pirates in all aspects, then they are really hopeless. Naval Headquarters by Marlene Vando. There are only 2 days left before the war. Countless elites summoned from all over the world are ready to be called at any time. But the key issue is that after this, Marine will definitely suffer countless injuries. How to deal with the aftermath is the most troublesome thing for Lee. Crane stood up and left Sengoku's office. After opening the door, the female soldiers guarding the door hurriedly saluted, Crane Vice Admiral. Advertisement. According to the survey of the Golden Lion Pirates, the number of Marines is definitely 5 times higher than theirs. New World was suppressed by Garp and Zephyr couldn't remember how many years ago he was on the front line since the last battle. Crane crossed his hands and rested his chin. Although Golden Lion said that the time of war is the day after tomorrow, but he is known as Flying Pirate, and he has been very good at stratagem since before, so he can't relax for a moment. Put Sengoku and Sora on top of the battle line against Shiki, and below that there are Bluzolino, Kuzan, Sakazuki, Momosagi, T-Fish, Night Owl, and new stars Baihu, Murasama and others. That said, he should still be in New World. One at present, a total of 80,000 sailors have been assembled, and 20,000 Marines are on standby at any time, in case the Golden Lion 523 team does not know when it will fall from the sky. Naturally, Marine wasn't stupid enough to fully believe Shiki's words. Even if you can't sleep, you still need to rest first. When you get old, your energy is not as good as that of a young man. Sengoku and Sora are confident that they will defeat Shiki together, but who dares to say, absolutely, in war? Ah, he is such a person. This lineup is confident against the Golden Lion Pirates, Sengoku. As for Akado, as a lone ranger, it is difficult to grasp his movements in New World, but the spies sent by the government to the Fishmen Island have not received the news of his entry. Among several female soldiers, standing on the left and right of him are another representative of Marine female soldiers, Momosagi, and the newly promoted Colonel Baihu. After pondering for a while, Crane slowly said, Kaido. It is said that he disappeared after the battle with Shiki on Vanilla Island. Although it is small, the possibility of being captured cannot be ruled out. Shiki said he will call you the day after tomorrow, so he will definitely call you the day after tomorrow? You be ********D. Believe him, it's not surprising if you call him the next second. When he was young, Shiki liked to use lion fruit to play sneak attacks, and it's not much worse now. Admiral Sengoku said solemnly, one more thing, Garp and Zephyr of New World sent news that only Charlotte Linlin of the 3 monsters was confirmed to be in New World. The other 2, Kaido of the Beasts and Undead Akado have been unknown trace. 187 Lost you Kaido. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket see circle calendar 1503, May 1st just arrived at 000. There are 30,000 sailors on standby at any time. Although Shiki is not expected to call in the middle of the night, the possibility of a sneak attack is still alive, so there are still so many soldiers on standby. The battle against Naval Headquarters sounds a lot like the fight to save Firefist Ace, the Whitebeard Pirates, and Naval Headquarters a dozen years down the road. But in reality, the nature is completely different. Summit War, because of the Firefist Ace in hand, the time and initiative of the war are in Marine's hands. When the Whitebeard Pirates will attack, Sengoku and Marine know very well. But this time is different. Not only is the military strength still not comparable to that period, but more importantly, Marine cannot control the time period when Shiki will attack. Coupled with the fact that he is a pirate flying in the air, it is even more difficult to predict. So the closer it was to the time of the battle, the more nervous Marine Fang Yu would be. A shift is over, and the soldiers of the previous shift went back to rest. The sailors on the shift relieved their nervousness, but because they just got up, they couldn't help but yawned and said, today is the Golden Lion. Is it the time for the war? At this point, he should have no plans to attack? It should be a few hours later, and he will attack from the front, right? Although today is the start of the war that Shiki announced, it is just past 000, and it has been a month since Shiki has not come to sneak attack on the headquarters, which has already begun to convince many sailors that he will not sneak attack and will attack during the day. Attack from the front. Shut up, patrol well, pay special attention to the sky, backquote. Advertisement. The captain of the patrol team reminded, but even though he said so, he also agreed with his subordinates' views in his heart. Also, if there is no sneak attack for a month, will there be a sneak attack a few hours before the battle? Such a chance is Too small? When tens of thousands of sailors were patrolling, Marine Vice Admiral Huashaoshan, who was in charge of patrolling the city wall of Marine Square, suddenly looked into the air with a cigar in his mouth, frowning. At first he thought it was his own illusion, but in less than 2 seconds, the pair of squinted eyes leaked panic from the cracks, turned around and shouted. Everyone in the central square. Dodge, hurry up. However, although hockey was used to transmit the sound far away, the soldiers patrolling the infield had no time to react, and they were bloody when they were hit by a giant falling from the sky. As a result, the ground of the inner square was smashed to pieces, and countless stone chips and steel fragments shot out in the smoke of the explosion, causing the sailors on the city wall who were already on the edge of the town of Marineford to cover their cheeks with their hands. In case of being cut, the vibration was so strong that the entire Marine Vatican shook for nearly 10 seconds before it stopped. The sea soldier who was still in the dormitory to prepare for battle immediately got up and shouted, "What happened?" Huashaoshan, which is High Vice Admiral, was seen just now. It was a mountain peak. A small mountain peak fell from the sky. Because the speed was too fast and it was dark night, I couldn't see it clearly, but Huashaoshan still vaguely felt it. Above that mountain peak sticks a gigantic figure. In other words, there is a huge figure tied to it. At an altitude of several thousand meters above Marineford, Akado stood on one of the sub-islands of the Miracle Island. The fangs in his mouth were exposed with a smile, and on the right-hand side, there was a phone bug with blonde hair inside. A certain old lunatic burst out laughing, and said again, "It's a mistake. It was originally intended to be thrown directly at the Naval Headquarters building, but it turned out to be wrong. It seems that at an altitude of 5,000 meters, the aiming accuracy is still a bit poor. This kind of thing doesn't matter anymore." Advertisement. Akado sits on the island, one foot dangling in midair at the edge of the island, shifting the miracle right above Mariejois as Kaido draws Marine over. "I'll leave this to you." Golden Lion reminded in the phone bug. Mariejois was originally built in a place where the clouds are high in the bureau. Once it moves there, it will soon be discovered by people with knowledge in the government, so I don't need a semi-retired old man to worry about yet. When Akado interrupted Shiki, he pulled out 2 guns from the code in front of him, ready to start. HMPH, underestimating the fate of the world government. Lousy is too lazy to talk about it, you should experience it yourself first. Shiki hung up the phone bug's microphone on the Golden Lion, picked up another broadcast phone bug's microphone and shouted, "Indigo, it's starting." Dr. Indigo, standing in the laboratory, answered, "Understood," then kept typing on the intricate keyboard with both hands, and finally shouted to the other scientists in the laboratory, "Turn it with your hands." Under the order of Dr. Indigo, the scientists, Qian Zhaozhao, who were sweating coldly due to nervousness, endured their inner tension and began to manipulate. After the last scientist's report was completed, Doctor pressed a blue button on the right-hand side. Large colored button, go. Originally, it took a lot of time, but the mechanism installed on the monsters on Miracle Island began to work, injecting Akado's black light virus and the inhibitory factor produced by Dr. Indigo into their bodies. In less than half a minute, the animals began to mutate one after another. At the same time, the Miracle Islands, under the control of Shiki Lion Fruit, quickly approached the Holy Land Mariejois, which is very close to naval headquarters. Akado sighed heavily, "I'm here. 188 get down. Akado, open black lens bracket, subscribe close black lens bracket." Then, what is that? During the shock just now, Sengoku and others quickly walked out of the naval headquarters building, and Vice Admiral Peluzolino came out with him, and within less than a minute thereafter, Crane, Sakazuki and others also came one after another. "What's wrong?" Crane walked to the central square, and the ground inside was thrown out of a big pit, and at the same time, countless rubble were scattered on the ground. After Huashaoshan saluted him, he reported the scene he had just seen to he and the others. Mountain peaks falling from the sky, and figures tied to the mountains. After listening to Huashaoshan's report, Sengoku immediately remembered the ability of Shiki Lion Fruit, gritted his teeth and looked at the clouds in the night sky. "Shiki. UB ******* D. Boom! Suddenly, a huge hand stretched out from the deep pit in the center of the square, and the burly and exaggeratedly superior Whitebeard's body slowly crawled out of the deep pit. When the sailors saw the huge shadow coming out, they were frightened and sweated. Kaido of the beasts. Akado. The first thing Kaido did when he climbed out of the pit was not to provoke Marine, nor was he to wave his mace or fist, but to raise his head to the sky and let out a long roar, and the huge roar swept across the entire Marine Vander in an instant. "Get the F***K off Lousy. Akado," Kaido yelled again, calling out Akado's name. It seems that it is true that the beasts were defeated by the Golden Lion and then captured, but I did not expect to use such a method. Sakazuki clasped his hands together, and both hands entered the elemental state at once, and the hot magma began to burn, but no matter what, Marine Chu needs to start again. Crane, who was the most scheming at the scene, wrinkled his forehead slightly and secretly said, "Akado, could it be that?" The result of the battle between Golden Lion Shiki and Kaido of the Beasts was that Golden Lion won because Kaido disappeared at the time. Advertisement Crane has also considered the possibility of Kaido being captured by Shiki, but unless Shiki is watching day and night, the possibility of Kaido's escape is extremely high. After all, this lunatic, even Seastone chains can't help him. However, if you add an Akado, even Crane could not help dripping cold sweat on his side face at this moment. If not only Shiki, but even Akado and Kaido were involved in this battle, then the result would be really. "Akado. Get down." Kaido was still roaring straight into the sky, but unfortunately Akado couldn't hear it either. Lava Mars. Sakazuki's elementalized right hand swelled to nearly dozens of times its original size, continuously bursting out small magma stones, hitting Kaido like a meteor shower. Boom boom boom. The erupting magma hit Kaido's entire upper body, and for a moment the magma and smoke completely enveloped Kaido's body. In order to avoid being hit by Sakazuki's magma, many soldiers retreated quickly, and Kuzan was one of them. Aren't you too impatient? Kuzan reflected under the black mirror. Isn't his target Akado? We don't have to. Pirate is now. Is there any reason for Shafei to give up? Sakazuki retorted without giving in. Kuzan feels that the Golden Lion may attack at any time now. In this case, it is not wise to take Kaido alone. The worst happens. But Sakazuki felt that no matter what the situation was, since the pirates appeared, they had to be killed. Just as the two future admirals were talking, suddenly a giant hand stretched out from the smoke and slapped down hard. Sakazuki's eyes narrowed, and he quickly crossed his hands and put them on top of his head. Kaido's huge body was completely revealed from the smoke, and slapping Sakazuki was not far from dealing with mosquitoes. When the sailors saw Kaido's body appearing from the smoke, they couldn't help swallowing, and were hit by Sakazuki Vice Admiral's unique move. There was no scar left. *hole, advertisement, asking for flowers. No, calm down. The enemy is now, stop talking nonsense. A wretched voice came, and at the same time a wretched face appeared in front of Kaido. The shining light made Kaido squint his eyes. The moment the voice fell, Paluzolino put his hands in his pockets and stepped heavily on Kaido's frozen arm, causing him to hit the ground, and at the same time Sakazuki was freed. Who? You be ************* D, even if the speed is heavy. Mr. Kaido, have you been kicked by Hikari, again? Even though Sakazuki used his elemental hands to resist, his feet continued to sink into the ground, and Kaido's palm, which completely blocked his sight, cursed and couldn't help but secretly said, what a powerful force. Suddenly, Sengoku's furious laughter came from the clouds, and he used observation haki to clearly introduce it into the square. Sengoku, I did not break my promise, and I will attack on this day, but I am not the one who takes the lead. You Marines, let's play with this kid. A monster. Kaido roared, glanced at the sky above the clouds, and then looked at the thousands of Marines in front of him with red eyes. After I finish you off, I'll kill Akado again. Well, you owe us one, Sakazuki. Paluzolino dragged his voice. Sakazuki adjusted his status, but didn't refute anything. Bai Hubei, who was standing next to Momosagi, clenched his teeth and said, Logia's 3 vice admirals teamed up, but it has no effect on that monster. Gia ha ha ha. Gia ha ha ha. In an instant, a cold breath struck, covering Kaido's entire right hand and half of his body on top of Sakazuki's head. Dressed like a third-rate singer, Kuzan jumped on top of Kaido's head, raised one hand, and released a straight line of ice breath, freezing the time capsule. Kaido's body tilted, and his arm was smashed to the ground, causing a slight earthquake, and Kuzan and Paluzolino also fell to the ground one after another. 189 Akado to World Government open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Shiki. UB ******************************** D. Sengoku gritted his teeth and was furious. Although he also considered the situation of Kaido being captured, the possibility of this possibility was too small, but if Akado got involved, the possibility would be greatly increased. Why is Akado messing with Kaido? This is a problem that countless Marines, including Sengoku and Crane, can't figure out. It stands to reason that the stronger the pirate, the less he will disdain to cooperate with others, especially with pirates of the same strength, because the common characteristic of each of them is self-esteem. Very high and do not trust each other. If Roger, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard were united 10 years ago, they would definitely sweep the world. But Marine and the government never worry about this, because they know that this is simply impossible. And now, even though Akado and Akado belong to the old era and the new era, the grievances are definitely not as serious as the former 3 big pirates, but they should never join forces, right? 21 What happened? Senior Crane. Momosagi walked to Crane and asked for instructions. At present, it seems that we plan to use Kaido to consume our combat power first. Crane was keenly aware of the enemy's purpose, and waved his hand. We can't just prevent the square. Shiki is likely to land on other parts of the island while we are being attracted by Kaido. Good. At this time, Marshal Sora's voice came from the headquarters radio. Don't focus on Kaido. Shiki doesn't know when he will land. Now all the staff are separated to prevent the Golden Lion fleet from attacking. Kaido's side, it is enough to leave only enough elites to deal with him. Advertisement instructed by Sengoku. He glanced at the 3 Logia vice admirals who were fighting against Kaido. Although Kaido hadn't been hurt yet, it was too late for him to hurt others. Currently, the two sides are evenly matched. Paluzolino glanced at Sengoku out of the corner of his eye, and said knowingly, Is it okay to leave this monster to the 3 of us temporarily? Sengoku nodded his head, and then ordered all the troops to disperse, leaving only a part of the troops to fight against Kaido, and the main force was played by the 3 Logia vice admirals. Remember, our current enemy is the Golden Lion. Finally, Sengoku reminded, meaning that the 3 of them should not spend too much power on Kaido, otherwise they will fall into Shiki's trap. Marine Fando's entire crew Marine began to spread towards the entire island, every corner of the region, guarding the sky at any time, leaving thousands of sailors and 3 Logia vice admirals to resist Kaido. Thousands of meters above the sky, Shiki, who observed the battle situation through the videophone bug, sat on the chair and frowned. As expected of Sengoku, he allocated troops reasonably and found the best plan to deal with Kaido. Although it is impossible to see the specific situation of Marlene Fando on the ground, he can still roughly see the distribution situation, relying on the special video phone bugs modified by those scientists. Boss Shiki, they dispersed their troops for surveillance, it's not easy for us to land. A tall and thin swordsman walked to Shiki's side and said worriedly. Although a fleet capable of flying is absolutely invincible in escaping, landing is a double-edged sword. Once the landing site is mastered, and then the enemy destroys the ship in midair, the people on your side will be completely defeated before the war begins. Died. Hey, soon, the daylight will also disappear, and fate will eventually defeat you. Inside Mariejois, the blonde elder among the 5 elders heard the videophone bug and the other 4 saw the island approaching Mariejois at this time, and frowned. You have the courage, Shiki, to actually control the island. Hit Mariejois. As a world government, although there are naval headquarters in front of them as a protective shield, Mariejois did not put all the safety protection issues on naval headquarters, and they themselves hide a powerful combat power that is not inferior to the headquarters. Shiki opened his mouth with a cigar in his mouth, and dialed a phone bug on his right. How is it? Advertisement. Shiki hung up the phone with a smile, left his seat, and walked to the bow of the Golden Lion. First, he closed his eyes and used his knowledge to search for the location of the 2 islands where Akado was sitting. The next moment, Shiki suddenly opened his eyes and released the control of the 2 Miracle Islands, taken away by Akado. At this time, above the holy land of Mariejois, countless government agents in suits stood on the terracotta continent beside Mariejois, looking at the 2 huge islands floating above. Holding a knife, 5 elders said indifferently, currently, Island 810 is still within the controllable range, shoot him down. Is it some kind of master hidden in the government or the 5 elders? The government is not much less capable than Marine. When the 2 islands on Akado's side approached, someone had already perceived their own existence through the color of knowledge, although Akado didn't know who the person who perceived him was. At this time, Akado, who was standing on the edge of the rapidly falling island, murmured in a low voice. The driving technique has been blocked. Number 3, Number 2, Number 1, release. In an instant, a blood pool rose from Akado's body, covered with countless eyes, and Akado's body turned into a shadow, leaving only one eye and a mouth full of fangs exposed. And in front of Mariejois, just when 5 elders gave the order to destroy the 2 islands not far away, suddenly, the island sank extremely fast, making 5 elders, who had passed the videophone bug, stunned. Why didn't he did yet? The island sank by itself. Either way, getting the island right over the Mariejois is going to be a hassle. 5 elders is calm on the surface, but is still extremely shocked by Shiki's behavior. After the phone bug opened its eyes, it turned into red pupils, and Akado's voice came, turn it over, people from the government have found out. Curly-haired 5 elders narrowed his eyes, the fleet isn't there, that is to say, he only controls 2 islands? Originally, this place is very close to the sky, even if the ability of lion fruit is used to float the island, the limit is only so much. Originally, I thought it was audacious to confront naval headquarters head-on, but I didn't expect to bump into Mariejois directly. 190 report, Akado called. Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket roar. The 5 elders in the office hadn't seen clearly what the blood pool that suddenly rose from the island was, but they saw hundreds of violent monsters coming from the falling island and splashing smoke and dust. The island gushes out. Whether it is a praying mantis longer than an elephant, or a 4-faced monster with a horse's head and a tiger's body, these monsters that are absolutely rare to see outside at this time have one common feature. They're very violent now. In the stunned expressions of the agents at the gate of Mariejois, the monsters that rushed down from the island began to be wrapped in red blood plasma, and their volume increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a minute, they all changed completely, one by one as if from it's like a monster coming out of hell, making people just want to escape from here. That is. Long silver hair 5 elders saw the monsters rushing towards Mariejois, and suddenly remembered the experiment report submitted by Vegapunk before Roger became the One Piece. Biochemical monsters created through Akado's unique cells. Infected animals or people have gained unimaginable strength, but the price is to lose their minds and become monsters who only know destruction and killing. Because of this incident, the government once tried to capture Akado alive in order to develop a powerful undead warrior, so the words, only live capture, were put on Akado's first reward order. But because the things Akado did later became more and more exaggerated, and the threat to the government became more and more serious, it was no longer possible to put the 4 words, only live capture, on his reward order, so he could only give up the arrest for now. Akado came to study the plan and went all out to clean him up. But unexpectedly, after nearly 10 years, these monsters infected by Akado's cells actually attacked the government. Sure enough, Akado and Golden Lion teamed up. Holding the knife, 5 elders rolled his eyes and said coldly, Akado should be inside, and ask Marine to send support, and the government will also resist by the way. After finishing speaking, the other 5 elders moved into action, and under a pair of presbyopic glasses, 5 elders with a knife flashed sharply in his eyes, and took a last glance at the image cast from the video phone bug, the Immortal Akado. Breaking into the world government alone. Let's see if you really won't die this time. Advertisement. And on the terracotta continent a few kilometers away from Mariejois, at the end of those berserk monsters in front of him, Akado jumped onto one of the black light giant birds, staring at the fairyland like white fairyland in the distance building. That's Mariejois, as beautiful as you can imagine. Akado lowered his head slightly, and grinned. Sure enough, my decision is right. Marlene Vando. Sengoku's tactic is very reasonable. He used Logia's 3 strongest vice admirals to deal with Kaido and suppressed him for a while. Although he couldn't win, he also avoided the worst situation from happening. Because of this, the landing site of the Golden Lion pirates can be found immediately. If you dare to appear from the clouds, I will use the cannons on the island to sink you and make you disintegrate in the air. Therefore, the two sides are now in a stalemate, and the most intense battle is between Kaido and Logia III Vice Admiral. In the marshal's office of the headquarters building, a civil servant rushed into the office with an old man with a Whitebeard on his phone before he even had time to knock on the door, and hurriedly said to Kong, who was sitting here inside, Hold. Sorry, Marshal, this is. When he saw the phone bug in the civil servant's hand, Sora's eyes were fixed. This old phone bug with a white curvy beard is the Five Elders' special communication phone bug. Nonsense, the Five Elders have given orders, of course they must quickly draw out their troops to support the government. On the other side, the numerous assistants in the empty space were also too frightened to speak. Even if it is empty, it can only be vaguely aware of something above it with all its strength. Advertisement. Without further ado, Kong connected to the phone bug, and an old man's voice came from inside, and Kong also recognized it at once. It was the voice of the Five Elders with long hair. Generally speaking, it is very formal for Five Elders to communicate orders, and they will be communicated by the CP organization personnel. The last time they used this phone, it seems that Roger and Golden Lion used it during the battle in the sea area of Aidwall Pass. After hearing this, Kong hung up the phone bug, walked out of the office in shock, and looked in the direction of Mariejois in the distance. But by chance, Marine speculated that Akado should be sitting on the ship of the Golden Lion fleet above, just like Shiki. Who knew that he would attack the world government in one go? Kong looked at the sky talking to himself. In the dark clouds, even if he had knowledge, he didn't reach Roger's level of listening to everything, and it was impossible to perceive the situation thousands of meters above the sky. Just said Akado, not Akado and Shiki, so why is Shiki still on it now? I kept it in my room all the time, because making this phone call generally means top secret, and it will not be announced to the public. Kong, send some Marines to support Mariejois. Akado is attacking. Although it is very close, it is not to the extent that you can see what is going on with the naked eye. However, now that the entire army is on standby, and the Golden Lion is also watching the sky, how can we withdraw our troops at this time? Your Majesty, what should we do now? With just such a sentence, Five Elders on the opposite side immediately hung up the phone, as one could predict the urgency of the situation there. Although I received a report from Sengoku Admiral a few minutes ago, I know that Akado is likely to play the role of ally in Shiki's attack on Marineford. Hold, I'm sorry, because your cronies said that the phone bug kept ringing, so we sent it right away. The civil official apologized. For a moment, the deputy beside Kong quarreled. Some thought that they should follow Five Elders' order and immediately send reinforcements to Mariejois, while others thought that Marine didn't have enough people, so how could there be extra troops to help the government? 191 The war broke out. Completely open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. After being silent for more than 10 seconds, Kong said solemnly, notify the soldiers guarding the entrance area of Mariejois, and immediately mobilize 20,000 people to Mariejois for reinforcements. He will lead the team, and the rest will immediately fill in the vacancies. After listening to Kong's words, everyone present understood what he meant, and took part of Marine's military force and sent it to the government for support. Marshal, is this okay? A rear admiral wearing glasses spread his hands, worried. Once the encirclement net is opened and the people are pulled away, it is very likely that the Golden Lion will take advantage of it. Kong squeezed his lips tightly, and after a few seconds of silence, he said solemnly, how could I not be clear about this kind of thing? After a pause, Sora said again, however, the government's enemy is at hand, so how can we do nothing? The last time I fought against Akado and Red on Sabaody Island, although the toys of the Celestial Dragon were destroyed, the Celestial Dragon was not injured. In addition, as the Marshal, Sora was in a period of frenzy for pirates, so the government only punished him symbolically and did not really do anything to Sora. But 623 is different this time. People have called the government gate. If you Marine don't do anything, the consequences will be disastrous. After reluctantly conveying the order, Sora quickly walked down the naval headquarters building. Things have come to this point, he can no longer sit here and conduct general command and play in person. Boom! The battle between the three Logia Vice Admiral and Kaido exploded in the plaza. After Marine Chief of Staff Crane hung up the phone bug, his eyes were a little blank. Audacious pirate. Through the phone bug contact just now, Crane already knew that the order from Five Elders was still available. Sora decided to send her as the commander-in-chief and lead 20,000 Marines to support the government. Senior Crane. Advertisement. Momoshiki kept frowning. How much power is hidden by the government? As a Vice Admiral, she has no right to know these secrets, but she can at least speculate that the power standing at the top of the world with 800 years of background cannot be much worse than Marine. It's impossible to ignore what the government says. Crane already expressed his attitude in one sentence, and waved his dry hand lightly. Let's go, CBAA. At this moment, a wretched, short man with his hands in his pockets, who looked like he was not very old, but looked old, came to Momosagi's side. Momoshiki, this war is too dangerous. Before I die, I want to say 3 words to you. I reject. Before the other party could finish speaking, Momoshiki directly replied with 3 words, causing Baihu and others next to him to complain. It's so fast. How many times has this happened? Baihu couldn't help asking when he saw the T-Dolphin confessing to Momoshiki. It should be more than 30 times. I'm really patient. A female general who is over 2.5 meters tall looks at the pair of Momoshiki and Chafu with a little admiration. Even though Kong had called out the Marines guarding other places to supplement the first time he led the people away from the reinforcements, how could Shang be filled in a short period of time with a full 20,000 vacancies? Because of Akado, Marine's flaws were caught by Shiki. Through the monitoring of video phone bugs and his excellent knowledgeable capture, Golden Lion clearly felt Marine's flaws, and laughed wildly. Gee ha ha ha. That guy Akado succeeded. Hurry up, turn to the direction of 10 o'clock, landing at the end. Gee ha 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 ha. Kaido threw it to the square in the south of Marineford to attract high-level combat power. Akado led 1/5 of the monsters to attack Mariejois, and the moment Marine showed a flaw, the Golden Lion pirates landed. That's the whole plan. Report. The 7 warships of the Golden Lion pirates landed at the end of Marineford at 10 o'clock. The sailor on the opposite side of the phone bug suppressed the fear in his heart and reported to the air. I know, I'm rushing over here now. Sora hung up the phone angrily, and rushed to the landing position of the Golden Lion pirate group with many senior Marine officials, cursing, damn pirates. But no matter how fast he runs in the air, can he be faster than Shiki flying in the sky? One step ahead, Shiki has already landed on Marineford, standing on top of the lion head of the Golden Lion. Shiki folded his arms, and opened his hands under the night sky. Gia ha 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 ha. Little ones. Forge legends. Destroy naval headquarters. Advertisement. Good. We're on. Wake up, Marine. Countless pirates from the Golden Lion fleet began to land, and under the control of the Century, the remaining 4/5 of the monsters left on Miracle Island, with a slight wave of his hand, 3 huge islands far surpassed the ones Akado brought to Mariejois, began to fall from the clouds. Paluzolino, who was fighting Kaido, felt the violent bang from midair, and when he looked up, he saw huge islands coming down, one of which was right above his and the others. Dying. S.E. Marine was so frightened that he almost peed his pants when he saw the island falling from the sky. At the same time, the virus-infected monsters on the island, because Shiki turned the island upside down first, started to fall like a storm. Drop it and smash it, but you can't kill them. Mr. Kaido, can you give us some time to deal with this thing? Paluzolino reluctantly withdrew from the battle circle with Kaido, staring at the island that fell from the sky, although it was very difficult for Lobby as he was ineffective, but when it fell, Marine didn't know what would happen to him. Although Zephyr said that Paluzolino relies too much on the ability of the light fruit, but everything has disadvantages and advantages. The current fruit development speed is definitely the strongest in Paluzolino. 8-foot Chong Guyu. Paluzolino leapt high, crossed his hands, and released countless light particles in circles between his fingers, smashing the island and shooting through countless monsters at the same time. Sakazuki, please support me. Seeing that Paluzolino alone could not completely destroy an island, Kuzan also pulled out to help, but the island could not be let down. Ice Age. Ice Bank. Kuzan raised his hands high, like a rock spreading its wings, and released countless ice spears towards the island that had been blown away by the 8-foot Chong Guyu. The 2 Logia Vice Admirals teamed up to release the strongest trick and sank an island, but those black light virus monsters had already landed on the battlefield. 192 The man who hacked the government alone opened black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Sabadi Archipelago. Although halfway through Yoruichi Point, there are still countless people who are crazy about this sinful island that is very close to naval headquarters, and right now, the most heated topic of discussion is the Golden Lion Pirates versus Naval Battle of Headquarters. And the time for the war announced by Golden Lion Shiki is today. In a tavern, when countless people were having a heated discussion about this war that could change the future, suddenly the door of the tavern was pushed open by someone, and a scruffy-dressed pirate shouted to the chattering people inside. Come on! Look, on the TV in the plaza, the battle between the Golden Lion and the naval headquarters is live. What? A war started in the middle of the night. But why is there a live broadcast? Marine didn't say anything. Although everyone ran out of the door anxiously, they were very confused inside. Why is there a live broadcast? This is not the summit war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marine Corps more than 10 years later. That match was the reason why we knew when Whitebeard would attack, so we were able to make live reports. But Shiki's battle is completely different concept. In the middle of a full month, who knows when he will attack? Is it necessary to give you the specific situation of Marineford for a month? Impossible? However, when the pirates and the people of Sabadi Island arrived at the square, they did see the scene of Marineford from different angles through the large screens placed on the street. Not only live broadcasts, there are also live broadcasts in different directions. Advertisement. While being shocked by the scene of Hell War on the video screen, everyone was also wondering, what is going on? Marlene, who was far away on the scene, had already landed in the scientific research room of the Golden Lion, which was less than 100 meters above the ground. Dr. Indigo just pressed a button and wiped the sweat stains on his forehead that did not exist. Nodding in satisfaction, Yoshi, that's fine. Of course, the live broadcast was not done by Marine, but by Dr. Indigo, the people from Golden Lion. Through bribery, threats, coercion, etc., the journalists on Sabadi Island were bribed. Of course, there was also support from within the Golden Lion pirates. By installing images on the Golden Lion fleet ships and secretly installing them on some buildings in Marineford of the phone bug, and the first arranged news agency on Sabadi Island, completed the live broadcast. This is also what Shiki means. According to him, Roger has accomplished great things under the attention of the whole world. How could Lousy lose to him? At this time, Rayleigh sat on the trunk of a mangrove tree in Sabadi Square, watching the content on the screen with a telescope. On the battlefield of countless monsters, fighting, and death, The man who replaced his feet with 2 swords, but still looked majestic and majestic, sighed. Roger's image of you is bigger than I imagined, Shiki. Because each picture shows the situation of the war from different angles, Rayleigh also used a telescope to watch on different video screens. When he scanned one of the screens, he frowned and said to himself, This doesn't seem to be Marlene Vander. Not only Rayleigh, but many people also found that the content played on one of the screens was different from the other screens. Marlene Vando's war scene is terrifying, cruel, and bloodthirsty, but above, it is much quieter, and it is obvious that the place where it is broadcast is not Marlene Vandot at all. For a while, many people were attracted by this picture. About 10 seconds later, among the reporters who heard the news, a reporter wearing glasses frightened. Isn't this the Holy Land, Mariejois? Hearing what he said, the audience was shocked. Are you kidding, Mariejois? Doesn't that represent the world's highest authority, the 5 elders, and the world's top nobles, the place where the Tianlong people live? Because of the angle, only a corner of the White Grand Palace can be seen in the distance, and there are some problems with the shooting angle. Advertisement through transplantation, it is not too difficult to fix the videophone bug on a few of the monsters. Why, what's going on? Suddenly, the picture on the video screen started to move, as if it was installed on someone. The reason why the screen was wobbly just now was because the monster was walking around, so the screen played by the videophone bug on it was so unstable. And, just like the Marine Vander battlefield, there are countless blood-red monsters, and the only figure standing on top of the monsters. The videophone bug that broadcasts the situation of Mariejois is also a trick played by Dr. Indigo. And as the monster transplanted with the videophone bug gradually approached Akado, everyone saw that face, the crazy face of the man standing in the center of the monster before Mariejois. He's in Mariejois. Rayleigh suddenly felt that the scar on his right eye, which he no longer felt, began to ache again. As the picture gradually approached, Rayleigh put down the binoculars and said in disbelief, is it Akado? One of the 3 monsters, Akado, and judging from the situation on the screen, if you don't count those monsters and people, there is only him. Just when the screen turned again, I finally met the front, among the clouds and mist, the White Palace on the top of the Terracotta Continent, the Holy Land of Mariejois. Everyone almost collapsed. The Golden Lion pirates attacked naval headquarters and scared them half to death, but Akado played harder and directly attacked the world government. All of a sudden, the picture turned up and down for a while, and 9 times out of 10, the videophone bug was knocked over by something. Is the undead Akado going to attack Mariejois? Ask for flowers? No, it's impossible. No one has ever dared to do such a thing. 193 Lousy took off his pants. Open black lens bracket subscription. Close black lens bracket. On one side is the Golden Lion pirates attacking naval headquarters, and on the other side is Akado attacking Mariejois. Because Shiki's people have only tampered with Sabaody Archipelago's live broadcast device, they can't live broadcast to the same extent as Summit War, which can be broadcast all over the world. At present, only Sabaody Archipelago is able to broadcast live conditions. However, there are quite a few reporters in the Sabaody Archipelago. After hearing about this, countless reporters got up from the bed and rushed over with paper and pens. Although it was late at night, the bloody hell scenes on the screen made people just want to dig out their eyeballs and put them on the screen. And although there is only one picture of Akado and Mariejois, and the wobble is not as stable as that of Shiki, but the name of Mariejois is enough to attract a large number of people to come. After all, the government is a mystery to these ordinary people. They can only know the word Mariejois from newspapers. Few 21 people know what it looks like. What kind of monster is that? At this time, the scene of Akado and Mariejois is playing on the videophone bug transformed by Dr. Indigo. Because the beast infected by the black light virus is in a state of rage, the camera is constantly shaking, and in many cases, the shadows of Akado and the government are barely swept away, and then switched to other shots. At this time, Akado stood on an infected beast and stared at the battle in the distance. Government agents fought with these monsters, and the never-ending sound of cannons stopped the progress of these monsters. As expected of the world government's last line of defense, it's not so easy to get in. Even after being improved by Dr. Indigo, the average time for the infected beast to display its combat effectiveness is only about half an hour. After this period of time, Akado will turn into a one-on-one situation. Before that, he needs to attack the interior of the palace. Advertisement: I can't stand here and watch the show, let's do it. Akado stepped on several infected beasts and quickly approached the palace. Among the agents in suits who resisted the footsteps of the infected beast, when they saw Akado rushing towards this side, they quickly shouted, "Be careful! That Akado is starting to attack." Standing in front of the group of beasts, Akado exhaled heavily. The infected beasts are bloodthirsty and easy to kill crazy beasts. But one characteristic is that they will not be human or animals that also have the black light virus. That is to say, although Akado does not yet have the ability to control them perfectly, they will not attack Akado. Shoot! 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 Fire! The artillery roared and the bullets rained. For a moment, Akado's body was smashed into pieces, but he kept his standing posture in an extremely weird way, and at the same time, the smile on his face made the people in the opposite government feel endless chills. Suddenly, a black wind blew by, and Akado's body regenerated guns at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is not so easy to kill the infected beast. They all have high or low self-healing abilities, and the wounds will heal automatically if they are not enough to kill with one blow. Bang! 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 With a flash of blue light, Akado jumped into the sky and began to shoot overwhelmingly. Countless agents were shot and killed on the spot, even those who escaped the shooting by chance, but because of their flaws in avoiding the attack, they were swallowed by the infected beast in one gulp. However, facing the scene where his subordinates were killed and Akado was one step further away from the palace, the 5 elders sitting in the office still looked calm, as if everything was under control. Advertisement: The blonde 5 elders was sitting on a single sofa, looking at the situation of the battlefield outside the palace projected by the videophone bug, and asked, "How are you getting ready?" The evacuation of the Tianlong people is still under preparation. After all, they knew about this matter, and they made a big fuss. It will take a little time. Curly-haired 5 elders explained. There are also many nobles in the slave coliseum and performance hall, and it takes a little time to enter there. Holding a knife, 5 elders said sharply, "Those monsters have a limited lifespan, and they have gradually begun to show signs of weakening. In this way, only undead is left. Who is more suitable to solve him?" 5 elders with long white hair asked a key question. Just as the 5 of them were thinking, a phone call came in. 5 elders with curly hair reached out to pick up the phone bug. After listening to the report inside, he frowned. It seems that the enemy Fang Yin is hiding. The video phone bug is gone, and now the battle between Marineford and Mariejois is being broadcast live to the Sabaody archipelago. What? The faces of the other 4 were shocked, and then 5 elders, with long white hair, twisted his beard and said, "Since this is the case, there is no way to consume Akado slowly. Even if there is some damage, we must deal with him quickly. Can't you cut off the live broadcast?" 5 elders, who has a birthmark on his forehead and a curvy white beard, asked fiercely. "The person on the other side is also a bit capable. Even if we want to, we can't do it in a short time." Curly-haired 5 elders got up and said, "Get rid of Akado immediately. According to intelligence, there is only one bug that broadcasts the government's videophone, and it is mobile. Probably mounted on one of those monsters. Then get rid of those beasts first." Akado, who was only a few miles away from the Mariejois palace, started killing on the Kaido continent under the attention of countless people. However, in the next moment, a flash of light flashed across, splitting Akado's body and the countless infected beasts behind him in two, half. Because he didn't even hit the heart, Akado's body recovered in less than 2 seconds, but the monsters who were cut in two behind him didn't have such ability, and it would take some time to regenerate. And far away in the Sabaody archipelago, the audience watching Mariejois' situation only saw a sudden white light flash in front of the screen, and then there was a smear of blood on the face, and then nothing happened. The videophone bug is broken. Many people have already guessed the reason after they came to their senses, and couldn't help but want to yell, "Lousy's pants are all taken off, so you don't have them?" 194 There's a trader among the Tianlong people. Open black lens bracket subscription. Close black lens bracket. It has been solved, the live broadcast problem. In 5 elders' office, Curly 5 elders received the latest report, saying that the live broadcast problem of Sabaody archipelago had been solved. It seems that the trick just now destroyed the videophone bug. The blonde-haired 5 elders nodded, and turned to look at the battle scene outside the palace on the terracotta continent in their office. In the screen, one person was confronting Akado, and the infected monsters behind them had gradually begun to decline. Even death, it seems that their combat effectiveness is completely negligible. However, since even he has appeared, Akado must die, otherwise the government's secrets will be lost. The blonde 5 elders looked at the content on the screen solemnly. And on the battlefield outside the palace, standing opposite Akado was the man who almost split hundreds of infected beasts in half with just one move. About 60 years old, with silver hair back half as thick as a water pipe, hanging back almost to the waist, a pair of eyes are actually silver, clasped his hands, not angry. At this moment, he is looking at aka 770 more silently. Akado lowered his head and noticed a transparent round hood behind the old man, and the rolled up, already very messy clothes, the corners of his mouth curled up, and his bangs fluttered with the strong wind. That helmet. Is it Draco people? In this Mariejois, many Tianlong people do not wear helmets, because this place is located in the center of the world, and the only people who can freely enter and exit here are the Tianlong people themselves. Under such circumstances, very few Tianlong people have the idea of not breathing with lower creatures, because the air taken in their respirators is from Mariejois. The old man dressed like a character in an ancient book was silent, and after a while, he slowly opened his mouth. "Sinner who disobeyed the Creator, I will drive you to the bottom of the world today." Suddenly, the old man disappeared in place, and what appeared instead of him was the corpse of an infected beast. Relying on his thermal vision, Akado was just about to turn around, but his body had just turned less than half the distance when suddenly a flash of light cut through his body in the form of a vertical line from behind. While the blood was splattering, there was also a disdainful and cold voice from the old man. "You can't do it horizontally, just do it vertically." Obviously, he was talking about not killing Akado just now. Advertisement, however, what made his white eyebrows twitch was that Akado's body, which had been split in half, healed within seconds. Undead Akado, true to its name. It's obviously not Lobia, but it can do things that even Lobia can't do. The animal's body has switched positions with yours. Is this your ability? While speaking, Akado started shooting at the old man. Faced with Akado's questioning, the old man has a policy of not talking. His 2 hands are combined into one hand, but a knife is better than any weapon in the world, and he unleashes all his strength to attack. "Don't you say it. That's right, how can you explain your ability to the enemy?" Akado laughed wildly. His arm was covered by the color of the weapon, and he slammed into the old man's arm. All of a sudden, the ground began to vibrate. Akado wanted to raise the gun with the other hand to shoot, but unexpectedly, the old man took a quicker step, twisted Akado's collar with the other hand, and flung him several kilometers away. Akado, who flew upside down, saw the world upside down. He looked at the farther and farther palace in his line of sight, CBCJ, smiled strangely, and raised his gun to shoot again, but this time it was changed to be unable to fire continuously, but the attack was even more terrifying. Black gun jackal. Want to keep me away from the palace? After a bang gunshot, Akado found that just as he fired the bullet, the old man appeared in front of him not more than 100 meters away, and a few kilometers away. A white pillar of Mariejois was shot with a huge gap. Has it been transferred again? Sure enough, this guy's ability is. Akado used the black light virus to condense a giant sword, turned into bats and spread out, and then closed up to restore the stability of the body. The two hands are combined into one hand to attack again. There's no extra words, no fancy tricks, only endless attacks. In front of the government gate, it's really not easy to break into it in one go. Advertisement, Akado said to himself. The blade had already collided with the back of the opponent's hand, causing another intense shockwave, forming a strong storm and sweeping away. This old man is stronger than Admiral. The kid who turned the new world upside down recently, is that so capable? The old man increased his power output, and Akado's giant sword pressed back. Ah. Akado didn't know whether to retaliate or not to right, so he sneered and didn't answer nonsense, but the blood pool on the ground continued to spread, and countless shadow hands wearing white gloves stretched out from it, first grabbing the old man's feet, and then at his other parts of the body. The old man's expression changed slightly, and he snorted coldly. Heh, interesting ability. Among the celestial dragons who have always been called trash by Akado, there are such monsters. They can stand on the head of Marine, and I seem to understand a little bit. Looking at the current situation, I don't want to go up and down. 5 elders was still sitting in the office, and learn about the battle between Akado and the Dragon Man that day through the videophone bug. The danger zone is temporarily withdrawn. How's the Marine situation? It's not optimistic. A full-scale war has already begun. Although the monsters are almost dead, they have caused huge damage to Marine. Hearing this, 5 elders with long white hair thought for a while and said, how about transferring the 20,000 horses led by he back? No, as soon as these words came out, 5 elders firmly refused, even if it is just an Akado, even if the government still has such a rich background to deal with him, but this is not absolute, a trace of majestic damage. 195 wild dogs can kill dragons. Open black lens bracket subscription. Close black lens bracket. However, we can't let Marine's damage be too serious. If he doesn't make it right, Roger's mistake at that time will be repeated. 5 elders with long white hair twisted his beard and said, now, there's one left, can we go out together? Hearing this, the other 4 people were all shocked, and the blonde 5 elders frowned and said, it's been a rare thing in decades to dispatch only one, and it's. However, the current situation is rare in decades, even hundreds of years. Long white hair 5 elders resolutely said, this is a problem that endangers the government and Tianlong people. I believe they will not sit idly by, not to mention the video phone bug. Cut off, no one knows all this, presumably they have no need to refute. After a deathly silence in the office, the other 4-5 elders slowly began to express their opinions. Agree. 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 5 elders with long white hair nodded, okay, I will inform you about this matter. In addition, Crane, who finally arrived within the range of Mariejois on the Red Earth continent, led Momoshagi, T-Dolphin, Baihu and other lead marines, suddenly connected a phone call on the way, which was an order from 5 elders himself. Stand by at the entrance. Now that the government has dispatched the top secret force to deal with Akado, Marine is only responsible for preventing Akado from escaping. After the phone bug hung up, there was a deathly silence. Momoshagi frowned and said, the government's, the highest combat power? Crane put away the phone bug and said solemnly, we have no right to see these people, nor can we see their battles, so 5 elders issued such an order. The government has always seen Marine as a subordinate. The government has hidden the highest combat power for decades, which is one of the biggest secrets. Of course, it is impossible for Marine to see. What a disgusting group of people. Baihu, who was younger at the scene, couldn't help but angrily said. Then we have a total of 20,000 people staying here? Marineford has countless people waiting to be rescued, facing Shiki's stormy attack. Advertisement by Allesia, whose real name is Allesia, had a relationship with Akado and is now Naval Headquarters Commodore. Although her dislike of the government has not diminished, she is already a decent Marine. Crane pondered silently, but the T-Dolphin asked, Akado is so confident that they can take down Akado? The opponent has repeatedly fought against Whitebeard and remains invincible. The highest combat power that has been hidden for decades is not a joke. Crane replied, and finally made a decision, Baihu, the T-Dolphins lead 10,000 people to stay here, and Momoshagi you lead the rest to return to Marineford. Momoshagi looked shocked. Senior Crane, aren't you disobeying 5 elders' orders? What was the result of disobeying the 5 elders' orders? No one knows, because no one has ever done it. Even the marine hero Garp refused to be promoted to admiral because he didn't want to directly obey the 5 elders' orders and the conditions to protect the celestial dragons. This is true for all marine heroes, let alone Crane, a chief of staff. He frowned, opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Momoshagi. I will bear all the consequences. Momoshagi, you lead the rest of the people back to the headquarters. Momoshagi and Tsuruno have been friends for a long time. Hearing this, Momoshagi didn't know what to do for a while. Suddenly, amidst the loud bang of boom, an aftermath that was not inferior to Whitebeard's shock erupted, rushing towards this side, and countless red soil and mudstones were blown up by the devastating airwave towards this side. Call here. The faces of all Marines present change. Baihu, Momoshagi, and Cha Dolphin made a bold move, took out their weapons and covered them, and under heavy blows, they bounced their power into the sky. In an instant, the dark clouds above exploded, and there was another rumbling sound. Baihu shook her numb arm. Her strength was inferior to Momoshagi and T-Dolphin. The effect of the aftermath just now was not as good as the two of them. As expected. The battle between the government's highest combat power and the three monsters. Momoshagi flicked the saber and put it back into the scabbard. Crane said again, Momoshagi, quickly bring half of the people back to the headquarters for support. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Senior Crane. Momoshagi worried. Don't say any more, he shouted loudly, startling everyone present, and then said with a gloomy face. The government will not care about Marine's life and death. If you obey the government's orders after this war, Marine does not know how much it will suffer. We must someone stand up. Finally, Momoshagi gritted her teeth and stretched out her arms. Half of the people, follow me back to Marlene Vander. On the Terracotta continent more than a dozen miles away from Mariejois, the red soil under the feet of Akado and the silver-haired old man was covered with cracks, like spider webs. Zero in the next moment after shooting at the opponent, Akado put away the gun again and replaced it with a giant sword to attack. The old man's eyes narrowed and he aimed at the stone chips behind Akado. Want to use Devil Fruit's ability again? Akado sneered, and suddenly a black shadow ignited behind him, summoning the black dog Baskerville. The moment the old man completed the transfer, the black dog rushed forward, opened its mouth wide, and bit the old man's shoulder. Under the pain, the old man glared at the body of the black dog in front of him with silvery pupils, and then kicked the black dog hard, sending the black dog flying. After turning around on the ground a few times, the black dog returned to the blood pool and reappeared through the blood pool at the old man's feet. But this time, the opponent had taken precautions, and just kicked down with a single blow, crushing Baskerville's face to pieces. Wild dogs. The old man spat out two words coldly, and when he was about to look towards Akado, Baskerville, whose face had been shattered, suddenly taunted Akado, the wild dog killed the dragon. The old man looked down with a surprised expression. The dead wild dog's mouth was open, and Akado, who had already been wounded a lot, came out of it with a black gun. The gun was already at the old man's throat. Checkmate. General. Small. .196 type 0 Dead River. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. Checkmate. Akado's black gun jackal was about to shoot through the old man's dog throat, when suddenly a powerful force hit his abdomen, and the air pressure sent Akado flying, turning over several times on the Terracotta continent on the right before stopping. Is it him? Akado looked at the silver-haired old man, but after finding that the other person's expression was not right, he secretly thought something was wrong, and the old man didn't do anything. That was Hockey's air pressure attack just now, but where did the attack come from? Almost being killed by such a little ghost, the face of the Tianlong people will be lost. After an old voice sounded, the ground began to vibrate. A giant hand gradually stretched out from the terracotta to the left of the two, followed by another hand covering the head, body, and feet. 360. It has a huge body that is stronger than the Titans and even the Oz's, and the same red body as this terracotta continent, 10 years old. The Titans. No, Akado raised his head and looked at the red Titan whose body was half buried in the clouds. It was as if the sky was falling down. He first guessed that the other party was a Titan, but after thinking about the characteristics of the Titan and the difference between the monster in front of him, he shook his head. After shaking his head, he said, is it even rarer than Logia? Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast Titan Fruit. The Phantom Beast, named after the legendary Earth God Titan, like Marine Admiral Sengoku, can submerge into the earth, and its shape changes according to the different lands. The fruit of the legend that can lose. This is somewhat similar to Lion Fruit with Invincible in the sky. It has always been rumored that the legendary Devil Fruit has actually met here. Worthy of being a Tianlong man, rich and powerful, facing the huge body that surpassed Ozzy, Akado looked extremely calm and did not pursue him, just quietly raised his head and stared at him. Why did you even move out? The silver-haired old man didn't thank the other party for saving him, but his tone was slightly annoyed, perhaps because their personal relationship was not very good. If it were normal, I would like to try your ability to transfer fruit again, but after all, I have lived for so many years, so I should know what to do now. Titan opened his mouth slowly, but because the parts above his chest were all hidden in the clouds, it was hard to see clearly, but the voice was still clear to the ears of the two present. The fruit of transfer, paramecia, can exchange the things in the eyes with one's own body, and can also instantly exchange the things seen by the left and right eyes. Advertisement, but it is impossible to make this transfer to other people's living and animate things. Not to mention anything else, just by listening to it, you can feel the horror of this fruit's ability, infinite teleportation. But considering Big Mom's soul fruit that can absorb lifespan, it's not surprising. I won't be fooled a second time. The silver-haired old man turned his gaze back to Akado. This time he must prevent the situation from happening just now. Forget it you, suddenly, the Titan Tianlong said again, it's better for me to prevent you from being shot. Although there is no live broadcast, the news of your death can be concealed, but the majesty of the Tianlong should not be Zhangbazi. What did you say? Although the silver-haired Tianlong old man couldn't see what his pupils looked like because of the silver light in his eyes, he could still clearly feel his anger at this time. It's biting me, killed it? Fighting with Akado until now, the silver-haired old man, who has always been taciturn, started to swear at this time, which surprised Akado a bit. I feel that the relationship between these two people is a bit like Zoro and Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates in the future. Although they are in the same camp, of course, their strength and power are completely incomparable, but their relationship is extremely bad, and they even have a tendency to fight each other. Akado laughed out loud suddenly, and under the slightly doubtful eyes of the two legend-level characters, he showed a crazy smile. Why do you need to be so troublesome? Wouldn't it be good for you to go together? The silver-haired old man twisted his silver eyebrows, and the explosive murderous aura sent the stone chips flying on the ground, and then he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. You have exhausted all your strength to deal with this old man just now. Now you say you want to deal with two people at once? Although it is a bit exaggerated, but until now, except for the one move that almost killed him just now, in the previous battles, he has never hit a vital point, and Akado has been killed dozens of times. Gradually, the silver-haired old man has gotten used to Akado's fighting style. Even if he can't kill Akado for a while, he is not in a hurry. Anyway, his ability is higher than him, isn't he? If the strongest non-capable person Akado has seen so far is Reed, then Akado's various values are still slightly inferior to Reed. But Akado is not the type who can only fight hard. Full strength. When did I say? What I just said was my full strength. As soon as Akado's words came out, everyone present was shocked. Just now Akado has demonstrated a comprehensive combat power that surpasses Admiral's. In addition to that mysterious immortal ability, isn't it his full strength? Restricting binding technique 0 type, liberation. Advertisement Akado said this in a low voice, and just 2 minutes ago, Undying Immortal System, gave him a new reminder. Ability Development Degree Black Dog Baskerville LV 413%. Vampire Body Ultimate. 2% Black Light Virus LV 451%. Ability Development Degree Weapon Gasser LV 6 to 66%. Weapon Hyphenation Point Wolf LV 344%. Latent Shadow LV 4 to 66%. Black Light Virus LV 451%. 4.7 Complete Vampire Body. 102% Weapon Hyphenation Point Wolf LV 354%. Black Dog Baskerville LV 413%, Bat Shadow Full Body, 100%. Batshade Ultimate, 0% Evolution, Weapon Gassel LV 636%. Awaken New Skills. Latent Shadow LV 4 to 66% Type 0 Dead River LV 1. 197 Type 0 Dead River, Part 2, Open Black Lens Bracket Subscribe Close Black Lens Bracket Akado looked up with a crazy smile on his face, slowly raised his hand, and grinned madly at the two celestial dragons who were stronger than Admiral. Even I don't know what will happen after using this trick. Old Bones. Attack. The Tianlongren with the Titan Fruit ability looked serious. The original ease had completely disappeared from his face. Akado didn't show any aura of crisis at this time. What brought him trembling was the feeling. It is said that the longer you live, the more sensitive you feel. This sentence could not be more suitable for him. Do you need to say more? The silver-haired old man who transferred the fruit ability didn't bother to fight back, and the expression on his face was also dignified to an unprecedented bottom. The two made moves one after another, without calling, and even though they shouted, they just moved. The silver-haired old man who transferred the fruit ability slowly raised the hand knife formed by his right hand, and then dropped it. After a pause of about 2 seconds, the ground began to crack, and the ground made a rumbling sound, splitting the ground into a bottomless ditch, and attacking with 21 invisible destructive forces. In an instant, Akado was chopped into blood powder. His breath has not disappeared. Titan's overwhelming kick landed, trampling Akado hard on the sole of his foot. It is called the fruit that will not be defeated as long as it is on the ground. Although there is a little exaggeration in it, such rumors are enough to prove the strength of the opponent. The silver-haired old man carefully sensed Akado's breath. Originally, even if Akado was resurrected, he would not have any emotional fluctuations, because so what if he didn't die? Anyway, he couldn't beat himself. But why? Now this unease, this tension, this anxiety and even fear. Suddenly, countless plasma emerged from the Titan's feet. It was a completely different concept from the latent image and blood pool used by Akado. It was thick plasma, although it was liquid, but as thick as blood-colored mercury. Advertisement. The bird of Hermes is my name, eating my wings to control my heart. Akado's body came slowly from the blood plasma. It was just a few words, but it made the two strong men who were far superior to the admiral level start to shed cold sweat. The body of the silver-haired old man shook suddenly. He came back to his senses, and shouted, "Hurry up! Move your feet away." According to the usual relationship between the two, he would definitely call each other by nicknames, but the current situation scared him out of that mood. Hearing the sound, the old man of the Titan fruit also trembled, and hurriedly wanted to retract his foot, but at this moment, Shizong's big Dian palm, which was no smaller than his arm, grabbed his leg. The two took a closer look and found that it was not a hand at all, but a human being. No, it's not right. Those are half-dead people bleeding from all over, including the 7 orifices, sticking out their hands one by one, roaring, screaming, and roaring from hell, as if they are about to kill the two of them, also dragged into hell. Seeing this scene, the two of them were startled, especially when they saw countless, little people, rushing towards them. It felt like a normal person saw countless ants crawling up their legs and dyed their entire feed black screen. This kind of thing. How can I treat this old man? Titan let out a loud roar, and slapped his palm heavily on his thigh covered with Dead River Undead. With one move, he took Haki's hand and sent countless undead flying out. But it's not enough, not enough. In just one move, although many undead were beaten down, some undead were still moving forward, and there were also a steady stream of new undead moving forward later. Open black lens bracket Shreme close black lens bracket Juliana. Open black lens bracket Great Magic Gun close black lens bracket Chris. Open black lens bracket Killing Commander close black lens bracket Luke Ponseco. Open black lens bracket Blaster close black lens bracket Silu Ans. Seeing the faces in the undead army, the silver-haired old man couldn't help calling out their names. Although Mariejois doesn't come out at all and is in a semi-retired state, he has been paying attention to the situation of the sea, as well as the news and newspapers. The ones he read out just now are all big pirates who have achieved certain achievements since the end of Roger's era. Some of them were killed by Akado, which is known to the world, and some of them are missing. Advertisement, but now, they all appear in this undead army in the form of human beings and ghosts, making the silver-haired old man unable to maintain a calm mood anymore. At the same time, the attack of the undead army is gradually shifting to his side coming. All of them bared their teeth and claws like the zombies in the story, and let out miserable roars from their mouths. The whole organization came together like a tsunami, completely covering his sight. The Royal Legion of the Kingdom of Karen Tith. When he saw countless iron knights riding towards him with guns and horses with red eyes, the silver-haired old man trembled and said, You have been intervening. Is this the reason for the war? Seeing the opponents who were killed by Akado appear in this form in the news reports, the silver-haired old man 840 couldn't help screaming. For a moment, he seemed to have understood the secret of Akado's move. However, as the highest fighting force of the government, how could he allow himself to be slaughtered? Thinking of this, the silver-haired old man looked at the shattered terracotta mountain on the right-hand side, and moved to it in an instant. Call out. At the moment when he teleported to the top of the mountain several miles away, suddenly, a thin and short man dripping with blood came out of the ground, his hand turned into a drill bit, and his violently twirling arm attacked suddenly. Earth Dragon Blaeus was killed by Akado 2 years ago, zone ability user and hockey user. The silver-haired old man gritted his teeth, and got a move, but soon counterattacked back. A hand knife cut the ability user named Brias into pieces. 03L, and suddenly, a giant bird flew from the sky, with a crocodile-like head and eagle wings, claws. It is also an extremely rare monster in New World. 4 elephant beasts. While the silver-haired old man bared his teeth in anger, blood flowed from the gap between his teeth. Did you even eat them? 198 The last cry of the celestial dragon. The monster Akado open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. B*************** D. The silver-haired old man really can't maintain the silent attribute of the superior, because he has no tricks to deal with Akado. It can be said that Dead River is the nemesis of this kind of teleportation fruit. Now Dead River's army of undead can be said to completely cover what he can see with his entire eyes. He doesn't know whether those zombie-like things are considered living creatures, and whether they can use the ability to transfer fruits to exchange them. But even if he could, he wouldn't dare. Once swapped with one of them, the other undead will rise up and engulf him completely. And looking at other places, all the visible areas nearby are covered by the army of undead. How to move? In fact, even if Akado used the Dead River to release all the stored lives, there were only about 40,000 people. Although it was not enough for one person to single out naval headquarters, but now the opponent is only 2 people. If you want to blame, you can only blame the government for being too confident and underestimating itself. He thought he could kill himself by sending 2 880s who were far superior to the admiral level. Akado stood on the back of a giant bird that he had swallowed in the past, looking down. Suddenly, 3 tall men in white clothes and masks attacked the silver-haired old man from 3 directions. Because of the blood-red aura on their bodies, they felt very violent. This is CPO. The silver-haired old man was shocked. He had seen too many dead strong men before, but when he saw the ace troop of the government's top secret service group appear and turn against him, he couldn't help fighting back at the same time. Akado shouted. D. How many people have been devoured? How many people have died for this monster? Akado stood on the back of the giant bird, narrowed his eyes, and replied in a voice that he could barely hear, I don't want to be said that by you. On the other side, the army of undead climbed onto the body of the titan like plague parasites, and he collapsed faster than the silver-haired old man. Countless CBBG undead bit his flesh and turned into his body from the 7 orifices, looking for the body. Advertisement tried to imagine that a person is attacked by thousands of ants, and the ants crawl into your nostrils, your ear holes, and your mouth. What kind of experience would that be? Titan finally couldn't help shouting, unable to keep calm, turned his body crazily, punched and kicked, trying to shake off these disgusting things on his body. Old stuff. The silver-haired old man couldn't help shouting when he saw Titan collapsed. Roar. At this time, a red-skinned, long-haired man with a height of more than 40 meters, although slightly inferior to the titan, opened his mouth wide and waved his fists to attack the silver-haired old man. Did you even eat the titans? Although it hasn't collapsed yet, it's not far behind. Hitting the titans with one punch is not considered Whitebeard with the fruit ability. This is probably something that Garp can do. But after hitting the titans flying, the undead titan's arms were twisted, but he stood up again as if he didn't know the pain at all, and continued to attack. Although they don't have the ability to die, they don't know what pain is, so they will kill you. As long as you don't die, you will devour the living things in front of you. Monster. At the last moment engulfed by the undead army, the silver-haired old man finally broke down and held out these two words at the end of his life. On the other side, although the Titan ability user did not die, he had completely collapsed. Seeing that twisting his body was ineffective, he beat his body hard with both hands. But no matter how he wiped out the undead outside the body, how would he deal with those who had climbed into the body? Soon, he felt unwell, and countless people were biting his internal organs. Advertisement, ah. The Titan raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar, and ran towards one direction with his teeth and claws stretched out. That direction was Mariejois. Everything is going as planned. Akado chuckled and quickly chased after him. The stopover point of Marlene Vando and Mariejois, which is the entrance to the government from Marlene Vando. Ha! Suddenly, he, Baihu, Cha Dolphin and others who stayed here waiting for orders heard a heart-piercing roar. The tens of thousands of sailors present had goosebumps when they heard this sound, and it was impossible to describe it in words. What kind of pain did they suffer to make such a cry? The T-Dolphin put his hands in his pockets, and he was 80% similar to Paluzolino in a carefree and wretched look. He bent his feet as if he would never be able to straighten up. After hearing the scream, the wretched smile on his face dissipated, and he frowned and said, Akado was beaten so badly. No, this is not Akado's voice, Baihu said. How do you know? The T-Dolphin asked. Shut up, T-Dolphin. Crane scolded the T-Dolphin, and after the other party obediently shut up, he ordered solemnly, march into the army, maybe. The government has lost. The T-Dolphin opened his eyes wide in disbelief, and the sea soldiers behind him were so frightened that their jaws almost fell to the ground. Seeing that Crane and Baihu were already walking towards Mariejois, Choppy and other soldiers hurriedly followed. Choppy couldn't believe it and asked, Oh, Master He, is it impossible? The other party is from the government, the highest combat power. I didn't say who it must be, I have no right to say. Crane walked in front, turned his back to everyone and replied, However, the government and invincibility are not equated, and don't forget that the other party is also a person who stands at the top of pirates. At this time, Baihu added, It's unimaginable to underestimate the fate of that guy Akado. 199 Tianlong people are a magical race. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. No matter how strong a person is, chasing something into his body, no matter how strong he is, it is difficult to maintain calm and self-control, and this is the case with the old man of the Titan fruit. This is definitely not his real appearance, but now he does not dare to release the fruit state at will, let alone thousands of people have penetrated into his body now, and it is not without experience that someone has penetrated into his body before, but when can he be so exaggerated? What's more, few people have the ability to get into their own bodies. But this time facing the Dead River army, he really collapsed. At this moment, he didn't realize which direction he was running, and only hoped to use this method to reduce the severe pain from every part of his body. Before he knew it, Titan didn't even notice that he was already approaching Mariejoi's palace, June 4th. Although 2 legendary characters have been sent, how delicate is the identity of the Tianlong people, not to mention Akado. Even if a mosquito that does not belong here flies in, you must work hard and do everything right. Preventive solution. After learning the exact news of Akado's arrival, 5 elders also quickly released the news, asking the celestial dragons to temporarily leave the area that is easily affected by the battle and transfer to the palace. As far as places that are easily affected, according to Mariejoi's distribution, one of them is the slave arena, where slaves were imprisoned in the series. Because in the eyes of Tianlong people, slaves are the most despicable existence and should be placed in the outermost place. The Slave Colosseum, also known as the Slave Arena. It is a favorite gathering place for many draconians living within Mariejois. Although it is located outside the royal palace, it is as magnificent as a banquet hall. How can it be seen that this is an arena full of killing and corruption? Putting 2 slaves, or even multiple slaves, in the middle of the arena to fight, can also put the beasts and slaves together. Advertisement. In addition, the Tianlong people also played a lot of new tricks with slaves, such as slave performances, slave detention, etc. The most tyrant is to force slaves to eat devil fruit after they get it, and see what happens. At this time, inside the slave performance hall adjacent to the Slave Colosseum, countless government agents in dark blue suits gathered here, and said to a pair of father and son wearing special clothes for Tianlongers sitting below, Musgard Saint, Galbadia Sheng, please move quickly to take refuge, now some pirates have invaded the Red Earth continent. These 2 Tianlong people are father and son who like to collect mermaids. At this moment, they are sitting on gorgeous chairs, looking at the mermaid who is still performing hard on the stage, although they are very haggard, and they don't listen to the secret agent's words at all. After a long time, the father, Galbadia, drank the red wine and said in a nasal voice, I'm bored, so hurry up and deal with him. You don't understand what crime it is to disturb the honorable us watching the performance. My father, this mermaid seems to be dying. Should I throw it away? Son Muscarad asked with a snot in his nose, looking at the dying mermaid on the stage, squinting his eyes. Saint Galbadia also glanced at the stage after hearing the words, and nodded, okay, throw it into the garbage dump. In the next second, the mermaid on the stage couldn't stand the torture any longer, and fell heavily on the ground. Perhaps this was a kind of relief for her. And in another performance venue not far from the mermaid slave performance venue of the father and son, a very similar scene also took place. Several bodyguards dragged the girls off the stage. Each of them had such an excellent face. Judging from their appearance, they were all under 15 years old. And at the bottom, the only Tianlong man saw this scene. A look of disappointment flashed across his face, and he said, "The current slaves are too careless. I died before I enjoyed it much. The celestial dragons are such a magical race. There are superpowers who pushed Akado into a desperate situation just now, and there are also sluts like Saint Eptheim and Saint Muscarad whose IQ lowers the human level, but they are not easy to die." What? The first impression is that it is big, very huge, so big that the huge body inserted into the sky is rushing here. But the way he plays with these young girls is not only on the bed, but also by using various methods to destroy them. Advertisement even if the enemy is not far from here. At this moment, everyone heard a sound. Although the performance hall is located in the outer area of the palace, it is still closed and it is not easy to see the outside. Boom. P.S. Tell me about the skirt number again. Seeing the Titan's indescribably huge body, and half of the body being swallowed up, exposing the internal organs of the bone frame, Saint Eptheim was scared to pee, and he stumbled and fell to the ground with a fart. The shares fell to the ground. San Eptheim, one of the Tianlong family, compared with the habit of collecting mermaid slaves of the next door, Muscarad, he prefers little girls, and he is the kind who is less than 15, or even 12, types underage. Saint Eptheim, please hurry up and take refuge with us. The agent here also kept persuading this Tianlong who likes to die, but the other party didn't listen to him at all. Go inside the palace. Some might say that these draconians are simply idiots. You're right, they're idiots. At this time, Saint Eptheim showed a little flustered expression and hurried out, just in time to see the Titan, which was mostly eroded by the army of undead, rushing here at an extremely fast speed. After hearing the loud noise, Saint Eptheim frowned and said, "What's going on? Go out and have a look." But no matter what it is, that thing brought a serious sense of crisis to the agents, and they quickly turned their heads and shouted at Eptheim Street in the performance venue. "My lord, there's a situation. Please hurry up and talk to us. Let's escape together." Hearing this, several agents hurried out of the magnificent arena and looked outside, but they were stunned again when they saw what was rushing towards them. Is that a Titan? But why does 3.2 have weird stuff all over it? 200 Celestial Dragon Man Eptheim Saint open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Keep him out of the palace. Although the old man Titan is the top existence among the Tianlong people, but with such a ghostly appearance, who can recognize him? The agents who can guard the inside of Mariejois, not to mention all of them have the ability to fight against 1,000, but they are definitely trained elites. Seeing that huge body is about to rush into the palace, one or two quickly take action to stop it and stay tight. The next small group of people stayed where they were, and the last small group of people who were quickly transferred stayed here, killing the Tianlong people who did not take refuge, and notifying the 5 elders who were at the top. Yes, this is what Tianlong people look like. Suddenly, Saint Eptheim heard a voice that seemed to be teasing and mocking from behind, and turned his head to look, and saw a shadow that barely had the outline of a human figure, with a narrow eyes staring at him firmly. It is gradually turning into a human form. Saint Eptheim screamed in horror, and the agent also paid attention to it at the first time, just in time to see the black shadow with some bloody lines gradually transforming into a human form. You, 21 Akado, it's actually here. No, it's impossible. Could it be that the strongest force sent by the adults of the 5 elders has been defeated? When the agents panicked one by one, the Titan ability users who were swallowed up by the army of undead outside the door had already lost their last bit of strength. He was already on the verge of death, and in the end he was stabbed by someone from the government, and his body as huge as a mountain began to collapse. Akado grabbed Saint Eptheim's neck and said with a sinister smile, "Please give me your advice." You, untouchable, what do you want? Ah. Before the last words were finished, Saint Eptheim was eroded by the black light virus and merged into Akado's body. Boom. Advertisement at the same time, the huge body of the Titan ability user has been smashed down heavily. After 2 seconds, Mariejois, shake. Although compared with the entire large area of the palace, the body of a Titan is not enough to destroy the entire palace, but at least the slave performance arena at this location, as well as a large part of the arena, suffered devastating damage. The expensive Bajan wall collapsed in an instant, countless people staying here were crushed to death, the entire palace was shaking, and they had already been sent to the refuge room. That is, the Tianlong people in the center of the palace were also killed by the shock, shaking against the wall. Father, after a long time, Muscarad stood up from the ruins with blood on his head, looked around, and called to his father anxiously, only to find that the magnificent performance hall was in ruins, and there were government agents everywhere. Body. Someone blocked the shockwave just now for him, but Saint Muscarad didn't care about the people who died for him. He just looked for his father, and after a while, he found the body of his father, Saint Galbadia. At this moment, most of the Galbadia saint's body was crushed to death by one finger of the Titan, and the bloody internal organs could barely be seen from the gap between the finger and the finger. Dead, there is no need for medical treatment. Father. Seeing his father's tragic death, Saint Musgard took 2 steps back, bumped into Titan's fingers, fell to the ground, and shouted in a broken voice, "Come on, save Master Ben, come on." But no matter how he yelled, no one would come to rescue him at this time, and now Mariejois was in complete chaos. The fallen corpse did not stand up. It has to be said that this Musgard saint was really lucky, but it was just a broken skin. Advertisement B******ch is easy to feed. I don't know if it refers to this situation. Step. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came slowly, and Saint Musgard turned his head and saw a figure walking towards him in the smoke, and shouted at the figure with snot and tears. Hey, quick, come and save Master Ben. The air here is dirty, hurry up and bring your helmet over here. However, when the figure walked through the smoke and completely revealed its face, Saint Musgard's face covered in blood was taken aback for a moment, and then the extremely unpleasant command tone disappeared, replaced by a trace of flattery meaning, Epheim Street, sell float, quick help me get out of here, I'm hurt. The emphasis of Musgard's speech has changed, and the self-proclaimed, Master Ben, is no longer used, but replaced with, I. Because walking in front of him was Saint Epheim, who was also a celestial dragon. Although they are from different families, the status of the two parties is equal. What's more, now that Saint Musgard is injured and needs help from the other party, of course he can only lower his figure. Saint Epheim squinted at the bloody head and the snob boy who was also wearing a costume that only a celestial dragon could wear. Remember, it's called, Holy Musgard. It's not easy to save a life in the situation just now. Although it is easy to kill him here, there is no need for that. Keeping him alone may have unexpected benefits. Thinking of this, Saint Epheim smiled slightly and said, of course, but don't forget that you owe me a favor, Saint Musgard. Of course. Saint Musgard nodded and said like a pounding garlic. Saint Epheim grabbed his body with one hand, and walked with him to the undamaged position inside the palace by lifting it. Saint Musgard did not notice that behind the two, the blood flowing from the body of the Titan gradually gathered behind the two, and flowed into his body along the shadow of Saint Epheim. 201 God's Body, Devil's Soul open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket Mariejois, in the royal palace, in the room of the father and son of Saint Musgard. The green emerald structure of the whole wall is embellished with sapphires. It is said that this is a room designed with reference to the palace of the Fishman Island. At this time, Saint Musgard and Saint Epheim have put on new clothes, because this is completely the domain of the celestial dragons, so they did not wear hoods. Saint Musgard's head was tied with a thick bandage, matching his ugly face, and it was unspeakably funny. On the opposite side, Akado held up a grape goblet full of red wine in the appearance of Saint Epheim. He smiled at the other party. Saint Musgard, the passing of your father is really regrettable, but in this way, you will be the head of your family, isn't it? It's thanks to you that I was able to avoid this danger, my friend. Dad just died a few hours ago, but now he has almost recovered, because there is too much sadness on his face, which is the case for creatures like Tianlongren, even among relatives. A flash of resentment flashed in Musgard's eyes, and he said angrily, but that damn intruder, I must catch him, take him as my slave and drive him to death. Seeing Musgard-san say this with an angry face, Akado smiled lightly, feeling the aroma of the world's top wine, put it aside, and said, if there is any trouble in the future, we still need to help each other, isn't it? Of course, please be sure to attend my father's funeral. Heh. Happy cooperation. Although Akado used someone else's face, if someone who knows him sees his smile at this time, I'm afraid they will involuntarily think of the person called it as the immortal man who comes. Meanwhile, in the room of the five elders, it is reported that the wounded have been sent to the medical department. Lord Garbodibadia was involved and could not be treated when he was discovered. If there is no accident, the next patriarch should be succeeded by his son, Saint Musgard. Report this kind of thing later. 8-character scimitar who 5 elders angrily interrupted the report to the agent. The veins on the birthmark between the eyebrows burst out, as if the volcano would erupt in the next second. What I want to know is, where is Akado now? Not only him, but the other 4-5 elders are about to explode. Advertisement: the combat forces of the 2 highest-ranking patriarchs in the government are all dead. Although the other person with the ability to transfer the fruit has not been found, if he is alive, how could he not come back? Then there is only one result, being killed. Another titanic power user. What happened? 5 elders didn't even want to mention it. What kind of tricks did they use to make people look like that? It was as if they were being bitten by something, and until the end of the day, the person showed a terrified expression. I don't know what he saw in the end before he died. But most importantly, where is Akado who committed this heinous crime? Yes, sorry. The agent lowered his head and didn't dare to look into 5 elders' eyes, while the curly-haired 5 elders slapped the table hard, shaking the table violently, and at the same time scared the agent almost to pee his pants. I don't want to hear anything sorry. All I want to know is where is Akado? Send out the whole army. Search thoroughly. He is the most important person the government should kill at the moment. Holding a knife, 5 elders is like a sharp blade about to be unsheathed, eager to thank for blood. His tone is cold. Report. Just now Vice Admiral has sent everyone back to Naval Headquarters, saying that the war there is not over yet, so. Curly-haired 5 elders couldn't take it any longer, smashed the table with his palm. Marine is getting more and more disobedient. On the other side of the battlefield, Naval Headquarters Marlene Bean. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. On the other side, Sora clenched his fists tightly, roared furiously, and rushed into Shiki's ultimate move. Shiki turned his head to look at he and the others who had rushed back, and said with a sinister smile. The movement from Mariejois just now, plus the expressions of he and the others, Mariejois must have changed completely, right? Advertisement: as time goes by, Shiki gradually loses ground, and the gap between Marine, who has hundreds of years of experience, and the enemy begins to appear. In addition, Kaido escapes, and the 3 Logia Vice Admirals return, pushing the Golden Lion fleet to a desperate situation. Kaido has run away, although he is aggressive, but he is not stupid enough to continue to be used by the two bastards Akado and Shiki here. Although most of the videophone bugs in the live broadcast of the battlefield were destroyed, a very small number of people who are Shiki's diehards are still helping to broadcast the war. His words are also clearly transmitted to the ears of the onlookers standing in front of the screen in the Sabaody archipelago. If you're being smart, I'll give you 3 points, but if you want to fight, let's switch to Garp. Shiki laughed wildly, and swung the prosthetic limb replaced by a sword. The lion cuts the valley. The golden sword energy erupted, like the sun shining brightly, and at the same time, it was accompanied by devastating lethality, which forced Admiral Sengoku back for a while. Shiki was forced to retreat hundreds of meters away, and used his body's ability to float himself in midair to stabilize his body, but he still couldn't help coughing out a mouthful of blood. This is a situation where no third person can intervene. On the other side, Kong was also in a similar state. He was hit into the street of Marineford, and slid several hundred meters away on the ground, piercing through an unknown number of houses. Under Shiki's control, countless wastes in Marineford rose into the sky, forming huge lion heads one by one, and attacked the air. In an instant, the sky and the earth trembled, and there was no third person in the battle area between the two. Cough. A few minutes ago, it had fled into the seabed and disappeared. However, it would be too much to say that I am at the end of my strength. Shiki, you are at the end of your battle, just stay in the submarine prison. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and a big Buddha with an explosive head appeared in front of Shiki, and he punched it. Lees. After a long time, the people on Golden Lion's side have already started to run away. 202 Golden Lion's last cry open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Akado continued to talk with Saint Musgard in the appearance of Saint Aphtham, the celestial dragon, and learned a lot about the history of the celestial dragon, but from the mouth of Saint Musgard, he did not know the identities of the 2 demon fruit power celestial dragons I fought with. It seems that even the celestial dragons have their own secrets and distinctions. However, even the lowliest draconians possess unimaginable power, sometimes causing the 5 elders to regress. Snapped. Akado snapped his fingers, and let the bodyguard at the door come in. Under the terrified eyes of the other party, Dan asked, "How is the battlefield in the headquarters now?" Although he was very puzzled as to why the Tianlongren would take care of the battlefield, the bodyguard replied honestly, "My lord, the news just came that the Golden Lion pirate group has collapsed under the onslaught of the Marine. Of the menacing ones, only Golden Lion Shiki is left." Can I watch the broadcast? Akado asked again. Yes, of course. The bodyguard glanced at Saint Aphtham with a strange expression, and then left quickly. My friend, why ask that lowly race? Why should we noble Tianlong people ask questions? Just do it directly. A sentence said by Saint Musgard on the side solved Akado's doubts. No wonder the bodyguard looked at me with strange eyes just now, because I questioned him just now. In the hearts of everyone here, including Tianlong people themselves, Tianlong people don't need to ask anything. They can do whatever they want, and there is no such word as asking other people's opinions in their dictionary. If I want to do it, I will do it. After unraveling his doubts, Akado couldn't help laughing in a low voice. It turns out that this is the Tianlong people. It's true that they are corrupt to the core, but isn't this the life that most people in the world dream of? 2 minutes later, the bodyguard brought a rather huge silver phone bug, bowed his waist and said, "My lord, this is a videophone bug connected to Marineford. You should be able to use it to see the situation on the battlefield." "Ah, after you open it, you can go away," Akado said lightly. The bodyguard nodded and put the videophone bug on the wine table between the 2 Tianlong people, pressed the play button, and quickly got out. This time, he did not show any doubts in his eyes, which made Akado sneer inwardly. Tianlongren, it really can't be saved. Advertisement no, everyone here is hopeless. The video was turned on, although it is not known whether the phone bug Shiki arranged in the Sabaody archipelago can still be played normally, but this phone bug is connected to Marine's own phone bug, and he can clearly see the situation on the battlefield. And meanwhile, in the Sabaody archipelago, of the original video screens, there are only 2 left that can still display images. Everyone was staring at the screen intently, but many people were extremely concerned about Mariejoi's situation, especially the concern on Sengoku's face after Shiki said that just now. Akado versus world government, what's going on with this battle? But in the end, most people's attention is still on Golden Lion right now. A huge lion head with a height of tens of meters collided with Sora's fist, Paluzolino's light, Kuzan's ice, Sakazuki's light, and Momosagi's sword. Rayleigh frowned. He was puzzled. If Shiki wanted to leave, although it might take a lot of effort, it was definitely possible to leave. But even though the defeat was decided, he still did not back down to collide with all the combat power of naval headquarters, even if he might die in the next second. What the hell are you trying to do, Shiki? Rayleigh frowned, talking to himself. Sengoku didn't join the battle against Shiki. He was in charge of commanding the whole field. After ordering his subordinates to take protective measures, he glanced at the CBAC Crane next to him from the corner of his eye. What's going on with the government? With a gloomy expression on his face, Crane said in a slow voice. Akado seems to have eliminated 2 of the fighters who were stronger than Admiral. The western part of the palace was largely damaged. Although the foundations were not touched, Akado disappeared. Most likely, he escaped. How could it be like this? Sengoku gritted his teeth and hated secretly, while Crane forced himself to calm down, and said in a deep voice. Let's focus on Shiki now. On the battlefield, Paluzolino shuttled between the huge lion heads at an extremely fast speed until he was very close to Shiki, and when he saw that he couldn't hide, he released his ultimate move, and in an instant, the sky appeared brightly. 8-foot Chong Guyu. Shiki's blood-stained face showed a crazy smile, and he controlled the last lion head to resist the attack. Boy. Advertisement. Even though there is only the last lion head left, it still has incredible strength, and it actually resisted Paluzolino's ultimate trick. It's so scary, Golden Lion. Paluzolino, who was finally forced to retreat, sighed from the bottom of his heart. What are you doing in a daze? Do it. Suddenly there was a roar from below Shiki, accompanied by an eruption of hot lava. In the sky above, Kuzan somehow used the iceberg he created to raise himself to a height no less than Shiki's, and at the same time, 2 thorny spears filled the sky. It's really hot, Sakazuki. After finishing speaking, Kuzan's pupils froze and his lazy breath dissipated. Ice Age, Ice House. Facing such a big move, the surrounding soil rose up under Shiki's control, resisting the attacks from both sides, and the third party was directly in front of him. Nuo Defei's lion head smashed into pieces, rushed out from inside, and Yin roared. You are finished, Shiki. When Shiki saw Sora's armed colored punch rushing towards the mountains, he did not retreat but rushed forward against the attacks of Sakazuki and Kuzan. In an instant, countless figures of people flashed in his mind. The fight with Roger, Whitebeard when he was young. The Battle of At Volume C with Roger in old age. The scene where you cut off your feet and escaped from the big prison under the sea. Together with Akado, I planned the scene of this battlefield. At the same time, one of the 2 screens of the Sabaody archipelago also flashed snowflakes, the playback could not be played, and the videophone bug was destroyed. Only the last one was left, but it was the last one that broke out Shiki's last cry. One Piece. It is real. 203 When the Golden Lion is added to the Dead River open black lens bracket, subscribe close black lens bracket. One Piece is real. This sentence should have been uttered by Whitebeard when he was dying in Summit War, but now it is uttered by another big pirate who is also side by side with Roger, Golden Lion Shiki. The influence of the world is absolutely unimaginable. However, the person sitting in the same room with Akado is an idiot. He doesn't understand the meaning of this sentence at all, but now, this person is of great use to Akado. San Musgard, I need your help with something, Akado said suddenly. What's the matter? My friend. Saint Musgard turned his head and asked, and then showed a bored expression. By the way, let's go down to Sabaody Island and buy some slaves. It would be nice if there are mermaids or murlocs. Heh heh heh. Let's talk about this matter first. Akado's shoulders twitched slightly. This feeling is really good, the feeling of strategizing. The dark clouds in the sky gradually receded, and after more than 10 hours of fighting, the first ray of sunshine in the morning shone into the broken Marlene Vanduo. However, at this time, there was no smile on any Marine's face, standing empty in front of Shiki, who was lying on the ground with injuries all over his body, and Shiki fell to the ground with his hands wide open, forming a human character. Even so, the corners of his mouth were still. He ticked off and laughed. Gee ha ha ha. How could Lousy lose to Roger? Did you see that? Kong, what Lousy did this time is not worse than Roger, right? Gee ha ha ha. No, Roger started an era, and you just started a wave. Kong Yi shook his fist full of blood, picked up a broken sword that happened to be at his feet from the ground, and said coldly, I won't make the same mistake a second time. Saying that, Sora was about to stab Shiki's neck with the broken sword. Come on, empty. End the journey of my life and put a perfect end to everything I have. Shiki kept smiling. Just when Kong's blade was about to pierce Shiki's Adam's apple, an extremely piercing voice suddenly came from the outside of the square. Stop, Marshal Kong. Marine, who had been silent at first, heard the voice, and they all turned their heads to look at the place where the voice came from. Sora, Sengoku, Crane and others changed their expressions and said the same word. Advertisement, government. The visitors were dressed in dark blue or black suits. There were more than a dozen people in total, and they were undoubtedly members of the government. Shiki, who was already waiting to die with his eyes closed, couldn't help turning his head to look after hearing this sound, and the group of men in suits also walked quickly in front of the 2 of them. The collision between Shiki and Sora just now destroyed the last videophone bug, so the outside world doesn't know what happened now. Does the world government want to interfere in my execution of criminals? Sora asked with an unkind expression. This is an order from the Heavenly Dragon Man Musgard and F-Time Saint in the name of Dragon Man. The man in the suit said solemnly, since Golden Lion Shiki and Akado are accused of plotting to attack the government, Shiki will not be sentenced to death, and he will be re-imprisoned in LV-6, a large submarine prison, and will not be released for life. And destroying Mariejois, Marine is now required to capture this person as quickly as possible. All the Marines present were dead silent, and after a long time, Kong couldn't help but angrily said, Are you kidding? Do you know what kind of heinous crime this guy has committed? Now he is actually saying that he will be spared. But Shiki couldn't help laughing out loud after being stunned for a few seconds. When he was laughing wildly, his throat hurt from laughing. Gee ha ha. Gee ha ha ha. Gee ha 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 ha. After laughing, what remained on Shiki's face was endless sarcasm and disdain. Sora and the man in the suit said, Did that kid do such a thing? Kill the celestial dragon and destroy Mariejois? Not bad. After a few words of appreciation, Shiki said again, Do you think it's too cheap to kill me here? Well, Kong, please send me a newspaper every day after I'm sent to prison, so that I won't be bored anymore, ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, Shiki couldn't help laughing again. Shut up, Shiki. Sora cursed angrily, then gritted his teeth and looked at the man in the suit and the others. 5 elders also agreed? The man in the suit kept his face unchanged and said, the adults of 5 elders are still discussing, but this order was jointly issued by the 2 heads of the Tianlong family. The possibility of passing is very big. Advertisement. B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************It was these 2 selection about Marine's future and everything. After a few seconds, he barely calmed down and shouted. Tie up Shiki's limbs with sea stone chains. 1. It doesn't need to be so troublesome, Sora. I have enough things to do this time. I don't have any thoughts of running away. Shahahaha. Soon, Shiki, who was covered with sea stone chains, was taken away and the man in the suit and others left after notifying the 2 heavenly dragon patriarchs of the order jointly issued by them. A few minutes later, in the sunshine of the sky, Sora looked up to the sky and shouted, treat the wounded, the war is over. Ah. Even though it was a war that made people not very happy, its end still aroused countless people's desire for ecstasy. The war is over and I survived. Isn't this the happiest thing? 1.4. The Holy Land Mariejois, on the balcony of the palace of St. Musgard, with the sun shining on the ground. Akado raised a glass of red wine and smiled at the other party. It can be done so quickly. All thanks to your help. Ah, it's nothing, it's just Shiki, that B****************** D who dared to plan to attack us. I really want to deal with him and let him die like that. Isn't it too cheap for him? It should be. Musgard Street nodding with a snot in his nose. It was these 2 celestial dragons who issued the order to Marine just now. It's too early to die now. What will happen when people like Golden Lion merge into the River of Death? Akado thought with a smile. 204 breaking 1.3 billion, but where are the people? Open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. 2 days later. Open black lens bracket Golden Lion lost to Naval Headquarters Marshal Kong. Akado attacked the government and escaped close black lens bracket. This kind of news headline swept the whole world, because this is the official newspaper issued by Marine and the government, and other newspapers naturally have all kinds of colorful 8-gate content, but it is still not as good as this one. West Blue, a certain town. In an open-air cafe next to an arch bridge, countless people were holding newspapers, talking about the contents of today's newspaper in horror exclamation. Golden Lion, the great pirate known as Roger the Pirate, has been imprisoned for the 2nd time. I don't know if he can escape. Idiot, didn't you see the pictures of him with chains around his neck in the newspapers? Marine is no idiot, he can't escape. What's even more frightening is that this Akado, after attacking the government alone, was able to escape. Monster. What a monster. Akado. Shiki's last words made the pirates have a tendency to riot again. A man gritted his teeth. Damn it, what will this world be like? Suddenly, a pirate on the street shouted. I heard that Nico Robin appeared in this city. Who has seen it? Nico Robin. The child with the highest reward in West Blue at 79 million? Find her out quickly. At this time, under the arch bridge, a little girl in a brown dress hid under the bridge and shivered. She escaped again after hearing the sound of footsteps fading away. 3 days later. Advertisement: the new reward order is out. The 3 monsters Akado. The reward exceeds 1.3 billion Baileys. Be the one with the highest reward among the 3 monsters. Just when the whole world was shocked by Akado's reward, the world was furious because of him, and when the whole world wanted to find him, there was no news about him at all. Even the CP, organization with all-pervasive intelligence, let alone find someone, didn't even get a clue. Such pirates should attack New World immediately, but several days have passed, and there is still no news from Akado, who once stirred up bloody storms in New World. On the other hand, Saint Mariejois. The Tianlong people don't care about how the world has become at all. They only care about when the slave coliseum, performance hall, and other slave entertainment facilities destroyed by the Titan fruit ability can be re-established. Murloc Tiger had freed the slaves, and the situation this time feels somewhat similar, but the nature is completely different. Tiger released the slaves, and Akado killed all the slaves in one go. No, to be precise, it was because of Titan's huge body that the basement where the slaves were held collapsed, causing countless slaves to be buried in the basement. In the majestic room, there was a gentle knock on the door, and a respectful voice came from outside the door. Saint Aftheim, Saint Musgard has returned from the slaves, and I have something for you. I hope you can pick it up. Click. Oh, courting? Because there is no monitoring of videophone bugs in the room, Akado has always used his true face here. After hearing the voice of the guard outside the door, the black light virus, under the control of Akado's consciousness, transformed his body appearance in just a few seconds, and by the way, turned all the clothes into special clothes for Tianlong people. When going out, Akado has completely turned into Saint Aftheim, in the eyes of everyone in Mariejois. It is not because of the previous, life-saving grace, that Musgard's congregation won him over. It's because he has just assumed the position of patriarch of one of the 20 families of the Tianlongren, and he is weak, mainly attracting other forces. There are also different positions and political opinions among the Tianlongren, not to mention bad relations, and even the existence of sworn enemies. From this point of view, it is not surprising that Saint Musgard wins over himself, the other patriarch of the Tianlongren thing. Advertisement: hey, if you grow into that kind of virtue, you still have a little IQ. Thinking of the face of Musgard Saint with a snot that could never be wiped off, Akado sneered, opened the door and walked to the inner garden of the palace. Come on, my friend. In the inner garden, San Musgard still called Akado in his extremely broken English. After the two sides sat down, San Musgard said with a look of disgust, The Slave Coliseum said that it will take 2 weeks to finish. Rebuild, really, wouldn't that mean another 2 weeks of boring time? To be honest, it is amazing that it can be rebuilt in just 2 weeks after being destroyed to such an extent, but for Tianlong people, as long as it is what he wants, he doesn't want to wait for 2 minutes, let alone 2 weeks. Then, what did you call me to do? Come, to watch your new prey? Akado asked with half-empty eyes. This Musgard saint, like his deceased father, likes to collect murlocs and mermaids, and he also knows it. Hey, the murloc is a rare item after all. It's a pity that I didn't get it this time. I plan to double the bounty so that I can get it. After sighing, Musgard Street said excitedly again, but this time I accidentally found something your friend likes, so I bought it for you at a high price. After finishing speaking, Saint Musgard turned his head and shouted to the servants behind him. Hey, hurry up, bring the new slave over. After conveying the order, Saint Musgard turned his head and said with a smile. It is said that the slaves who were born as pirates are not bad. I haven't even engraved them with our Tianlong people's brand, so I gave them to you. The brand of the Tianlong people, the hoof of the flying dragon. It is something that a slave who is a Draco would brand. Some Tianlong people are also obsessed with their slaves, and they have to brand them themselves. Therefore, in order to prevent this from happening, Saint Musgard, who bought the slaves, did not brand them. Click, click, click. At this moment, there was a sound of chains, and Saint Musgard's face brightened. Oh, here we come. As he said that, surrounded by more than a dozen bodyguards, he could vaguely see 3 figures with their hands and feet tied with chains, and they were sent over in a sluggish state. 205 The real. Devil open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The 3 girls with their hands tied in chains were brought to the drinking table of Akado and Musgard-san by a group of bodyguards. Musgard-san laughed and said, how is it? Not bad, right? Akado turned his head to observe the 3 little girls, all of whom looked less than 15 years old. When he noticed Akado's eyes looking over, the dull eyes of the black-haired girl in red who was walking in the front suddenly filled with overwhelmed by fear and hatred, he hurriedly protected the 2 girls behind him. The girl with orange hair and green hair in the back was much bigger than the red-haired girl, but she did show panic. She closed her eyes tightly and curled up behind the black-haired girl, not daring to open them. The 3 girls had a lot of dust and bruises on their bodies, and their clothes looked a little tattered, which showed that they had experienced a lot of battles. How is it? It's not bad, is it? Saint Musgard was obviously used to this kind of thing, and there was a hint of showing off in his eyes. Are you satisfied, my friend? Saint Aptheim likes young girls and even young girls. Akado took his body, so he naturally took the blame. Under the trembling eyes of the black-haired girl, Akado looked at her for a few seconds, then turned his gaze to the clothes of the 3 girls, and said coldly to the bodyguards who brought the 3 girls. Stay and what are you looking at here? Go away. Yes yes yes. A dozen people heard what Akado said, and hurried to leave. Akado turned his head back flatly, retracted his gaze, and said slowly, if you look again, I will poach your eyeballs. When the black-haired girl in red heard this, although she felt unwilling, she quickly closed her eyes. Thank you, then, Saint Musgard. It's nothing, my friend, you can have as many of these things as you want. Advertisement immediately, Saint Musgard sighed again, oh, but I have never been able to get my beloved murloc. Generally, the murlocs and mermen caught by human traffickers are caught by the murlocs who sneaked out from the Fishman Island with good luck and soul. And those human traffickers really dared to go to the Fishman, CBDD, island 10,000 meters under the sea to catch people? Not to mention that there were murloc royal guards there originally, and both murlocs and mermaids are strong swimmers, far better than pre-ships. Under various circumstances, needless to say, it is even more difficult to get mermaids or mermaids. Isn't it easy for Saint Musgard to get a mermaid? Akado said suddenly, which made Musgard's eyes light up, and he couldn't wait to say, friend, do you have any good ideas? It has been a long time since the royal family of the Fishman Island wanted to move the murlocs' residence to land, but they have never obtained the consent of the murlocs on the island. Akado was halfway through speaking, and said to the girl in red next to him, what are you doing in a daze? Didn't you see that the wine glass is empty? There was obvious hatred in the eyes of the girl in red, but think about where this is. The center of the world, the highest point of power in the world, Mariejois. Resistance. Not to mention that I am wearing chains, but I am really lucky to beat these 2B********** D Tianlongren in front of me. Can I still escape the layers of defense here? In order to protect the 2 younger sisters behind her, the girl in red had no choice but to endure the humiliation in her heart, picked up the red wine bottle, and poured the wine into Akado's glass. Oh, that's really, thank you so much, of course, isn't this the fastest way to get what you want? The corners of Akado's mouth curled up, and he couldn't stop chuckling. Holy Musgard scolded the girl angrily, her hands trembling in fright and she almost dropped the wine bottle on the ground, then asked Akado anxiously, friend, hurry up. Advertisement. Akado smiled strangely, and continued, as a celestial dragon, if you agree, the royal families of the Fishman Island will definitely hand over the proposal here, and of course they will bring a large number of people when the time comes. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Go, word, Faye, tomorrow Friday, if it is uploaded, I will work harder to update it. That is, you personally send a special envoy to the Fishman Island, say that you agree with them moving to land, set up an ambush, lure those murlocs up, and capture them all in one go. Akado gave another suggestion. Akado closed his eyes and laughed lightly, making the three girls on the other side tremble. Tianlong people, they are not simple devils at all, but thoroughly real devils. After finishing speaking, Saint Musgard couldn't wait to get up and leave the inner garden. Halfway there, he turned his back to Akado and said, "Those three slaves will use them first, and after they die, they can ask me for them again." "Oh, tell me more specifically, my friend," Musgard Street said excitedly. At this moment, Saint Musgard frowned again and said, "However, the World Summit has not been too long, and the next one will start in half a year. I really can't wait that long." When the three girls on the other side heard the conversation between the two, they couldn't help clenching their fists secretly. Although they are also pirates and are not qualified to comment, these people are simply devils. Please subscribe. Oh, is that right? Then, there is a better way. Akado laughed again. Take advantage of the Murlocs' desire to live on land and capture them back as slaves. And it was this suggestion that made Musgard-san couldn't help applauding. Great, my friend, I'll ask someone to prepare it. Akado didn't continue to speak, but even though he was stupid, San Musgard knew what Akado wanted to express, and suddenly realized, good move, good move. In this way, they will bring a large number of people to Mariejois, and then go back when the time comes. I will send someone to take them down again. In this way, we can replenish the slaves in one go, right? Ah, 206 your name open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Come on. After Musgard-san left, Akado called out and called a bodyguard. Master Aptheim, what can I do? Some of the black-clothed bodyguards who brought the three girls over quickly walked over and asked Akado for instructions. Akado put his feet on the table, but with the face of Saint Aptheim. He is a slightly fat man with glasses, completely lacking in his original appearance. What are the names of these three slaves? The three girls in red were startled. Ever since they were abducted, they had been trying their best to conceal their names. In order not to expose their identities, they firmly believed that one day, they would be able to escape. My lord, slaves have no right to have names, you can call them whatever you want, the bodyguard said respectfully. Oh, Akado stared at the three girls with a half-smile, but found that although they lowered their heads, there was a hint of joy in their eyes, probably because they were happy because they avoided the name. Unchain them and step back, Akado ordered again. The bodyguard was stunned for a moment, and said slightly worried, My lord, these three slaves are suspected to be the children of pirates, and they have good fighting power. Your lord, you don't like to bring your servants. Is it too dangerous to take off their handcuffs rashly? I said untie it. Akado replied coldly. The bodyguard quickly lowered his head, took out a key from his suit pocket, and untied the chains of the three women's handcuffs, then said, My lord, if there is any danger, please ring the alarm in the room immediately, or give them a handcuff. Put on the collar. The so-called collar is the kind used by human traffickers in the Sabaody archipelago, which is put on the suspect's neck and can trigger an explosion according to the control of the holder. If there is this, slaves will never dare to resist. Advertisement Akado didn't answer the bodyguard's words, got up and walked to the palace where his master belonged, and said to the three women with his back, Follow me. The three women observed the corridors of the royal palace, where there were almost 5 steps and 1 person, and the guards were extremely strict. Even if the handcuffs were uncuffed, they couldn't be happy about such tight guards. When Akado walked to his palace, the guards at the gate hurriedly opened the palace gate. When they saw that the three girls in red clothes had no chains on their hands, feet or necks, they couldn't help but say the same thing as the bodyguard just now. The same thing, my lord, these 3 slaves won't. Shut up, this is Mariejois. Akado entered the palace without looking back, and the 3 girls had no choice but to follow quickly. The guards looked at each other, seeing that the 3 girls were only 13 or 14 years old, so there must be nothing wrong with them, and it was the same as Saint Eptheim said, this place is Mariejois. When Akado was sitting on the chair made of precious animal skins and inlaid with rubies as usual, the 3 girls on the opposite side stood silently. In front of the 2 taller girls, although they were very scared, they still mustered up their courage and looked at each other. Akado crossed Erlang's legs, crossed his hands on his knees, and asked, Name. Well, the girl in red was covered with dust, and her dirty face showed doubts, only to hear Akado ask again, I'm asking for your name. The girl in red clenched her teeth, glanced at the 2 younger sisters behind her from the corners of her eyes, and said a few words between her teeth, we don't have a name. Generally speaking, Tianlong people don't remember the slave's name at all. A slave is a slave without a name. The corner of Akado's mouth raised a little, his eyes swept over Song ran on the 3 women and said, This outfit looks familiar. The future trio of the 9 snake pirates, led by the girl in red, will be the famous pirate empress, Boa Hancock. It really is the 3 of them. The red-clothed girl who was still holding on screamed and collapsed on the ground. Then, fearing that her clothes would be seen and her identity would be guessed, she wrapped her body with the white cloak on the back, and the back was orange and green. The 2 girls with dark hair trembled even more than before. Advertisement, aha, after all, if you compare your early teens with those in your 20s, the gap is still a bit bigger. In addition to the dirty dress and messy hair that were kidnapped, they lost a lot of points, and the more important thing is that the current Hancock is not open at all. Elder sister. Hancock rebuffed on the spot, our hometown will be found out, and 120 million will be wiped out by Marine. When they heard that Akado no longer pursued the name, the 3 Hancock sisters were slightly relieved, but before they had time to feel a little bit of joy, they heard that the Tianlong man named Saint Aptheim, on the opposite side had nothing to say. Without hiding his voice, he said to himself, Next, what are some interesting things to do? Or, how should I torture you 3 slaves? Sonia, who was ranked second, gritted her teeth and whispered in Hancock's ear a little more boldly. Sister, there are no other guards here, and there is nothing on us that can restrict us, or else. Not to mention the huge difference between the current appearance of Hancock's two sisters and the future, Hancock also has no way of seeing the demeanor of the most beautiful woman in the world, in the future. The girls looked stunned, only to hear Akado say again, it looks like some pirate group formed by women. Calm down. Do you know what will happen if you attack a Tianlongren? The reason why Akado recognized the three girls was really because of the clothes. He also fought with the 9 snake pirates in the past, but that was a long time ago. When the 3 Hancock sisters looked at Akado with fear on their faces, Akado suddenly pretended not to understand. Forget it, the name is not important anyway. Asking for flowers. Mary, the youngest of the 3 sisters, put her hands on Hancock's back shoulders and closed her eyes in terror. Seeing the exaggerated reactions of the 3 girls, Akado vaguely guessed their identities. 207 Hancock, is it a virgin? Open black lens bracket, subscribe close black lens bracket. Because of being brought all the way here, Hancock has a better understanding of the terror of the celestial dragons and government forces. What will happen to her if she really resists? The 18 generations of ancestors were definitely found out by the government's secret service organization, and then troops were sent to destroy Amazon Lily. Not only that, but the possibility of him and the others being able to escape is infinitely close to zero. What is this place? World government Mariejois, except for Akado, who made a fuss against the government some time ago and then escaped in a fair manner. No one has ever been targeted by the government in a safe and sound. Thinking of this, Hancock gritted his teeth, took a step forward and said to Saint Eptheim, and 353, no, don't attack my sister. Yes, if you want anything, come to me. Sister. Sonia and Mary behind them couldn't bear it. Oh, you're very enlightened, aren't you? After talking to himself, Akado got up and took out a new goblet from the cupboard full of famous wines on the other side, put it on the table, and then asked suddenly, little girl, are you a virgin? Well, Hancock made a confused sound, and before he could react, he heard Akado repeat the question just now, but the tone was a lot heavier. I'm asking if you were a virgin. I. Although Hancock grew up in an environment full of women and no men, Hancock did not understand anything, but even so, he was suddenly asked, are you a virgin? For this kind of problem, I still don't know how to respond. Answer me. Akado increased his tone to ultimate, giving the 3 girls who were not yet 12 or 13 years old a great deterrent, making them feel as if they were hallucinating. A rather bloated Tianlong waist in front of them looked like a battle tested like a big pirate. Yes. Advertisement. After speaking, Akado pointed his finger to the inside of the wine glass. Even in such a situation, Hancock couldn't help showing a big blush, hurriedly put on his clothes, and then walked to the wine table. Seeing the faint joy in Hancock's eyes, Akado couldn't help smiling. To be honest, no matter how glamorous the future is, the present Hancock is not open at all. What's more, she is only 12 or 13 years old now, and she doesn't even have that kind of thought. Although she didn't know what the other party's purpose was, she still bit her right wrist with her teeth without hesitation, and the blood immediately flowed down and dripped into the wine glass, but there was also a lot of blood on her arm. Stay on the table or on the ground. When the blood in the wine glass was more than half, Hancock's face was also a little pale, but fortunately, she was used to bleeding, and this level was not enough for her to do anything. When the blood in the cup was about to overflow, Akado yelled, stop. Hancock's face turned pale, and her footsteps were a little unsteady due to the massive blood loss. Seeing this, Sonia and Mary behind them hurried forward to help hold her hands. To be honest, it doesn't make much difference to Akado whether it's the Empress or anything else, but Hancock's blood is indeed a rare wine for vampires. Or are the preferences of Tianlong people so strange? Akado opened a side room, and there was a dark coffin lying quietly inside. In the next second, the dragon man stepped into the coffin, and after lying down, the coffin closed automatically. Under the shocked eyes of the 3 women, Akado took a sip of Hancock's virgin blood, and after a while, said slowly, it seems worth saving your life. Advertisement. What kind of dragon is this? Originally, the purpose of Akado replacing Eptheim Saint was to have some fun. Now that there is one more, why not do it? The atmosphere of silence lasted for about half an hour. Among the 3 sisters, the older one, who was a bit more courageous, Sonia, looked left and right, ran to the windowsill and looked down under the worried eyes of Hancock and Mary, and waved to the 2 girls. Hancock and Mary walked to the balcony lightly, and Sonia pointed to the balcony and said, Sister Mary, do you think it is possible for us to escape from here? Akado glanced out the window and saw that the night was coming. He chuckled and said, it's time to sleep. And the 3 Hancock sisters were speechless in astonishment. This celestial dragon, drinking blood? I don't know if it's some mechanism or something else, but when the Tianlong man walked over, the coffin opened automatically. From Hancock's perspective, they couldn't see what was inside the coffin. It really is a devil, but as it turned out, she was overthinking again. Hearing this, Hancock's heart tightened. Could it be that he still couldn't escape? Han 5.4. The 3 Cook sisters don't know what to say anymore. They drink blood and sleep in coffins. Hancock secretly thought in her heart, but if she could live like this, she would still choose to endure. 208. The Empress is a toy. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Hancock and Mary looked down. Although this is one of the Mariejois palaces, the place where the sanctuary of Eptheim lives is only 3 or 4 floors high. If you use the quilt behind you to make a rope, and then jump down with the strength of 3 people, not a problem. At this time, Sonia said again, When we were sent here, I heard from the guards who escorted us that this Tianlong man named Saint Aftheim didn't like the arrangements in his palace. There are many guards, among all the palaces of Tianlong people, the number of guards in his palace is the least. The third of the three sisters, Marie, frowned and said, however, even if we are lucky and get out of the bedroom smoothly, the Grand Palace of Mariejois outside is completely guarded by a government officer within 2 steps. Such a situation down. Of course I also know that it will be difficult to escape. Sonia said seriously. But don't you think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? After speaking, Sonia glanced at the coffin in the side room, and continued. That Tianlong fell asleep, and then we were not handcuffed with seastone chains, nor branded as slaves of Tianlong. How rare it is, what an opportunity. Other slaves will never have such a good opportunity. As long as they escape and return to the Amazon, no one will know what we have experienced here. Sonia's words moved Hancock and Sonia. That's right, isn't now the best time to escape? There is no seastone's chains, no Draco slave brand, and the guards here are the laxest. If the chance of escaping is usually 0%, then even if it is only increased to 1%, you have to give it a try. Walk. As the big sister of the three sisters, Hancock, as soon as the words came out, the three girls quickly acted. First, he tore off the white sheet from the expensive big bed, then tore it into strips to make a rope, and landed from a height of nearly the 4th floor to the height of the 2nd floor, and then jumped off one after another. Advertisement after landing, the three Hancock sisters looked around, and Sonia said, Sister, I still remember the route when I was sent here. Is there anything to do with those piles of bodyguards out there? Mary asked. After we tried to defeat the individual bodyguards, we changed into their clothes and tried to get out, Sonia suggested. Mary was a little worried. Can this work? Whether it works or not, we have to take a gamble. Hancock clenched his fists and waved his little hand, go. But when the three girls turned away from the escape plan, they didn't notice that in the hidden corner of the Bajan wall on their left, a videophone bug was hiding in the corner, and the eyeballs on the 2 tentacles protruded out of the corner, dazed, looking in the direction they were fleeing. At this time, in the palace belonging to Saint Aftheim, Akado has returned to its original appearance, sitting on the giant ruby chair, and on the wine table on the right, there is a special dragon wearing a dragon head mask. Videophone bug. The screen projected from the pupils of this videophone bug to the wall is the monitoring video of the videophone bug of the entire Mariejois, which can be switched and adjusted and controlled. At this time, in the video seen by Akado, the three Hancock sisters are sneaking out of the bedroom and groping towards the entrance of Mariejois. Akado chuckled and took a sip of Hancock's virgin blood in the wine glass, then took out another small Bajan phone bug, and after dialing a number, a respectful voice came from inside, Master Tianlong, what are your orders? Turn on the phone bug all the way. Obey my order, send 3 guards to patrol alone, go to the E-11 area, let them deliberately lose to the enemy. After hearing this strange order from Akado in the tone of Saint Aftheim, the person on the opposite side wondered, My lord, what are you doing? It's a small game to play with the slaves. In short, all Mariejois guards should follow my orders now. Akado looked at the 3 Hancock sisters who were acting on the screen of the videophone bug. Advertisement. The person on the opposite side was silent for 2 seconds after listening, and then said, Well, yes, if there are only 3 people, it won't cause too much image, I will arrange it immediately. After hanging up Bajan's phone bug, Akado put it aside casually, looked at the 3 girls lurking and fleeing in Mariejois, and said to himself, The future pirate queen, Boa Hancock. In the middle of talking, Akado suddenly smiled, isn't it a nice toy? At this moment, at the corner, Hancock glanced forward, and hurried his 2 younger sisters back to the corner, and looked outside, only to see 3 bodyguards walking towards this side. Sonia also poked her head out, and when she saw the 3 bodyguards approaching, she secretly clenched her fists excitedly. Okay, I was so lucky to meet 3 when I came out, after defeating them, grab their clothes and escape. Hancock vaguely felt that something was wrong, but now was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. First, let myself and my 2 younger sisters retreat to the Good Wong Hao corner, waiting for the moment when 3 men in suits and bodyguards passed by the corner. Hancock waved his hand, and the 3 sisters shot together. In less than 10 seconds, the sneak attack was successful, knocking the 3 of them against the wall, and passed out. Hancock walked up to one of them and said quickly, hurry up, after changing the clothes, throw them into the corner. Understood, sister. Sonia and Mary also quickly tore off the bodyguard's suit and put it on for themselves. In the bedroom, when Akado drank blood again, he found that the blood in the cup was gone. After sighing regretfully, he changed back to red wine and continued to look at the projection on the wall. When the 3 Hancock sisters changed their clothes, Akado almost laughed out loud. Because the sense of incongruity is really serious. 209 1 step to heaven, 1 step to hell. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. It has to be said that even if Akado intends to order the guards to be blinded once, but seeing the Hancock 3 sisters' outfits, if you still can't see the fault, it's not just blindness, but the degree of total blindness up. Maybe it's because they were abducted when they went to sea for the first time, and they don't know much about the outside world. Hancock and the others haven't realized how strange their current outfits are. The 2 younger sisters, Sonia and Mary, who barely put the suit on themselves, are relatively burly, and already have the height of nearly adults, and they don't feel particularly serious about it. In addition, the long hair on the back is stuffed into the hat inside. Although it is a bit strange, it is not particularly easy to see at first glance. Of course, the premise is not to look at their faces. And Hancock, the big sister, is a bit embarrassing. Her height is not as tall as her 2 younger sisters. Even though she is considered very tall among girls, she is wearing adult men's clothes. Covering it with your hands is too unsuitable. Even if you tuck your hair into the hat, you can still see the problem at a glance. Do you want to cut it off? Sonia obviously also found the problem of the clothes being too big, and wanted to help Hancock cut off the extra part of the clothes, but when she took out her pocket, she suddenly recalled that the weapon had already been taken away when it was captured. Robbed. Hancock had no choice but to restore the excess position of trouser legs and cuffs, and said, "Let's go." In the current situation, this is the only way to do it. The three sisters went forward according to the route they had just been sent in from memory, but they didn't notice at all that there were videophone bugs hidden in the corners of the wall one by one. These are not like the big submarine prisons, which are placed outside one by one majestically, but are specially designed to place dark openings for them, and only a pair of eyes are exposed for monitoring. In addition, the designed secret door is basically in the corner. Even the Tianlong people who live here cannot perfectly distinguish where the videophone bug is located. At this time, Akado was watching the scene of Hancock and the others escaping with the main surveillance videophone bug, and after a while, he gave an order to the Bajan phone bug. All guards, ignore the three suspicious people in disguise that you see. Yes, my Lord Eptheim. The person on the opposite side probably also guessed what kind of game Saint Eptheim was playing. Although it was a bit risky, but due to the identity of Tianlong people, they had no choice but to obediently obey the other party's orders. Advertisement, however, in order to prevent the three slaves from causing trouble, it is necessary to strengthen the protection measures for the palace where other Tianlong people live. After all, Mariejois couldn't stand Akado's big loss. The main hall of Mariejois is very huge, it looks like a small football field, and it is gorgeous to the ultimate. The three Hancock sisters sneaked here all the way, looking at the exit full of longing. That's it. As long as you pass through there, you can regain your freedom. However, as the main entrance and exit of Mariejois, how could the guards be lax? There was a bodyguard standing almost 2 meters away from the wall of the main hall. There were hundreds of people guarding the huge main hall. What should I do? We have reached this point, and it is impossible to turn back. Mary and her two sisters hid behind a huge vase on the second floor, and the three girls saw their heads and looked towards the main hall door on the first floor. Although Hancock felt that slipping all the way here seemed a little too smooth, but the desire for freedom made her lose her calm judgment, and her eyes were fixed on the door. But the number of guards in the main hall is too exaggerated. There is no way to pass through. What should we do? When the three Hancock sisters were in distress, a man in a suit suddenly ran into the main hall from the side hall on the first floor, and said in a panic, "It's not good. Something happened to the side hall. Everyone come with me. Hurry up, hurry up." Hancock looked at the gate again, and saw that the three girls were biting Shachin with their teeth, and the three girls jumped directly from the second floor to the main hall, and rushed out the door together. Hearing this, the guards in the entire hall began to move towards the side hall. They were well trained in uniform, and in about 5 minutes, hundreds of people were evacuated into the side hall, and there was no one left in the huge main hall. Hancock dully read out the name of the celestial dragon man in front of him, and said in disbelief, Aren't you asleep? No, why did you arrive outside the door earlier than us?" Out of habit, Akado still raised Hancock's chin with his white-gloved right hand. "But I'm a little hungry now, since you lost, just go back obediently." Advertisement. After finishing speaking, Akado ordered the thousands of guards behind him. "Okay, all return to their posts." The result has come out. The process is no longer important. P.S. Tianlong made a transitional chapter. This book focuses on the style of Song of Hell, so let me talk nonsense here. Heartbroken, Sonia grabbed Mary and Hancock's hands. "Let's go. Anyway, now is our only chance." The three Hancock sisters stood there stupidly, looking at the huge and empty main hall in disbelief. Is this a gift from God? Asking for flowers. And among these people, a man wearing expensive white clothes that can only be worn by Tianlong people, with a slightly bloated figure, and a man wearing a pair of glasses is sitting on a chair, as if he was halfway through a play, and he took a sip of his mouth under the service of a maid. After drinking red wine, he got up slowly and said with a sly smile, "Okay, what a pity, it's still a step short." However, just as they stepped out of the gate of the Mariejois palace, they suddenly saw at least 1,000 guards in suits standing outside the gate, forming a semicircle, bedding all the roads around them to death. "Can't be so lucky," Hancock said in disbelief. Although Hancock still doesn't know much about the outside world, but his IQ is not low. When he recalled coming here almost smoothly, he couldn't help exclaiming, "Could it be that you are manipulating all this?" Eptheim Saint. Akado put the wine glass still on the terracotta continent under his feet, smashed it into pieces with a bang, and smiled evilly. Of course, it is a special passage for high-level government personnel. 210 Influence the world even if you don't appear. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. World Government Hub, inside the room of Mariejois. 5 elders. Boom. 5 elders, with a birthmark on his forehead and a scimitar who, threw a priceless teacup to the ground in anger, and General Marine, who was standing in front of the 5 people, was so frightened that he almost peed his pants. In the room, besides the 5 elders, there was Marshal Kong, and 2 civil servants who came to report the situation with the marshal. Seeing that 5 elders was so angry, the 2 civil servants were so frightened that their legs became weak, while Kong put his arms around his chest and didn't say much, as if everything had nothing to do with him. "How much time? Do you know how much time first gave you Marine, Kong?" Birthmark 5 elders said angrily. "It's almost a month, and I still can't find Akado." 337. Akado is now at the head of the three monsters. The person with the highest reward among the three monsters is also the pirate that the government wants to kill the most. He has ruined the government's face. It will be lost. The face is second to none, and more importantly, this B************ D also killed 2 core combat forces of the government. 5 elders would not be able to swallow this breath without tearing him into pieces. Didn't the CP organization be found? Marine's investigation ability is not as good as that of CP. Is this the government's business? Kong replied casually, making 5 elders even more angry. Watch your tone, Kong. Leave the matter of Akado aside for now. On the other side, 5 elders with a knife said, because of the relationship between Golden Lion and Akado, the era of great pirates has reached an unprecedented height, and we must find a way to suppress it. But Marine suffered too much damage in the battle with Shiki, and couldn't survive the frenzy alone. The curly-haired 5 elders interjected. We 5 elders have discussed and decided on a plan. Let's take a good look, Kong. Advertisement. After speaking, a government agent standing next to 5 elders came over and handed Kong a document. On the cover of the data in the space, there are several large characters, 7 warlords of the sea recruitment plan. Sora carefully opened the file, but the more he looked down, the more the veins on his forehead burst out, and finally suppressed his anger, and said to 5 elders. Are you kidding? Use pirates to suppress pirates. You know what are the consequences of this? It's not a joke. This is the plan we decided after careful consideration. Long-haired 5 elders said, there have been a lot of rampant pirates recently, but Marine's injuries are too heavy, and it will take at least 3 to 5 years to recover, and this period of time happens to be the most rampant pirates. Do you think, can you alone, Marine, be able to control this frenzy? Sora's brow twitched violently, using pirates to deter peace to maintain peace? This simply highlights Marine's incompetence, okay? However, what 5 elders said with long white hair was also speechless. In the Battle of Shiki, the damage suffered was too great, and because of Shiki's last words, the era of great pirates ushered in the second climax. No matter how much Sora doesn't want to admit it, there's nothing he can do about it. The current Marine can't hold back the pirates who are following the Grand Line. I have nothing to say, the report is over. Regarding the open black lens bracket 7 warlords of the sea close black lens bracket plan, Sora doesn't want to express any opinions, but there is one more thing that he needs to deal with. Kong changed the subject and said angrily, earlier, a celestial dragon sent a special envoy to the Fishmen Island to say that the nobles of the world are willing to allow the Murlocs to move to land, and then Neptune, the master of the Fishmen Island, sent a team of people as special envoys. Went to the government to communicate, but was ambushed and detained by the subordinates of the Tianlong people. Is this true? The blonde-haired 5 elders recalled that incident, and one of the Celestial Dragon clan's patriarchs, the newly promoted patriarch, Musgard Saint, came out. At the same time, in the room of Saint Athheim, the Celestial Dragon. After hearing from one of his subordinates about the joint plan of the 3 Celestial Dragons led by Musgard to capture the fishermen, and about the Fishmen Island King Neptune and Whitebeard drinking wine, Akado sneered and said to himself, a bunch of brainless people. Advertisement. Who came up with this idea? Ordinary Tianlong people should not be able to think of an efficient method. The blonde 5 elders frowned. It was a master who liked to collect murlocs and mermaids. This time, he ran out of bait and lured the fish to take the bait. Not to mention the result and reason, the method is really clever. In the end, 5 elders with long hair on 2.6 said, forget it, the Fishmen Island can't be a disaster anyway. The key point now is the plan of the 7 warlords of the sea. P.S. Try to break out tomorrow, or add a little more, if the fever is gone. I'm just explaining the seriousness of this matter and asking you to restrain the behavior of the Tianlong people. This time the trouble is too serious. If it gets out, it will bring a reputation image to the government and Marine, do you know? So what do you mean, Kong? Do you want to take people back? Or, to redress for the Fishmen Island? The curly-haired 5 elders among the 5 elders did not give a positive answer, but the question was pushed back. Makes sense. Kong was really angry. He used to turn a blind eye to the brutal behavior of the Tianlong people, but this time it was too much trouble. Sora gritted his teeth. When I sent someone to explain to the Fishmen Island and Neptune, I found that the flag of the Whitebeard pirates was hung on the Fishmen Island, which means it serves as the entrance to the new world of pirates. The place has become a place for pirates. 5 elders nodded and said, there are not a few Tianlongren who like Murloc slaves. It is said that at least 3 Tianlongren families participated in this operation. Do you know what the serious consequences of this incident are? That's right. Have Neptune and Whitebeard colluded together? 5 elders held the knife, squinting his eyes, and said after a while, forget it, anyway. He is also trying to protect the country, it's nothing. After speaking, the bear left without looking back, and the 2 civil servants quickly followed. After Sora left angrily, the 5 elders in the room resumed the discussion, and the curly-haired 5 elders said, I remember that although Musgard is the mastermind, there are other celestial dragons involved in this matter, right? 211 Hancock, go up and call open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket under the opinion of Akado, which is the Saint Athheim. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, the day before yesterday, led by the head of the Holy Family Musgard, a total of 4 celestial dragon families captured 45 Murlocs. Of the 4 families, apart from the leader Musgard, who received 15, each of the other 3 families received 10. These more than 40 Murlocs were naturally the envoys who had heard what the special envoys sent by Saint Musgard had said, and were ordered by the Fishmen Island royal family to go to the world government for negotiations. It's just a pity that this is a bait, and they were caught by the people arranged by the ambushed Tianlong people and all of them were arrested. In this regard, the official explanation given by Marine is that it was attacked by pirates and the entire army was wiped out. Of course, this is to deceive the ghosts, in order to cover up the evil behavior of the Tianlong people. I don't know how many times this kind of thing has happened, and even Marine is getting used to it. My friend, thank you so much. If it wasn't for your idea, how could I have caught so many Murloc slaves in one go? The garden in the Mariejois Palace is also a place where many Tianlong people gather. Saint Musgard toasted Akado. Behind him, there were several Murlocs with collars around their necks. They were muscular, but their faces were ashen. It was the person from the special envoy of the Fisherman Island who was taken in. Akado picked up the wine glass, and behind him stood the three Hancock sisters. At this time, the three daughters were dressed in maid clothes. Although they were not as gray as the Murlocs, with constant wounds, their expressions were also the same. Not much better. Hancock admits that his so-called master has never abused himself and his two younger sisters. Of course, the matter of drinking blood is not mentioned, but he prefers to destroy others mentally and catch fishers when the plan was discussed. Hancock was also present, knowing that this matter was completely planned by Alzheimer, but he did not participate in it. Go. And the last escape, the feeling of falling from heaven to hell at that moment, Hancock felt that he would never forget it in his life. It seemed that for this man, everything was a pastime and a game. Akado chuckled and said nothing. At the beginning, he just wanted to see the life of the celestial dragons and what the interior of Mariejois looked like, so he chose to play with the appearance of Saint Alzheimer. But now, he feels that there are more interesting ways to play, so he has no plans to leave for the time being. What's more, the girl empress behind her is also very interesting, isn't it? Advertisement. By the way, my friend, Saint Musgard suddenly said, the Slave Colosseum has finally been built, how about placing a bet? Slave Colosseum? Akado remembered, that was one of the locations destroyed by the Titan. Has the construction been completed? HMPH, I'm free, let's go and see if there's anything interesting. Akado got up and said. It is completely different from the Colosseum opened by Doflamingo in Derice Rosa in the future. It is not very noisy, and all the world's nobles are gathered here, especially the Tianlong people are the most conspicuous. In the middle is a huge arena, not like the so-called Colosseum at all, but like a banquet hall. At this time, on the stage, there were two slaves wearing chains around their necks fighting. When the strong man with a bare upper body fell in front of another orc, a dragon man wearing a black mirror on Akado's left was furious. Press a switch on the remote control. Boom. Suddenly there was an explosion sound, and the collar around the neck of the fallen strong man exploded, directly blasting his neck into a bloody mess. You be *********** D. You're actually embarrassing me. Tianlongren, who pressed the switch of the remote control, said angrily, while the other middle-aged woman Tianlongren who was with him opened a fan and put it in front of her mouth, and said with a smile, scared ha ha ha. Saint Roswald, your slave lost, and at the same time lost 500 million Baileys. From the conversation between the two, it can be heard that the two slaves who fought on the stage just now are the old man with dark glasses and the winner of the middle-aged woman at this table. The orc is the slave of the woman. HMPH, it's only 500 million. I owe it first, and I can pay it at any time. I will settle it after I have fun today. The old man with sunglasses said indifferently, but felt a little ashamed because of the failure of his slave. Hee, of course. Let's see who loses the 5 billion first today. The woman Tianlongren smiled disgustingly. At this moment, the two noticed Akado, and quickly got up to say hello. Oh, isn't this Saint Alzheimer? Thanks to your idea, we have harvested a lot of Murloc slaves. Advertisement. Akado paid attention to the tiger orcs in the arena, and glanced at Hancock behind him out of the corner of his eyes. Little devil, go to fight. Hearing this number, the three daughters of Hancock couldn't help but shudder. Isn't this bet too exaggerated? Akado still knows 700 of the other two celestial dragon patriarchs who participated in the Murloc capture plan. Saint Roswald and Hatili Palace. How are you? Akado raised his head and smiled evilly. Heh, it's just that Saint Roswald lost to me just now. Who will be next? Hatili Palace covered her mouth with a fan and said with a smile. It's not an ability user, it's a long-haired tribe. Hee, really, as a gift, I will keep it for you next time I see you like it. The woman also greeted with a smile. A waiter rushed to serve wine and snacks. Roswald Street, who was over 40, gave Akado some face and explained. After the game is over, just serve it. Tomorrow, we will have a small explosion and present the best story to everyone. It also smells like garbage. If the fever goes away, I can write more. The last few chapters have been slightly transitioned, and the manuscript has reached a climax. 5 billion. P.S. I can't speak in the book review because of the advertisement, so please allow me to talk nonsense here. So ask for subscription support anyway. Today, what's the game? Akado asked, staring at the huge arena on the stage. Akado thought about sitting at a table next to him, and didn't care that there were several celestial dragons with their feet on the table, but the other celestial dragons just frowned slightly and didn't say anything.